In the small sky, blue rain begins to fall. An unknown monster suddenly descends upon this world. Human society collapses in an instant. There are no cheat codes, no protagonist halo, and no revival of spiritual energy. With every step we take, we tread closer to despair. I envy those who perished at the dawn of the apocalypse, for they did not endure a despair more profound than death itself. My name is Chen Ge, and I shall witness the arrival of the apocalypse. Chapter 1. The Apocalypse? What is the emotional state of the criminal? Is there a risk of extreme actions? Yang DUI. Rest assured, the criminal's emotions are very stable. It is now 11:45 in the morning. The blazing sun hangs high, a time that should be reserved for elementary school students' midday rest. However, the entrance of Kaiman Primary School is surrounded by over 100 police officers. The two individuals conversing are Su Wei, a detective from the Kaiman City Public Security Bureau, and Yang Ge, the head of the criminal investigation team. This morning at 10 o'clock, a thug stormed into the front entrance of Kaiman Primary School, injuring 4 security guards. Subsequently, he planted several bombs within the school, turning all the hundreds of teachers and students into hostages. The Public Security Bureau received the alarm and swiftly surrounded the school, dispatching negotiation experts. This thug demands no money and is not a victim of social injustice. He specifically requests to see a certain person. Just as the two were conversing, an explosion suddenly erupted on campus, flames soaring into the sky, debris scattering, and the heat wave suffocating those nearby. Police cars blared their sirens, and officers were thrown to the ground by the explosion, horrified by the scene before them. It took a good 10 seconds for everyone to recover from the shock of the explosion. You call this emotional stability? Yang Zhengha's face twisted in anguish. If the hundreds of teachers and students in Kaiman Primary School were truly killed in the explosion, not only would he, a mere criminal investigation team leader, be held accountable, but even the city party secretary would face scrutiny. Moreover, orders have come down from above. At any cost, the safety of these hundreds of teachers and students must be ensured. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yang Zhengha's phone rang, displaying an unknown caller. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button, and a man's despondent voice came through. Do not worry. I merely detonated the warehouse. I shall grant you 5 more minutes. By 11:50, if I have not met the person I seek, I will set off all the explosives here. You, calm down, calm down. The person is already on their way. I assure you, you will see him within 5 minutes. You must remain calm. Yang Zhenghe incessantly comforted the assailant. However, the other party did not engage in further discussion and abruptly hung up the phone. Damn it, where is he? Where is the person he wants to see? Yang Zhenghe erupted in fury after ending the call. He has arrived. He is waiting right over there. Su Wei pointed toward the prison transport vehicle, speeding towards them. Chen Ge, male, 30 years old, was imprisoned 2 months ago for the crime of intentional homicide. Following the first trial verdict, Chen Ge was sentenced to death for intentional killing. Had this incident not occurred, tomorrow would have marked the day of his execution. As soon as the doors of the transport vehicle swung open, Yang Zhenghe rushed over, seizing Chen Ge by the collar and dragging him out of the vehicle. Is this your design? Do you have any idea? Damn. Yang Zhenghe found himself at a loss for words. Captain Yang, do you have a cigarette? Chen Ge silently extended his hands, longing for a smoke. Being a serious criminal, his hands and feet were shackled, the chains connecting them, rendering him unable to stand upright and speak. Su Wei observed Chen Ge from the side, keenly analyzing him. The man was approximately 30 years old, extraordinarily robust. Despite being hunched over, he towered over most. If he were to straighten up, he would likely exceed 190 centimeters in height. With a formidable physique, his arm muscles likely thicker than the thighs of an average young woman. Tell me the truth. Was this the work of your accomplices? Are you planning to escape? Let me make it clear. There is no chance. Surrounding us are snipers. If you dare to make any move, I will eliminate you. Yang Zhenghe's eyes burned with intensity. Chen Ge scoffed disdainfully. Captain Yang, I am a solitary figure. I have no accomplices. I have heard that you were once involved in the underworld and had a few good brothers. Yang Zhenghe shouted. In this era, brothers are worth less than cabbage. All right, I will go up. By the way, this thing. Chen Ge shook his shackles. I walk slowly. What if I can't make it in 5 minutes? You. Fine, release the shackles from his feet. But let me warn you, do not try any tricks. Yang Zhenghe commanded. This matter was of great significance. If anything were to go awry, the consequences would be unimaginable. Once the shackles on his feet were removed, Chen Ge could finally stand upright and walk, towering over everyone present by a considerable height. Chen Ge, handcuffed, proceeded towards the interior of the primary school. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly halted and turned to look at Captain Yang. "What are you doing now?" Captain Yang barked. Captain Yang, a cigarette. Chen Ge extended 2 fingers. "You." Yang Zhenghe wished to erupt in anger, yet found himself powerless, his hands trembling with rage as he fished out a box of Zhonghua cigarettes, only to discover it was empty. "Su, give him a cigarette and light it. There's no time to waste." Yang Zhenghe was drenched in cold sweat. Su Wei retrieved a cheap Chongbai Mountain cigarette, lit it, and placed it in Chen Ge's hand. Chen Ge, thus holding the cigarette, ventured deeper into the elementary school. The elementary school stood 6 stories tall, and Chen Ge took the elevator directly to the rooftop. Let it be stated in advance, this was truly not his doing. Chen Ge was a solitary figure, with both parents and siblings long deceased. During his earlier years mingling in society, he indeed had a few so-called brothers in arms, but those worthless companions certainly lacked the courage to rescue him in such a manner. Before encountering the assailant, Chen Ge had speculated whether this might be someone he had known before. However, upon arriving at the rooftop and seeing the bomb-wielding assailant, he was certain he had never encountered this individual. The man appeared to be in his early 30s, slender in build, approximately 180 centimeters tall, sitting quietly on the rooftop with a straight posture and eyes that sparkled with intensity. Chen Ge had witnessed his fair share of tumultuous events. The aura emanating from this man suggested he could either be a member of the armed police or a soldier. It was difficult to fathom why he would engage in such actions. However, Chen Ge soon noticed that the bomb-wielding assailant was clad in a psychiatric hospital uniform. "A mental patient? I have finally met you," the bomb-wielding assailant exclaimed, taking a deep breath, somewhat agitated. "We should know each other, should we? It doesn't matter. Time is running out. You must remember every word I say from now on." The assailant's face bore an expression of excitement. "I have traveled back from the future. In less than 10 minutes, the world will end. You must prepare yourself." "Your words match your attire perfectly," Chen Ge said, taking a sharp drag from a cigarette before casually dropping the butt on the rooftop. "That's fine. You'll believe me soon enough," the bomb-wielding assailant replied. "Then why not go directly to the police? Or scientists?" The assailant scoffed disdainfully. "Do you think I haven't tried? Otherwise, why would I be wearing this outfit? I have returned from the apocalypse. In that world, there is no hope, no protagonist halo, no revival of spiritual energy. Every path ultimately leads to despair. I do not wish to witness such a world again. I do not wish to witness such a world again." As the bomb-wielding assailant spoke, he moved to the edge of the rooftop. "By the way, my name is Lu Jian, and we shall meet again in the future." Having said that, Lu Jian leaped from the rooftop of the 6-story building. Chapter 2: The Apocalypse. Chen Ge watched in disbelief as this man jumped from the 6th floor, his hands still shackled, rendering any attempt to stop him futile. "Damn, what's wrong with this guy?" Chen Ge muttered. "To use hundreds of children as hostages to meet me, only to declare that the world would end in 10 minutes? Then he jumps to his death. Which insane asylum did he escape from? I am about to die, and the apocalypse? Ha! The destruction of the universe has nothing to do with me." Bang! A loud crash resonated behind Chen Ge. The armed police had discovered Lu Jian's suicide and were storming in, led by Yang Zhenghe. "How did he die? Did you push him?" Yang Zhenghe barked. "Captain Yang, look at me." Chen Ge raised his hands, still firmly bound by the handcuffs. "How could I push him? He jumped off himself, saying his name was Lu Jian and that he was a time traveler. He also said the world would end in 10 minutes and urged us to prepare." "Stop spouting nonsense. What did you actually say?" Yang Zhenghe interrogated. "He is just a lunatic. I am about to die. Why would I waste time arguing with you?" Before Chen Ge could finish, 2 fully armed officers rushed over and pinned him to the ground, reapplying the shackles. Yang Zhenghe's expression grew grave. Soon, the demolition team called him to confirm that the bombs installed around the school were indeed real. Moreover, the techniques used were highly skilled, indicating extreme professional training, but fortunately, all the bombs had already been disarmed. After hearing this, Yang Zhenghe secretly felt relieved. Thankfully, the bombs did not detonate, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yet, he could not comprehend why this bomb-wielding lunatic would go to such lengths. Merely to meet Chen Ge and then commit suicide? Time travel? The end of the world? Had he read too many novels? Leave a portion of the team to rescue the hostages and calm the students. Su, we will escort him back. Yang Jinghe maintained a stern demeanor. Thus, Chen Ge was escorted back into the prisoner transport vehicle. According to regulations, transporting a prisoner requires at least 2 officers. Yang Jinghe boarded the vehicle with Xu Wei, preparing to return to the prison. Xu Wei seemed quite interested in Chen Ge. Brother, how did you end up here? Leaning against the seat, Chen Ge replied nonchalantly, murder. Xu Wei continued. In fact, the current laws are much more lenient than before, if you show a good attitude and confess. It is highly likely that the second trial will reduce the sentence to a suspended death penalty. With diligent reform and connections, one could be released in 20 years, at which point you would be in your 50s. Chen Ge slightly tilted his head to look at Su Wei and leisurely remarked, but I killed 8 people. Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere within the prison transport instantly froze, and Su Wei felt a chilling sensation creeping down his spine, unsure if it was merely an illusion. Xiao Su, mind your tongue, Yang Jinghe admonished. Chen Ge, think carefully. Do you truly not recognize this bomb-wielding fiend? Why does he want to see you? How did he know about you? He even recited your ID number. My Captain Yang, we are in an era of information. As long as one possesses a smartphone, information has long been leaked. If confidentiality were truly maintained so well, then tell me, how do those fraudsters acquire others' phone numbers? Chen Ge's words left Yang Jinghe speechless. Indeed, in this age of information, there are countless methods to steal a person's details. He had previously handled a case involving a criminal gang that sold personal information. Each individual's information could be obtained for merely 40 cents, with victims numbering in the millions. Yang, what time is it? Chen Ge suddenly inquired with an uncanny intuition. It's nearly 12 o'clock. What's the matter? Be precise. That lunatic told me that 10 minutes from now would be the end of the world. I'd just gone upstairs at 11:50. That means noon is the so-called end of the world he mentioned, Chen Ge stated. It is currently 11:59 and 48 seconds. Do you really believe the words of a madman? Su Wei asked. Chen Ge remained silent, gazing quietly out the window. Tomorrow he would face the execution grounds, the end of the world. How ironic. Time ticked away second by second. The prison transport was enveloped in profound silence, with everyone fixated on their screens as the clock struck 12. As soon as it hit 12, I told you he was a lunatic. Look, it's 12 o'clock. Where's the apocalypse? Yang, shall we go out for a drink after work? Su Wei inquired with a smile. Yet before Yang Jinghe could respond, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. This was neither an explosion nor gunfire. The source of the deafening sound was indiscernible, as if it emanated from every direction simultaneously. Painful expressions appeared on every face. Chen Ge considered himself to be in good health. Yet upon hearing the colossal sound, he felt as though his heart might shatter. Darkness clouded his vision, and it took a full 5 to 6 seconds for him to regain his composure. At the moment the thunderous sound erupted, the driver of the prison transport fainted, causing the vehicle to crash into the roadside barrier. None of the individuals in the vehicle had fastened their seatbelts, and Chen Ge's head collided with the iron bars inside the transport, resulting in additional injuries. Yang Jinghe was violently thrown into the front seat, disoriented and dazed. Su Wei was considered the best, having collided with the seat in front of him. What on earth is happening? Yang Ting cursed furiously, and when he finally looked up, he was utterly stunned by the scene before him. At the moment the deafening explosion erupted, everyone lost consciousness for 5 or 6 seconds. It would be manageable for ordinary pedestrians who might simply stumble, but the drivers were in dire straits. Dozens of vehicles on the left side were involved in a series of rear-end collisions, and before the drivers could regain their senses, a large truck barreled towards them, crushing both vehicle and occupants to a pulp. On the sidewalk, students were crossing the street in groups when a bus accelerated and crashed into them, sending flesh and blood flying in all directions, ultimately resulting in the bus crashing headlong into a bank. The once bustling and vibrant street had abruptly transformed into a hell on earth. What on earth? What on earth? Yang Jinghe, a veteran detective for 20 years, felt his scalp tingle at the shocking sight before him. The first thought that flashed through his mind was a nuclear weapons attack. Yet, he saw no explosion or mushroom cloud. Yang Jinghe hurriedly searched for his fallen phone, intending to contact the police station and request immediate assistance. However, upon retrieving his phone, he discovered that it had no signal. Xiao Su, quickly call headquarters, hurry. Yang Zhenghe jumped down from the prisoner transport, ready to rescue people. Captain Yang, the phone. There's no signal. Su Wei's face turned ashen. Then use the walkie-talkie quickly. Su Wei fumbled to retrieve the walkie-talkie, but it too had no signal. Just as Yang Zhenghe stepped away from the transport, he suddenly felt a chill on his face. Was it raining? He reached out to touch it, only to discover that the raindrops were astonishingly blue. Chapter 3. Lan Yu raindrops fell from the sky in a rhythmic patter, causing Chen Ge, Yang Zhenghe, and Su Wei to instinctively gaze upwards. The entire city was enveloped in an eerie silence, abruptly severing them from the hellish scene before their eyes. Every remaining soul raised their gaze to the heavens. A chill coursed through Yang Zhenghe as a drop of rain landed on his face. Upon touching it, he discovered it was a striking blue. The rain was crystal clear and devoid of any impurities, cascading heavily and shrouding the city in a vibrant azure curtain. It was undeniably beautiful, yet the strangeness of the scene left everyone feeling deeply unsettled. In his decades of life, Yang Zhenghe had never witnessed blue rain. Captain Yang, this rain is not toxic, is it? Su Wei asked, his voice trembling. Chen Ge, however, remained composed. For one who is on the brink of death finds little concern in the world. Let us check on old Lu, Yang Zhenghe suggested. Referring to the prisoner transport driver who had been ejected from the vehicle during the accident, his head striking the concrete and bleeding profusely. Despite being a policeman for many years, Yang Zhenghe had never encountered such a bizarre situation. The blue rain, the inexplicable loud noises, and the complete failure of all communication devices left him wondering whether the transport vehicle could still function. The priority was to get old Lu to the hospital for urgent care. Yang Zhenghe disregarded any concerns about the mysterious blue rain's toxicity, leaping from the vehicle to retrieve old Lu. Suddenly, Su Wei's eyes widened in terror as he stared at the sky. What the hell is that? Captain Yang, come back. Hurry. Yang Zhenghe, hearing Su Wei's desperate cries, turned to see him brandishing his firearm, pointing it at the sky in sheer fright. Being a seasoned detective, Yang Zhenghe quickly realized that something loomed above him and spun around, drawing his gun. Though he had steeled himself prior to looking up, the sight of the creature soaring above still shocked him. What in the world was that? Yang Zhenghe stood frozen, momentarily forgetting to fire. Chen Ge followed the gazes of the two officers, his own eyes widening with fear. Could it be that the madman was right? Was the apocalypse truly upon them? Chen Ge stared in horror at the entity gliding overhead. It appeared to be a humanoid creature, entirely black with bat-like wings. Its lower half seemed to have been bitten off, dripping a viscous black liquid. Its skin was covered in fist-sized pustules, with faint features barely discernible. Most alarmingly, its mouth was lined with multiple layers of sharp teeth. Moreover, the creature flew with astonishing speed. One moment it was several meters above, and the next it lunged directly at Yang Zhenghe. In his 40 years of life, he had never encountered anything like it, and despite his robust mental fortitude, he was momentarily paralyzed with fear. Captain, Su Wei shouted, and in a panic his gun discharged, a bullet firing into the air. The shot missed both Yang Zhenghe and the creature, but jolted Yang Zhenghe back to reality, prompting him to duck just in time to avoid the creature's attack. Even with his considerable experience, he found his fingers numb with fright as the beast soared over him, landing and snapping its massive jaws around old Lu's neck. The creature's teeth, akin to steel blades, effortlessly tore through flesh, and old Lu convulsed twice before falling still. Though Yang Zhenghe had only a casual acquaintance with old Lu, having worked together for years made them something akin to friends. Witnessing the demise of his colleague at the hands of this unknown horror ignited a fierce rage within him, and he raised his weapon to fire. Bang! 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 He unleashed 4 shots, but the limited power of his service weapon, compounded by the torrential rain, rendered all his efforts futile. The creature seized old Lu's body and took flight. Yang Zhenghe found himself drenched in blue rain, trembling uncontrollably after years of service. The first threat to his life came from this otherworldly being. As he attempted to regain his composure, an unearthly shriek erupted from behind him. Yang Zhenghe turned to see the creature returning at astonishing speed. As he readied his gun, it lunged, knocking him to the ground and aiming for his throat. This is it, Yang Zhenghe thought, resigned to his fate. Visions of his son in high school flashed through his mind. What would happen to him if he died? Who would care for his father? Would his mother weep? Just as he braced for the end, a powerful figure collided with the creature, sending it sprawling away from him. Yang Zhenghe, barely escaping death, felt his strength wane as the figure hoisted him from the mud. Chen Ge, how did you get out? Yang Zhenghe instinctively raised his firearm towards Chen Ge, only to discover that not only had Chen Ge escaped the transport, but his shackles had also been removed. Chen Ge pointed towards Su Wei, who appeared to be in shock, trembling and unable to shoot, his eyes vacant. The key was on him. I took it. Chen Ge explained. Watch out, Yang Zhenghe suddenly shouted, as the creature lunged at Chen Ge from behind. The creature was cunning, consistently attacking from behind. Chen Ge swiftly turned. Bracing himself, the monster opened its maw, aiming for Chen Ge's neck. Just then, a massive fist struck the creature's face, resulting in a thunderous collision that drowned out the sound of the rain. In an instant, a piercing scream erupted from the creature's mouth as its face crumpled under the blow, several teeth shattering, and the pustules bursting forth with wriggling, repulsive maggots. Chen Ge assumed a fighting stance, stepping back slightly before delivering a swift kick to the creature's wound. It let out another ear-piercing shriek and, flapping its wings, ascended into the air. It was evident that the creature was in pain, struggling to maintain flight. Yang Zhenghe looked at Chen Ge with a mixture of disbelief and awe. Are you even human? Chapter 4. Escape. The creature that had overpowered him was repelled by Chen Ge's bare hands. It was utterly absurd. Hey, don't point that gun at me. Aim at that thing in the sky, Chen Ge said, nudging Yang Zhenghe's weapon aside, realizing that Chen Ge had just saved his life. Yang Zhenghe lowered his gun, though a lingering unease remained due to Chen Ge's past as a murderer. He was torn between gratitude and suspicion. Stop hesitating. Look at the sky. That bat-like creature hasn't left yet. Chen Ge pointed upwards. The creature circled ominously above, evidently searching for an opportunity. Bat monster? Do you recognize it? Yang Zhenghe asked, astonished. No, I just made that name up, Chen Ge replied, though his gaze remained fixed on the creature above. Suddenly, the monstrous creature dove down once more, but this time its target was neither Yang Zhenghe nor Chen Ge. Since Yang Zhenghe wielded a firearm and Chen Ge was exceptionally skilled, it would be challenging to eliminate them. Thus, the creature's focus shifted to Su Wei, who was trapped within the transport vehicle. Xiao Su, run! Yang Zhenghe bellowed, yet Su Wei was paralyzed with fear, clutching his gun tightly, a misfire imminent. Yang Zhenghe raised his weapon and fired 2 shots at the descending beast. However, the range of the police pistol was limited to a mere 150 meters, with an effective range of about 50 meters, rendering it ineffective against the rapidly swooping creature. Before Yang and Chen could react, the monster crashed heavily into the transport vehicle, flipping it over until the door was parallel to the ground. Su Wei, in utter despair, screamed and frantically pulled the trigger of his handgun, exhausting all his ammunition while continuing to fire. As the monster prepared to feast, Yang Zhenghe fired his last bullet, striking the creature's wing. The monstrous wing quivered violently, revealing that it possessed not 1, but 2 pairs of wings. The first pair was meant for flight, while beneath the larger wings lay a smaller, underdeveloped pair, seemingly a vestige of evolution. Suddenly, the creature vibrated its small wings, producing an array of sounds: screams from a car crash, the collision of vehicles, the patter of raindrops, and, astonishingly, human voices. Although muffled, they were indeed human. Incredible! This beast can speak. Yang Zhenghe was taken aback. How can you call yourself a police officer? This is merely a parrot mimicking sounds. The creature likely does not comprehend the meanings of these utterances. Chen Ge removed his coat and wrapped it around his hand. The creature's teeth were razor sharp. Who knew what pathogens they harbored? A cut on his arm would be disastrous. Su Wei, trapped in the vehicle, was in a state of collapse, and it was fortunate that Yang Zhenghe's shot had drawn the creature's attention. Chen Ge surveyed the surroundings and pointed to a nearby hair salon. I will go rescue someone. You go on ahead. Do you see the rolling shutter door at the entrance? Once we both arrive, you must pull it down immediately. With that, Chen Ge strode purposefully toward the creature, which was incessantly vibrating its small wings, producing a cacophony of sounds in an attempt to intimidate him. You son of a... Tianyi sprinted faster, akin to a fierce tiger, and landed a powerful punch on the monster's face. The creature let out a pitiful cry, propelled 2 to 3 meters away. Peering into the vehicle, Chen Ge saw Su Wei trembling uncontrollably from sheer terror. With a swift motion, he slapped Su Wei across the face. The impact felt as if a bear had struck him, nearly knocking him senseless. Yet the pain jolted him back to reality. "Stop gawking. Get out now." Chen Ge offered no opportunity for Su Wei to respond, dragging him out of the vehicle as if he were a chick. At that moment, Yang Zhenghe shouted from distance, "Run!" Quickly, he gestured toward the sky, and Chen Ge turned to see a swarm of creatures akin to the bat-like monster overhead. Countless beasts, all fully formed, descended, their elongated legs covered in black fur, ending in razor-sharp claws. There were at least 1,000 of them. No wonder they say it's the end of the world. Where on earth did these come from? Chen Ge thought, bolting away. Su Wei, lacking Chen Ge's stamina and speed, quickly fell behind. "Don't leave me. Please don't abandon me," Su Wei cried as they ran. The transport vehicle was approximately 20 meters from the hair salon, a distance an adult could cover in mere seconds. However, at that moment, several bat-like creatures had already spotted them, diving down rapidly. Chen Ge reached the salon first, grabbing the rolling shutter door and pulling it down. "Don't close the door," Su Wei screamed in terror. Chen Ge halted the shutter just a foot from the ground. Knowing that if Su Wei failed to reach safety and was caught by the creature, he would not hesitate to shut the door. He had done all he could. He had shown compassion. Just as Su Wei was 3 meters from the shutter, a bat-like monster appeared behind him, claws extended, ready to seize him. No, he was not alone. 3 or 4 more creatures followed closely. Su Wei's mind was consumed by panic, and with a final surge of effort, he lunged forward, the shutter within reach. Chen Ge grasped Su Wei's foot and yanked him inside. Almost instantaneously, Yang Zhenghe slammed the shutter down and locked it tight. The sound of heavy thuds echoed as several monsters crashed against the shutter, but fortunately, it was made of metal, withstanding their force, albeit bending under the impact. If thousands of creatures were to assault it simultaneously, the shutter would eventually give way, leaving them to their doom. Everyone in the room felt a cold sweat, relieved when the monsters only delivered a few initial blows before silence enveloped the outside. The 3 of them were utterly exhausted, and Su Wei, having narrowly escaped, emitted a garbled cry that was neither laughter nor sobbing. Chen Ge quickly covered his mouth. "Be quiet. Do you want to attract the monsters?" The hair salon had no windows, and with the shutter pulled down, the room was plunged into darkness. Yang Zhenghe took out his phone to illuminate the space. Suddenly, Su Wei screamed, pointing to a corner of the salon. "A monster! There's a monster!" Yang Zhenghe hastily raised his gun, even though it was devoid of ammunition. "Don't shoot. We're humans." In the deepest part of the salon stood 2 individuals with their hands raised, fear etched on their faces as they stared at Yang Zhenghe. Chapter 5. Knocking on the door, the 2 individuals at the back of the salon raised their hands. Chen Ge took a quick glance at them. Both were male. The one on the left appeared to be in his 40s, despite his age, sporting earrings and dyed blonde hair, resembling a street thug, holding a professional hair clipper. The younger man on the right was in his mid-20s, not particularly tall, about 170 centimeters, with a slightly plump build, clearly a customer who had come for a haircut. This was evident as half of his hair remained uncut, giving him a comical appearance. Upon realizing that these 2 were human, the trio could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Don't be afraid. We just need to hide for a moment. Apologies." Yang Zhenghe wearily settled onto the ground. The salon had been converted from a garage, with 3 walls and no windows. Normally, it relied on the glass door for light. But now that the shutter was down, darkness enveloped the space. "Is there no light in here?" Yang Zhenghe inquired. The barber cautiously replied, "There is, but for some reason, the power has suddenly gone out." Yang Zhenghe wiped his face in frustration, noticing Su Wei was still gripped by fear, and approached to offer comfort. People possess varying degrees of courage. Although Su Wei was a police officer, he was still human, and confronting such bizarre events was undoubtedly terrifying. To be honest, Yang Zhenghe felt fear himself, but he could not show it now. "Xiao Su, you'll be fine. Those monsters may appear formidable, but do not forget that we are not helpless. The military will surely arrive soon. Against modern weaponry, those creatures are utterly defenseless." Yang Zhenghe's words were not solely directed at Su Wei, but also intended for Chen Ge. Now, the gun he possessed was devoid of bullets. In his younger days, Tusho Yang Zheng was quite the fighter, capable of fending off 3 to 5 assailants with ease. However, as the years have progressed, his physical stamina has considerably waned. If Chen Ge were to resist, he, along with Su Wei, would stand no chance, even with the 2 individuals from the hair salon. Chen Ge pressed his ear against the rolling shutter door, perceiving an eerie silence outside, devoid of any sound. The soundproofing here is rather impressive. By the way, do you have any cigarettes? Chen Ge approached the chubby boy with half a haircut. I don't smoke, the boy replied, shrugging his shoulders. Chen Ge glanced at the barber, who, upon noticing Chen Ge's prison garb, was overwhelmed with fear. The barber hastily retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracted one, and was about to hand it over when Chen Ge snatched the entire pack, revealing that it still contained half a pack. With a cheerful grin, he remarked, "Oh, how considerate, and look, a lighter too." He lit a cigarette from the pack and offered it to the barber as well. Unfortunately, the prison uniform lacked pockets, so Chen Ge casually stashed the remaining cigarettes in his sleeve. The barber dared not reclaim them, and instead inched closer to Yang Zheng. Regardless of the circumstances, law enforcement officers generally exude a greater sense of security than prisoners. "Officer, what exactly is happening outside?" The barber inquired in a hushed tone. Yang Zheng, aiming to maintain composure, replied with a smile, "Rest assured, it's nothing serious. You must trust the people as police and our valiant soldiers." He, too, was unaware of the events unfolding outside. Su Wei finally regained his composure and suddenly turned to Chen Ge. "By the way, what did that bomb suspect say to you?" Yang Zheng recalled that Chen Ge had previously mentioned apocalyptic themes and wondered if he could glean any clues from him. "Don't look at me." That lunatic claimed he had time traveled, stating that the future is already apocalyptic. "As for anything else, I know nothing," Chen Ge said, raising his hands in surrender. Su Wei wore a despondent expression. "I just passed my civil service exam. How can he declare an apocalypse?" Don't heed his nonsensical ramblings. Those monsters may seem fierce, but modern military forces are not something mere flesh and blood can contend with. All those films depicting zombies are pure nonsense. If zombies were to truly emerge, a single battalion could manage them. Yang Zheng exerted himself to stabilize the group's emotions. "Officer, what should we do next?" the barber asked softly. All eyes turned to Yang Zheng, who was also contemplating their next course of action. "We face 2 paths. First, we could return to the police station, where numerous officers and weapons await, ensuring we can withstand any monsters we might encounter. Alternatively, we could head to Kaimin Primary School, where the SWAT team should still be present. Over 100 fully armed special forces would suffice to handle any calamity." Yang Zheng presented the 2 options. Logically, returning to the police station would be more prudent, but the distance was greater. On foot, it would take at least 40 minutes. Kaimin Primary School was closer. The journey took only 5 to 6 minutes by car, even with traffic, and would take no more than 20 minutes on foot. "I propose we head to Kaimin Primary School," Yang Zheng concluded. Upon hearing of a potential escape, a glimmer of survival instinct ignited in everyone's eyes. "When shall we depart?" the barber inquired. "Certainly not now." Su Wei doused their hopes with a cold reality. "The outside is teeming with monsters, and I refuse to venture out. Indeed, the outside is filled with monsters. We shall rest for a night, and if the monsters disperse by morning, I will lead you all out," Yang Zheng assured them. "As long as there remains a glimmer of hope for survival, human potential is boundless." At that moment, Yang Zheng approached Chen Ge. "Chen Ge, would you like to reduce your sentence? I haven't handled your case, nor do I know why you committed murder. But if you can save both me and Su Wei in this perilous moment, it proves you are not a heartless fiend. If we survive, I am willing to testify on your behalf to seek a lenient sentence." Yang Zheng was acutely aware that Chen Ge had killed 8 individuals, making any hope for a reduced sentence utterly impossible. He merely wished to placate Chen Ge, preventing any further disruptions at such a critical juncture. As long as one harbors hope, they are less likely to act recklessly. However, Chen Ge's response was unexpected. "I do not wish to. In this world, death is a release, and I have no regrets about my actions." Yang Zheng found himself momentarily speechless. Thus, the 5 individuals, barber, chubby boy, Yang Zheng, Su Wei, and Chen Ge, fell into a profound silence, quietly seated within the hair salon. Only Yang Zheng occasionally glanced at the time. Time flew by, and soon it was past 7 in the evening. Each person felt drowsy, hungry, and fatigued, yet none voiced complaints. "Captain Yang, do you have any food?" "I feel a bit hypoglycemic," Su Wei murmured. Yang Zheng patted himself down, ultimately finding only a piece of gum, which he handed over. Just as everyone succumbed to a sense of despair, a sudden knocking resonated against the rolling shutter door. Clang, clang, clang. Chapter 6. Debate in an instant. All breath was held within the hair salon. The faintest sound, even a single hair falling to the ground, could be distinctly heard. Under such circumstances, how could anyone be knocking at the door? Although the sound of the knocks was not loud, the prevailing silence rendered every noise excruciatingly pronounced, straining their already frayed nerves. Su Wei, utilizing the dim light from his phone, silently mouthed to Yang Zheng, "Did I mishear?" Yang Zheng extended his index finger, gently pressing it to his lips, and stealthily approached the rolling shutter door, pressing his ear against it to discern any activity outside. Just as he did, a faint knocking reverberated once more, this time accompanied by a woman's cry for help. "Help! Help!" It seemed to be a person. Sweat trickled down Yang Zheng's forehead, given the circumstances. He could not ascertain what, or who, stood outside. The 5 individuals within the salon exchanged uncertain glances, each grappling with indecision. Particularly for Yang Zheng, burdened with heavier psychological weights. If it were indeed a person outside, as a police officer, he could not simply stand by while they perished. Yet, what if it were not a human? In that case, none of them might survive. He internally wrestled with his thoughts. What should I do? Yang Zheng looked at the other 4. Chen Ge also pressed his ear against the rolling shutter door, aside from the profound silence. He could discern the faint sound of a woman weeping. "Captain, do not forget that the monsters attacking us today can mimic various sounds through wing vibrations. It's possible that the cries for help, including the woman's sobs, are merely bait to lure us in," Chen Ge warned, glancing at the barber and the chubby boy. Yang Zheng was already in a state of indecision, and Chen Ge's words further unsettled him. In utter helplessness, he turned his gaze towards Su Wei. "Captain, don't look at me. I have no idea what to do," Su Wei replied. At that moment, the knocking grew more urgent. Yang Zheng ultimately decided on a compromise. "I will open the rolling shutter door, just a crack to assess the situation outside. If it is indeed a person, we shall let her in. If it is a monster, together we should be able to prevent it from entering." Su Wei, lacking initiative, was inclined to follow the leader's command. Chen Ge had no authority either, as he was indifferent to his own fate and resigned to the unfolding events. Just as Yang Zheng prepared to pull up the rolling shutter door, a hand suddenly reached out to press against it. Yang Zheng turned around and was taken aback to find that the one holding down the rolling shutter was none other than the chubby boy. "What do you intend to do? Are you going to stand by and watch her perish?" Yang Zheng demanded. The chubby boy remained remarkably composed. "You just mentioned that the monster can mimic human voices. Does it merely parrot sounds without grasping their meaning? Or can it truly comprehend our words? Is that really important?" "Of course it is. Answer me." The chubby boy faced the team leader of the criminal police with unwavering determination. Yang Zheng himself was uncertain whether the monster could understand human language, leaving him momentarily speechless. "It probably can't," Chen Ge interjected. "When that monster attacked me, it produced a cacophony of sounds, with only snippets of human speech interspersed." The chubby boy nodded. "Then what are you all arguing about? We can simply test it, can't we? Step aside." Yang Zheng felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. After being startled moments ago, he had overlooked such a simple question. If the creature outside was incapable of understanding human language, then by merely posing a few straightforward inquiries, they could ascertain whether it was human or monster. After 2 decades of being a detective, he was astounded that none of the young men remained calm in this critical moment. The chubby boy approached the rolling shutter, cleared his throat, and suddenly asked, "The vast horizon is my love. What comes next?" Even amidst the tense atmosphere, a few individuals in the salon nearly burst into laughter. This was a national-level song. Anyone who wasn't deaf or mute would surely have heard it. "Beneath the gentle green mountains, the flowers are in bloom?" A girl's voice rang out from outside. Everyone collectively exhaled. It was almost certain that the one outside was human, as the lyric had been sung melodiously. No matter how formidable the monsters were, they could not possibly grasp human culture in such a short time. Yang Zheng prepared to pull open the rolling shutter when suddenly, the barber stepped in front of everyone. "What are you all thinking? Why can't you just stay put?" Why do you insist on meddling in others' affairs? Whether that woman outside is alive or dead has nothing to do with us. What if a monster rushes in when you open the door? What if that woman herself is a monster? How can you be so sure that monsters do not listen to songs? Why not just wait until dawn and then head to the police station or school? The barber's face contorted with anxiety. Yang Zhenghe's expression darkened. It was human nature to prioritize one's own safety in perilous situations, which was understandable. I am a police officer. I cannot stand idly by while someone is in danger. Yang Zhenghe asserted, but you must also take responsibility for our lives. The barber retorted, enough of this bickering. With only a handful of us, we cannot afford to squabble. The chubby boy suddenly shouted, since we cannot reach a consensus, let us vote. The majority will prevail. Good idea. Yang Zhenghe clapped his hands. I vote to save her. Xiao Su, what about you? I will follow your lead, Captain Yang. Su Wei hurriedly replied. All right, that makes 2 votes. Yang Zhenghe turned to the other 3. I oppose it. We absolutely cannot open the door, the barber quickly declared. This is my territory, and you should heed my counsel. Now it's 2-1. Tian Yi. Your turn. Yang Zhenghe fixed his gaze on Chen Ge. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Ge stood behind the barber. This time, I side with the barber. It's better for us to stay here until dawn, Chen Ge said. Yang, you are a good person, and we understand your eagerness to save a life. But wagering the lives of 5 for 1 is not a worthwhile gamble. Tian Yi shook lid. Human life is not a transaction. If one must be saved, then all 5 must be saved. Yang Zhenghe shouted vehemently. Do not rush. We still have one last vote. We agree that the minority must yield to the majority. No backing out, Chen Ge stated. Instantly, all eyes were on the chubby boy. He had anticipated that the final decision would rest upon him. After much deliberation, the chubby boy raised his hand and, with a resigned smile, declared, I abstain. Chapter 7. The pregnant woman, I abstain. The chubby boy raised his hand and proclaimed. Upon hearing this, everyone stared at him. Please don't look at me like that. I genuinely do not know what to do. Thus, I leave the decision to you. He concluded, withdrawing from the discussion, adopting a stance of letting fate decide. Yang Zhenghe was taken aback that the situation had returned to square one. Now it's 2-2. You cannot open the door. The barber insisted urgently. Yang Zhenghe closed his eyes and took a deep breath, suddenly pulling out a handgun from his clothing. Upon seeing the gun, the barber shrieked in panic, Comrade, officer, we could discuss this. Please don't point that gun at us. Yang Zhenghe did not aim the weapon at anyone. Instead, he directed it toward his own temple. Captain Yang, what do you mean by this? Su Wei was also alarmed, unable to comprehend Yang Zhenghe's actions. Everyone, in this situation, I understand your instinct to protect yourselves. It is only human nature, and I do not blame you. I propose a plan. In a moment, you will open the rolling shutter by a foot, and I will go see what is knocking outside. If it is a human, I will bring her in. If it is not, you can push me out and then close the shutter. Although I am not particularly formidable, I weigh over 100 pounds. Even if I cannot defeat the monster, at least my sacrifice will satiate it, and I will not burden you. Each word from Yang Zhenghe was resolute and left no room for dispute. Tian Yi sighed. Captain Yang, it must not have been easy to rise to the rank of team leader. Is it truly worth sacrificing yourself for the sake of others? Tian Yi, allow me to ask you, why did you kill 8 people? I cannot believe there was no reason behind it. Do you consider your actions justified? Yang Zhenghe fixed his gaze on Chen Ge. Chen Ge was momentarily taken aback, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. It was worth it, even if given another chance. I would do it all the same. Then I believe what I am doing now is also worthwhile. Open the door. Xiao Su, come here. Yang Zhenghe's eyes were resolute. Su Wei had no choice but to prepare to lift the rolling shutter slightly. Just as Yang Zhenghe was about to peek outside, Chen Ge suddenly pulled him back. Chen Ge, what are you doing? Yang Zhenghe inquired. You should keep your life to lead everyone out. You are a good person, and I admire you. I'm not like you. My life is worthless. If it weren't for this incident, I would be facing execution tomorrow morning. So I have no qualms about this half-day. Chen Ge had already taken long strides toward the door. Yang Zhenghe stood there, dumbfounded, unable to fathom how a murderer like Chen Ge could display such selflessness. The chubby boy and Su Wei worked together to lift the rolling shutter by a foot, barely allowing one person to pass through. Chen Ge lay down to look outside. He had often enjoyed watching horror films, which frequently featured terrifying scenes. He had prepared himself mentally, expecting to perhaps see a bloodied head tumble down as he peered out. However, what he saw was not a severed head, but a pair of feet clad in sneakers. Gradually looking up from the feet, aided by the faint starlight, Chen Ge discerned that it was a woman in her 20s, and significantly, she was heavily pregnant. Upon noticing the rolling shutter opening, the pregnant woman struggled to lower her body and gradually crawled inside. The few individuals in the salon also spotted the pregnant woman. Yang Jinghe and Su Wei combined their efforts to pull her in, while Chen Ge scanned the surroundings to observe the external situation. Outside was eerily silent. Not a sound to be heard, sending shivers down their spines. Chen Ge dared not linger any longer and swiftly retreated. Yang Jinghe immediately pulled down the rolling shutter. It was a close call. What is the situation outside? Yang Jinghe inquired. I don't know. It's too dark, Chen Ge replied, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The barber suddenly suggested, shouldn't we take advantage of the night to leave this place? Look, even a pregnant woman managed to arrive here safely. No way. Both Yang Jinghe and Chen Ge exclaimed in unison. Humans are not nocturnal creatures. Without infrared equipment, if we encounter monsters, we might not even realize how we perished. Furthermore, most beasts possess superior night vision compared to humans, Yang Jinghe explained. Subsequently, everyone's gaze fell upon the pregnant woman. Yang Jinghe reassured her, don't be afraid. I'm a police officer. Can you tell me what is happening outside? The pregnant woman, while sobbing, softly recounted the circumstances beyond. Her name was Yang Tingting, a cashier at a supermarket. When the sky erupted with a deafening noise, she fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, it was already dark, with not a soul in sight on the street, and the usually bustling snack street was shrouded in darkness. She was bewildered by the events, feeling an overwhelming fear as she knocked on doors seeking help, only to be met with silence, save for Yang Jinghe and his group. It's all right. Don't be scared. Tomorrow everything will improve, Yang Jinghe comforted. Everyone must be tired. Let us rest for a while, and tomorrow I will lead you to safety. With Yang Jinghe's words, a sense of calm washed over the group. At that moment, Chen Ge noticed the chubby boy stealthily concealing a pair of hairdressing scissors in his pants. Yang Jinghe helped Yang Tingting lie down. The phone's battery was running low. Only 15 remaining, uncertain if it would last until dawn. Time ticked away, and midnight approached. Although everyone had their eyes closed, it was unclear whether they were truly asleep. Suddenly, Yang Tingting emitted a brief, sharp scream. Yang Jinghe awoke instantly, flipping over to sit up. What happened? What's going on? Chen Ge also opened his eyes immediately. He had not been asleep. The chubby boy was snoring beside them. Yang Tingting pressed a hand against her chest, watching the three men beside her, Su Wei, the barber, and the chubby boy, with apprehension. I felt like someone just touched my chest, Yang Tingting murmured. Yang Jinghe raised an eyebrow, but given the unstable emotions in the room, he refrained from reacting harshly. It's all right. You may have misinterpreted. Yang Tingting lowered her head, whispering. Despite her pronounced pregnancy, she was quite attractive, with a commendable figure, which might inadvertently stir inappropriate thoughts. Yang Jinghe inhaled deeply, offering reassurance. It's fine. They wouldn't dare to go too far. Yang Tingting nodded and lay down once more. Yang Jinghe, exhausted from the day's events, closed his eyes again, slipping into a light slumber. Meanwhile, Chen Ge, aided by the faint glow of his phone, observed the barber reaching out toward Yang Tingting. In the dim light, her body shivered slightly, yet she remained silent, enduring the unsettling touch. Chapter 8. Anxious this day felt like a surreal dream. The bombers, the end of the world, and monsters only seen in films were all etched in memory. Chen Ge sat in the hairdressing chair. He managed to stay awake for the first half of the night. But by 1 in the morning, Yang Jinghe's phone finally died. The salon was plunged into darkness once more. At that moment, everyone had succumbed to deep sleep. Chen Ge, too, felt the weight of fatigue as his eyelids grew heavy. He was unaware of when he dozed off, but upon waking again, a sliver of dim light seeped through the gap in the rolling shutter. Yang Jinghe had awakened early, realizing his phone was dead. He checked the time on Su Wei's phone, 5:15 a.m. Everyone, wake up, Yang Jinghe urged, rousing each person. Today, he intended to lead them to a safer location. After all, they could not remain in the salon. There was no food or water, and being trapped here would lead to a dead end. The chubby boy rubbed his eyes, red veins visible in his sclera. Each person's spirit and resolve were nearing their limits. The 6 of them had been confined in this small, dark space for over 17 hours. Prolonged confinement could warp their sanity. Everyone, let us gather ourselves. I will take you to the school today. There are hundreds of armed police there, and the school cafeteria has ample food supplies. We will surely escape this crisis. Perhaps the military has already been deployed and has cleared the monsters. Yang Jinghe continued to rally the group, hoping to uplift their spirits. Yang Tingting clutched her belly, seemingly unwell. Yang Jinghe quietly inquired a few questions, but she merely shook her head in response. The chubby boy glanced around, suddenly raising his hand to ask, "Don't you find it strange?" Yang Jinghe paused. "What seems odd?" The chubby boy pointed at Yang Jinghe, saying, "You're the first." Then he pointed at Su Wei, Chen Ge, and Yang Tingting, 2, 3, 4 plus me 5. If my memory serves me correctly, there were 6 of us. Where has the barber gone? The already dim lights felt even more obscured, and having just awakened, their minds were still clouded. After the chubby boy's reminder, Yang Jinghe realized that they were indeed missing a person. An icy sweat broke out on everyone's backs. What the heck is going on? Su Wei's face turned pale with fear. How could one person just vanish suddenly? Did he sneak away while we were sleeping? Su Wei Guetstein, impossible. Do you remember his reaction when we opened the door to rescue him last night? He was terrified to open it. A person so timid wouldn't dare leave alone in the dark, the chubby boy replied, pulling out his phone to switch on the flashlight, hoping to find the barber hiding in a corner. However, the salon was small enough that one could see across it at a glance. The rolling shutter remained closed, and a living person had simply disappeared. An eerie chill enveloped everyone. Could a person really evaporate like water? Or had a monster stealthily entered last night and taken the barber away? Who will check the restroom? We haven't searched there yet, the chubby boy suggested. Yang Jinghe took a deep breath and cautiously approached. The restroom was barely a square meter, separated by a wooden door containing only a toilet. Yang Jinghe anxiously opened the door, hoping that the timid barber had simply gone to relieve himself. Creak! The wooden door swung open, revealing nothing inside. What the hell? Su Wei's face turned ghostly pale. Chen Ge meticulously scanned the surroundings for any hidden compartments or passages, but after searching thoroughly, he found nothing. That left only 2 possibilities. First, the barber had sneaked away while everyone was asleep. This was nearly impossible, as leaving the garage required opening the rolling shutter, which was loud enough to wake everyone. Moreover, the barber had no reason to leave alone. Therefore, only the second possibility remained, a possibility that no one wished to acknowledge. Last night, after everyone had fallen into slumber, a monstrous entity infiltrated this salon and abducted the barber. The sheer terror of a completely unknown creature sneaking in while one is deep in sleep sent shivers down the spine of everyone present. Suddenly, Chen Ge burst into the restroom, retrieving a large bundle of black material from the trash can. The dim lighting of the room, coupled with the uncertainty in everyone's hearts, rendered them oblivious to the fact that there was something in the bin. Upon unfolding it, they discovered it was a set of clothing, a pair of jeans accompanied by a half-sleeve shirt. This style seemed strikingly familiar. Wasn't it the barber's attire? The chubby one remarked. I distinctly remember he wore this outfit when I visited him for a haircut yesterday. Do you think a monster would strip him before devouring him? Moreover, if he had indeed been consumed, why was there not a single scream? Yang Jinghe found himself engulfed in confusion, despite having served as a detective for 20 years. The current situation had transcended the realm of criminal investigation. 6 individuals had been sleeping in a confined space, and upon awakening, only 5 remained. With the missing barber's clothing discovered in the restroom, have you considered another possibility? Chen Ge suddenly proposed. What if the barber never left this room at all? Yang Jinghe struggled to grasp the implication of his words. The chubby one quickly understood Chen Ge's insinuation. Are you suggesting that one of the remaining 5 is the unknown monster? This statement rooted fear deep within each individual's heart. The 5 stood at different corners, anxiously scrutinizing one another. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. All right, everyone, let us first prove our humanity, the chubby one suggested. How do we do that? Su Wei inquired. Su Wei, let me ask you something. What were the names of the 2 prisoners we transported yesterday? Yang Jinghe pressed. Su Wei hesitated, then swiftly recollected, we didn't transport any prisoners yesterday. I can vouch for his authenticity, Yang Zhenghe affirmed. Yang, what is your daughter's name? Sue queried. I have only one son, no daughter, Yang Zhenghe replied. I can attest to his truthfulness as well. The two officers found themselves united once more. Chen Ge, what was the name of the bomb suspect who drowned yesterday? Yang Zhenghe asket. Lu Jun, let me clarify. He committed suicide by jumping off a building, not by drowning, Chen Ge responded. The three of them simultaneously exonerated themselves, their gazes landing on the chubby one and Yang Tingting. Chapter 9. The face tumor. The chubby one waved his hands in panic. Don't look at me like that. It's quite terrifying. If anyone here is most suspect, I recall someone only arrived in the middle of the night yesterday. Aren't you curious why a pregnant woman could come here unscathed? Yang Zhenghe had long harbored suspicions, but being a girl and pregnant, Yang Tingting had appeared so pitiful that she was easily overlooked. I have another question. My friends, have you ever seen a pregnant woman? The chubby one asked. Chen Ge and Su Wei were both single and had no girlfriends, thus had never encountered a pregnant woman. Yang Zhenghe, however, began to furrow his brow, staring intently at Yang Tingting, stepping back slightly. Judging by her belly, she must be 6 or 7 months along. Typically, during this period, pregnancy symptoms are quite severe. Dizziness and nausea are common. Yet, did she vomit even once throughout the night? The chubby one stepped back as well. I find this rather peculiar. Tian Yi remarqued. Last night, I witnessed that barber making inappropriate advances towards her, yet she remained silent. I initially thought she was merely too afraid to speak in such an environment. But upon awakening this morning, the barber had vanished. We all slept quite soundly in the latter half of the night. Who knows what transpired? All four individuals focused their attention on Yang Tingting, her presence being inherently suspicious. What was happening outside? Was it the apocalypse? Why was a pregnant woman at the door? Logically, one would seek refuge at home when faced with danger. Yesterday, everyone had been paralyzed with fear, and combined with Yang Zhenghe's insistence, they had overlooked these details. Miss, we do not mean to put you in a difficult position. Given the current ambiguity, please lift your clothing to reveal your belly. The chubby one slowly advanced. Yang Tingting suddenly became highly agitated, seizing a bottle of shampoo and hurling it at him, striking him on the head. What are you doing? Don't come any closer. Why are you bullying a girl? Yang Tingting's emotions surged, and as she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Yang Zhenghe hurriedly reassured her, do not be afraid. We mean you no harm. I assure you, in the name of the police, you will not be harmed. Yang Tingting appeared exceedingly agitated, trembling uncontrollably, her suppressed fear erupting. You were the last person to interact with the barber last night. Do you know where he went? Yang Zhenghe inquired. Yang Tingting seemed a completely different person compared to the timid and cowardly individual from yesterday. She now exuded an unsettling nervousness. All right, come here. I will only speak to you. Yang Tingting clutched her chest with both hands, cautiously watching the others. Just as Yang Zhenghe was about to approach, Chen Ge seized his arm. I sense something is amiss, Chen Ge whispered. It's fine. What can a woman do to me? Yang Zhenghe was determined to maintain calm among the group, and slowly, he approached Yang Tingting. The chubby one slipped his hand into his pocket, concealing a pair of scissors. Chen Ge retreated beside the barber chair, ready to hurl it should any unforeseen circumstance arise. Yang Zhenghe cautiously advanced, grasping the hem of Yang Tingting's clothing, gradually lifting it. However, the moment the fabric began to rise, his pupils dilated in horror, his expression transforming into one of sheer terror. Su Wei, positioned at the back, could not discern the situation clearly, but the chubby one and Chen Ge bore witness to a nightmarish sight. Yang Tingting's protruding belly was no fetus. It was a grotesque tumor the size of a volleyball. This tumor was dark brown, riddled with nodules and swollen protrusions, with countless blood vessels extending deep into Yang Tingting's body. The most horrifying aspect was that the tumor bore a fist-sized eye, its pupil rolling about wildly. Witnessing this scene sent chills down the spine of everyone present. Suddenly, a face emerged from the tumor, contorted in agony, and several individuals managed to recognize it as the barber's visage. What the hell? Chen Ge swung the barber chair towards Yang Tingting, striking her on the head. Chen Ge possessed immense strength, and with the weight of the chair, it caved in half of Yang Tingting's skull. Yet, shockingly, not a drop of blood flowed, nor was brain matter visible. The interior was hollow, revealing only fine black tendrils that crawled along Yang Tingting's veins. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Ge could hardly remain oblivious. No wonder this woman strutted down the apocalyptic street with such audacity. She had long since been assimilated by the monstrosities. The parasitic tumor suddenly split open, revealing a gaping maw from which oozed a thick, dark liquid. In an instant, a black, tongue-like appendage erupted from the tumor's mouth, piercing through Yang Jinghe's chest. His eyes widened in horror as he trembled, desperately trying to extract the appendage, but his limbs were rendered immobile, as if his very bones were melting away. He could never have anticipated that his moment of compassion would ultimately lead to his demise. How absurd! The timid, rotund figure hastily pulled out a concealed pair of scissors, severing the parasitic tongue in one swift motion, causing dark liquid to splatter everywhere. As it hit the ground, a hissing sound echoed, signaling the corrosive nature of the liquid. Chen Ge once again lifted the barber's chair, striking it mercilessly against Yang Tingting's back. With a resounding crack, her spine shattered, yet not a flicker of pain crossed her face. She had become utterly numb, merely extending her hands to protect the parasitic tumor cradled in her arms. Incessantly murmuring, "My child, my child." Infuriated, the stout figure brandished the scissors and lunged forward, plunging them into the tumor. Chen Ge swung the barber's chair with all his might, reducing the grotesque mass to a pulpy mush. Even Yang Tingting was left unrecognizable, prompting him to cast aside the chair and collapse to the ground, panting heavily. Only Su Wei remained in a state of bewilderment, trembling as he crawled over to assess Yang Jinghe's injuries. "Captain Yang, Captain Yang, please wake up. What'll I do if you die? Captain Yang." Chapter 10. Yang Jinghe. My name is Yang Jinghe, and I am a police officer. They say that before one dies, they can see a lantern of memories flashing before their eyes. The figures before me now must be those cherished memories. First, I must apologize, for I have spoken untruths. During our mutual verification of each other's humanity, I claimed to have a son. Indeed, I once had a son, but he perished 7 years ago. Being a police officer, especially a criminal investigator, inevitably leads to making enemies. I remember this case began 8 years ago. At that time, there were no campaigns against organized crime. Particularly in this small locale, gangs thrived. Li Chunmei, a 56-year-old laid-off factory worker, found it difficult to secure employment in the city at her age. She scraped together enough money to purchase a small tricycle, traversing the streets to collect scrap materials to supplement her family's income. Chen Ge, the owner of a local nightclub, had dozens of subordinates and reportedly some connections. Initially, these two individuals had no reason to intersect, but one fateful day, after indulging in alcohol, Chen Ge, with his mistress in tow, sped through the streets and struck Li Chunmei as she was returning home from collecting scrap. Had Chen Ge taken her to the hospital and offered some compensation, this incident might have been forgotten. However, the self-proclaimed gang leader did not take her to the hospital. Instead, he exited his vehicle and brutally assaulted Li Chunmei with an iron rod until she lay motionless. Only then did he drive over her lifeless body, departing without a second glance. Soon after, the police received a report, and by the time I arrived, Li Chunmei had already succumbed. Her husband and son wept inconsolably by her side, demanding that justice be served against the perpetrator. Chen Ge was swiftly apprehended, yet he adamantly claimed that it was not he but one of his subordinates who was driving, insisting that this was merely a traffic accident, not murder. The details of the courtroom proceedings, including any influential figures involved, were beyond my purview as a mere detective. Ultimately, the verdict was rendered. The subordinate who took the blame received a 5-year prison sentence, and Chen Ge compensated Li Chunmei's family with a substantial sum. Everyone presumed the matter concluded, yet Li Chunmei's family could not accept such an outcome and resolutely appealed. Unfortunately, due to insufficient evidence, the original ruling was upheld. Li Chunmei's son, Zhao Long, a diligent young man working in a factory, was devastated by his mother's death and refused to accept the court's decision. Faced with the wealthy and well-connected Chen Ge, the path to justice appeared hopeless. Zhao Long, a machinist, crafted a 2-foot-long machete and secretly followed Chen Ge for over 3 months, waiting for an opportunity to strike. One night, inebriated, Chen Ge parked his luxury vehicle in a parking lot and staggered home. Zhao Long trailed him all the way to his residence. Despite his wild lifestyle, Chen Ge was a loving husband and father to a 9-year-old daughter. Seizing the moment as Chen Ge opened the door, Zhao Long rushed inside, unleashing a flurry of blows with the machete, leaving Chen Ge unrecognizable. In his bloodlust, Zhao Long did not spare Chen Ge's wife and daughter either. Once the frenzy subsided, he gazed at the carnage in horror and fled with his father back to their hometown. The police, however, were not oblivious. They quickly traced the incident back to Zhao Long, and I was the one assigned to apprehend him. I vividly recall the moment I pinned Zhao Long to the ground, while his elderly father pleaded with the officers to let them go, insisting that his son was ridding society of evildoers. Why have you turned him into a murderer? Why didn't you arrest those who kill my wife? I was at a loss for words, unable to respond. Having spent many years in the station, I understood that the complexities of these matters could not be simplified into a few sentences. Eventually, after a trial and subsequent appeals, Zhao Long was sentenced to death. I believed that this was the end of the story. However, I could never have anticipated that it would serve as the catalyst for everything to come. 3 months later, during the National Day holiday, I went to pick up my son from the station after his school break, but he was nowhere to be found. Instead, I received a phone call. "Officer Yang, do you remember me? Your son is in my custody." Upon hearing that voice, my heart plummeted. It was Zhao Long's father. "What do you want? Are you demanding money? Name your price, and I will gather it." The derisive laughter on the other end replied, "Officer Yang, do you think money holds any value for me? I wish to speak with you, just you and I." He then provided an address. As a criminal investigator, I immediately reported the situation to my team, which took it very seriously, surrounding the location without delay. Yet, upon seeing Zhao Long's father and my son, my blood ran cold. Both were bound with explosives, ready to detonate at the slightest misstep. "Mr. Zhao, I understand your pain, but this matter has nothing to do with the child. Your son is the criminal I apprehended. If you seek revenge, come after me and release the child." Gazing into my son's terrified eyes nearly shattered my heart. "Moreover, you must trust the law. Your son killed 3 people, one of whom was a 9-year-old child. No matter how you look at it, he deserves the death penalty. How can you not comprehend this? If everyone were like him, would it not plunge the world into chaos?" Zhao Long's father merely laughed, a chilling laughter that sent shivers down one's spine. The wealthy can kill and find someone to take the blame, serving only a few years before emerging anew. My son, however, faces the death penalty for the same crime. This is the law you speak of. The law is tailored for the poor, and now I see it clearly. Officer Yang, do you know why I summoned you? I wish to witness your son being blown to pieces before your very eyes. Let your law judge me." With that, this honest farmer, who had lived a life of simplicity, ignited the fuse without a hint of hesitation. "Dad, this was the last time he would call me that." Then the bomb exploded. In that instant, I finally understood what it meant for the sky to collapse. My world crumbled, and so did his. I also grasped why this old Zhao was reluctant to reason. All reasoning exists to ensure one lives well. Yet, his heart longed for death. I cannot claim to be a good officer, but I am certainly not a good father. From that moment onward, guilt for my son filled my heart every waking moment. Only when I helped others did this guilt wane slightly. Over time, it developed into a psychological affliction, a strong inclination towards self-destruction. I would rather suffer myself than witness others in pain. Thus, when I heard a woman knocking outside the roll-up door, I opened it without a second thought. Little did I know, this would mark the end of my life. My name is Yang Jinghe. My story is complete. Let it be. Chapter 11. Supplies. Su Wei continuously shook Yang Jinghe's body, attempting to awaken him, but a thumb-sized hole in Yang's chest told a different tale. The tongue of the parasitic tumor had pierced his heart, and even divine intervention would not save him. Su Wei attempted to perform CPR, but as he pressed down, Yang's chest caved in like a biscuit, causing Su Wei to scream in terror and retreat in a panic. Chen Ge picked up a comb, fiddling with Yang Tingting's lifeless body, only to discover it had become a hollow shell, its organs entirely drained, surrounded by tiny black tendrils that extended from the parasitic tumor, infiltrating Yang Tingting's blood vessels. By now, the parasitic tumor had been crushed, and these tendrils had lost their vitality. "Captain Yang is beyond salvation. Look at this black liquid." The chubby boy pointed at the corrosive substance on the floor, which had created small pits. Though the toxicity of the liquid was uncertain, The fact that so much had been injected into Captain Yang's heart meant death was inevitable. Even his physical structure had been eroded. Otherwise, Su Wei could not have breached his chest so easily. The rapidity of these events was overwhelming. Just last night, there had been 6 of them, and now, upon waking, only 3 remained. As for what transpired last night, the 3 could only speculate. The barber had behaved inappropriately, taking advantage of Yang Tingting's meekness, inadvertently awakening the parasitic tumor within her. This entity's tendrils could invade a person's body, spreading through the bloodstream, rendering the barber utterly silent, ultimately consumed as sustenance for the tumor. Yang Tingting likely retained her faculties upon entering the salon, but after a night, she had succumbed entirely to the tumor's control. Su Wei sobbed nearby. What kind of world is this? I worked hard to become a police officer, and now it feels like the apocalypse. In contrast to Su Wei's breakdown, the other 2 remained composed. What do we do now? The chubby boy inquired. How should I know? Chen Ge replied, lighting a cigarette he had procured from the barber. Little did he expect that in the blink of an eye, the barber would be gone. Hey, you over there, officer. What should we do next? Chen Ge asked, but Su Wei was on the verge of collapse, helpless. All right, we can't rely on him. Should we stay or venture out? Chen Ge looked at the chubby boy. Of course we should go out. Aren't you hungry? I am starving, the chubby boy exclaimed. At this rate, we won't need to worry about monsters. We'll just starve to death. Chen Ge approached the roll-up door, inhaling deeply. No one knew what awaited them outside. If a horde of unknown monsters rushed in, they would be doomed. Su Wei, seeing them about to open the door, urgently intervened. Are you mad? Who knows how many monsters lurk outside? If we open that door, we're all dead. I don't care if you 2 want to die. I want to live. The chubby boy calmly replied, Officer, please remain calm. This place is no longer safe. First, it is utterly insecure here. Additionally, look at the black liquid on the ground. It must be highly toxic. The liquid will evaporate, and before long, this space will be filled with poison. Do you prefer to wait here to die, or come with us? Think carefully. Before Su Wei could decide, Chen Ge had already pulled open the roll-up door. As the door clattered open, blinding sunlight poured in. Seeing the sun again, the chubby boy smiled. It was marvelous they could still bask in sunlight. Outside, a profound silence enveloped the street. No humans or monsters were in sight, as if the city had transformed into a ghost town. Only the morning sun at 6 o'clock shone upon the land, with the police fence still resting against the guardrail. Hey, are there any weapons in the van? Chen Ge inquired. Su Wei stiffly nodded. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ge strode over. And although Su Wei wanted to call out to him, Chen Ge had already entered the police van, rummaging through it. Finally, he emerged with 2 tactical vests. The vests were equipped with batons, pepper spray, radios, body cameras, and handcuffs. Chen Ge drew the baton, feeling its weight. Despite its modest power, it was certainly preferable to being empty-handed. The radio and body camera were non-functional, likely due to the creature's advanced technology. After donning the tactical vest, Chen Ge tossed the other set to the chubby boy, who readily put it on. What about me? Su Wei asked softly. Don't you have a gun? Chen Ge replied. That gun has long been out of bullets. It's useless, Su Wei exclaimed. Give me something for self-defense. Chen Ge tossed the pepper spray from the tactical vest to Su Wei. Gentlemen, I believe our immediate priority is to find food. The chubby boy raised his hand, asserting, Didn't Yang Tingting mention she was a supermarket cashier? If she could walk here while heavily pregnant, the supermarket can't be far. Shall we search for it? I agree. Su Wei immediately raised his hand, having gone a day and night without food, and was beginning to experience hypoglycemia. If left untreated, it would soon be fatal. The 3 cautiously approached the street, and fortune smiled upon them. They eventually stumbled upon a dilapidated supermarket. Chen Ge entered first, confirming the absence of any living beings before beckoning the chubby boy and Su Wei inside. The supermarket was in disarray, a testament to the chaos of the previous day. Yet many sealed food items remained edible, and they even found bottled mineral water. The 3 individuals, consumed by an insatiable hunger, paid little heed to their surroundings as they indulged in food and drink, oblivious to the nature of their sustenance, content merely to fill their bellies. The chubby boy wandered over to the section of the supermarket where educational supplies were sold, retrieving 3 large backpacks. We should carry extra food and water. Who knows when we might next have a proper meal, he remarked. Meanwhile, Chen Ge ventured to the kitchenware aisle, selecting several sharp kitchen knives, though short. They wielded far greater lethality than a mere baton. Simultaneously, he procured a few mop handles, fashioning 3 makeshift long weapons by binding the knives to the poles with tape. Come, come. Behold the extraordinary artifact I have discovered. The chubby boy suddenly burst into laughter, brandishing a fire axe. Upon seeing the axe, Chen Ge felt a pang of inadequacy regarding the knives in his possession. For them, this indeed qualified as a remarkable weapon. The chubby boy handed the axe to Chen Ge, saying, "I'm not particularly skilled in combat. You take it." Without hesitation, Chen Ge grasped the fire axe. Instantly feeling a surge of security, Su Wei quietly inquired, "So where should we go now? Should we follow the original plan to head to the school, or return to the police station directly?" Chen Ge countered, "You are the officer. You understand the situation better than we do. Where do you think we should go?" Su Wei, at a loss, found himself lacking direction. He had always followed Yang Zheng and Ma, but with Captain Yang deceased, he was utterly uncertain about their next steps. Perhaps we should still head to the school? There are more people there. Reuniting with a larger group would certainly be safer, Su Wei tentatively suggested. He remained wary of Chen Ge, aware that he was a genuine killer, and feared he might turn violent towards him. Before Chen Ge could respond, the chubby boy whispered, "Haven't you all seen movies about the apocalypse? The more people there are, the greater the danger." Su Wei could only look to Chen Ge, realizing that he had unconsciously become the most authoritative voice within their small group. "I believe we should indeed go to the school. The current situation is unclear, and being with armed personnel is our safest bet," Chen Ge asserted. "All right, since we've decided, let us not waver. Once we've eaten our fill, we'll head to the school together," the chubby boy stated. "By the way, I still don't know your names." "E.M. Su Wei, E.M. Tian Yi." "A murderer." Chen Ge spoke candidly, unbothered by his identity. "Aren't you afraid of getting caught by the police, being a murderer and all?" the chubby boy asked in astonishment. Chen Ge merely smiled and replied, "What's your name? In this apocalypse, names don't matter. Just call me Chubby," he responded. Chen Ge observed that this young man, who called himself Chubby, was not particularly overweight, standing around 7 meters tall and weighing approximately 140 jin, merely slightly plump. "By the way, I have another question. Do you think it's just our city that has turned into this nightmarish scenario, or is the entire world in disarray? If it's just our city, we should leave immediately. And why have these creatures appeared? Haven't you pondered this?" Chubby continued, "Have you seen the movie The Mist? In it, the army conducts an experiment that inadvertently opens a portal to another world," he suggested quietly. "Stop watching too many sci-fi movies. If it were that easy to open a portal to another dimension, humanity would have already faced chaos. I suspect those creatures may have escaped from that laboratory." Tian Yi remarqued. "By the way, Officer Su, being part of the system, do you know any insider information?" Su Wei replied with a bitter smile. "I'm just a lowly officer. How could I know so much? If I did, I would be trapped in a hair salon." As the three engaged in conversation while consuming their food, they continued until they could eat no more. Chubby filled the 3 backpacks to the brim with provisions and fresh water, sufficient for at least 3 to 4 days. With their hunger satiated, their strength restored to its peak, it was time to embark on their journey. Chen Ge led the way, wielding the fire axe, while Chubby brandished the mop handle with a knife spear in the middle, and Su Wei followed at the rear with his pepper spray and kitchen knife. Not a word was spoken among them, lest their voices attract some bizarre entity. After about 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at an intersection, when suddenly Chubby pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Look, what is that in the sky?" Su Wei and Chen Ge simultaneously looked up, their expressions frozen in astonishment. The street was flanked by towering buildings, blocking out sunlight and obscuring their view of the sky. However, upon exiting the street, they finally beheld a black hole on the horizon. This black hole was not a cosmic body, but rather a vast, dark void, hanging ominously in the southern sky. Due to the distance, they could not gauge its diameter, but compared to the sun, it seemed to be roughly 10 times larger. The scene was both surreal and fantastical. "It feels like a game texture," Chubby mused to himself. Unfamiliar with gaming terminology, Chen Ge inquired, "What do you mean?" Chubby explained, "It feels as though this thing exists in a different dimension, visible, yet eternally unreachable. Do you remember that loud noise from yesterday? Could it be that the sky has torn open a hole?" Tian Yi pondered alut. This question left them without an answer. Chubby quietly remarked, Doesn't this scene resemble something from mythology? Hearing this, both Chen Ge and Su Wei simultaneously recalled a well-known myth, exclaiming, Nuwa mending the sky? Could it be possible that Nuwa was not mending the sky, but rather a dimensional rift? Those bizarre creatures in mythology emerged from such rifts? Nuwa first repaired the rift, then led the people of her time to vanquish the monsters, resulting in a later era of peace and prosperity. Chubby grew increasingly animated in his theories. All right, let us return to reality. If we can't make it to the school, it doesn't matter if the sky has a hole or not, Chen Ge interjected, grounding them once more. He clearly remembered that from the school to the hair salon, he had spent just over 10 minutes in the police vehicle, meaning they could walk there in approximately 20 to 30 minutes at most. Thus, as long as they encountered no unexpected events, they would reunite with a larger group within 20 minutes. While the black hole in the sky was indeed a spectacle, it was of lesser importance than ensuring a safe night's rest. The three proceeded along the route taken by the police vehicle, moving swiftly forward. After 20 minutes of walking, Su Wei finally spotted the entrance to the former Kaiman primary school. Just as he was about to step forward, Chen Ge and Chubby suddenly pulled him back. I sensed something strange about the atmosphere here. Chubby gripped his spear tightly. Are you certain there are hundreds of special police officers here? Why is it so quiet? Chapter 13. The school. As soon as Chen Ge departed from the beauty salon, he felt an eerie atmosphere enveloping the city. Although it was not a large metropolis, the urban population numbered around 600,000. Yet astonishingly, they had not encountered a single soul. Not even the bat-like creatures that had attacked them the previous day were in sight. The entire city exuded a morbid stillness, as if tens of thousands of people had vanished overnight without a trace. As for the school before them, one might assume that the 100 or so elite special police officers stationed there could maintain silence. However, one must remember that this was a school, not only housing those officers who had not managed to retreat, but also several hundred elementary students and teachers. Anyone acquainted with the teaching profession knows how challenging it is to keep hundreds of children quiet. Yet, the primary school, Kaimen Shaoshui, was eerily silent, devoid of even the faintest sound apart from the wind. This was highly unusual and defied all logic. Should we go inside? The plump boy asked cautiously. Su Wei turned to Chen Ge. Despite being a police officer, he was equally uncertain about the course of action. Chen Ge too was at a loss, and the three of them exchanged anxious glances, the weight of their decision pressing heavily upon them. A single misstep could lead to their demise. Chen Ge was beginning to grasp why the army asserted that all roads lead to despair. This situation was indeed desolate. How about you shout into the school? If someone responds, we'll enter. If not, I think it's best we refrain from going in, Chen Ge suggested, gripping the fire axe tightly. The world had become incomprehensible to them. What was the nature of that colossal black hole in the sky, larger than the sun? Human science certainly could not elucidate it. Taking a deep breath, the plump boy stood at the school's entrance and shouted towards the academic building. Is anyone alive? If you are, make a sound. His voice echoed harshly in the silent city, reverberating between the buildings and lingering in the air. The three of them remained tense, fixated on the teaching building. But half a minute passed without a response. Let us go. There is something strange here. Either the special police have taken the children to safety, or something has gone awry, Chen Ge declared. 100 fully armed and well-trained special police officers represented a formidable force. They had faced 2 attacks over the past 2 days, first from that bizarre bat creature, and then from a parasitic tumor. While these monsters were indeed peculiar, they were not invincible. A volley of bullets could obliterate the bat creature, and the parasitic tumor was hardly capable of standing up to direct confrontation. It seemed most plausible that these officers had escorted the children to a safer location. What a wasted effort, Chen Ge lamented, just as the trio was about to leave. The window on the 4th floor of the teaching building suddenly swung open, and a figure leaned out, waving at them. Chen Ge, possessing the keenest eyesight, quickly discerned that the person was clad in a tactical uniform, unmistakably one of the special police officers who had not retreated the previous day. Seeing someone, the three of them finally exhaled in relief. He finally encountered a living person, the plump boy exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. They lowered their guard and hurried into the school. The teaching building comprised 6 stories, with first graders occupying the 1st floor, second graders the 2nd, and so forth. Chen Ge had anticipated that the place would bear the scars of an attack, expecting chaos within the classrooms. However, to his astonishment, each room was impeccably tidy, devoid of any disorder. It appeared that Kai-Min Xiao Shui had not been assaulted by those monsters at all. Wait, let us barricade the main entrance. It would be disastrous if a monster were to enter through there, Chen Ge advised. The school was lacking in many respects, but it certainly had an abundance of desks and chairs. Yet, when they attempted to use the classroom furniture to block the door, they discovered that not a single set of desks and chairs could be found. Are all the children in this elementary school standing for classes? The plump boy wondered aloud. The three of them split up to search several classrooms, but found no sets of furniture, which was indeed peculiar. Let us not dwell on this any longer. We should hurry and regroup with the main force and leave this cursed place. Su Wei, nearing the brink of madness, just wanted to find a safe haven, enjoy a warm meal, and get some restful sleep, dismissing all other concerns. Su Wei pressed the elevator button, but it yielded no response. With no other option, they hastened up to the 4th floor. Chen Ge and the plump boy exchanged glances, both sensing the strangeness of the school. Hey, Chen Ge, the plump boy whispered. Under what circumstances would a school lack desks and chairs? Unless this school has no students, the plump boy replied. Faced once again with the teaching building, they felt an inexplicable chill. Fear was futile. They had come this far, and the outside world offered no guarantee of safety. The plump boy steeled himself and followed Su Wei to the 4th floor, with Chen Ge trailing behind, remaining vigilant until he reached the 4th floor. Upon arrival, he found Su Wei and the plump boy curiously searching for something. What are you two doing? Where did that police officer go? Chen Ge inquired. We're curious too. That officer should have been in this classroom. Where did he vanish in the blink of an eye? He didn't even come to escort us, the plump boy exclaimed. Looking up, they noticed a door plate indicating class 4 to 3. Only this classroom had its window open, affirming that they had not misjudged. The officer had indeed beckoned to them from there. However, it was illogical that they had failed to meet face to face, and in an instant, the officer had disappeared. The plump boy suddenly suggested, do you think that officer might not have been human? Perhaps he was a ghost. He wasn't signaling us. He was urging us to flee. Despite it being summer, the plump boy's words sent shivers down Su Wei and Chen Ge's spines. That's too bizarre. Isn't it? I feel something is off. Should we leave quickly? The plump boy urged. Su Wei was reluctant, after finally encountering a colleague. It seemed reckless to leave so soon. Chen Ge approached the wall and gently ran his hand along it. Come over and see what this is, he called to them. They noticed a series of small, round holes in the wall, each about the thickness of a pinky finger. Su Wei's expression shifted dramatically. As a police officer, he recognized these as bullet holes. In other words, a battle had occurred in this very classroom. Moreover, Chen Ge noticed that this classroom also lacked desks and chairs. This place is definitely off. We must leave. Chapter 14. The strange Chen Ge had come to realize that something was amiss in this school. Their entry had been prompted by the sight of a special police officer waving to them from the 4th floor, leading them to mistakenly believe they were joining the main force, which caused them to let their guard down. Logically, upon seeing newcomers, someone should have come to greet them. Moreover, Su Wei, being a police officer, and Chen Ge, clad in prison garb, should have drawn attention. Yet upon arriving at the 4th floor, they encountered no one, and the bullet holes in the wall indicated that an attack had transpired, with gunfire having erupted within that room. Most importantly, this school was supposed to host at least 500 or 600 students, alongside numerous teachers and staff, not to mention the hundreds of special police officers. Yet, after spending so much time inside, why had they seen not a single person? Not even the faintest sound of life reached their ears. Chen Ge questioned. In summary, something feels amiss. We must leave at once. The plump boy anxiously surveyed his surroundings, clutching tightly onto a spear fashioned from a kitchen knife and a mop handle. Only Su Wei remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Noticing the plump boy and Chen Ge preparing to depart, he hurriedly intercepted them, asking, where are you two headed? We've finally located the main group. This place is problematic. Let us first vacate, Chen Ge replied. But the outside might not be safe either. Su Wei Gao De. Everyone must be hiding on the rooftop or higher floors. If we ascend just 2 more levels, we will undoubtedly find the main group, and then we shall be safe. With that, Su Wei began climbing to the 5th floor, yet neither Chen Ge nor the plump boy followed him. If you wish to court death, Be my guest. I shall not accompany you. The plump boy offered Su Wei no face, opting instead to part ways and descend the stairs. Su Wei felt a flush of embarrassment and turned to Chen Ge. Chen Ge, do not forget you are still a prisoner, Su Wei warned in a threatening tone. Then, I am a fugitive now. Come and catch me if you can, Chen Ge retorted, following the plump boy as they prepared to leave the eerie school. Su Wei's face twitched. Had he possessed such courage, he would have acted already. Observing the eerie silence of the fifth-floor staircase and glancing at the retreating figures of Chen Ge and the plump boy, he jested, "Why are you two still upset? Wait for me." Su Wei hurriedly pursued them. In perilous situations, being alone often equates to a death sentence, as portrayed in horror films. The trio hastily descended the stairs. 3 robust adults could traverse 4 floors in merely 1 or 2 minutes, swiftly arriving at the exit. However, upon catching sight of the classroom building's exit, their expressions soured. The entrance, which had welcomed them moments ago, was now barricaded by an uncountable number of tables and chairs, rendering escape impossible. They exchanged no words, cold sweat gradually beading on their foreheads. The timid Su Wei began to tremble. He had initially thought Chen Ge and the plump boy were merely trying to frighten him. But the sight before them confirmed his suspicions. This place was indeed peculiar. Surely we are not lost? Su Wei asked cautiously. There is only one way up or down. Let us see you get lost, the plump boy replied quietly. He then approached the barricade, prodding the tables and chairs with his spear, confirming it was no illusion. He asked, "Are we truly haunted?" When we ascended, there were no tables and chairs here. It took no more than 3 or 4 minutes to go up and down. What force could arrange hundreds of sets of furniture here? Unless you suggest that the missing individuals have vanished? Su Wei shivered. Are you implying that those who disappeared have turned into spirits, wishing for our company in death? Chen Ge, however, noted an even stranger detail. Where did these tables and chairs come from? Plump boy, do you remember that when we arrived, all the furniture on this floor was absent? We confirmed there was only one route up and down. Su Wei's complexion grew increasingly pale. The strangeness of this place was overwhelming, and he began to regret entering. Shall we 3 move these tables and chairs? Su Wei suggested quietly. Unless we ascertain where these items originated, our efforts would be in vain. We might clear a path only to have the furniture return in an instant. The plump boy scanned the surroundings warily. Is there truly no other exit? Tianye scoffed. Regardless of who is orchestrating this, it will not be easy to ensnare me. Follow me. We shall jump out the window. Su Wei and the plump boy's eyes brightened simultaneously. Indeed, the door is blocked. We can jump out the window, they exclaimed. However, upon entering the adjacent classroom, their spirits plummeted. To prevent students from injuring themselves while jumping out, the school had installed vertical steel bars on the windows, each as thick as a pinky finger. Huh. Watch me, Chen Ge confidently declared. Based on my extensive experience in skipping school, these steel bars are merely for show. He boasted, stepping back to take a running leap, kicking at the steel bars. However, his kick barely budged them. Ouch! Chen Ge limped back. Why did they skimp when it mattered? Why use such sturdy materials now? The plump boy rolled his eyes. There were steel bars after all. What did he expect? If one could kick through steel bars, they would not be human. Chen Ge swung the back of fire axe against the steel bars, but even after striking multiple times, the bars merely bent slightly. Furthermore, these bars were specifically designed to prevent children from jumping out, with a spacing so narrow that an adult could barely extend one arm through. The trio found themselves at an impasse and could only return to the main door. If all else failed, they would indeed have to move each table and chair one by one. Should we try moving upstairs? Su Wei whispered. Chen Ge and the plump boy, having no other options, reluctantly agreed. Being trapped here was not a solution, and perhaps they might encounter a living person who could assist them. The 3 ascended to the 4th floor, meticulously checking each classroom. They confirmed that there was indeed no one on the floors below. Standing at the staircase's entrance on the 5th floor, anxiety gripped their hearts. Why do I feel like we're walking to our doom? The plump boy remarked. You're a harbinger of doom. We're merely seeking survival. Su Wei replied. Only Chen Ge remained silent, his expression grim, fixated on the end of the 4th floor corridor. Look, standing there. Isn't that the special police officer who waved at us earlier? Chapter 15. Encounter with the supernatural. The structure of this teaching building is symmetrical, with staircases positioned centrally, flanked by classrooms on either side. Presently, Chen Ge and his companion stood at the foot of the staircase on the fourth floor. At the far end of the right corridor, a figure had inexplicably appeared. Due to the distance, they could discern only that the individual wore the specialized uniform of a special police officer, but his face remained obscured. This officer stood at the corridor's end, staring directly at them. A chill coursed through Chen Ge's veins. Previously, he and the plump boy had thoroughly examined every classroom, which were small enough to view entirely at a glance. Moreover, there were no tables or chairs in these rooms, making it impossible for anyone to hide. In other words, it was utterly impossible for anyone to be present on the fourth floor. Yet, there stood this police officer, unwavering at the corridor's end, silent and motionless. Even Chen Ge, who typically exuded boldness, felt a shiver run down his spine, gripping the fire axe in his hand tightly. "What should we do?" Chen Ge whispered. The plump boy struggled to swallow. "You're asking me? Who should I ask?" He was unsure whether the figure in the distance was even human. Since entering the school, they had encountered far too many bizarre occurrences. "We'll go check it out." Chen Ge turned to Su Wei. Su Wei was trembling, and upon noticing Chen Ge's gaze fixed upon him, he stammered, "Why are you looking at me? I absolutely will not go." "But that's your colleague. If you don't go, who will? Shall we vote on it?" Chen Ge proposed. "I vote for Officer Su." "Same here," the plump boy added, scrutinizing Su Wei. "You're a police officer. Safeguarding the public's safety is your duty. We're relying on you now." Su Wei was on the verge of tears, lamenting the betrayal of these two scoundrels. "Do not worry. Should danger arise, we will certainly come to your aid," Chen Ge assured, patting his chest. "Uh-huh." The chubby boy nodded vigorously. Su Wei, trembling, inquired, "Why can't the three of us go together? What if it's a trap? If only one person falls into a pit, the other two can rescue him. But if all three fall into a trap simultaneously, we would be unable to seek help." Chen Ge reasoned. Upon hearing this, it seemed to make a fair amount of sense. "Then, could I possibly have a longer weapon?" Su Wei asked, eyeing the self-defense spray and kitchen knife in his hands, not due to their inadequacy, but rather their insufficient reach. "All right, I'll exchange it for you." The chubby boy tossed over his handmade spear. Su Wei grasped the makeshift spear, repeatedly encouraging himself. "Do not be afraid. You have received a materialistic education. Overcome all the phantoms and demons. There are no ghosts in this world. Surely, it must be a prank by your colleagues. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid." Su Wei muttered incessantly, cautiously inching towards the end of the fourth-floor corridor. Logically, if a person approached, a normal officer would greet them. However, the officer at the corridor's end stood silently, staring blankly. This only intensified the fear felt by the trio. Chen Ge lowered his voice. "Chubby, what do you think about the situation here?" Although the chubby boy appeared timid, his perspective was quite astute. Initially, it was he who suggested at the school gate, "Perhaps we should not enter." After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly uttered a peculiar statement. "Do you know what a parallel universe is?" "What on earth?" Chen Ge replied. "Simpler, please. I barely graduated from high school. You must have read some books. Two parallel universes are akin to two sheets of paper. My theory is that this teaching building overlaps with a teaching building from a parallel universe. Thus, we witness many strange phenomena. And perhaps that officer is not from our universe," the chubby boy elaborated. Chen Ge nodded, somewhat understanding. The chubby boy succinctly explained, "If you tear out 2 pages from a book and overlay them while facing a light source, the text on both pages will overlap. This space is no different." "Are we trapped, then?" Chen Ge questioned. "You could interpret it that way. Of course, this is merely my speculation. Whether these bizarre occurrences stem from a parallel universe is beyond my knowledge. After all, such concepts reside solely in science fiction," the chubby boy replied. At that moment, Su Wei had approached the officer closely. Clutching the spear tightly, he trembled profusely. "Hey, brother, are you still alive? Make a sound." Su Wei cautiously extended the spear, gently prodding the officer's body. Suddenly, the officer turned, fixating a piercing gaze upon Su Wei. Su Wei screamed in terror, dropping the spear and scrambling backward, only to halt after a few steps. Was he still alive? However, upon glancing back for a closer look, his scalp prickled with fear. "Oh my God, what the hell? Did I just see a ghost?" Su Wei shrieked in panic. "He has gone. How did he just vanish?" The officer who had been standing at the corridor's end had disappeared in the blink of an eye. The spear lay abandoned on the ground. Su Wei's legs turned to jelly. He wanted to flee, but his legs felt sluggish. Chen Ge and the chubby boy were engaged in a discussion about parallel universes when they suddenly heard Su Wei's anguished cry. Startled, they quickly turned to look in his direction, where Su Wei was crawling towards them in a frantic manner, colliding into Chen Ge. I saw a ghost. It was there one moment and gone the next. Su Wei babbled incoherently, clearly shaken. Chen Ge and the chubby boy also noticed that the officer at the end of the corridor had vanished. Their alertness and fear skyrocketed. Just as a person who fears spiders would scream upon seeing one, the sudden disappearance intensified their terror. "Calm down. For heaven's sake, calm down," Chen Ge exclaimed, swinging his arm and delivering a sharp slap to Su Wei's face. Earlier, during the bat monster attack, Su Wei had been nearly paralyzed with fear. This reaction was understandable. After all, police officers are human too, and it is entirely normal for them to feel fear, especially in such an incomprehensible situation. After being slapped, Su Wei continued to tremble uncontrollably. "What should we do?" the chubby boy inquired. "Let's go take a look. I have a worthless life. I fear no phantoms or demons." Chen Ge spat in his palm to bolster his courage. Though he spoke bravely, the innate fear of the unknown lingered, sending chills down his spine as he cautiously advanced towards the corridor's end. Chapter 16. White flesh objects and individuals could vanish at any moment, only to reappear at will. This felt eerily reminiscent of quantum mechanics. The chubby boy inhaled deeply, gripping the kitchen knife in one hand while dragging Su Wei with the other, following closely behind Chen Ge. The corridor was short, easily visible at its end. Chen Ge held the fire axe tightly and cautiously peered into the classrooms on either side, confirming they were empty, not a soul in sight, not even a rabbit. He retrieved the spear from the ground and quickly returned. The chubby boy cast a questioning glance. Chen Ge gently shook his head, indicating nothing had been found. What they were experiencing surpassed mere haunting. It was extraordinarily bizarre. While their encounter in the salon had been perilous, the events unfolded within a realm of understanding. The bat monster could sever a human neck in one bite, yet could be wounded by bullets and could be struck back with a punch. However, the current scenario was not something that could easily be resolved with bullets. "Should we continue ascending?" the chubby boy asked. Chen Ge, clutching the fire axe, reached the stairwell of the 4th floor and shouted upwards, "Is anyone up there? If not, we are leaving. I'll count to 3. The silence of the 5th and 6th floors echoed only Chen Ge's voice, with no other sounds present, enveloped in eerie stillness. They could ascertain that the teachers, students, and police officers here had undoubtedly encountered some incomprehensible phenomenon. In any case, they needed to escape this haunted place swiftly. "Let us go. We'll exit through the front door. Whatever tables and chairs obstruct us, we will smash them to pieces," Chen Ge commanded. They needed an outlet for their pent-up frustration. If they did not release it soon, they would be driven mad by this place. Su Wei eagerly awaited this proclamation. Upon hearing they could leave, his fear diminished. The trio promptly made their way to the 1st floor hall, where they indeed found tables and chairs piled at the entrance. Initially, they had hesitated to move them, fearing it would expend too much energy, but now it seemed there was no alternative. With a shared determination to escape this cursed location, they began to clear the debris, tossing the broken tables and chairs aside. Although they appeared numerous, the 3 of them worked together to swiftly move most of it aside. They could now see the glass doors through which they had entered, and within 10 minutes, they would be free. As for what lay beyond, whether haunted or not, Chen Ge mused that he would not care even if it meant dancing atop Yama's grave. As Chen Ge hurled the remaining furniture behind him, he noticed that both the chubby boy and Su Wei had stopped working. He initially assumed they were exhausted and needed a moment to rest. "Do not dawdle. Hurry up. The sooner you leave, the less worry there will be," Chen Ge remarked without turning his head. The chubby boy lowered his voice to an extreme pitch. "Chen Ge, please look back quickly." There was a distinct quiver in his voice, as if he encountered something profoundly incomprehensible and terrifying. Chen Ge abruptly halted his actions. The chubby boy, who typically exuded calmness, had maintained his composure even when trapped in the salon, while the 2 seasoned police officers were nearing a breakdown. Yet now, even this usually collected individual was on the verge of losing his grip. Slowly, Chen Ge bent down to retrieve the fire axe from the ground and then spun around abruptly. Before turning, numerous scenarios raced through his mind. Could it be a horde of bloodthirsty monsters charging at them? Or perhaps the zombies depicted in films? or an overwhelming swarm of bat-like creatures. However, the scene before him transcended all comprehension. Directly behind them, a multitude of figures had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. Indeed, they were all human. There were special police officers in uniform, students clad in school attire, and casually dressed teachers. They had searched fervently, but could not find anyone. Yet now these individuals had materialized before them. Moreover, each one mirrored the silent demeanor of the special police officer encountered on the fourth floor. No words exchanged, no greetings offered. Their faces devoid of expression, their eyes lacking any glimmer of life, simply staring at them with an unblinking gaze. A rough estimate revealed at least 100 individuals present. The most alarming aspect was how these people had surrounded them without a sound. In such a serene environment, even the gentlest movement would produce a significant noise. Yet the three of them, all perfectly capable of hearing, had detected nothing. Chubby, what was it you referred to as? The universe? Parallel universe. Can you converse in their universe's language? Quickly greet them. Despite his audacity, Chen Ge felt an icy dread creeping from his core. The chubby boy gripped his spear and declared firmly, I sense they are not from a parallel universe. With that, he suddenly charged forward, thrusting the spear forcefully into the chest of a child. Su Wei shouted, What are you doing? Yet the ensuing spectacle shattered his worldview. The spear pierced through the child's body, but no blood emerged. Instead, a mass of white, fleshy substance flowed out. Run! The chubby boy suddenly bellowed. Haven't you noticed something missing? Chen Ge's pupils constricted sharply. Where had the tables and chairs they had discarded gone? In their haste to escape, they had thrown the obstructive furniture behind them. Yet now, it had inexplicably vanished. Those were not tables and chairs at all. The chubby boy cried out. We were deceived from the very beginning. This is neither a parallel world nor quantum mechanics. We have been thoroughly tricked. He withdrew the spear and plunged it again, this time penetrating the child's neck. Through the sensations transmitted via the spear, he discerned that these beings had no bones, only that white fleshy mass. It resembled the fatty pork found in a market, yet this flesh was alive. Chen Ge gazed at the heap of what appeared to be tables and chairs before him, and suddenly realized something. He swung the fire axe down onto a chair with all his might. The impact did not yield the expected sensation of striking wood. Instead, it felt akin to cleaving through a mass of boneless flesh. The severed leg of the chair began to twist and convulse, rapidly losing color, ultimately transforming into a segment of white, writhing tentacle. No wonder these tables and chairs had silently appeared. They were not furniture at all, but rather parts of a monstrous entity. Moreover, those figures behind them were also components of that terrifying creature's body. Suddenly, the individuals behind them broke into a grin. A grotesque and unnatural smile that no human could muster, reminiscent of the stiff grin of a corpse, forced into a semblance of joy. Yet at that moment the teachers, students, police officers, and the furniture behind them began to silently dissolve, melting into masses of white, murky flesh, continuously twisting and writhing. Run! Chapter 17. The Abyss people instinctively fear the sight of their kin's corpses. Yet now, Chen Ge watched in horror as these individuals gradually melted into heaps of wriggling flesh. Even he, who prided himself on being unflinching in the face of death, was filled with dread, let alone the chubby boy and Su Wei. The most critical question remained, what was happening? Why had these people suddenly appeared? And why were they transforming into piles of flesh? Stop staring foolishly. Run! The chubby boy's shout jolted Chen Ge and Su Wei back to reality, and the three hurried into the nearest classroom on the left, barricading the door to prevent those things from entering. They retreated to the wall, anxiously watching the glass door. What on earth were these entities? Su Wei, now more composed than before, had become somewhat numb after the shock of recent events. Chen Ge spoke solemnly, if I am correct. Those flesh masses are the masterminds behind everything. Furthermore, these beings, appearing devoid of brains, seem to possess intelligence. Have you ever seen a cat catch a mouse? We are the hapless little mouse now. It will not cease until we are driven to madness. The chubby boy added, given the current predicament, we might not make it out unscathed. Thus, if we encounter a situation where speech is impossible, we shall communicate through sign language to express our circumstances. Su Wei, astonished, inquired, You know sign language? Improvise if necessary, no interruptions. Listen closely. A thumbs up signifies safety. A clenched fist indicates danger. Prepare for battle. If it's a peace sign, don't ask questions, just run. Can you remember? The chubby boy asked. Of course. It's simple enough to remember, Chen Ge replied. Thumbs up for safety, fist for combat. Peace sign means run. Got it? Su Wei echoed the gestures a couple of times and suddenly asked, What's the point of discussing this now? Before the chubby boy could respond, the glass door of the classroom shattered under external force, startling the three of them as they raised their weapons, their hearts racing. A mass of white flesh was hurled inside. Chen Ge recognized it as a writhing mass, reminiscent of fatty pork from market. But what transpired next shattered their mental defenses entirely. The mass began to swell, gradually morphing into a human form, complete with eyebrows, a nose, eyes, and a mouth, resembling a 10-year-old child. Astonishingly, the mass even donned clothing, and moments later, a 10-year-old student in school uniform stood before them. Who could have imagined that this student was, in truth, a mass of indescribable flesh? The three recalled the special police officer who had appeared at the end of the fourth-floor corridor. At the time, he had vanished unexpectedly, leading them to believe they were haunted. Yet in hindsight, that officer must have also been transformed from one of those flesh masses. In a fleeting moment of 2 or 3 seconds, the collective attention of the crowd shifted away from him, and in that instant, the special police officer was reduced to mere flesh and bone. This creature possessed the terrifying ability to transform into anything it consumed, not only humans, but also the tables and chairs that had likely been devoured. The chubby boy muttered to himself, Damn it, we have to take it down first. His palms were drenched in cold sweat. However, to survive, he had to eliminate this monster before him. He charged forward, thrusting a makeshift spear into the chest of the elementary school student. Although the student was clad in clothing, it resembled the mimicry of a chameleon. Both the uniform and the figure before him were merely facets of this illusion. As the chubby boy attempted to withdraw the spear, the ensuing events shattered his understanding of science. The student's chest was pierced, revealing a mass of white flesh, which, upon contact with the spear, transformed the blade's tip into an identical chunk of meat. The three onlookers stared in disbelief as an inorganic object morphed into organic matter. What the hell? This defies science. How can metal become flesh? The chubby boy was struck by the absurdity of the situation, and for the first time, genuine panic washed over him. The parasitic tumors and bat creatures he had previously encountered at least conformed to the physical laws of Earth, but this indescribable mass had entirely transcended human comprehension. The elementary student silently extended a hand, and the previously transformed meat cleaver reverted back into its metallic form. It can revert back. What kind of sorcery is this? The chubby boy shouted in despair. Initially, he had questioned how such a monster could possibly kill hundreds in a single night, but he now understood his error. This entity could not be rationalized with common sense. Moreover, there were at least a few hundred more of these grotesque masses outside. Wait, this means we must never come into contact with these flesh entities. Otherwise, our bodies would also be transformed into part of this monster. The chubby boy decisively signaled a retreat. If we cannot defeat it, we must flee. However, the doorway outside was teeming with people, each one a part of the unknown creature. Just as the chubby boy succumbed to despair, a burst of flames erupted nearby. He turned to see Chen Ge igniting his clothing and striding toward the entrance. It's a gamble. If these things fear fire, I'm ready to take my chances. Chen Ge floated, holding the flaming garment in his right hand and a lighter, which he had fortuitously acquired from the barber. He realized that this seemingly trivial action could save their lives at this critical moment. Indeed, upon sensing the heat, the grotesque masses recoiled in unison. It seemed that all living beings, even those that defied logic, had an inherent fear of fire. Get back. Clear the way. Quickly. Exit through the front door. Chen Ge belouvid. Su Wei and the chubby boy followed closely behind. Fortunately, they were not far from the entrance and quickly reached it. At that moment, the doorway was barricaded by the white, fleshy masses. Chen Ge hurled the burning clothing at the mass, and upon contact with the heat, the grotesque entities shuddered and surprisingly parted to create a path. With the hope of escape in sight, the three felt a surge of optimism, but suddenly, the flesh masses began to split, transforming into numerous tentacles. These tentacles were embedded in the walls, floors, and ceilings, with hundreds of them densely filling every inch of space, rendering a single piece of clothing insufficient to clear a way out. Guys, what else do we have? No holding back now. Let us see everything you've got. Chen Ge. Chapter 18. Survival. The only exit had now morphed into the maw of a demon, with the flesh tentacles embedded in the walls and floor. Some as thick as a wrist, while others were as fine as a strand of hair. Each of these tentacles bore a lethal quality. Contact would result in human skin, bones and muscles transforming into that grotesque flesh mass. With hundreds of such tentacles evenly distributed throughout, a mere piece of clothing was utterly inadequate to facilitate an escape. Chen Ge found himself at a loss. This was not a problem that could be solved with brute force. Damn it, if only we had a flamethrower, he cursed, fully aware that the kind of flamethrower depicted in movies did not exist in reality. With the only escape route blocked, if they did not devise a solution, death awaited them. Su Wei's face turned pale as he forced a bitter smile. I never imagined I would meet such a grim fate. If I had known, I would have saved a bullet for myself. Suddenly, the chubby boy noticed something hanging by the wall and quickly approached it. To his astonishment, it was a detailed map of the school, clearly indicating classrooms, teachers' offices, the cafeteria, and fire escape routes. Logically, to prevent overcrowding during a fire, a teaching building must have more than one exit. We have a way out. Follow me. The chubby boy shouted to his companions and immediately dashed to the right side of the corridor. Chen Ge followed closely, while Su Wei exclaimed, "Where are you two going?" "Wait for me." Although Chen Ge was uncertain of what the chubby boy had discovered, his actions thus far had proven him to be a trustworthy ally. I found that this building has more than one exit. Behind the teaching building is the cafeteria, which has a small door for staff, and there is also a fire escape. As long as one of these routes is clear, we can escape this hellish place, the chubby boy exclaimed with excitement. Upon hearing that there was a chance of survival, Su Wei immediately perked up, his steps becoming lighter. Surprisingly, the mass of white flesh did not pursue them. The teaching building was not large, and within 2 minutes, they arrived at the cafeteria. However, upon seeing the back door, their hearts sank. The walls of the cafeteria were riddled with bullet holes, clearly indicating a fierce battle had once taken place here. To make matters worse, the back door had been blown apart, and it was impossible to clear away the thousands of pounds of concrete by sheer human effort. Damn, I should have seen this coming. If the back door were an escape route, the people in the school would have fled long ago, the chubby boy lamented. Chen Ge carefully surveyed the cafeteria, finding ingredients scattered chaotically, with remnants of yesterday's meal still in the pots. Su Wei, initially filled with hope, now found that hope crumbled into despair as he slumped helplessly to the ground, unsure of what to do. The only remaining option was the fire escape. But judging by the state of the cafeteria, it too was likely blocked. They were truly at a dead end. Chen Ge stood up to check the gas canisters, hoping that if any liquefied gas remained, they might be able to create a makeshift bomb. However, to his dismay, the gas canisters were empty. It's over. This time, it's really over. There is no way out, no hope, and no one even knows we're trapped here. Death was all that awaited them. Even the usually composed chubby boy was at a loss for words, as the air thickened with profound despair. Chen Ge, the chubby boy, and Su Wei exchanged glances, each rendered speechless as they silently contemplated their fate. The cafeteria fell into an eerie silence, with their only task being to await the monster's arrival, ready to consume them one by one. The chubby boy unzipped his backpack and extracted a piece of compressed biscuit, chewing a few bites. After all, in a little while, there would be no opportunity to eat again. Just as the three of them submerged in despondency, a sudden squeak emanated from behind Chen Ge. Their senses heightened. They leapt from the ground, eyes fixed on the source of the sound. To their astonishment, it was a refrigerator, long devoid of power due to the monster's invasion. Chen Ge, having the keenest eyesight, noticed that the refrigerator door had been ajar, revealing a narrow gap. Was it open before? He inquired. I didn't notice, the chubby boy replied, cautiously approaching with a kitchen knife in hand. What were those meat chunks hidden inside? They were utterly clueless about how to eradicate those fleshly entities, although it seemed these meat chunks were fearful of fire. Whether high temperatures could indeed obliterate them remained a mystery. After all, these grotesque masses could oscillate between organic and inorganic forms, a concept far beyond their comprehension. Chen Ge, wielding a fire axe, stepped closer and abruptly flung the refrigerator door wide open preparing to swing the axe, only to be astonished by the sight of a small child inside. Stunned, Chen Ge pondered whether this child was a mere transformation of the meat chunks or a survivor. After a moment's hesitation, he swiftly concluded that this was indeed a human being. The rationale was simple. While the meat chunks could mimic human forms, they lacked the ability to replicate the complexity of human gaze. The eyes of the transformed meat chunks appeared lifeless and vacant. Yet the child before him was filled with palpable fear, a clear indication that he was not one of those monstrosities. Still, Chen Ge refrained from reaching out to pull him out, maintaining his vigilance. What if those meat chunks were capable of evolving? The world as they knew it could no longer be understood through conventional wisdom. Anything was possible. Little brother, come out. We are not bad people. Tianyi spoke softly. The boy bore a school badge on his chest, displaying his likeness and name. Chen Lele. Clearly frightened, Chen Lele warily scrutinized the three men before him, as he had evidently encountered those transformed by the meat chunks before. We are human, not monsters. Those creatures cannot speak, right? You two, make a sound. Chen Ge instructed the chubby boy and Su Wei behind him. Squeak, squeak. You see, we are human. Come out. As Chen Ge spoke, he picked up a nearby cloth and wrapped it around his fist, confirming that the three of them were indeed human. The little boy gradually lowered his guard and stepped out of the refrigerator. However, as soon as he emerged, Chen Ge delivered a punch to Chen Lele's nose. Puffed. The child rolled his eyes back as blood erupted from his nostrils like two fountains. There was blood. Now, they could surely confirm he was human. Chen Ge remarked without an ounce of remorse. Chapter 19. Flesh 2. Sua. What was the true power of Chen Ge's fist? Su Wei was most qualified to comment, having witnessed Chen Ge crush a bat monster's head with a single blow just the day before. He feared that a single punch could end the child's life. Yet he remained silent, observing from a distance. In this apocalyptic world, excess compassion had no place. Team leader Yang was a good man, but his moment of mercy ultimately led to his demise. Su Wei wished to survive for a few more days. Chen Lele, clutching his nose in pain, struggled to crawl back into the refrigerator. Chen Ge seized him by the back and lifted him up. I told you, we're not bad people. Why are you trying to run? Chen Ge held Chen Lele as one might a cat. It seemed the child regretted emerging from the refrigerator. What should they do now? Should they take him with them or leave him behind? Tianyi inquired. Under normal circumstances, Su Wei, as a police officer, would never abandon a child in such a perilous situation. Yet, given the current circumstances, their own survival was paramount, and bringing along a burden would complicate matters. He could not voice the idea of leaving the child behind, so he turned to the chubby boy for guidance. Don't stop me. I don't know what to do either. The chubby boy shrugged. The three found themselves in an impasse. I think we should find a way to leave this cursed place, Chen Ge suggested. If we can't find a way out, we're dead no matter what. Su Wei deliberated for a moment, but ultimately relented. Lele, right? Come with me. Uncle will help you. I am a police officer, and I will surely get you out. Su Wei sighed, aware that his words were merely hollow assurances if danger arose. He would not sacrifice himself for another's sake. Tell Uncle how you survived, Su Wei asked. Chen Lele, still clutching his nose, replied. The teacher told me to hide in the refrigerator and not to come out, no matter what sounds I heard. The chubby boy pondered this statement. For according to Su Wei's earlier description, there had been at least 100 fully armed SWAT officers and 500 to 600 teachers and students present. If anyone had the greatest chance of survival, it would undoubtedly be those well-trained and well-equipped officers. Yet the reality was that a mere child had endured. It seemed profoundly illogical. Could there be something special about this refrigerator? The chubby boy cautiously approached the refrigerator, examining it thoroughly until he determined it to be an utterly ordinary appliance, devoid of unique features. Could it be related to the refrigerator's temperature? Temperature. The chubby boy suddenly stood upright, a light of realization dawning upon him. I knew something was amiss. It was the temperature, he exclaimed. Don't you find it strange? That mass of meat had neither eyes nor ears, yet it could pinpoint our location with precision. I've already told you, don't play riddles with me. I only have a high school education, Chen Ge retorted. It's the temperature. It locates us through thermal signatures. It lacks human-like sensory organs and cannot see. Thus, it tracks us using our body heat. The reason this child survived is not due to his prowess, but because he hid within the refrigerator, which the mass of meat could not detect, the chubby boy explained excitedly. Although the refrigerator had lost power, It could still maintain a relatively low temperature for up to 12 hours, which was why Lele had managed to survive. And then, how do we get out? Chen Ge inquired. The chubby boy was momentarily speechless. Indeed, how would they escape? It didn't matter if they understood the principle. The refrigerator was out of power, and they had no means to create a low-temperature environment. In fact, it need not be low temperature. High temperature would suffice as well. It had previously shown fear of fire. There should be plenty of flammable materials in the kitchen, right? The chubby boy was the first to take action. Sue began searching as well. Look what I found. A box of disinfecting alcohol. Sue exclaimed with delight. This is 75 medical alcohol, typically used for sanitation in cafeterias, and it is indeed highly flammable and explosive. However, apart from the alcohol, they could find nothing else of use. Ultimately, Chen Ge approached with a bag of flour. You don't intend to make dumplings, do you? It's not New Year's Eve. Sue gulp. Are there still holidays? In the current dire circumstances, merely surviving is a remarkable feat. Do you still wish to make dumplings? I question how you can call yourself a police officer. Do you comprehend the concept of a dust explosion? I intend to utilize this contraption to blast open the meaty obstructions at the entrance. After all, it amounts to the same in the end, so why not take a chance? To die with fervor, to embrace the thrill of the moment. Chen Ge declared fearlessly, were it not for the sudden apocalypse, I would already be facing execution. Each passing moment now is a precious gain. Upon hearing the term dust explosion, the eyes of the remaining two, aside from the young Chen Lele who could not grasp its significance, sparkled with realization. How did they not consider this? A single bag of flour might not suffice. I shall search further. Sue suddenly felt invigorated. Typically, the cafeteria possesses a designated storage room for various food items and fruits. There should be ample flour within. Damn it, if you dare to intimidate me, I shall turn you into barbecue. Sue swiftly located an entrance to a basement, which he suspected held a plethora of ingredients. However, the door leading to the basement was locked. Seizing a fire axe, Sue forcefully smashed it open. But the moment he swung the door ajar, he was rendered speechless. Ah! Chen Ge and the chubby boy hurried over upon hearing the scream, and what they witnessed was an unforgettable sight. The entire basement was overflowing with murky white masses of flesh, resembling a small mountain, undulating in a rhythmic manner. Unlike the tentacles outside, this mass exhibited faintly visible dark blue veins. Could this be the very essence of those monsters? The chubby boy whispered, fearful of awakening the masses. The four cautiously retreated. If their conjecture was accurate, this mound of flesh was the source of it all. What should we do? Chen Ge inquired with his eyes. The chubby boy suggested quietly, we should incinerate it, given how much havoc it has wrought upon us. Very well, let us burn it. In nature, few things are impervious to fire. Together, the four poured the medical alcohol they had just discovered over the colossal mass. Fortunately, the mass remained dormant, showing no signs of awakening. Chen Ge tore a piece of cloth from his clothing, ignited it, and tossed it into the basement. Farewell, you fiend. Chapter 20. Ignition medical alcohol is flammable. Upon contact with a spark, a great fire erupted, engulfing the entire basement. The three were compelled to retreat as the flames advanced, Sue cradling Chen Lele, his eyes glimmering with hope for survival. If this monster perished, they could escape this cursed place. However, as the mass ignited, it awakened, its massive form twisting violently, countless tentacles unfurling and thrashing about, devouring anything in their path. Fire, tentacles, and the oppressive darkness rendered the scene akin to a hellish nightmare. Yet Chen Ge discerned an anomaly. Despite the mass's frantic flailing, it was akin to a blind entity, unable to perceive the three of them. This corroborated the chubby boy's earlier assertion that the creature relied on heat for navigation. Now that it was ablaze, it had effectively become blind, unable to see the four living beings before it. Sue erupted into triumphant laughter. Serves it right. Only the chubby boy wore a grave expression. I have an unsettling feeling. Shouldn't we be leaving? Sue desired to linger a moment longer, but soon his mirth faded. The texture of the mass began to alter. Its original form, akin to the fat on a pig, was highly combustible. Yet as it burned, the white fat began to gleam with a metallic luster. Have you forgotten? This thing can transform into inorganic matter. Fire can only destroy organic creatures, not inorganic stones. Damn it, I forgot this crucial detail. Run. the chubby boy exclaimed before bolting away. Chen Ge, akin to a refugee, dashed towards the exit. Flowers strapped across one shoulder and several bottles of alcohol dangling from the other. The cafeteria was less than 2 minutes from the main entrance. If they could create a dust explosion, they might escape while the masses were in disarray. At that moment, the core of the enormous mass lay utterly still, transformed into an iron lump. The ignition point of the alcohol was insufficient to melt the metal, and the alcohol on the surface quickly burned away. The iron lump gradually reverted to its fleshy form. This time, it was genuinely enraged. Though the mass appeared to lack intelligence, it was exceedingly clever. When it first arrived at the school, it was no larger than a fist. Had it been discovered and burned or frozen then, there would have been a chance to eradicate it entirely. Instead, it had lurked in the shadows, continuously devouring passers-by, and by the time it was uncovered, it was too late to eliminate it. When Chen Ge and his companions arrived at the school, the mass had approached with the mindset of a predator. Yet unexpectedly, it was found out by these 3 individuals who nearly incinerated it. The mass began to swell rapidly, bursting forth from the basement like a white tsunami, surging towards the floor before it. What the hell? Is it angry? I toss you into the flames. Let us see if you're truly enraged. Who was the fool that suggested burning it? Chen Ge cursed vehemently. The distance from the cafeteria to the classroom building S entrance was merely 2 minutes, yet for them, those 2 minutes felt more harrowing than an encounter with death itself. The mass behind them proliferated at an alarming rate, almost filling the entire corridor in the blink of an eye. Moreover, grotesque faces began to materialize from within the mass, those of the individuals it had consumed. The chubby boy and Chen Ge sprinted ahead, while Su Wei, carrying Chen Lele, felt the pressure mounting as the mass drew ever closer. Suddenly, he slipped and fell with a thud. In that instant, Su Wei's mind went blank. Officer! Chen Ge had already run several meters ahead when he noticed Su Wei sprawled on the ground. He turned back to grasp his hand, but it was too late. Just as Su Wei managed to stand, the torrent of white flesh surged forth, eager to engulf both him and Chen Lele. Without a moment's hesitation, driven purely by instinct, Su Wei seized Chen Lele and, in a basketball-like motion, hurled her away from the gaping maw of the white mass. The chubby boy reached out, catching the child as she fell from the air. "Hand me that!" Chen Ge shouted, but it was too late. Su Wei's legs were ensnared by the white mass. Chen Ge lunged forward, grasping Su Wei's hand, yearning to pull him free from the clutches of the mass. Su Wei's legs were already being assimilated and corroded by the white mass, his flesh and bones transforming into that murky substance. With a sickening crunch, Su Wei's body was torn asunder. Chen Ge stumbled back several steps, holding onto the severed half of Su Wei's body, rendered utterly at a loss. In that moment, Su Wei gasped for breath, barely clinging to life. "Am I still a good policeman?" Su Wei murmured fetbah. "Do not speak. I'll get you out." Chen Ge's heart ached with despair. Su Wei, the police officer, was undeniably timid, yet aside from this fearfulness, he bore no other flaws. As they traversed this perilous path, he never anticipated meeting his end here. Su Wei shook his head with great difficulty, declaring, "I can't leave. I want to flee. I will hold it off while you escape." With his final strength, he opened a canister of medical alcohol, dousing himself in its contents. Chen Ge understood his intention. This was their sole means of survival. "There is no time. You're a murderer. Stop hesitating. I'm not worth your sacrifice. Hurry!" Su Wei roared in anger. Chen Ge produced a lighter, closed his eyes, and ignited Su Wei. In an instant, Su Wei transformed into a colossal fireball, directly obstructing the oncoming tide of flesh. Chen Ge dared not look back, clutching Chen Lele with one hand and dragging the flower with the other, desperately racing towards the exit. Moments later, they finally reached that cursed doorway. The writhing tentacles continued to thrash about, seemingly searching for prey. "Now!" Chen Ge shouted, as the stout boy tore open the flower bag and began to scatter it into the air. The flames indeed could not vanquish the creature, but they would temporarily impair its judgment. The 3 of them needed to seize this opportunity to flee. There was but one chance. Soon, the entire hall was engulfed in a cloud of flour. Whether they would be blown to bits became inconsequential. It was far better than being devoured by those monsters. Chen Ge ripped a strip from his shirt, ignited it, and threw it towards the doorway. Then the three of them sprinted toward the second floor with all their might. A tremendous explosion resonated as a massive fireball erupted in the hall. Now was the moment. Chapter 21. Desperate struggle. Fat contains a great deal of oil, making it highly combustible. At this moment, the violent dust explosion in the hall created a fireball with a diameter of several meters, engulfing all the tentacles at the entrance. The tentacles crackled and twisted wildly as they were incinerated. "Now, hurry!" Chen Ge bellowed, hastily carrying Chen Lele towards the exit. "Take a deep breath. After the dust explosion, this space will surely be devoid of oxygen. Be careful not to faint," the stout boy warned. Chen Ge believed his lung capacity was adequate. He inhaled deeply on the second floor and bolted towards the ground floor door. He would need less than 10 seconds at full speed. Yet, those fleeting seconds felt like the scythe of death poised at their throats. The searing heat scorched their cheeks, and Chen Lele buried her face in Chen Ge's back, caring little for her own safety. Even if they were to be engulfed by flames, it was preferable to being consumed by that creature. The temperature in the teaching building hall skyrocketed following the explosion. The flesh masses, devoid of eyes and ears, could only rely on temperature to sense their targets. In such extreme heat, their abilities faltered completely, causing the tentacles to flail aimlessly. Chen Ge evaded the thrashing appendages while sprinting towards the entrance. However, the dust explosion dissipated as quickly as it had arrived. A gust of cool air swept through the doorway, significantly lowering the hall's temperature, and the tentacles regained some of their vision, lunging towards Chen Ge. Gritting his teeth, Chen Ge leaped through the door. "I've finally escaped this hellish place," he thought, elated as he carried Chen Lele on his back. In his lifetime, he had never felt such joy. Not even the New Year celebrations of childhood could compare. The dim sunlight bathed his face, evoking a sense of comfort. The breeze was so refreshing. The clouds were so beautiful. It was a revelation that being alive was such a splendid experience. Strangely, upon leaving the teaching building, the tentacles behind him abruptly ceased their pursuit, retreating in discontent. Chen Ge turned to check on the stout boy's condition. However, that single glance washed away his earlier elation. The searing heat from the dust explosion had dissipated, and the tentacles regained their vitality, once again blocking the doorway. The stout boy was ultimately a step too late. If only he had managed to run a few more steps, he could have escaped this cursed place. But reality offers no if only. In a mere second or two, the stout boy's expression shifted from confusion to bitterness, then finally to acceptance, as he raised his hand, flashing a peace sign at Chen Ge. The number of tentacles at the entrance grew, ultimately coalescing into a massive mass of flesh, completely sealing off the doorway. Chen Ge stood frozen in place. In that moment, he was uncertain whether to rejoice in his escape or mourn the sacrifice of his friend. Although he had known the stout boy for less than 2 days, their shared experiences of life and death had forged a bond deeper than that of long-standing acquaintances. Yet, such a friend might now be lost forever. Suddenly, Chen Ge laughed at himself. What the hell was I afraid of? I was already a dead man walking. Yang Dui, Officer Su, and the stout boy. You were all good people. You shouldn't have died. Why is it that I, the scoundrel, am the one who survives? Chen Lele looked at him with trepidation. You should go on without me. The farther the better. In this world, I can no longer protect you. Chen Ge's gaze swept around the school grounds, and indeed, he spotted what he sought. Uncle, where are you going? Chen Lele asked, her eyes filled with fear as she beheld the bleak city. In this apocalyptic world, the child might not survive even 100 meters. I'm going back to save people, Chen Ge replied, not looking back as he strode towards the school's exit. Surrounding the school were numerous police cars. For just yesterday, a bombing incident had occurred at this elementary school, prompting a significant police presence. Thankfully, the bomb disposal unit had already defused the explosives. However, these vehicles had not departed. This meant that the disarmed bombs must be in one of these police cars. Now, Chen Ge fully believed in the words of Lu Jun. This was an apocalypse, and no matter which path he chose, it would ultimately lead to despair. He finally understood why the man named Lu Jun would rather take his own life than endure this apocalyptic world again. Moreover, according to Lu Jun himself, he had planted bombs in this school that could obliterate the entire building. I refuse to believe that even bombs can't deal with you. Chen Ge resolved to return and save the stout boy. Perhaps he was already dead, but it mattered little. He no longer harbored any thoughts of escaping alive. If death was his fate, so be it. At this moment, he feared nothing. What more could be done to him? With a fire axe in hand, Chen Ge smashed open the nearest police car door, searching for explosives. The police car began to emit a deafening alarm, but Chen Ge paid it no mind. After smashing 4 vehicles, he finally discovered the disarmed bomb within one police car. Chen Ge's education was not extensive, yet he had undertaken various jobs, including a period spent learning about explosives from a master in a coal mine. Never had he imagined this skill would prove useful in an apocalypse. This seems to be military-grade explosives, Chen Ge thought, furrowing his brow. He had known that Lu Jun was not an ordinary man, but he had not anticipated that he could obtain military-grade explosives. These explosives were extremely stable, requiring detonators or special methods for ignition. Otherwise, even fire would not trigger an explosion. Next to the explosives, Chen Ge discovered detonators and fuses. He began assembling the bombs according to the rudimentary methods he had learned in the mine, binding them to himself. In the end, he found several garments in the police car, selecting a more fitting one to wear. The remaining clothes were torn into strips, soaked in alcohol, and fashioned into makeshift torches. With a fire axe in his right hand and a torch in his left, his body strapped with explosives if it weren't for the apocalypse, Chen Ge would undoubtedly have been apprehended as a criminal. Beside him, Chen Lele regarded his appearance with trepidation, perceiving him as a terrorist. Why are you still here? You must return home quickly. Perhaps your parents are still alive, Chen Ge urged. Chen Lele whispered, I don't know the way back. My father always drives me home. Then wait here. Do you see the sun in the sky? When it reaches its zenith, and I have not emerged, you must flee, Chen Ge instructed. Chen Lele stood frozen, on the verge of tears, as Chen Ge strode towards the teaching building without a backward glance. One man's determination can withstand 1,000. Here I come. Chapter 22. Terror. These chunks of flesh possessed a certain intelligence, as evidenced by their behavior in evading a cat's pursuit of a mouse. When the dust exploded, these masses suffered, and upon encountering the blazing torches, they retreated a considerable distance. Yet they also understood that fire could not eradicate them, maintaining a delicate distance from Chen Ge. This time, however, Chen Ge was not retreating. He was advancing, and the tendrils did not obstruct him, intentionally clearing a path for his entrance. Taking a deep breath, he recognized he was stepping into hell, a realm from which one could never return. Yet he came with a heart resigned to death. Moreover, knowing these fleshly forms lacked hearing and sight, he no longer needed to be stealthy. Fatty, are you still alive? If you are, make a noise. Otherwise, I shall blow up the school. This is a long-held dream of mine. At this moment, Chen Ge was utterly indifferent to life and death. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will assuredly end you. The building was desolate, devoid of any sound. Chen Ge surmised that the chubby boy was most likely gone. Forget it. I came back to save you, and you had to go first. How rude. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ge located the load-bearing wall of the entire teaching building. Demolition has its techniques, similar to the controlled demolition of abandoned buildings. By detonating a few key points, a structure can collapse in an instant. This teaching building was not particularly tall, only 6 stories. Once the load-bearing elements were destroyed, it would swiftly collapse, and even if the creature were not killed, it would be crushed beneath the rubble. Having set up the explosives, detonators, and fuses, Chen Ge held the torch in his hand. Farewell, you damned world. I shall not return in my next life. He scoffed. It seemed he had never encountered a single smooth-sailing moment in his life. Every time fortune slightly favored him, reality would deliver a harsh slap, reminding him not to indulge in daydreams. With only 1 minute remaining, uncertain if he could smoke a cigarette, Chen Ge ignited one with the torch, inhaling deeply. Bliss. Without further ado, he lit the fuse. Although his life had been a struggle, his death would be spectacular. At that moment, Chen Ge felt something resting on his shoulder. It must be those fleshly masses, but it was of no concern. He would relinquish this 100-plus-pound burden if they desired it. Didn't I tell you to run? Why did you come back? Chen Ge was taken aback. Had these masses evolved so quickly they could now speak, and in the voice of the chubby boy? Turning around, he found it was none other than the chubby boy himself who was patting his shoulder. Chen Ge delivered a punch to the chubby boy's face, who yelped in pain. blood gushing from his nose. Alive, a human. You're not dead. Wait. No time. Suddenly realizing the fuse had been lit, and there was less than a minute before the bomb detonated. Chen Ge had no time to ponder why the chubby boy was still alive. He hoisted him onto his shoulder and dashed for the exit. But the tendrils had already ensnared them. I have a torch on my back. Hurry, there's no time. Chen Ge shouted, passing his lighter to the boy. No good. The torch's flame is too small. We can't break through, the chubby boy remarked calmly. No time left, run. Chen Ge was frantic. Learning his friend was alive. He no longer wished for death. Living was far more appealing. The chubby boy retrieved a bottle of alcohol from Chen Ge's waist, splashed it on the ground, ignited the torch, and tossed it into the alcohol. The entrance was immediately engulfed in flames. Chen Ge understood that high temperatures would impair these fleshly masses' judgment, presenting their only opportunity. Carrying the chubby boy, he did not dare glance back at the fuse and sprinted away. The tendrils relied on heat sources to locate their prey. But with the ground ablaze, they perceived everyone as a target, except for the chubby boy and Chen Ge. As they burst forth from the inferno, their clothes ablaze. The greatest threat was not the fire on their bodies, but the impending explosion of the bomb. Chen Lele was still waiting at the entrance. Chen Ge swiftly scooped her up and ran for their lives. They had no idea how far they had fled when a thunderous explosion echoed behind them. Although the three had escaped the school grounds, they were still knocked off their feet by the shockwave. The chubby boy stared wide-eyed. Where did you get the bomb? Would you believe me if I said I found it? Chen Ge felt utterly exhausted, panting as he lay on the ground, finally having dealt with that bizarre mass of flesh. After the explosion, the teaching building collapsed with a resounding crash. Even if the mass was not obliterated, it would be trapped beneath the rubble, finally resolved. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ge burst into laughter, experiencing a joy that few could understand in such a moment of deliverance. Subsequently, the chubby boy recounted his experiences. After they were forced apart, he had not been immediately consumed by the mass. Recalling that there was a fire escape beside the cafeteria, he decided to test his luck. Unfortunately, the fire escape was also blocked, leaving him trapped. Just then, he heard Chen Ge's voice. Initially, the chubby boy thought he was mistaken. But upon reaching the first-floor hall and seeing Chen Ge, he realized his friend had returned to rescue him. I have made a true friend in you, the chubby boy exclaimed. The two stood and gazed at the school. To their horror, they froze in place, pale-faced. This cannot be a dream, can it? The chubby boy stammered. It doesn't appear so. Chen Ge slowly retreated, unable to conceal his fear. The teaching building had indeed collapsed. During the explosion, the fleshly masses had been obliterated, scattering into the sky. Yet, those shattered pieces did not lose vitality. Instead, they rapidly converged into a massive whole. Moreover, the ruins of the teaching building were writhing, as if some colossal force was pushing upward. Boom! Amidst the astonished gazes of the chubby boy and Chen Ge, the true form of the creature finally emerged. It was an enormous white tentacle, reaching heights of over 100 meters and exceeding 10 meters in diameter, composed entirely of those white flesh chunks. The massive tentacle had numerous branches extending into countless smaller tentacles and gigantic tumors. The mass that had previously devoured Su Wei was but a trifling fragment among many. The colossal tentacle reached towards the heavens, a towering presence, while the smaller tentacles and tumors quivered incessantly. This scene was profoundly shocking for the two of them. I finally understand why hundreds of fully armed police officers could not escape, the chubby boy said with difficulty. This is no longer a beast that humans can contend with. It is impervious to blades and bullets, unscathed by ice, and cannot be extinguished by fire, unless nuclear weapons are employed. Wait, it seems this creature doesn't walk. The chubby boy suddenly discovered a blind spot. Chapter 23. The map, the two carefully observed the colossal tentacle before them and finally made a discovery. Why do I feel as if this thing resembles a tree? Tian Yi Inkuriet. I feel the same. This is essentially a tree made of flesh. The chubby boy instinctively lowered his voice. Although they knew that these flesh masses had neither hearing nor sight, they were still filled with dread in the presence of such a terrifying entity. Moreover, overall, this giant tentacle resembled the trunk of a large tree, with its tentacles and flesh tumors acting as branches and fruits. Most crucially, the giant tentacle seemed rooted underground, unable to move freely, which explained why its attack range was limited. I ask, should we continue to confront it? The chubby boy whispered. Confront what? Hurry up and run. Such a creature is best left to the military. Chen Ge grabbed Chen Lele and quickly retreated. Even when explosives were used, this monster remained unharmed. It was beyond their capability to handle. If we cannot defeat it, then we should flee. Chen Ge and the chubby boy led Chen Lele back along the route they had come, soon spotting the supermarket they had encountered earlier. The three of them dashed inside, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. I am utterly exhausted. I can't go on. The chubby boy plopped down on the ground, took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, drank a few sips, and then pulled out some food to replenish his strength. In just one morning, they had experienced an incredible series of events. It was utterly thrilling. After resting for a moment, Chen Ge looked outside to check for any dangers, ultimately confirming that the giant tentacle indeed did not move. Although they had walked quite a distance, its form was still visible. Why has the world turned into this? Chen Ge murmured. In just one night, the world had transformed into something unrecognizable. The chubby boy gazed at the black hole on the horizon and remarked, do you think those monsters could have emerged from the black hole? Otherwise, there would be no way to explain it. Now, it seems we have gained an additional burden. Chen Ge poked Chen Lele's head. Where is your home? I will take you back. Chen Lele, being so young, could not articulate his thoughts clearly after much effort. The chubby boy finally caught his breath and began to contemplate their next steps. This city is no longer a place we can stay. We should leave immediately. Hoping the outside world is peaceful, he said. Previously, they had intended to head to the police station, but now it seemed that the police could not guarantee their safety. Leaving this city is the best option. And you? Do you plan to go home to find your parents? Or will you come with us? Chen Ge asked. Chen Lele had no other choice. A child like him would not survive even a few minutes without protection. I will follow you, Chen Lele said without hesitation. The chubby boy took out his phone, only to find there was no signal. A phone without a network was useless in such an environment. Are you familiar with this city? Do you know how to get out? The chubby boy inquired. Chen Ge was not very familiar at all. He was originally from another place and had come here to work. Furthermore, he had spent most of his time in the city in prison. Seeing Chen Ge's expression, the chubby boy understood it was a lost cause. He cautiously stepped outside, looking around, and finally spotted his target, the bookstore. Cover me. We are going to the bookstore. The chubby boy said, you don't actually believe that knowledge is power, do you? And bookstores may not even have knowledge, Chen Ge questioned. You are correct. A bookstore may not have knowledge, but it will certainly have maps, the chubby boy replied with a smile. Both of them were not very familiar with the city, and in order to leave as swiftly as possible, they needed a map. Chen Ge's eyes lit up. You are indeed thoughtful. The nearby bookstore appeared dilapidated, and the door was locked. The chubby boy tried several times to force it open without success. Chen Ge seized a fire axe and cleaved the door open with a single swing. The interior of the bookstore was dimly lit. It had been fashioned from a garage and was not large, but despite its size, it was fully stocked. The first thing that caught their eye was a pile of student practice papers. Would you like to complete a set of exercises to calm down? Chen Ge looked at Chen Lele with mischief. Even during the apocalypse, you still want to do exercises? Let this world end already, Chen Lele retorted. Fortune favors the diligent. They quickly found a map of the city. The two of them located their current position according to the markings on the map. The chubby boy pointed to a nearby street. This is the main street, which leads directly out of the city. If we walk, we can exit in 3 to 4 hours at most. Chen Ge carefully tucked the map away and suddenly posed a critical question. What if the situation outside the city is even worse? The chubby boy was momentarily speechless. Judging by the black hole in the sky, this could not merely be a calamity affecting one city. Perhaps the entire world had fallen into despair. Moreover, they had no idea what had transpired in this world. Why are there so many bizarre creatures? Where have all the people in the city gone? Why hasn't the military arrived yet? The chubby boy forced himself not to dwell on these questions. He knew that if they were to uncover a definitive answer, they might lose hope for survival. Hope is a curious thing. It is like a kite string, providing us with motivation while simultaneously binding us. But if one day that tether is lost, the kite will swiftly descend to the ground. Then let us seek a safer place. The chubby boy pointed to the map. We currently have weapons, food, but no medicine. Look, there is a hospital along our route. We can stop by to acquire some supplies. Chen Ge leaned in to examine the map. This city is quite unique. A river divides it in two. To exit, They must cross a bridge, then reach the hospital the chubby boy mentioned, and only then could they escape this hellish city. Of course, they had no way of knowing whether what lay beyond the city was hell or paradise. They could only take a gamble. The chubby boy was about to say something when Chen Ge suddenly covered his mouth. "Listen," Chen Ge whispered. "There are footsteps, and not just one person." The chubby boy frowned and gripped a kitchen knife tightly. In this apocalyptic world, while monsters are indeed terrifying, the threat posed by humans must not be underestimated. The human heart can be as malevolent as a demon. At any time, the greatest threat to humanity is always humanity itself. Chapter 24. Undressing. Chen Ge listened intently. The footsteps of the others did not slow down, meaning they had not noticed them. Moreover, in this era, which defies common logic, how could one be certain that those approaching were indeed human? The incident with Yang Tingting was still fresh in his mind. The footsteps grew increasingly frantic as Chen Ge concealed himself behind the door of the bookstore, wielding a fire axe. Should any hint of hostility be displayed, he would strike decisively, ensuring the safety of his companions, who were akin to a blooming peach blossom. At that moment, voices from outside reached his ears. "Sister, the door is open. Let us enter and rest for a while." "Yes, Wanru, you are not well. Take a moment to rest." The speakers were two men. The first had a crisp voice tinged with a slight rasp, indicative of a youth in the throes of puberty, suggesting he was quite young. The second man's voice was much deeper, likely that of a middle-aged individual. From their conversation, it appeared there was a woman outside as well, one who seemed to be injured and not in the best condition. The chubby boy gripped a kitchen knife tightly while covering Chun Lele's mouth, urging him to remain silent. Soon, a shadow loomed at the entrance as an unsuspecting young man in a school uniform stepped inside, evidently a high school student. Behind him trailed a man in his 30s, bespectacled and scholarly, alongside a woman, approximately 26 or 27, whose delicate features were marred by a pronounced belly, indicating pregnancy. Upon entering, the trio's attention was immediately captured by the chubby boy, particularly the knife in his hand, which transformed their expressions into ones of sheer terror. "I'm sorry. I did not realize anyone was here. We will leave immediately," the middle-aged man hastily assured, shielding the pregnant woman. Conversely, the high schooler adopted a menacing glare directed at the chubby boy. However, the chubby boy ignored the two men, his focus fixated on the pregnant woman, more precisely on her belly. "Come here, take off your clothes," he commanded, pointing the knife at her, causing her to pale in fear. "What are you doing? Do not overstep. We outnumber you," the middle-aged man barked, though his trembling hand betrayed his facade of bravado. The chubby boy had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. "Make your move," he declared. Before the middle-aged man could comprehend the situation, Chen Ge leapt from his hiding spot like a tiger, delivering a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. It was clear he was physically unfit for combat, and the blow nearly made him retch. The high schooler, sensing danger, attempted to charge forward, but Chen Ge was already prepared, landing a punch squarely on the youth's face, sending him sprawling to the ground in a pool of blood. The pregnant woman screamed, and the chubby boy advanced with his knife. "What do you want? Do not harm her. She is pregnant. I will give you anything you desire." The middle-aged man pleaded from the floor in agony. The chubby boy pressed the knife against the woman's neck, her face drained of color as he lifted her clothing slightly. Believing the two assailants were about to assault her, she trembled uncontrollably, closing her eyes in dread. However, after a brief moment, she noticed the chubby boy giving Chen Ge a thumbs up. "Safe, just a normal pregnant woman. You scare me to death." Chen Ge exhaled in relief. They had both been on edge and had instinctively feared the worst upon seeing a pregnant woman, thinking perhaps she had been infected by a parasitic tumor. The middle-aged man, initially terrified for his wife's safety, was bewildered to see the two men relax upon realizing her condition. They settled down to examine a map while he remained in shock. Only the high schooler, seething with rage, lunged at Chen Ge once more, only to be met with another punishing blow. Chen Ge, though lacking formal education, had been embroiled in fights since elementary school. He had never tasted defeat, and as he matured, he learned that causing harm could lead to costly repercussions, prompting him to temper his aggression. "Stop, please," the woman implored, intervening to halt the escalating conflict. "Who are you? Why did you attack us?" The chubby boy did not respond to her inquiry, but instead asked, "Where are you headed? Have you seen anyone else on your journey?" The middle-aged man, Sensing no immediate threat from the two men, especially with a child in their company, gradually lowered his guard. "We are trying to leave the city. How about you?" he replied. The chubby boy and Chen Ge exchanged glances, both remaining wary of these strangers. Following the battle at school, they had become life-and-death brothers, capable of entrusting their lives to one another. Yet, they remembered the wisdom of their ancestors. One must never harbor ill intent, but it is prudent to remain cautious of others. "My wife is 8 months pregnant. We are merely resting here for a moment before departing," the middle-aged man implored. The woman, burdened by her pregnancy, was ill-suited for long treks, especially in these apocalyptic times. Merely surviving was a miracle. The chubby boy glanced at Chen Ge, who nodded slightly in agreement. Thus, the middle-aged man assisted his wife in finding a quiet corner to sit, while the high schooler glared at Chen Ge with hostility. After a brief silence, they began to introduce themselves. The middle-aged man was Zhao Kuan, a manager at a small company. His wife was Lu Wanru, and the high schooler was Lu Fei, her younger brother. They were all uncertain about the chaos that had erupted, recounting how many monsters appeared suddenly. Fortunately, it had been lunchtime when the school day ended, and Lu Fei had come to dine with his brother-in-law, while Zhao Kuan remained home to accompany his wife, thus escaping the initial onslaught. However, danger soon followed, forcing them to flee. They attempted to drive away, but the car's engine refused to start, leaving them no option but to proceed on foot. During their trek, Lu Wanru had exhausted her strength and sought refuge in the bookstore, leading to their encounter with the chubby boy and Chen Ge. Chen Ge recounted the events of the past few days, particularly the threat posed by parasitic tumors, which elucidated their wariness towards pregnant women. "Call me Fatty. I am an unemployed drifter," the chubby boy quipped, winking at Chen Ge. "I am Chen Ge, a murderer," Chen Ge replied coldly, exuding an aura that warned others to maintain their distance. Typically, the mere mention of murderer would instill fear in the average person, and Zhao Kuan's face drained of color as he forced a stiff smile, pulling his wife a little further away. "Oof," Lu Fei scoffed disdainfully, clearly unconvinced by Chen Ge's claim. "A murderer? I'm a top dog at school." Chapter 25. Companion sunlight streamed through the bookstore's entrance, casting a warm glow as Chen Ge and the chubby boy, accompanied by Chen Lele, settled on the left side, while Lu Wanru and her husband as brother occupied the right. Following the earlier misunderstanding, both parties chose to maintain a respectful distance. The chubby boy rummaged through his backpack, producing 2 loaves of bread, tearing one in half to share with Chen Lele. Lu Fei eyed the bread hungrily, licking his lips incessantly. They had departed in haste, carrying no provisions, and with all vehicles rendered inoperable, their prolonged journey left them famished. Lu Fei whispered something to Lu Wanru, whose expression turned anxious as she grasped her brother's arm. Yet, Lu Fei forcefully broke free from her grip and approached the chubby boy. "Give us something to eat. I can trade you for it," he stated. Although Zhao Kuan's face mirrored his concern, he did not intervene when his brother-in-law approached. Chen Ge surveyed Lu Fei, recognizing a youthful version of himself, fearless and brimming with bravado, challenging everyone around him, convinced of his superiority. The little chubby boy remained silent, gnawing on his bread. Lu Fei, infuriated by the blatant disregard shown by these individuals towards him, reached out to snatch the chubby boy's backpack. However, just as his hand extended, Chen Ge swiftly seized his wrist, causing Lu Fei's expression to shift dramatically as he felt as though his wrist might be crushed, eliciting a painful scream. "Don't hit him," Lu Wanru urgently called out, attempting to rise but hindered by her large belly. "Let go or I'll kill you," Lu Fei shouted, only to be met with a kick from Chen Ge to his solar plexus. Although Lu Fei appeared slender, he was still a high school student with a physique weighing over 100 pounds. The force of Chen Ge's kick sent him crashing against the bookstore wall, leaving him unable to utter a sound as he clutched his chest in pain, drenched in cold sweat. Who dares to act so arrogantly? Chen Ge approached and grasped Lu Fei's hair. Despite being beaten down on the ground, Lu Fei's eyes remained fierce, showing no fear of Chen Ge. Chen Ge pressed Lu Fei's head against the wall, and blood gushed from his forehead like a fountain. At this point, Lu Fei was left with only the strength to roll his eyes back. "Stop. Please stop. Husband, intervene," Lu Wanru pleaded anxiously, tugging at her husband. However, Zhao Kuan, being a civilian and having never fought in his life, felt inadequate especially given that the other party claimed to be a murderer. Furthermore, when comparing their sizes, Chen Ge's arms were nearly as thick as Zhao Kuen's waist. "If you don't stop, I'll call the police," was the most formidable threat Zhao Kuen could muster. At that moment, Chen Ge had already struck Lu Fei's head against the wall 3 or 4 times, rendering Lu Fei completely unconscious, while his legs continued to twitch uncontrollably. "Stop. Let us go. We need to leave before dark," the chubby boy said. Only then did Chen Ge release Lu Fei's head, who slumped against the wall, sprawled on the ground. This was the reality for a youth who had never faced the harshness of society, always believing himself invincible. It wasn't until Chen Ge and the chubby boy disappeared from sight that Zhao Kuen finally helped his brother-in-law up. Fortunately, the young man was resilient. Although Lu Fei had been severely beaten, his injuries were not critical. After cleaning the blood from his forehead, he regained consciousness shortly. "You are too impulsive," Zhao Kuen admonished. "I saw a supermarket over there with plenty of food." Lu Fei held his head in silence. As he often fought with classmates at school and had even taken on a so-called older brother, whose corpse was likely cold by now. By the way, those two mentioned they wanted to leave the city before dark. "Do you think they know something?" Zhao Gan inquired. Lu Wanru whispered, "What should we do?" "We should follow them out of the city. Perhaps it is safer outside. Once we leave, we can return to our hometown, where it must be safe." Zhao Kuen reassured his wife. "And you, in the future, refrain from being so impulsive. Think about the consequences." Lu Fei felt ashamed, not afraid of Zhao Kuen, but of worrying his sister. Zhao Kuen glanced outside and spotted the silhouettes of the chubby boy and Chen Ge. The three of them were trailing behind. Chen Ge had the best stamina and stride, while the chubby boy, despite not appearing to exercise much, was young, just in his 20s, the prime of life. To escape the city before dark, Chen Ge hoisted Chen Lele onto his shoulder, and they moved swiftly. Zhao Gan, keeping pace with his wife who was hindered by her pregnancy, felt urgency as he watched the two men almost vanish from sight. Chen Ge soon noticed that the 3 individuals were following them and turned to the chubby boy. "Do not concern yourself with them," the chubby boy replied without looking back. After 20 minutes of walking, they finally reached the main street of the city, Renmin Dajia. As long as they followed this street straight ahead and crossed the bridge, they would soon leave the city. Chen Ge glanced back at the 3 and found that Zhao Kuen had somehow procured a unicycle for his wife to sit on, while Lu Fei pushed it closely behind them. Seeing Chen Ge staring at them, Zhao Kuen, fearing further misunderstandings, approached with a smile. "Brother, no misunderstandings here. We're heading this way too. By the way, do you know any inside information? What is actually going on?" He offered a cigarette, and upon seeing it was a quality one, Huazi, Chen Ge's expression softened slightly. "We do not know the details, but we must leave this dreadful place first." Seeing Chen Ge accept the cigarette, Zhao Kuen seized the moment. "Brother, my little brother is young and inexperienced, just a student. Please do not hold it against him. We can consider ourselves acquaintances through this conflict. Why not travel together? More people mean better protection." Lu Fei quickly apologized to the brother. Lu Fei glared at Chen Ge with animosity. "Hurry, don't make your sister angry," Zhao Kuen urged. Hearing his brother-in-law invoke his sister, Lu Fei begrudgingly lowered his head, but at that age, pride made it difficult for him to utter an apology. All right. No need for that," Chen Ge interjected. "If you wish to follow, then follow." Having transitioned through adolescence himself, he understood the stubbornness of youth. The atmosphere softened, and conversation flowed more freely. "Brother, should we go to the police station now? Seek their protection?" Zhao Kuen asked. The chubby boy shook his head. "The police are overwhelmed. Initially, there were 2 officers accompanying us, but they are now dead. Besides, this is a small town with limited law enforcement. Over 100 people died at the school. What remains of the force?" Zhao Kuen believed Chen Ge possessed knowledge of the situation, thus resolutely decided to follow him, convinced they would find safety. "Enough with the chatter. We must leave this city before nightfall," the chubby boy remarked, glancing at the sun. Although his phone still had some battery, the lack of network meant it was no longer reliable. Judging by the sun's position, it was approximately 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Being summer, darkness would not fall until at least 7, granting them 5 hours of daylight. Once night descended, who knew what monsters would emerge in this eerie city? In just 2 days, they had encountered 3 types of creatures. First, the bat monster that attacked the police car, then the parasitic tumor attached to Yang Tingting. And lastly, the fleshly entity they encountered at the school, dubbed Mei Taizai by the chubby boy. Each creature exhibited vastly different strengths, although the bat monster appeared the most ferocious. It possessed the least combat prowess. The parasitic tumor was the most insidious, taking advantage of a pregnant woman's vulnerability to lower defenses by masquerading as an unborn child. Most despairing was the encounter with the fleshly entity, which seemed to be immortal. While it might have weaknesses, Chen Ge and his companions could not afford to experiment, as they had no lives to spare. Now, they could only hope that once they left the city, they would encounter gathering crowds and armed military forces, ideally with tanks, to eradicate these menacing entities. Why is there not even a shared bicycle around here? Lu Fei grumbled softly, to which Lu Wanru comforted her brother. Despite Lu Fei's bravado, he would obediently swallow his grievances whenever his sister spoke. The group of 6 formed a line, with Chen Ge leading, followed closely by the chubby boy and Chen Lele, while Lu Fei pushed Lu Wanru in the middle, and Zhao Kun brought up the rear. After walking for over an hour, everyone except Chen Ge began to feel the fatigue in their legs. Suddenly, Chen Ge came to a halt. The others assumed he wished to take a brief respite, yet he stood rigidly, staring ahead without moving. Before anyone could react, Chen Ge abruptly raised his fist. The chubby boy swiftly drew his newly crafted spear and approached Chen Ge cautiously. This was their agreed-upon signal, with a raised fist indicating readiness for combat. The 3 behind them observed the tense demeanor of the 2, growing increasingly anxious, unaware of the cause of the alarm. Zhao Gan, Judios, stepped to the front to discern what was happening, only to find a pure white rabbit standing in the middle of the street, staring intently at them. This rabbit stood upright on its hind legs, its red eyes fixed on the group, neither fleeing nor approaching, just gazing at them unwaveringly. Chen Ge and the chubby boy exchanged glances, having encountered numerous bizarre phenomena on their journey. They were not inclined to underestimate even a mere rabbit. What is happening? Lu Wanru whispered. Zhao Kun, perplexed, queried, a rabbit is blocking our path? This situation was exceedingly strange. They had never encountered anything like it before. Even Chen Ge felt a chill creeping up his spine. The rabbit's gaze was far from that of a typical rabbit. It exuded an aura of the unknown, instilling a primal sense of fear, an instinct embedded in human DNA. Shall we simply circumvent it? Zhao Kun suggested quietly, uncertain why the 2 were so apprehensive of a rabbit. Chen Ge remained silent, scanning the surroundings until he discovered half a brick by the roadside. With a surge of determination, he hurled the brick, which soared through the air like a meteor hammer, striking the rabbit squarely on the head. A dull thud echoed as the rabbit collapsed, its brains spilling forth. Yet, the 2 remained vigilant, observing for a full 3 minutes before Chen Ge cautiously approached, using a fire axe to prod the rabbit's lifeless body, confirming its demise. It appears to have been a false alarm. Perhaps it was merely someone's pet rabbit. Unafraid of humans, Lu Wanru remarked, initially inclined to express discontent at the rabbit's demise, but ultimately swallowing her words upon seeing its adorable visage. Could this rabbit be suitable for soup? Zhao Kun mused whimsically. Wanru, I shall prepare a broth for you when we reach a safe location. My culinary skills are quite commendable. Exchanging glances, Chen Ge and the chubby boy pondered whether they had indeed been overly anxious. Confirming that it was merely an ordinary rabbit, the group resumed their journey. At this pace, they would reach the Kuajiang Bridge in another hour, and, after crossing it, an additional hour would take them beyond the city limits into the suburbs. Zhao Kun, buoyant, picked up the rabbit, declaring, once we reach safety, I shall make soup for everyone. I am quite the domestic gentleman. After walking for another 10 minutes, Chen Ge abruptly halted once more. The chubby boy, unable to see Chen Ge's face from behind, could discern from his profile that he appeared pale. Rushing forward, he discovered another rabbit standing in the middle of the road, staring at them intently. A chill surged from his tailbone to the crown of his head. The chubby boy sensed that this rabbit was far from ordinary. Zhao Kun, where's the rabbit's corpse? The chubby boy suddenly inquired. Are there 2 identical rabbits? Or has the one we struck returned to life? Or is this merely a coincidence? At that moment, a stammering voice from behind interrupted. The rabbit's corpse is gone. I just had it hanging on the handle of the cart. On the road, the 6 individuals faced off against the rabbit, which stood still, unyielding, provoking discomfort. The chubby boy fished a biscuit from his backpack and tossed it toward the rabbit, hoping to divert its attention, but the rabbit showed no interest in the treat. "This is exceedingly eerie," the chubby boy murmured. "Have you heard the old Northeast tale of the yellow weasel seeking a seal? I can't shake the feeling that this rabbit resembles the legendary creature. Moreover, why had the previous rabbit's corpse vanished? Could resurrection truly exist? Let's disregard it and move around," the chubby boy suggested wisely. The six of them attempted to circumvent the rabbit, but no matter how they maneuvered, it continued to fixate on them. "Hurry, we shall soon exit the city. Let's move quickly," the chubby boy urged, jogging ahead while Chen Ge deliberately slowed his pace to accommodate the others. Yet as they ran, Chen Ge suddenly stopped, causing the chubby boy to collide with him. Without uttering a word, the chubby boy had already surmised the cause as he peered ahead. In the center of the road stood a snow-white rabbit, staring intently at them. But unlike before, this rabbit appeared to be grinning. Chapter 27. Crossing the river apart from humans. Most animals do not exhibit expressions of laughter. Occasionally, one might capture a small creature with a mischievous smile. But that is merely coincidence. The expressions of animals and humans convey vastly different meanings. Yet, this rabbit now smiled at them, instilling a sense of terror in each heart. It posed no direct threat, yet its anthropomorphic expression was unsettling. The uncanny valley effect made the situation profoundly uncomfortable. The more an object resembles a human, the greater the fear it elicits. What shall we do? Perhaps we should seize it and cook it. I refuse to believe it can conjure any further mischief. Zhao Kuan whispered fervently. Chen Ge and the chubby boy remained silent, having encountered too many peculiarities along their journey to act recklessly. If this rabbit were akin to a meat-tainted creature, it could spell doom for them. Their fortunate escape from the meat-tainted entity was largely due to luck. The chubby boy turned to Chen Ge. "You threw that brick quite accurately. I shall approach it. If it attempts to attack me, you must use the brick against it." Chen Ge nodded, picking up a brick. The chubby boy cautiously advanced, with every step heightening his anxiety. As he neared the rabbit, his heart raced. "Listen, brother, we apologize for our earlier actions," the chubby boy began, adopting a conciliatory tone, for it is said that one should not strike those who wear a smile. Yet, the rabbit remained unresponsive. The chubby boy continued softly. "If you understand my words, please react. Otherwise, we shall take our leave, and you must stop following us." As soon as he uttered this, a chill ran down his spine, for the rabbit's smile widened conspicuously. Although the chubby boy was astute, he could not fathom the rabbit's intentions, and the behavioral cues between humans and animals were not universally translatable. For instance, while humans urinate for relief, lions do so to mark their territory. Similarly, a human smile does not always signify goodwill. It can convey mockery, scorn, derision, or disdain. Glancing at the time, the chubby boy noted it was nearly 3 o'clock. If they did not escape the city before nightfall, they might encounter all manner of supernatural beings. Remaining idle was not an option. Resolutely, the chubby boy grasped the rabbit's ear, and this time, the rabbit finally reacted, struggling against his grip, appearing at least somewhat like a rabbit. As the rabbit perked its ears, it did not initiate an attack, allowing the chubby boy to breathe a sigh of relief. It appeared that this creature primarily relied on intimidation, lacking any real prowess. "I do not know if you can comprehend, so I shall reiterate. Cease following us, or I shall stew you," the chubby boy threatened. The rabbit mechanically turned its head, fixating its crimson gaze upon him, sending shivers down his spine. With a dismissive wave, he tossed the rabbit aside onto the roadside. "Let's move on. Pay it no mind. It lacks any real ability," he beckoned to the others. Chen Ge took the lead, pulling along Chen Lele, while Zhao Kuan remained apprehensive. Once Chen Ge and the others had passed the rabbit, and confirmed that no horrific events were unfolding, Zhao Kuan gently urged his wife forward. It seemed the rabbit truly posed no threat. As it continued to watch them until they were completely out of sight, they hastened onward, walking for nearly half an hour without encountering the rabbit again, which brought a collective sigh of relief. "It appears to be merely a scare tactic," the chubby boy murmured, reflecting on the notion that not every monster is terrifying. A common saying on the internet asserts that the disparity between humans is greater than that between humans and dogs. This notion applies equally to the monsters that have suddenly appeared in this world, some fierce as tigers, while others are utterly inept. As the sun began to tilt towards the west, around 3 o'clock, Chen Ge, at the forefront, caught sight of the Kwa Jianda Chiao. Once they crossed the bridge and continued onward, they would finally escape this hellish place. Throughout their journey, they had not seen another soul, as though they were the sole 6 inhabitants of the city. With the prospect of leaving this cursed locale so close at hand, none felt hunger or fatigue. All were eager to depart. However, just as Chen Ge prepared to hasten across the bridge, his expression suddenly changed. The rabbit stood directly before the Kwa Jianda Xiao, fixating on them. The chubby boy, now aware of the rabbit's lack of offensive capability, felt less anxious and instead curious about why it had been trailing them. Was there something about them that continually attracted the rabbit's attention? Chen Ge whispered, "This time, I shall investigate. If necessary, I will simply toss it into the river." But as he turned, the rabbit that had followed them so persistently had vanished. The atmosphere among the group became eerily tense once more. "Panger, did you see where that rabbit went?" Chen Ge asked quietly, gripping his fire axe tightly. The chubby boy brandished his makeshift spear, responding, "I did not see it." They were now very close to the riverbank, able to glimpse the other side of the water, which spanned approximately 500 to 600 meters and shimmered beautifully under the sunlight. Yet, they had no time to admire the picturesque scenery. As they were all searching for the rabbit, the expanse ahead was open. Either the rabbit had leapt into the water and drowned, or it had disappeared into thin air. Given the vastness before them, there was no conceivable place for it to hide. As is commonly known, based on the law of conservation of mass, an object cannot simply vanish into nothingness. However, whether that enigmatic rabbit adhered to this principle remained uncertain. Lu Fei's temper flared. "What are we all doing here? It is merely a rabbit. If you do not move, I shall." With that, he strode ahead. Both the chubby boy and Chen Ge sensed something amiss. Chen Ge attempted to grasp Lu Fei's arm, but the chubby boy intervened. "Good advice is wasted on the obstinate. We can save him once. But can we save him forever?" Chen Ge withdrew his hand as Lu Fei continued onward. As he walked, he glanced back, only to find that the remaining 5 had not followed. "Xiao Fei, come back. Lu Wanru suddenly let out a piercing scream. Not only Lu Wanru, but the others also turned pale, retreating in fear, while Lu Fei remained oblivious to the unfolding horror. A massive shadow erupted from the ground, opening its cavernous maw and severing Lu Fei's arm in one swift bite. The incident transpired so rapidly that the others hardly had time to comprehend what creature had emerged from below to inflict such devastation. Lu Wanru, witnessing her brother in peril, felt frantic, yet, burdened by her pregnancy, she could not demand help from others. Tears streamed down her face as Lu Fei, though still alive, clutched his severed arm and writhed in agony on the ground, attempting to rise, but failing repeatedly due to the loss of balance from his injury and the rapid depletion of his strength from blood loss. The chubby boy turned pale. Did anyone see what that creature was? Zhao Kuan, a civil servant by nature, had never encountered such a horrifying scene and stood frozen in terror. Chen Ge, with the clearest eyes, quickly remarked, "I caught a glimpse of it. Though I cannot be sure. The creature that surged from below appeared to be a large fish." The chubby boy questioned, "Are you certain? You truly believe a fish erupted from the ground? That is utterly unscientific. In this world, what has become of science?" Chen Ge retorted, "Do you think that rabbit's sudden disappearance could have been due to it being consumed by the creature below?" The chubby boy considered this possibility, but, after firmly stomping the ground, confirmed its solidity. How could a fish swim beneath solid ground? It defies logic. The monsters that have manifested in this world blatantly trample upon the scientific principles humans have painstakingly developed over millennia. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, the chubby boy continued, "Chen Ge, do you think that the rabbit's presence was not merely to frighten us, but to warn us of impending danger, only for us to disregard its warning?" Upon reflection, this notion held considerable merit, as no rabbit possesses the ability to communicate. They had perceived the rabbit as a threat due to their harrowing experiences along the journey. Lu Wanru, seeing her brother lying in a pool of blood, turned to her husband in desperation. "Kuan, can you find a way to save Xiao Fei?" Zhao Kuan, devoid of any color, replied, "That child never listens, despite my warnings." He insisted on proceeding, and now look at the predicament we are in. Lu Wanru, feeling helpless as she gazed upon her brother's plight, could not contain her tears. With no alternatives, she turned her gaze towards Chen Ge and the chubby boy, hoping they might assist. However, They both disregarded her gaze entirely. In the current situation, the prospect of saving anyone was overshadowed by the uncertainty of their own survival. What shall we do now? Should we continue forward or retreat? Chen Ge inquired quietly. The chubby boy pondered for a moment before resolutely stating, "We must press on. We have likely entered the territory of the monsters, making escape far from simple. Moreover, I have observed that these creatures seem to possess their own domains, restricting their activities to those areas. The example of the Rotai Sui serves as a prime illustration. Within its domain, it reigned supreme, and no other monster dared to approach. Of course, there may be those who attempted to venture near, but they were undoubtedly devoured by the Rotai Sui. At that moment, Lu Wanru struggled to disembark from the unicycle. Wanru, what are you doing? You're still with child, Zhao Kun exclaimed, hastily grasping her arm. Lu Wanru resolutely approached Lu Fei, stating, I can understand your reluctance to intervene. After all, Xiao Fei is not connected to you. I cannot compel you to save him, but he is my younger brother, and I must go. At that moment, Lu Fei had already succumbed to a semi-conscious state, not to mention that Lu Wanru was heavily pregnant. Even a typical woman would find it impossible to drag an ordinary high school student several meters. In terms of equal weight, the upper body strength of women is only 60% that of men. This is why in combat competitions, even with equivalent body weight, genders must be separated. Although gender equality is now widely advocated, the physiological differences are inescapable. Zhao Kun reached out to grasp his wife's arm, only to be forcefully rebuffed. Tian Yi Bling Shit. This must be what they call the younger brother's curse, right? Zhao Kun stood frozen, his gaze flickering, ultimately opting neither to save Lu Fei nor to restrain his wife. Merely watching from the sidelines, he might have felt anxious, but the lives of his wife and brother-in-law could not outweigh his own. A wife can be remarried, a son can be born again, and the brother-in-law was already bothersome enough. Why should he risk himself to save him? Lu Wanru, clutching her belly, reached Lu Fei's side and gently shook his body. Lu Fei's torso was stained crimson with blood, his severed arm exposing white bone, his eyes tightly shut, perhaps unconscious from excessive blood loss. As Lu Wanru painstakingly pulled her brother back, she suddenly felt darkness beneath her feet. The once yellow earth was now shrouded in shadow. A chill enveloped her heart as she realized that the creature which had just bitten off her brother's arm had returned, and the three men behind her showed no intention of assisting. Tears streaming down her face, she continued to drag her brother. The chubby boy suddenly spoke. We've been standing here for so long. Why hasn't whatever's beneath attacked us? Chen Ge, with a serious expression, suggested, perhaps I should inquire of the creature below? Despite his casual tone, he gripped a brick tightly. Though aware it was of little use against the monster, it provided him with a semblance of comfort. Lu Wanru's face turned ashen. Sunlight was indeed present, yet she felt the ground beneath her was dark. She suddenly recalled a fishing documentary where a scientific team was fishing on a lake and suddenly noticed a shadow below the water. Through aerial footage, they discovered a fish over 5 meters long beneath their boat. In other words, that creature was right beneath her. At this point, Lu Wanru had exhausted her strength, sweat beading on her forehead as she desperately looked to her husband. His expression mirrored her anxiety, but despite his concern, he would never gamble with his life. Boom! Just then, a colossal figure erupted from the ground, leaping into the air. This time, the three men in the distance could see it clearly. Indeed, it was a fish. More accurately, a shark, measuring over 7 meters in length, its gaping maw descending upon Lu Wanru. Faced with such a scenario, Zhao Kun could only close his eyes, pretending not to see. In that critical moment, a brick flew like a projectile, striking the shark directly in the eye. Astonishingly, the brick pierced through the shark's head as if it were made of sand, offering no resistance. Nevertheless, this impact altered the shark's trajectory, causing its attack to narrowly miss Lu Wanru. Terrified and utterly drained, she collapsed to the ground, her face pale and lips quivering. This is absurd. Elementalization? Confess. Have you consumed a devil fruit? The chubby boy shouted at the shark. Yet, the shark vanished underground, leaving no trace. The hard earth was as fluid as water to it. Chen Ge observed intently as the great shark submerged, resembling a true fish entering water, ripples appearing on the ground. Having dropped out of high school to work for a living, He could not comprehend why this was happening and looked to the chubby boy for answers. Don't look at me. I have no idea why either. The chubby boy's face was drenched in cold sweat. Encountering phenomena defying the laws of physics was not new, so there was no need for such alarm. Previous encounters with meat tuas and obstructive rabbits were equally bizarre, if not more so than a shark swimming underground. Chen Ge gently patted the ground, his expression grave. Humans can see because of light transmission, yet light cannot penetrate the earth to reach below. How then? Did the shark perceive him? Why was only Lu Fei targeted? Did the shark, like the meat tua, locate its prey through temperature? No, that couldn't be right. Chen Ge scrutinized the ground, aware that despite his modest education, he possessed keen intellect. If the shark located its prey by temperature, all of them should have faced indiscriminate attacks. Yet thus far, only the fearless Lu Fei and the determined Lu Wanru had been assaulted. Suddenly, Chen Ge realized something crucial. Cautiously, he picked up a stone from the ground and gestured for silence. He then tossed the stone into the distance, creating a faint sound upon impact. In that instant, the great shark surged from the earth, swallowing the stone whole. Witnessing this, Zhao Kuan covered his mouth in shock. He finally understood. The shark identified its prey through sound. In the absence of light, the shark could not see anything while swimming underground. It could only utilize its eyes when leaving the earth to hunt. In other words, as long as they remained silent, they would not be attacked. Lu Fei's footsteps had drawn the shark's attention, resulting in his arm being bitten off. Lu Wanru's attempt to rescue her brother also provoked the shark's assault. Meanwhile, the chubby boy, Chen Ge, and Zhao Kuan had remained still, thus escaping its wrath. To be precise, the shark did not detect them by sound, but rather by vibrations. Chen Ge murmured, "The chubby boy is correct. It's easier to arrive than to leave. Right now, we can only remain still. If we move, we will certainly be attacked." Lu Fei lay unconscious on the ground. If they did not find a way to staunch his bleeding soon, he would succumb to blood loss. However, standing here was not a viable solution. Human stamina is limited, and standing consumes more energy than walking. At most, they could endure another hour or two before their legs ached and their feet throbbed. Moreover, darkness would descend in 3 hours, and who knew what more terrifying entities might emerge then. Chen Ge surveyed his surroundings, seeking a means of escape. But the terrain was flat, devoid of even a single tree. Utilizing the landscape was out of the question. "I have an immature idea," Chen Ge suddenly exclaimed. The chubby boy responded, "It seems we're thinking along the same lines." The two cautiously emptied their backpacks, with the most crucial supplies being fresh water, which they concentrated in Chen Ge's possession. Zhao Kuan was utterly perplexed by the intentions of the two individuals, his heart racing with anxiety. Could these two scoundrels be contemplating their final meal? Was there still a chance for salvation? In a moment, when I tell you to run, you must run. When I say stop, you must halt. You must heed my instructions, Chen Ge asserted. He then cast a glance at Lu Wanru and Lu Fei, sighing inwardly, for he believed these two were beyond rescue. Their fate was grim. They would either be devoured by sharks or perish here, trapped. There was no alternative. At that moment, Zhao Kuan pleaded, "Brother Chen, I implore you, can you take my wife with you? I beg you, she is with child. Do not speak to me of such matters. What morals can a murderer like me possess? She is not my wife or child," Chen Ge replied coldly. "We are all adults, responsible for our own choices." If Lu Wanru had not insisted on rescuing her brother, there might have been a glimmer of hope. Alas, that chance has vanished. Chen Ge understood the bond between the siblings, yet understanding did not equate to safety. He glanced back at Chen Lele, who nodded affirmatively. The child had not caused them trouble along the way, which was commendable. "Prepare yourselves," Tian Yi commanded, raising a bottle of mineral water and forcefully hurling it to the ground. The collision created a resounding noise, and in an instant, a massive shadow surged from beneath the surface to devour the bottle. "Run!" Chen Ge shouted as he sprinted forward. The shark, having emerged to seize the bottle, took only 5 or 6 seconds to retreat into the depths. They intended to exploit those fleeting seconds to reach the bridge spanning the river. This shark could swim underground, but the space beneath the bridge was empty. Chen Ge was gambling on the notion that this great predator could not ascend the bridge. Once they reached it, safety should be assured. They were approximately 100 meters from a bridge, and running at full speed would take about 10 seconds. Even with the youngest, Chen Lele, They would only need to discard 3 bottles of water. Chen Ge was the fastest, covering half the distance in the blink of an eye. He kept track of the time, and after about 5 seconds, he shouted, "Stop." Instantly, everyone halted, holding their breath. Zhao Kuan refrained from glancing at his wife. His survival was paramount, and he did not believe he was in the wrong. However, what transpired next was even more terrifying. Beneath the concrete surface, a shark's fin glided leisurely towards them. Chapter 30. Drowning. Each individual, including Chen Ge, felt their heart leap into their throats. This beast had learned to surface, and cold sweat streamed down Chen Ge's forehead. With the best stamina among them, he led the charge. The chubby boy followed closely, then Chen Lele. One should never underestimate the speed of a child, as many out-of-shape adults could not keep up. Lastly was the panting Zhao Kuan, who trembled in fear as the shark approached, crying out, "Save me! Save me!" In such dire circumstances, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, let alone rescuing others. The chubby boy quickly whispered reassurance, "It's all right, don't panic, it's okay." Yet, not everyone could maintain their composure in peril. Zhao Kuan felt as if his heart might burst. At last, the shark reached his feet. In that moment, Zhao Kuan's spirit shattered completely. He screamed and ran frantically towards the bridge. "Don't run. It can't see us," the chubby boy shouted, but his voice failed to penetrate Zhao Kuan's near-manic state. In his frantic dash, Zhao Kuan collided with Chen Lele, whose face turned pale. The shark sensed the violent vibrations above and surged toward Zhao Kuan, leaping into the air and tearing him in half with a single bite. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere. Except for Chen Ge, everyone felt a tightening in their throats, fighting the urge to vomit, fully aware that if they succumbed, they would be the next targets. In the distance, Lu Wanru witnessed her husband's gruesome demise and began to weep silently, stifling her cries with her hands. She seemed to foresee her own fate, now only able to hold her brother and weep in silence. Chen Ge inhaled deeply. While others might succumb to chaos, he must maintain his composure. The sight of spilled entrails was nothing new to him. He had witnessed far worse. "Get ready." Chen Ge retrieved a second bottle of mineral water. According to his calculations, if he could divert the shark's attention one more time, he would successfully reach the bridge. The chubby boy and Chen Lele would need to throw at least 2 bottles to make it. As for Lu Wanru and Lu Fei, they were beyond hope. Time to let them go. Chen Ge summoned every ounce of strength and hurled the bottle far away, the impact resonating once more. Yet this time, the shark failed to appear. Cold sweat instantly coated Chen Ge's forehead. What was happening? He looked at the ground in terror. Logically, the shark should have surfaced upon hearing the sound or sensing the vibrations. Could it be that this creature possessed memory? Having jumped out once to eat the bottle, it now deemed it unpalatable and would not be fooled again? Tian Yi pondered. However, they could not move a step without luring the shark away. What else was in his backpack? Carefully, he opened it to find several cans of luncheon meat. Upon seeing Chen Ge retrieve the meat, the chubby boy's face reflected reluctance, having refrained from eating during lunch. Yet, time was of the essence. Chen Ge threw the can with all his might. Sure enough, upon hearing the clang of metal against the ground, the shark leapt out, devouring the luncheon meat whole. "Run!" Chen Ge cried. The trio dashed forward without a second thought, with Chen Ge reaching the bridge first, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The chubby boy and Chen Lele were still about 10 steps away from the bridge, victory within reach. However, as Chen Ge turned to check on them, his expression suddenly changed. Chen Lele's school badge was about to fall from a pocket of his uniform. Originally secured within the inner pocket, it had nearly slipped out when Chen Lele was bumped by the frenzied Zhao Kuan. Under normal circumstances, this would not have posed a problem, but now, even the slightest sound could be fatal. Chen Ge hurried to warn Chen Lele to hold onto his badge, but the boy hesitated, glancing at his pocket. In that moment of delay, the badge slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the concrete floor. A sound that would ordinarily be inconsequential now carried the weight of doom. The shark's fin approached an alarming speed, and the chubby boy shouted, "Run faster." Only 10 steps remained. If they could sprint those steps before the shark closed in, victory was theirs. Chen Lele's face turned pale as he followed the chubby boy in a desperate dash. The chubby boy, despite being an adult, moved swiftly and reached the bridge ahead of time. However, when Chen Lele was still 5 or 6 steps away from the Quajong Bridge, The great shark had already approached him from behind. Chen Ge leaped to grab Chen Lei's small hand, attempting to pull him over, but at that moment, the great shark lunged forward and bit into Chen Lei's waist. A sickening crack echoed as the shark severed Chen Lei's body below the waist, leaving his eyes vacant and devoid of life. Chen Ge, overwhelmed by the force, stumbled backward, and the remaining half of Chen Lei's body fell onto him, blood instantly staining his clothes. "Uncle, am I going to die?" Chen Lei asked weakly. Chen Ge was at a loss for words, staring at Chen Lei's half-lifeless form, unsure how to respond. "Uncle, can you tell my mom and dad?" Before he could finish, Chen Lei's pupils dilated, and he breathed his last. A mere 7-year-old child had perished just like that. Chen Ge suddenly understood why soldiers would rather take their own lives than face the end of the world. Such despair had only visited him once in his life. "Stop standing there like a fool. Run," the chubby boy suddenly shouted. Chen Ge looked up, and indeed, the great shark, having gathered momentum, lunged toward them, targeting the remaining half of Chen Lei's body. Death extinguished life like a snuff candle. Chen Ge had no choice but to abandon the body on the ground and sprint towards the center of the bridge. The shark leaped into the air, quickly catching up to Chen Ge, but just as it seemed poised to strike, its momentum faltered and it abruptly spun around, its tail slamming into Chen Ge's back. The immense force sent Chen Ge flying, plunging him into the river below. "It's over. I'm done for." However, the shark had forgotten that they were still on the bridge. Below was not familiar earth, but empty space. As it crashed through the bridge's concrete, the great shark plummeted into the river. Chen Ge let out a bitter laugh, resigned to his fate. If he couldn't defeat the creature on land, how could he hope to survive underwater? Yet, the next scene left him dumbfounded. The shark was thrashing in the river, writhing in agony. This creature, capable of swimming on land, was now drowning. In that instant of falling into the water, Chen Ge found himself engulfed in darkness, unable to see or breathe. However, he was a skilled swimmer, having honed his ability from a young age by holding his breath to catch fish. Moments later, he surfaced and immediately sought the great shark, which was now a terrifying presence in the water. Chen Ge braced himself for death, but he could hardly believe his eyes as the shark struggled for survival, flailing about in the water like a drowning human, desperately trying to escape the surface, yet confined to swimming in the mud, unable to fly. Soon, the shark's eyes rolled back, and it finally succumbed, belly up in the river. Had he truly won? Chen Ge could hardly fathom that the river had saved his life. Gathering his courage, he swam closer and kicked the shark a couple of times. It remained motionless. He signaled to the chubby boy on the bridge, "Drop a knife." The boy promptly tossed a kitchen knife down, and Chen Ge grasped it in the water, hacking at the shark. To his surprise, the creature's body contained no blood, and its massive form began to decompose rapidly, akin to ice melting in the water. After its complete disintegration, a 7-meter-long shark was reduced to nothing but its skin. Chen Ge cautiously approached and sniffed it. It carried a distinct seafood odor. This could be a valuable trophy, perhaps useful in the future. Dragging the shark's skin to the riverbank, Chen Ge, utterly exhausted, collapsed on the shore, gasping for air. Fortunately, the food in his backpack was sealed, remaining edible despite the water exposure. At that moment, the chubby boy arrived and marveled at the shark's skin, astonished at the strange wonders of the world. However, Chen Ge felt a deep sense of gloom. In less than an hour, their small team of 6 had dwindled to 4. Lu Fei had lost an arm, and it was uncertain how he was faring now. As the boy reached for the shark's skin, to his shock, it seemed to come alive, coiling around his hand. "What the hell? It's still alive?" he exclaimed in terror, never expecting that something so seemingly lifeless could still pose a threat. Chen Ge was equally alarmed, lacking the strength to contend with such a creature again. But the chubby boy's cries soon subsided as he realized the skin merely wrapped around his hand and was not trying to consume him. Furthermore, he felt no unusual sensations. "What on earth is this thing?" he muttered, sitting down, inadvertently pressing his hand against the ground, only to discover that it penetrated the earth as easily as if it were water. Both boys were taken aback, staring at the shark's skin. Had it not been for the apocalypse, this bizarre skin alone could sustain them for a lifetime. The secret of the shark's ability to swim underground lay within this skin. A triumphant smile spread across the chubby boy's face as he gently tugged at the skin, finding it easy to tear off without any discomfort. "I have a rather immature suggestion," he suddenly said, realizing its potential as a miraculous item. "It seems we're on the same wavelength." Chen Ge responded. They decided to fashion a simple garment from shark skin, which could serve as a means of escape in critical moments. Initially, Chen Ge intended to create 2 pieces, but the chubby boy disagreed, asserting that only one should be made. He couldn't swim, and wearing a garment made from shark skin would surely lead to drowning. They couldn't risk leaving the excess behind for others or monsters to use. Ordinary materials had no effect on shark skin, and ultimately, the chubby boy used a knife to carefully cut the skin, crafting a cloak. Although the shark had perished, its skin seemed to retain a semblance of life, instinctively wrapping around any living being it encountered and merging with human skin. When not needed, it could be easily torn away without harm. "I never thought defeating monsters could yield such loot. I assumed this concept was exclusive to games." The chubby boy marveled. They ultimately burned the remaining shark skin without hesitation, relieved that it could be dealt with by fire. After completing those tasks, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Being summer, the sun still shone brightly overhead. Chen Ge and the chubby boy returned to the bridge to check on Lu Wanru. At that moment, Lu Wanru sat in a daze, clutching her brother. Lu Fei, having lost too much blood, was already cold. In less than half a day, Lu Wanru had lost both her brother and her husband. It was uncertain how she would cope. "Can you still walk?" the chubby boy asked Lu Wanru, his heart aching at the sight of her blood-soaked form. Lu Wanru wiped the blood from her face and replied, "I'm fine, really." As she spoke, she unsteadily rose to her feet, her expression betraying that she was far from unscathed. "Let us continue our journey," Lu Wanru suggested, glancing at Chen Ge and the chubby boy. In truth, the best option at this juncture was to allow this woman to fend for herself. Chen Ge and the chubby boy exchanged glances, both understanding each other's thoughts. If she wished to follow, so be it. They were uncertain when they might be devoured by the omnipresent monsters, so they decided to take each step as it came. After the death of her husband and brother, Lu Wanru's gaze had lost its previous timidity. Perhaps all the weaknesses of her humanity had vanished. The 3 of them trudged forward with their weary bodies, and before long, a rabbit with eyes as red as blood appeared before them, staring intently. "Hey, it's back," Chen Ge greeted calmly. Compared to the man-eating shark, this little rabbit seemed adorably harmless. This time, the rabbit did not obstruct their path but instead hopped away, seemingly delivering a message. Crossing the bridge, Chen Ge glanced back at the apocalyptic scenery. The golden sunlight bathed the placid river, creating a scene of unexpected beauty. How long had it been since he had witnessed such a splendid landscape? In the past, consumed by work and family obligations. Who had the leisure to pause and appreciate the view? Ironically, it was during the apocalypse that he found the time to appreciate nature's splendor. Chapter 32. The Dr. Lu Wanru, already with child, was plunged into despair after the sudden loss of her husband and brother. If it were not for the child she carried, she might have succumbed to her grief. Soon they would leave this cursed city behind. The chubby boy's face bore a hint of excitement. Chen Ge placed the shark cloak into his backpack, troubled by the thought of Lu Wanru. Bringing her along would undoubtedly slow their pace, yet leaving her, a heavily pregnant woman, behind almost guaranteed her demise before nightfall. Ultimately, the chubby boy proposed a solution. "Let us take you to a populated area, but beyond that, we cannot assist you. This man here is a genuine murderer and might be wanted in other cities. By the way, Chen Ge, why did you kill someone? You've never mentioned it." Chen Ge shot him a glare. "You talk too much. Go fetch the cart, and let us move quickly." After a flurry of activity, the sun began to set, and darkness would soon envelop them. They were uncertain if they could escape in time. Chen Ge held Lu Wanru, who sat in the cart, while the chubby boy pushed it forward. Lu Wanru stared vacantly at the city behind them. Once upon a time, she had a warm home. After walking for over half an hour, Lu Wanru seemed to fall silent. Suddenly the chubby boy whispered, "Chen Ge, do you think she is bleeding heavily?" Chen Ge immediately turned to look at Lu Wanru in the cart, noticing her pallid complexion, devoid of color, her once pristine dress now stained crimson with blood. Initially, the chubby boy thought it was her brother Lu Fei's blood, but quickly realized the discrepancy. Lu Fei had been dead for nearly an hour, and logically, the blood should have dried. Yet the blood in the cart remained fresh. Upon inspection, they discovered Lu Wanru was indeed bleeding profusely, leaving both young men utterly helpless. Lacking any medical knowledge, they were unsure how to assist Lu Wanru in her critical state. Chen Ge glanced at the chubby boy, who shook his head in resignation. It appeared Lu Wanru would not survive the night. We will take it one step at a time. Chen Ge sighed, lamenting the loss of a once intact family. Inadvertently looking up, Chen Ge noticed a figure standing at the edge of the sunset. Facing the sun, he could not discern the person's face. Instinctively, he grew wary, gripping his fire axe as he observed the figure approach. As the person drew nearer, Chen Ge realized they were clad in a doctor's white coat, appearing to be in their 40s, with disheveled hair and staggering slightly. In their left hand, they clutched a bottle of liquor, and upon reaching Chen Ge, they raised the bottle and took a few swigs before stating, "If you wish for her to survive, come with me." With that, the mysterious figure turned and walked away. The chubby boy suddenly recalled that there was a hospital nearby marked on the map. Could it be that they had fortuitously encountered a doctor? With Lu Wanru bleeding profusely, they had no time to ponder. Chen Ge hurried to catch up with the mysterious figure, forcing a smile as he offered a cigarette. "What shall I call you?" "Zhao," came a reply. "Dr. Zhao, are you a physician at the nearby hospital?" Chen Ge inquired. "Yes," Zhao replied curtly. "How many doctors are left at the hospital?" "How many people?" Chen Ge continued. Zhao's cold gaze met Chen Ge's. "I am the only one left. There is no need for your probing. If you do not trust me, you are free to leave." With that, Zhao turned away without looking back. The chubby boy whispered, "What do you think? Can we trust him? We have no other options, and look at the sun. Nightfall is upon us. If we face another attack, none of us may survive." Tian Yi replied. "Rather than waiting here for death, we should follow this Dr. Zhao." Lu Wanru had succumbed to unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss, but fortunately, they soon spotted the hospital. They had initially considered visiting for supplies, but never anticipated encountering a doctor. Upon entering the hospital, they were met with a gruesome scene of blood and corpses. Patients, doctors, and nurses alike lay lifeless, their bodies emitting an unbearable stench in the summer heat. Chen Ge and the chubby boy nearly retched at the sight. Clearly, this place had also been attacked. "Don't look at me. I have no idea what happened." In the blink of an eye, everyone was dead, Zhao stated coldly. The chubby boy, suppressing his fear, inspected the bodies, only to be astonished to find that none bore any wounds. Each corpse retained the expression they wore in life, some smiling, some weeping, others displaying fear or gratitude. The sight of such expressions on the dead, even in the sweltering summer, sent chills down Chen Ge's spine. "You too, bring her over here," Zhao commanded, directing them to place Lu Wanru on the operating table to begin the procedure. Chen Ge and the chubby boy, lacking any medical expertise, could only wait outside. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao emerged from the operating room, holding a small, bloodied bundle wrapped in white cloth. "It's a stillborn." Zhao's eyes reflected a rare flicker of compassion. "What about the woman?" Chen Ge asked anxiously. "It's up to fate. I cannot say if she will survive," Zhao sighed. "Regardless, I have done my best. If you wish to live, follow me." The hospital was now completely dark, the power having gone out entirely. Zhao lit a candle and led them to the morgue. Despite all they had endured, the sight of the word morgue made Chen Ge and the chubby boy feel profoundly uneasy. Those creatures thrived on the living, yet were oblivious to the dead. "Doctor," Zhao said with a hint of irony, "I survived my first day by hiding in the morgue. Those things? What things?" "Dr. Zhao, could you please clarify for us? We have encountered many bizarre occurrences on our journey. Perhaps we can assist you," the chubby boy implored. "I don't know. I haven't seen them. Even if I had, it wouldn't matter. Death might be preferable." Dr. Zhao suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. "All right, I will bring that woman over." As Dr. Zhao departed, the dimly lit morgue took on an even more sinister atmosphere. "Dr. Zhao, could you leave us the candle? I fear the dark," the chubby boy lamented. Chapter 33. The morgue. Humans inherently harbor a profound fear of death. While alive, one may not feel particularly frightened, but upon encountering a corpse, fear arises, which seems rather irrational. From a materialist perspective, a deceased person merely becomes a collection of matter, akin to stone or wood. Yet, people fear corpses while remaining indifferent to stones. In the oppressive darkness of the morgue, despite the myriad absurdities they had faced, the chubby boy and Chen Ge felt an icy chill crawling up their spines at the thought of the cadavers housed in each morgue cabinet, rendering their breath shallow. "Brother Chen, didn't you claim to be a murderer? Don't even murderers fear corpses?" The chubby boy whispered. "A murderer is still human. Isn't. I have never encountered so many corpses," Chen Ge retorted. In such a dark environment, the absence of sound heightened the eeriness. The chubby boy softly hummed a tune to distract himself. The Wuming Mountains connect to the mountains beyond. The moonlight spills over the Xiangshan. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, piercing the stillness. The song abruptly ceased, and the chubby boy swallowed hard. That should be Dr. Zhao returning, right? Just as he was about to inquire, Chen Ge swiftly covered the chubby boy's mouth and whispered urgently, "The footsteps are wrong. That is not Dr. Zhao. Human weight, height, and shoe size vary. Thus their footsteps differ significantly." Chen Ge had a keen ear and could distinguish between different individuals' footsteps from a young age. Dr. Zhao was slender and appeared to be deeply affected by something, his eyes devoid of life. Hence, his footsteps were slow and dragging. In contrast, the footsteps outside were brisk, suggesting a heavier presence than Dr. Zhao. According to his earlier statement, everyone in the hospital apart from him was dead. If the footsteps did not belong to Dr. Zhao, then who could they possibly belong to? Could it be that something other than a living person was walking outside the morgue? Both of them realized this simultaneously, their faces paling with fright. The footsteps grew closer, quickening their heartbeats. Every inch drawing them nearer caused their hearts to flutter. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps reached the morgue door, seemingly poised to burst in at any moment. Chen Ge gripped his fire axe tightly. Whatever it was that dared to enter, it would meet the axe head-on, be it a living being or a corpse. However, the footsteps suddenly halted at the door. An eerie silence enveloped the corridor. Not a single sound was heard. The chubby boy's forehead glistened with cold sweat. Fear is an instinctive human response, and while some may not fear death, they still feel apprehension. This reaction is etched into human DNA. The two faced an invisible standoff at the door, their terror palpable. They had at least seen the actual forms of the monsters they had encountered before: parasitic tumors, fleshly tai-zai, or man-eating sharks. Though lurking in the shadows evoked fear, the sight of these creatures often alleviated it, for they knew what they faced. It is the unknown that perpetually stirs human dread. Yet now, they could not discern what stood outside the door. Moments passed, seconds, or perhaps minutes, before the entity outside moved again, the footsteps retreating from the morgue door. Both exhaled in relief, believing the danger had passed. Just as Chen Ge began to relax, a hand unexpectedly landed on his shoulder. His heart raced, nearly stopping for shock. Without a second thought, he swung a punch, resulting in a loud thud. The chubby boy cried out, "It's me. Don't panic. You shouldn't startle me like that in such a terrifying place." Tianyi snapped irritably. The chubby boy paused, bewildered. "What are you talking about? I didn't touch your shoulder." At this revelation, fear mirrored in both their eyes. The atmosphere grew oppressively tense. "Brother Chen, please don't joke around. I'm too timid for this," the chubby boy pleaded, his voice trembling. Given the circumstances, Chen Ge retorted, "Do you think I would jest at a time like this?" Even the bravest among them felt their voice quiver. They were not alone in the morgue. Countless corpses lay in the refrigerated cabinets. Could it be that one of them had grown restless and wished to emerge for a breath of fresh air? They leaned back to back, inching towards the door. The morgue was located in the hospital basement, and with the apocalypse upon them, the entire city was plunged into darkness, leaving the morgue enveloped in pitch blackness. Only a sliver of light crept in through the glass door, rendering their view of the morgue's interior impossible. Perhaps several corpses were playing cards in the shadows, missing a player to join their game. "Hey, why don't you take a look? I'll keep watch here." Tianyi whispered. "Brother Chen, you are far more capable than I. You should check it out while I stand guard." The chubby boy replied, his voice quaking. The already eerie morgue felt even more foreboding. "We should just leave this cursed place. Sleeping on the streets seems quite appealing," the chubby boy suggested. "I share your sentiment." Suddenly, without warning, the morgue door was kicked open. Both screamed in terror, with Chen Ge readying his axe to strike. "What are you two doing? Come help. Doctor." Zhao's voice rang out. They turned to see Dr. Zhao approaching with a candle in hand. Behind him was a stretcher bearing Lu Wanru, pale yet still breathing faintly. "What is your relationship with her? Family?" Dr. Zhao inquired. "No, we don't know her. We met her on the road today. But that's not important. Dr. Zhao, is this place haunted?" The chubby boy blurted out. Indeed, just now, in the darkness, I felt someone tapping on my shoulder. Chen Ge added. Doctor. Zhao expressionlessly raised the candle, revealing an opened refrigerated cabinet with a corpse's hand dangling outside. Chapter 34. The heart grows cold. You too need not frighten yourselves. There are no ghosts here. This corpse has recently perished, and some nerves are still active, so occasional movements are quite normal. I have grown accustomed to it, Doctor. Zhao stated flatly. I am a staunch materialist and do not believe in ghosts existing in this world. In this world, there exists but one realm plagued by ghosts, and that is within the human heart. However, aside from this lifeless body, we also perceived footsteps, which were undoubtedly not yours, remarked Chen Ge. Dr. Zhao interjected. I neglected to inform you that after nightfall, unknown entities frequently roam this place. Hence, we must take refuge in the morgue. Of course, should you choose otherwise, you are free to leave at any time, but do not forget to take this woman with you. Frankly, they had no obligation to care for Lu Wanru. They were mere acquaintances, having never met prior to this moment. Chen Ge remained silent, with darkness having enveloped the surroundings. None could ascertain the malevolent entities they might encounter outside. At the very least, Dr. Zhao's continued survival in the morgue suggested a temporary safety. Pang Ye, fetch some food, Chen Ge instructed. You can't be serious about eating here, the chubby boy retorted, his face contorted in disgust. Although he knew he would eventually acclimatize to this morbid environment, he was not yet prepared for it. Chen Ge handed a piece of compressed biscuit to Dr. Zhao, saying, You must have left the hospital in search of food, right? Regardless, I am grateful for your assistance. Dr. Zhao silently accepted the biscuit, murmuring a soft thank you before retreating into a shadowy corner, resembling a corpse more than a living being. Dr. Zhao, could you elaborate on what exactly transpired here? Tian Yi inquired. This hospital was already perilously close to the outskirts. If it had been attacked, it indicated that the surrounding area was far from secure. Their plans might have been flawed, suggesting that the monsters were not confined to this city, but rather a national or even global catastrophe. Doctor. Zhao took a bite of the biscuit, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. I am uncertain about what occurred. Approximately 2 days ago at noon, I suddenly heard a tremendous noise, and I witnessed the sky shatter. The two men's expressions instantly tightened. The shattering sky, Doctor. Zhao referred to must have been the black hole on the horizon, accompanied by the deafening sound that had rendered many unconscious. They were still oblivious to its implications. A blue rain began to fall from the sky, followed by the emergence of inexplicable phenomena, and the hospital was no exception. After the thunderous noise, traffic was paralyzed. All electronic devices lost signal. Even car engines failed to ignite, leaving everyone trapped within the hospital. As Dr. Zhao recounted these events, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes. That very night, those entities appeared. Chen Ge astutely noted that Dr. Zhao referred to them as those entities, rather than specifying any particular creature. I managed to evade disaster by hiding in the morgue, but everyone else in the hospital perished. There are no wounds on their bodies. Have you seen Harry Potter? It felt as though I were being drained of life by a dementor, Dr. Zhao reminisced. Moreover, these entities only manifest at night. During the day, we are relatively safe. No, we are not safe. We have already encountered 3 types of monsters capable of taking lives during daylight, Chen Ge bluntly retorted. Doctor. Zhao seemed poised to respond further when Lu Wanru, lying on the gurney, suddenly stirred and emitted a painful groan. The 3 men ceased their conversation, focusing their attention on her. Lu Wanru struggled to open her eyes, immediately overcome by a sense of weakness, and then realized her abdomen had shrunk. What about my child? She weakly inquired. Chen Ge and the chubby boy found themselves at a loss for words. Within a single day, her husband, brother, and unborn child had all vanished. It was unimaginable for anyone to endure such loss. Yet Dr. Zhao coldly stated the child was born, but tragically it was stillborn. Lu Wanru stared blankly at the dark ceiling, neither weeping nor lamenting. Perhaps the overwhelming experiences of that day had rendered her completely numb. The greatest sorrow lies in a deadened heart. Lu Wanru had succumbed to this fate, and her family could not be deemed evil, nor were they heroes. They were merely ordinary people. Every choice they made was that of an average individual, yet they had met with such a dire outcome. Furthermore, Chen Lele was merely a child, having not cried or caused trouble throughout their ordeal. At the tender age of 7, he had already exhibited remarkable composure. Yet such a child had perished at the jaws of a man-eating shark, leaving no trace behind. Chen Ge began to comprehend that their survival in this chaotic world relied not solely on their abilities, but rather on fortune. Had it not been for Lu Fei's recklessness, Chen Ge would have undoubtedly been at the forefront. And he certainly would not have been able to withstand a sudden attack from a man-eating shark. It could only be said that all of this was fate. Do not dwell on it. The road ahead is still long. Chen Ge was not one to offer comfort, but he often heard others express such sentiments. Lu Wanru remained silent, her gaze fixated on the ceiling with a vacant stare. The chubby boy gently tugged at Chen Ge's shirt, suggesting that it would be better for her to have some solitude, as no words of consolation could match the realization that might come to her in her own time. Moreover, they themselves could not guarantee their survival until dawn. This hospital was not as tranquil as it seemed. It undoubtedly harbored secrets yet to be unveiled. Be cautious while sleeping tonight. Should anything seem amiss, flee immediately. As for Lu Wanru, we have done all we could. I will not sacrifice myself for another. The chubby boy advised. All right, I will heed your words. Chen Ge, having endured a taxing day, felt utterly exhausted. Having faced death once in the morning at school, and again crossing the bridge in the afternoon, it had been overwhelmingly intense, and he felt he could hardly hold on. When one is utterly fatigued, the mind becomes unmanageable. Despite the chill of the morgue, Chen Ge soon fell into a deep slumber, even snoring. Whether they would survive until the morrow was a concern for another day. The chubby boy, more cautious, positioned 2 backpacks behind him and closed his eyes. Dr. Zhao, however, opened a cold storage cabinet and lay down in the place designated for the deceased. This man must be seriously ill, the chubby boy muttered to himself. As time ticked by, it seemed all had succumbed to sleep, save for Lu Wanru. Dragging her weakened body, slowly stood up. She quietly opened the door and gently closed it behind her. The chubby boy slightly opened his eyes, letting out a resigned sigh. Chapter 35. The sound of weeping in the latter half of the night in the morgue. Chen Ge awoke abruptly, overwhelmed by the urge to relieve himself. The entire morgue was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light, and an oppressive silence reigned. This was no mere metaphor, for the surroundings were filled with corpses. It was simply a statement of fact. Even a brave soul like Chen Ge felt a chill run down his spine in such an environment. He gently nudged the chubby boy, whispering, "Pang air, are you asleep? If you had pushed me, I think I could have fallen asleep soon." The chubby boy replied with irritation. "What is the matter? Of course, I need you to get up to use the restroom." Chen Ge lowered his voice. The chubby boy immediately turned over, for he too had been holding it for a long time and was grateful for the company on this trip to the restroom. In the pitch-black morgue, Chen Ge failed to notice that Lu Wanru was no longer lying on the gurney. Thus, the two of them cautiously made their way forward, ultimately reaching the morgue's entrance. "Do not wander too far. Finish quickly and return," Chen Ge whispered, uncertain of what else might lurk within the confines of this hospital. Venturing too far could lead to peril. In this world, even encountering extraterrestrials engaging in square dancing would not pique his curiosity. The basement was engulfed in darkness, with the chubby boy clutching his phone, which bore a mere 12% battery. Once depleted, it would be lost. The two cautiously moved a few steps, ready to relieve themselves. Afterward, the tension that had gripped them began to ease. After a day filled with such tumult, even Chen Ge's typically unyielding nerves began to fray. The time on his phone read 1:25 a.m., and without a network connection, he wondered if it remained accurate. When will this ordeal come to an end? Chen Ge lamented. The apocalypse arrived without warning, devoid of any premonitions, though he felt a strange gratitude towards it. Had it not been for the end of days, he would have already met his demise. His emotions were a tumultuous blend of gratitude and despair. Who could say? One step at a time. The chubby boy adjusted his pants, preparing to return to sleep while the opportunity remained, for the future might not afford them even that luxury. They retraced their steps towards a morgue. Just as they were about to turn back, a faint, mournful weeping emerged from the darkness behind them, likely the sound of a woman. In such an environment, the cry sent chills down their spines. Chen Ge stiffly turned to gaze into the shadowy corridor, met only by impenetrable darkness. The chubby boy gritted his teeth and activated the flashlight on his phone. casting a dim beam that faintly illuminated a white figure at the far end of the corridor. Summoning his courage, Chen Ge called out, "Lu Wanru, is that you?" She was the only woman still alive within the hospital. Given that she had just lost all her family, it was understandable that she might come here alone to mourn. With this thought, their fear somewhat subsided. "Lu Wanru, I know you are grieving, but how about we try to sleep for now? Your crying is quite frightening," Chen Ge softly suggested towards the corridor. Yet the entity within the depths of the corridor remained silent, the haunting sobs continuing to echo unsettlingly. The phone's flashlight offered little illumination, scattering its weak light, rendering it impossible to discern the source of the white shadow. All that was visible was a vague, white form. "Should we approach?" Chen Ge inquired. The chubby boy hesitantly nodded, and together they advanced cautiously into the corridor's depths. As they drew closer to the white figure, just a few steps away from unveiling its true form, the flashlight suddenly extinguished, plunging the corridor back into absolute darkness. "Fatty, what are you doing? Turn the light back on." Chen Ge's back was drenched in cold sweat as the chubby boy nervously replied, "The phone's dead." "Should we still go forward?" Chen Ge asked. They had already traversed a significant distance, stranded in the middle of the basement corridor with no clear path forward or backward, and in the darkness. They could not see one another. "Do you remember our secret signal? Tianyi Kirifunit. If I make a peace sign, it means we should run without hesitation. Understand?" "Got it. Hold my hand." Chen Ge reached out, and they fumbled in the darkness until the chubby boy finally grasped Chen Ge's hand, and they slowly moved forward. "Lu Wanru, is that you? Please stop crying. I know you are hurting, but we must continue to live." Tianyi Vispirit. With each tense step, they finally reached the end of the corridor. "Lu Wanru, are you there?" Chen Ge asked again. The crying ceased abruptly. Chen Ge instinctively reached out to the location he remembered, but found only emptiness. Nothing was there. He had presumed Lu Wanru, having lost a significant amount of blood, had collapsed. Bending slightly, he extended his hand toward the ground, only to feel the cold tiles beneath him. Realizing something was amiss, Chen Ge resolved to lead the chubby boy back to the morgue. However, just as he straightened up, he felt something brush against his head, sending a shiver down his spine. "Damn it! I've killed so many people. I fear nothing, not even ghosts. Even the king of hell would make way for me." Chen Ge muttered to himself to bolster his courage, gritting his teeth as he reached out. Initially, he encountered a chilling sensation, and upon further investigation, he realized he was touching a human foot. Without a doubt, a deceased one. The icy touch could not belong to a living person. In an instant, he understood that the white figure he had seen at the corridor's end was indeed a hanged corpse. Chen Ge felt as though he were suffocating. Yet if it were merely a corpse, it was not overly terrifying. He could endure that. Continuing to explore, he felt a skirt, and he could almost definitively conclude that the lifeless figure hanging there was none other than Lu Wanru, who had lost her entire family in a single day. His fear subsided slightly, replaced by profound sorrow. This woman had ultimately succumbed to her despair, choosing to depart from the world in such a manner. Just as Chen Ge intended to lower the body with the chubby boy, a realization struck him. He bravely extended his hand once more, touching Lu Wanru's icy foot. The absence of warmth indicated that she had been dead for some time, at least since before they had come to relieve themselves. "So," whose cries had echoed through the corridor. Chapter 36. The corridor. "My name is Chen Ge. I am 30 years old, having dabbled in gang life, endured hardships, taken lives, and set fires, yet now I find my legs growing weak." The corridor lay enveloped in silence, devoid of even the sound of breathing. The feet of the corpse hanging from the ceiling swayed slightly, brushing against Chen Ge's face, agitating his nerves. He had just touched Lu Wanru's feet, now cold as ice, indicating that she had been dead for at least 3 to 4 hours. It was just past 1 in the morning, suggesting she had perished around 9 o'clock. Yet Chen Ge swore he had heard a woman's cries. What could that possibly mean? Did Lu Wanru record her own weeping in her final moments to frighten them? Was it an act of retribution for their failure to save her husband and brother? Such antics were not befitting. They were mere strangers caught in this apocalyptic scenario, and survival was left to chance. The grievances belonged to those who had suffered, and now that she had become a specter, she should seek her own vengeance in the afterlife, not linger here. In the oppressive darkness, devoid of any light source, Lowering Lu Wanru's body seemed impractical. They would have to wait until dawn. Chen Ge began to retreat slowly, dismissing the cries as mere figments of their imagination. He was a staunch materialist, determined to vanquish all phantoms and demons. He repeatedly reassured himself, signaling the chubby boy to hurry along with the peace sign. Yet his companion remained utterly still. "Fatty, have you gone mute with fear? Come on, let us move," Chen Ge whispered. Although his voice was soft, the corridor was so quiet that the chubby boy should have heard him clearly. However, suddenly the voice of the chubby boy resonated from the middle of the corridor, tinged with a hint of sobbing. "Chen Ge, who are you talking to?" Chen Ge was bewildered. Clearly, he was gripping the chubby boy. So why did his voice emerge from the center of the corridor? That was at least 5 or 6 meters away. Wait a moment. Chen Ge nearly collapsed in shock. He could not possibly mishear the chubby boy's voice. If he was indeed in the corridor's center, then who was he holding in the darkness? "Fatty, stop joking around. What time is it?" Chen Ge wished fervently that it was merely the chubby boy trying to lighten the mood. The chubby boy trembled and said, "Just now, I couldn't touch your hand, and you walked ahead." Chen Ge could distinctly feel that he was indeed grasping a human hand, yet it was utterly devoid of warmth. Chilling to the touch, he had been curious, as the stillness of the corridor made even breathing sound loud and clear. But since a moment ago, he had not heard the chubby boy's breath. Quietly, he began to loosen his grip, inching forward cautiously, fearful of making any sound as he approached the chubby boy. He dare not contemplate whether what he had been holding on to was a person or something else entirely. Even if it turned out to be a corpse, he would accept it. But please, let it not be something else. At the very instant Chen Ge released his grip, the entity in the darkness suddenly extended a hand and seized his wrist. The terror surged to its peak, but in the blink of an eye, it transformed into boundless rage. This is a protective response of the human body. Many fall into a frenzied state when paralyzed by fear, and Chen Ge was no exception. He was merely a strong but ordinary person. How could he not be afraid in such a situation? "Ah!" Chen Ge roared, raising his fist the size of a sandbag and striking the creature in the face. Thud! Chen Ge felt as though he had struck something peculiar, the texture delicate, resembling a woman's face. "Run!" Chen Ge shouted at the chubby boy. "Hurry back!" Yet, saying it was easy, in absolute darkness, one loses all sense of direction. Chen Ge thought he was running toward the chubby boy, but after taking just 2 steps, he crashed into a wall. If only there were a bit of light. Chen Ge, who saw the sun daily, now realized the profound significance of light. He ran swiftly, colliding forcefully, his head striking the wall, leaving him dazed. In a haze, he felt something icy wrap around him. That familiar sensation, cold and delicate, akin to a woman's face. However, the movement of this thing clearly was not human. For a person could not entangle themselves in such a manner. Damn it! Anger surged within him, and he thought, if it comes to it, let me die. I care not whether you are human or ghost. He groped around and faintly grasped a head, and with a fierce motion, he slammed it against the wall. He struck more than 10 times, feeling unsatisfied, and delivered a powerful kick, sending that thing sprawling away. But soon, in the darkness, it was once again coiling around Chen Ge. In his panic, he heard something hit the ground with a familiar sound. That noise was unmistakable. It was the sound of a cheap 1 yuan lighter dropping. Damn! Chen Ge had forgotten he had a lighter in his pocket. Too preoccupied with fear, he immediately reached down to feel for it. In the darkness, that entity had already wrapped around his waist. In a critical moment, Chen Ge finally found the lighter and heard a click as a small flame ignited. At that moment, he felt as though he held the entire world in his hands. The world illuminated was simply magnificent. Although it was merely a tiny flame, Chen Ge was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. The flicker of light in the darkness felt so warm. Of course, this sentiment was fleeting. The priority was to escape the current predicament. Chen Ge quickly maneuvered the lighter to see what was entangling him. The instant he beheld the light, the entity coiling around his waist emitted a piercing shriek and retreated abruptly. Chen Ge could not see clearly, but he was certain that it was not human. It resembled a snake, swiftly retreating into the shadows. Through the faint glow, Chen Ge observed it burrowing into Lu Wanru's corpse, after which it fell utterly silent. What was this creature terrified of, fire or light? Regardless, it was evidently a weakness. Just as Chen Ge began to relax his guard, A hand clapped upon his shoulder. Damn, there is something else. Without a moment's thought, Chen Ge swung a punch. It's me, the chubby boy exclaimed. The fist halted just a hairbreadth from the boy's nose. Chapter 37. Black intestine. Upon seeing the chubby boy, Chen Ge did not lower his guard. Instead, he questioned, how do I know it's really you? They were not strangers to the notion that monsters could assume the appearance of others. It was prudent to remain cautious. The chubby boy simply gave a thumbs up. This was their agreed-upon signal, indicating safety. Chen Ge finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was merely a trip to relieve himself. Yet it had turned so harrowing. Turning to look at the corpse dangling from the ceiling, it was only then that he noticed the body clad in white had vanished. The chubby boy stumbled back a couple steps, saying, Brother, I think we should hurry back. Let us wait until dawn and then flee. This place is not safe. I concur with your assessment. Chen Ge, holding the lighter, swiftly ran toward the morgue. They had merely risen in the dead of night to use the restroom and had nearly been scared to death. Another scare like that would surely be too much for their hearts to bear. This place was far too eerie. The fact that Dr. Zhao could survive here for 2 days spoke to his prowess. The two turned and hastily made their way toward the morgue, but after just 3 steps, they abruptly halted. They saw that the previously missing Lu Wanru's corpse was now standing behind them, blocking their path back. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Chen Ge felt the lighter grow warm in his hand, so he extinguished the flame, waiting 3 or 4 seconds before reigniting it. However, during those brief moments, Lu Wanru's corpse inexplicably drew much closer. The distance that had been 4 or 5 meters was now less than 2 meters. Through the flickering flame, Chen Ge finally discerned that it was indeed Lu Wanru, though her appearance was horrifying. Eyes bulging, face grotesque, blood dripping from her nostrils and eyes. Trembling, Chen Ge asked, Fatty, do you think she's human, a ghost, or something we do not comprehend? The chubby boy gripped his phone tightly. Regardless of what she is, as long as we return to the morgue, we should be safe, he murmured. The two had experienced far too much fright that night, and were now somewhat numb to these entities. Chen Ge spoke softly, Sister, I know you suffer greatly, but in these times, no one has it easy. If you are still alive, we will find a way to save you. If you're already dead, we will bury you at dawn, granting you peace. If you're something else, then come out and face us. If you can kill me, do so. If not, I shall deal with you. Stop pretending to be a ghost to frighten us. After overcoming his initial trepidation, Chen Ge gradually regained his composure. Was he not accustomed to encountering absurdities along this journey? Take the example of the meat Tai Sui. That creature seemed nearly indestructible, with no apparent means to vanquish it. Yet, he and the pudgy companion had managed to escape unscathed. Chen Ge had begun to perceive the essence of these monsters. The more elaborate their tricks, the more fragile they truly were. Genuine warriors would disdain such ostentation, akin to a great white shark that strikes only when necessary, yet claims lives with lethal precision. However, the entity lurking in the shadows had been entangled with them for quite some time, and they had suffered no harm. Previously paralyzed by fear, Chen Ge's thoughts began to shift as he pondered a possibility. Could it be that the sinister presence in the darkness was not formidable at all, relying solely on intimidation? This realization ignited a surge of defiance within him, prompting him to kick Lu Wanru's corpse. He expected his forceful kick to send her body flying, but to his astonishment, it seemed to be tethered by some unseen force, swaying as if on a swing. At that moment, the pudgy companion exclaimed, Above you, there's something on Lu Wanru's head. The oppressive darkness had obscured their vision, rendering it impossible for Chen Ge to notice that what hung onto Lu Wanru's corpse was not a mere rope, but rather a mass of inky blackness. If one were to describe it, it resembled a cluster of black intestines, with an exceptionally smooth surface, akin to the slime encountered in video games. Chen Ge had previously sensed a serpentine presence in the shadows, and he was now certain it was this very entity. Realizing he had exposed himself, the black, intestinal mass lunged at Chen Ge's face. Startled, he braced for an encounter with something formidable, only to find that when he grasped it, the mass yielded easily, resembling limp noodles devoid of strength. Was this the proverbial facade of strength concealing weakness? Was this entity merely a figment meant to instill fear? Reminiscing about the terror he had endured, Chen Ge's anger flared, and he began to wield the mass like nunchaku, slamming it against the ground with fervor. The black mass emitted a sound that eerily resembled a woman's weeping, revealing that the earlier noise had originated from it. I will not allow you to mock me or frighten me. I will roast you. Chen Ge unleashed his pent-up fury. The surface of the black mass was exceedingly smooth, and after a few strikes, he inadvertently flung it away. The black entity seemed to have found salvation, darting back into Lu Wanru's corpse, which then began to contort in a grotesque manner. The source of human fear lies in the unknown, yet this entity had lost its aura of mystery. Chen Ge felt no trepidation. However, the black mass did not manipulate Lu Wanru's corpse to attack. It was evidently intimidated by Chen Ge's earlier actions. Lu Wanru, now on all fours, scurried down the corridor like a wild beast. Chen Ge, having vented his anger, felt his limbs grow weak. He realized that there was no room for complacency. Pudgy, what exactly did you encounter? Tianyi inquired. The pudgy companion's expression turned grave. I sense that this creature is unlike any we have faced before. That black mass appears to be a part of the human body itself. Do you not recall what Dr. Zhao mentioned? At night, those entities emerge. What would they possibly be? Their curiosity was eclipsed by fear, and both longed for the tranquility of the morgue, which now seemed a sanctuary compared to their recent ordeal. They had once perceived the morgue as terrifying, but after this encounter, it felt like a safe haven where they could rest undisturbed. With the dawn approaching, they planned to leave, uncertain if any military presence awaited them outside the city. Chapter 38. The past Chen Ge and the pudgy companion finally returned to the morgue, breathing a sigh of relief. They had never felt the morgue could be such a comfortable refuge. However, having just experienced a harrowing ordeal, sleep eluded them. Where have you two been? Doctor. Zhao's voice suddenly echoed from the cold storage unit, nearly sending Chen Ge and the pudgy companion into a panic. Could you refrain from such fright at this hour? Chen Ge exclaimed, clutching his chest. Do you have any idea what we just went through? Dr. Zhao emerged from the cold storage. You were fortunate to return. It's not luck, it's skill, Chen Ge retorted. Since none could find rest, they opted to engage in conversation. Dr. Zhao, whose real name was Zhao Yang, was 35 years old and a surgeon. I've heard that the medical profession is quite lucrative. Is that true? Chen Ge asked. I lack formal education and have always worked for others, earning only a modest salary. Dr. Zhao chuckled darkly. You must have never heard the saying. Encouraging someone to study medicine is akin to inviting disaster. While healing patients is rewarding, this profession invariably attracts a few troublemakers. I had a colleague in the emergency department who attempted to save an elderly woman, but unfortunately, she passed away. Her son accused him of negligence and assaulted him with a kitchen knife in public, inflicting 11 wounds. Chen Ge felt a chill run down his spine. And what happened next? What do you think? We had a feast. Dr. Zhao replied nonchalantly. Everyone dies eventually. It's merely a matter of timing. I can't fathom why so many people are unable to accept that. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. By the way, what about you two? What do you do? I just stay at home, doing nothing, the pudgy companion admitted. Both Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao fixed their gazes on him, causing him to squirm uncomfortably. All right, I confess. I am a renowned author, he finally said, unable to contain his self-mockery. A renowned author? What have you published? Dr. Zhao inquired, intrigued. Fine, I admit it. I am no great author, just a mediocre writer, one who manages to survive, you know? Readers often criticize my plots, suggesting that only someone with a decade-long brain injury could conceive of them, the pudgy companion lamented. Enough about me. Tell us about you, Chen Ge. Have you ever taken a life? Dr. Zhao looked at Chen Ge with surprise. You have killed someone? Yes, I have, Chen Ge replied straightforwardly. Why did you do it? Dr. Zhao asked. I prefer not to discuss it. Very well, Dr. Zhao seemed unfazed. You have been here for 2 days. Do you know what lurks in the hospital after dark? The pudgy companion queried. Dr. Zhao's expression turned serious. It's difficult to say. Why do the monsters come to the morgue? The pudgy companion pressed on, recalling that Dr. Zhao had previously mentioned that the entities in the hospital would kill the living but ignore the dead. However, the creature they encountered that night contradicted Dr. Zhao's words. The pudgy companion had witnessed the black mass crawl into a corpse while Chen Ge had suffered a brutal beating. It was evident that the entity's threat to the living was primarily psychological. Alternatively, it could be that the monsters Dr. Zhao spoke of were entirely different from what they had encountered. If their suspicions were correct, It would represent the most dire scenario, far exceeding the experiences they had accumulated over the past 2 days. All the creatures encountered by Chen Ge and his companions seemed to inhabit a defined territory, as if each had agreed upon its own domain. Whether it be at the school or the Cross River Bridge, they faced only one insurmountable monster. However, if two or more types of monsters were to appear simultaneously in this hospital, all prior knowledge and experience would be rendered utterly obsolete. Chen Ge was concerned about this very possibility. In this chaotic world, surviving against a single monster for 2 days was already a formidable challenge, let alone contending with multiple varieties of demons and monsters, which could easily claim one's life. "Why has everyone fallen silent?" Dr. Zhao inquired. "I was contemplating whether we could make it until tomorrow," the chubby boy murmured. Chen Ge began to suspect that this world was not truly real, but rather a hellish existence following his demise. "By the way, have you ever made any grave mistakes in the past?" Chen Ge suddenly asked, sharing his thoughts. Dr. Zhao fell silent, lost in contemplation, while the chubby boy quietly queried, "Does copying homework in elementary school count?" Get lost. According to religious doctrine, sinners descend into hell upon death. Having committed numerous heinous acts, he indeed bore great sin. Yet Dr. Zhao was merely a doctor. At worst, he had failed to save a patient, a lapse that could hardly be termed a fault. As for the chubby boy, his greatest transgression was copying homework in primary school. If such an act warranted damnation, then the notion of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva achieving Buddhahood would be laughable. In other words, this was the most genuine reality, where the black hole in the sky and a myriad monsters roaming the earth truly existed. Earlier, when they had let the water flow, the chubby boy had noted the time. It was past 1 in the morning. Being summer, the sun would rise by 3 or 4. Yet it remained pitch black outside, indicating that it was likely around 2 o'clock. If they could endure for just 2 more hours, they would see the dawn of a new day. Suddenly, silence enveloped them, and Chen Ge leaned against a row of refrigeration cabinets, drowsiness washing over him once more. On the first day at the barber shop, they had been drowsy in the dark, and with the tension they experienced, they had scarcely slept. This was the second night of the apocalypse, more thrilling than the first. Both Chen Ge and the chubby boy felt their spirits waning, on the verge of slumber. In contrast, Dr. Zhao, perhaps having rested enough earlier, now appeared alert, staring intently into the darkness, lost in thought. The mortuary was engulfed in an absolute silence. Just as Chen Ge was about to drift off, a sudden knocking at the door jolted him awake. Bang! 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 Chen Ge and the chubby boy, who were nearly asleep, snapped to attention, eyes fixed on the mortuary door. The knocking was not loud, but it was rhythmic. The chubby boy lowered his voice to ask, "Dr. Zhao, has this ever happened before?" Dr. Zhao replied calmly, "No." "So would it be out there?" The chubby boy suddenly recalled hearing footsteps that did not belong to Dr. Zhao when they first arrived at the mortuary, back when Lu Wanru was still alive. Now, he could not fathom whose footsteps those had been. Chen Ge wished fervently that it was Lu Wanru outside. Although she was quite terrifying, she was harmless. If it were something else, the outcome could be dire. Chapter 39. Speaking bang. 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 The initial knocking had escalated to a pounding, seemingly infused with fury. Dr. Zhao withdrew a scalpel from his white coat and whispered, "Do you think it could be a passerby?" Chen Ge and the chubby boy remained silent. Regardless of what lurked outside, they would not open the door. The incident with Yang Tingting had occurred just the night before, fresh in their minds. Hadn't team leader Yang's moment of compassion ultimately led to their demise? No one is born with the heart of stone. Years ago, people would still help an elderly person who had fallen, and the elderly would not extort money from others. That was in a civilized society, before humanity's values had completely collapsed. Kind-hearted individuals faced grievances with no recourse, let alone in this dark, terrifying world of the apocalypse. Even if a stunning beauty were outside, weeping and proclaiming that she would marry whoever saved her, Chen Ge and the chubby boy would merely watch her perish in silence. Though the end times had arrived, ordinary people remained just that, ordinary, devoid of any superhuman abilities or mystical awakenings, lacking any enhancers that could fortify their bodies against the relentless assault of zombies. While Chen Ge was indeed stronger than the average individual, he was ultimately still just a man. He had never considered himself a savior, merely a murderer. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of pounding intensified. Thankfully, the mortuary door was iron and could be locked from the inside. Whatever was outside should not be able to enter. Nonetheless, the three inside still felt a wave of anxiety. Suddenly, the knocking ceased abruptly. The world fell into an eerie silence, with only the sound of their heavy breathing echoing in the dark mortuary. After several tense minutes, the chubby boy cautiously asked, "Do you think the thing outside has left? Why not check? If it has indeed departed, come back and let us know," Chen Ge suggested. "What if that monster hasn't left and devours me?" The chubby boy retorted, "If you don't return, I'll know it's still here. Rest assured, as your loyal brother, I shall avenge you," Chen Ge replied. "I trust you about as far as I can throw you." Dr. Zhao could not help but roll his eyes. At such a time, they still had the presence of mind to jest. Dr. Zhao carefully approached the iron door, pressing his ear against it to discern any sounds from outside. Yet upon listening, the previously composed Dr. Zhao furrowed his brow, as if he had heard something utterly unfathomable. In the darkness, the chubby boy and Chen Ge could not see Dr. Zhao's expression. With a grave tone, Dr. Zhao remarked, "I believe I can hear many people conversing outside." Chen Ge and the chubby boy gasped in shock. Many people chatting? Considering there were only 3 living souls in the hospital, why would there be a multitude engaged in conversation? The chubby boy whispered, "Could it be the black tendril we saw earlier? That thing could emit cries. Perhaps it can mimic the voices of many people." Dr. Zhao groped his way back to the refrigeration cabinet, retrieving half a candle and lighting it, illuminating the previously dark space with a flicker of light. The tension among the 3 in the mortuary eased slightly. Chen Ge cautiously pressed his ear against the door. Indeed, strange sounds emanated from beyond, but they did not resemble human voices. Rather, they were akin to the scuttling of countless insects across the ground, producing a rustling noise. Yet in the next moment, all sounds vanished. Then, a remarkably clear female voice penetrated through the iron door. "I know you're eavesdropping." Good grief. Chen Ge recoiled in shock, stepping back 2 paces. Despite considering himself fearless, he was now drenched in cold sweat. The entity outside possessed intelligence? It could speak? It was aware that someone was listening within the room? What on earth was it? In the candlelight, the chubby boy noticed Chen Ge's pallid complexion, sensing that something was amiss, and promptly drew out a kitchen knife, keeping a vigilant watch on the door. Intelligence is the only advantage humanity holds over animals, and when a non-human life form exhibits intelligence, it instills profound terror within the hearts of humans. This is precisely the reason why so many individuals oppose artificial intelligence. If one day artificial intelligence were to surpass human intellect, would it be humanity that enslaves the AI or the AI that subjugates humanity? At this moment, the entity outside the door instills a terror in Chen Ge that far exceeds any previous monstrosity. Whether it be a parasitic tumor, a meaty parasite, or a great white shark, each of these creatures exhibits characteristics of the animal kingdom. They may possess intelligence, yet their cognitive abilities could never eclipse those of humans. However, the being outside is different. It can speak. Imagine waking one morning to find your reflection in the mirror, engaging in conversation. Would you deem yourself endowed with superhuman abilities or believe you were witnessing a ghost? Chen Ge's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he summoned his courage to roar at the entity beyond the door. "I care not who you are. We shall depart at dawn. Do not provoke us." After a prolonged silence, the entity outside eerily replied, "No, you will all perish." Clutching a fire axe, Chen Ge was suddenly overcome with an impulse to charge out and confront the creature head-on. Just then, the iron door was violently struck again, the force of this impact far surpassing the previous ones. In the flickering candlelight, it became evident that the iron door had sustained a slight dent. This was an iron door. What kind of force was exerted by whatever lurked outside? Bang! The sound of the impact reverberated once more, and this time the dent was even more pronounced. Witnessing such terrifying strength, Chen Ge's initial resolve to rush out dissipated. Surely, even an elephant could not exert such force. Armed with merely a fire axe, he would likely be devoured by this monstrosity. "Dr. Zhao, this is your domain. Devise a plan," the chubby boy implored anxiously. Yet Dr. Zhao remained remarkably composed, posing a question to them. "Are you afraid of death?" This question rendered them both momentarily speechless. Were they afraid of death? It seemed not overly so. Chen Ge murmured, for he had always considered himself a doomed individual. Any additional day granted was a blessing from the heavens. The chubby boy, however, remained silent, lost in thought. Dr. Zhao retrieved a slingshot from his pocket, which appeared to be of rather poor quality, likely a common toy found in stores. When that thing breaks in, you must find a way to escape. I will hold it off, he stated coldly. Though I have survived in this hospital until now, I'm the one who ought to perish. Chen Ge sensed there was more to Dr. Zhao's story. After all, what ordinary doctor would linger in a morgue? Wait, do not rush towards death. I believe I have a solution, Chen Ge suddenly exclaimed, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Chapter 40, The Heads. Perhaps I have a way, he continued, swiftly rummaging through his backpack until he extracted the skin of the great white shark. Previously, he had fashioned the shark's skin into a cloak, and to his surprise, it was now of immediate use. Once I don this, I will be able to swim underground and ascertain the nature of the entity outside, Chen Ge declared. Of course, this endeavor was fraught with peril, with countless variables at play. Yet now, there were no alternative options. Should the creature burst in, they would merely await their demise. The chubby boy exchanged a glance with Chen Ge, having only known each other for 2 days. However, Chen Ge's willingness to risk his life for him at school had solidified their bond. Be cautious, the chubby boy urged. At this juncture, Chen Ge had donned the shark cloak, which instantly adhered to his skin as if animated. He felt a peculiar sensation in his feet. The once solid ground beneath him transformed into a liquid medium suitable for swimming. Even the usually composed Dr. Zhao was taken aback by this spectacle. This defies logic, he exclaimed, observing the scene with astonishment. In this world, however, the illogical was far too commonplace. The chubby boy, wielding a kitchen knife, stared intently at the door. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still a man of over 100 pounds. Should the monster truly invade, he would fight with all his might. The so-called science was merely the conventions humanity had deduced from common knowledge. Yet now, with common sense discarded, could the principles derived from it still be trusted? As Chen Ge submerged, he remained perplexed as to how the great white shark could swim through soil. The sensation was utterly extraordinary. Enveloped in the shark cloak, he not only swam beneath the ground, but also possessed a degree of visual acuity within 5 meters. However, upon lifting his head, he realized he could not discern anything above the surface, suggesting that the shark relied on vibrations to locate its prey. Chen Ge felt confident in his swimming abilities. Even if he were a drowned fish fry, he would not succumb. Armed with a kitchen knife, he found it difficult to maneuver underwater, making the use of the fire axe impossible, thus opting for the knife for self-defense. The chubby boy had procured several knives during their supermarket visit, and now they were proving invaluable. Chen Ge gradually ascended, estimating he must be nearing the surface, and slowly poked his head above water. He found himself in the corridor just outside the morgue, where not a glimmer of light existed. The atmosphere was somber, and amidst the darkness, he could faintly sense something crashing against the door, yet its exact nature remained elusive. Regrettably, the alcohol he had previously brought from school was now depleted. Otherwise, he could have utilized it to craft a torch for reassurance. Wait, alcohol? This is a hospital. There must be medical alcohol here. How had he not thought of this sooner? Yet the most pressing concern was alleviating the immediate crisis faced by Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy. Determined, Chen Ge retrieved his lighter and ignited a flame. Even this flicker of fire, emerging suddenly from the darkness, was blinding. However, it was precisely this small flame that allowed Chen Ge to discern the nature of the entity battering the door. Throughout his journey, he had encountered many bizarre creatures, yet none rivaled the grotesqueness of this one. Even a meaty parasite appeared charming in comparison. Before him lay countless severed heads, inexplicably piled together by an unseen force, forming a larger sphere. Each head bore a different expression, most marred and incomplete, some missing eyeballs, others lacking lips, and some protruding half a tongue, with matted hair entangled. Furthermore, these heads whispered indistinctly, their utterances indecipherable but chilling in the oppressive darkness. At that moment, these severed heads continued to strike the door relentlessly, some reduced to a pulp. Brain matter splattered across the floor, yet they seemed unaware of their pain, continuing to batter the door with fervor. The sudden appearance of fire drew their attention. All the heads turned toward Chen Ge, fixing their gaze upon him. No matter how audacious one might be, facing dozens, if not hundreds, of severed heads was unnerving. Pardon the intrusion. I shall take my leave. Chen Ge swiftly submerged, while the severed heads murmured, "We found you. We found you. Ha ha ha." The piercing, shrill cries sent shivers down Chen Ge's spine, leaving him uncertain if these heads were truly deceased or somehow animated. If they were indeed dead, how could they still speak? And if they were alive, were their bodies? The grotesque spectacle of severed heads coalescing into a grotesque sphere, akin to a cannonball, hurtled towards Chen Ge with alarming velocity. He found himself perplexed by the mechanics of this eerie entity. Devoid of limbs, how could it still possess the ability to move? With a thunderous impact, the head sphere crashed onto the ground, shattering the porcelain tiles into fragments. Fortunately, Chen Ge had wisely submerged himself earlier, capable of holding his breath for 3 to 4 minutes. Now, all the attention of the head sphere was fixated upon him, which he surmised would compel it to pursue him. Clad in a shark cloak, he felt assured of his safety. Every few meters, he cautiously peeked out to divert the head sphere's attention, which emitted a cacophony of eerie, high-pitched wails from its myriad mouths. Upon inspection, Chen Ge discerned that the basement was merely a minuscule segment of the building. He effortlessly navigated to the lower level's grand hall. Having previously studied the hospital's layout, he recalled that the first floor housed the pharmacy, abundant with medicinal supplies. Typically, it would contain alcohol. Utilizing his unique ability to swim through the underground, Chen Ge swiftly reached the pharmacy and soon located 75% medical alcohol. Let the flames purify all. I refuse to believe you can withstand the fire like that cursed, meat-tainted spirit. Emerging cautiously to ensure the head sphere had not followed him, Chen Ge promptly crafted a torch. Within the confines of the medical facility, he discovered a wooden table, exerting considerable effort to break several legs, then wrapping them in alcohol-soaked rags before igniting them, producing an explosion of light. Huh, let's see who dares to challenge me now. Tienye loget hetile. Tearing off his shark cloak for safekeeping, torch in hand, ready to return and rescue Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy. However, upon turning back, his laughter abruptly caught in his throat. He was met with a harrowing sight. The corridor was densely populated with figures, all devoid of heads, the very corpses he had witnessed during the day. Chapter 41. Madness. At this juncture, Chen Ge faced such an unsettling scene with remarkable composure. The bizarre occurrences of the night had rendered him accustomed to headless, ambulatory corpses. He observed that these figures merely stood in place, neither approaching nor wandering aimlessly. Logically, without heads, they ought to be unable to see or hear. Thus, were they merely meant to instill fear? He called out, "Hey, if you're only here to frighten me, nod your heads." With no heads to perceive sound or sight, Chen Ge waved the torch before them, confirming their utter lack of response. After 2 days of battling these creatures, he finally encountered something that adhered to the laws of physics. Realizing this, he decided to engage in leisurely conversation with these seemingly fearsome entities, reassured that they were but a facade, impressive in appearance yet devoid of substance. "Excuse me, pardon me." Chen Ge gingerly navigated through the throng of corpses, successfully squeezing past them. The head sphere should have been diverted by now. He doubted that the severed heads could strategize against him. He intended to show them the art of misdirection. Chen Ge soon recognized that the entities within the hospital relied more on psychological intimidation than physical prowess. In other words, they possessed no abilities beyond scaring people. Yet, a disquieting realization struck him. If these monsters could only frighten, how then had these individuals lost their heads? No, when he had arrived at dusk, the corpses exhibited no visible signs of injury. This implied that their heads had been severed recently. Cautiously approaching, he used the torch to inspect the wounds, discovering them to be jagged and irregular, suggesting they had not been cleanly severed but rather forcefully yanked off. Moreover, this was a place of peril. If he could endure until dawn, he could leave. As for why he did not flee the hospital immediately, Chen Ge had gained some understanding of the monsters within, yet remained oblivious to what might lurk outside. He shuddered at the thought of encountering a man-eating shark, which would spell doom for them all. The creature's primary weakness was its inability to breathe on land. Otherwise, it was impervious to physical attacks. As long as he remained on solid ground, he felt invincible. Chen Ge reassured himself that these headless beings lacked sense perception, moving only by instinct, and thus he dashed towards the basement, hoping to rescue the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao. On his path, he encountered no further head spheres, oblivious to their whereabouts. However, with his torch illuminating the darkness, a modicum of warmth graced the cold space, and despite the stench of decay lingering in the air, he had grown accustomed to it. Upon returning to the basement, Chen Ge's expression shifted dramatically. He discovered the morgue's door had been violently breached, the interior now void of the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao. He methodically examined the traces at the entrance. The head sphere's impact would have produced a considerable noise. Having just been on the first floor, he was certain he would have heard it. Yet, he swore he had heard nothing. A sense of foreboding gripped him. Could it be that, during his absence, Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy had been attacked? Rushing to inspect the morgue door, he realized it had not been forcibly opened from the outside, but had instead swung open from within, indicating that the two had somehow opened it themselves, presumably due to some imminent danger. Chen Ge hesitated to call out loudly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The hospital concealed unknown horrors. He recalled a detail from earlier. The head sphere had been outside the morgue, taunting him, "I know you were eavesdropping." The memory had nearly terrified him, but upon reflection, how could it have known he was listening? Did it imply that a part of the monster had already infiltrated? Had it been observing them in secrecy, thus possessing intimate knowledge of their actions? At that moment, all his attention had been diverted to the head sphere, failing to notice this crucial detail. After his departure, had the lurking creature within the morgue ambushed the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao, forcing them to flee? This seemed the only plausible explanation. But where had they gone after leaving the morgue? Chen Ge felt overwhelmed with thoughts. He could eliminate the first floor from his search. As he had been there the whole time, had Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy ascended to that level, he would have seen them immediately. Moreover, when faced with sudden peril, individuals often acted irrationally, running in all directions, making it impossible to deduce their paths. He recalled that the hospital comprised 6 floors and hundreds of rooms. If he searched each one individually, he would not find them even by dawn. Was he destined to wait until morning? Yet, he understood the chubby boy's capabilities. He remained calm and perceptive but lacked combat prowess. If a genuine threat arose, he would be in grave danger. As Chen Ge found himself in a state of utter bewilderment, the stillness of the corridor was abruptly shattered by the sound of hurried footsteps. He immediately held his breath and strained to listen, quickly discerning that the footsteps belonged to Dr. Zhao. "Dr. Zhao, over here. Where have you and the fatty run off to?" Chen Ge called out. The usually composed Dr. Zhao now bore traces of panic on his face. After taking several deep breaths, he finally said, "It's bad. Fatty has gone mad." For a moment, Chen Ge was at a loss, unable to comprehend the meaning behind those words. What did it mean that Fatty had gone mad? I had been away for less than 10 minutes. What could have possibly transpired in that brief span? Dr. Zhao hurried back to the morgue, relocking the door before letting out a long sigh. "Not long after you left, Fatty suddenly went berserk, swinging a kitchen knife at me. I had no choice but to open the door and flee. Fortunately, I knew the layout of this place well enough. I ran in circles and managed to shake him off, which is why I dared to return," Dr. Zhao explained, breathless. A heavy feeling settled in Chen Ge's heart. Could it be that Fatty succumbed to the oppressive atmosphere? Indeed, prolonged exposure to high-pressure environments can lead one to madness. Yet while Fatty may not possess great physical resilience, his mental fortitude should be considerable. Such a breakdown should not have occurred. Or is there something more to this? Chapter 42. The Eyeball. Given the urgency of the situation, Chen Ge put aside his doubts and asked, aside from the morgue, where is the safest place in the hospital? Dr. Zhao pondered briefly before providing an answer. The rooftop. The rooftop offers a vast expanse, and with summer upon us, sunlight would grace it within the hour. These creatures undoubtedly shy away from the light. Being the highest point in the hospital, the rooftop would be the first to bask in sunlight once it rises. Perhaps this is why these entities never approach it. Let us head up there. Once I find Fatty, I will follow you, Chen Ge declared. However, Dr. Zhao revealed a wry smile. We can't get up there. The hospital's rooftop is locked. They are concerned that patients, unable to endure their suffering, might jump to their demise. Generally, the doctor keeps the key in his office drawer. Then let us go to his office, Chen Ge insisted. Dr. Zhao replied with a more bitter tone. His office is on the 4th floor, and right now, the hospital is teeming with unknown monsters. You and I need to decide. Either we go together to the rooftop, or we stay here and await our demise, Chen Ge pressed. Dr. Zhao sighed in resignation. Do I have any other options left? Chen Ge had initially intended to take the fire axe, but after searching, he found that his prized weapon had mysteriously vanished. They had no choice but to act swiftly. If they could just hold out until the sun appeared, they would be victorious. After searching thoroughly, Chen Ge discovered that his only weapon was the very kitchen knife he had started with. The two cautiously exited the morgue, and although the environment remained unchanged, the presence of a torch illuminated their surroundings, making it feel less ominous than before. However, as they reached the 1st floor, they encountered headless corpses aimlessly wandering in the lobby. Goodness, they can still move without heads. A medical miracle, Dr. Zhao exclaimed, unable to contain his expletives. Nearby was the staircase to the 2nd floor, and the two quickly ascended, only to find the situation on the 2nd floor even more bizarre than that of the lobby. Those must be human eyeballs growing on the wall, right? Dr. Zhao, despite being a seasoned surgeon accustomed to gruesome sights, felt a chill run down his spine at the sight before him. The walls of the corridor were covered with a multitude of eyes, all of which were inexplicably rolling about, seemingly alive. Dr. Zhao leaned in closer, astonished to find that the eyeballs appeared to have awareness, locking gazes with him. I can't help myself, Dr. Zhao exclaimed, brandishing his surgical knife, intent on extracting one of the eyeballs to investigate its structure. As a surgeon, my curiosity is piqued. How can so many eyeballs grow on an inorganic wall? It defies reason. Chen Ge, witnessing Dr. Zhao's insatiable curiosity, couldn't help but interject, brother, at a time like this, let us not delve into research. You can explore it further in daylight. Dr. Zhao retorted as he continued to probe at the eyeball. In daylight, these eyeballs will retract. I just want to extract one to see what it really is. He succeeded in removing an eyeball, initially expecting it to be connected to some sort of nerve ending. However, upon extraction, he realized his assumption was incorrect. There was nothing behind it, just a rotating eyeball embedded in the wall. But once extracted, the eyeball quickly lost its vitality, becoming an ordinary dead eye. Dr. Zhao was left perplexed, unable to fathom the underlying principle at play. Chen Ge dragged Dr. Zhao to the 4th floor, grateful that they encountered no dangers along the way. He wondered about the whereabouts of the severed heads. Dr. Zhao soon located the director's office, only to find the door locked upon pushing it. This is it, we're finished, Dr. Zhao lamented, though he quickly reconciled himself, accepting that he had long been destined for death. Chen Ge stepped back and kicked the office door open with a resounding crash, startling Dr. Zhao. It's just a door, Chen Ge declared, striding into the office, which was relatively quiet and empty. Dr. Zhao rummaged through the drawer and retrieved a set of keys. Let us go, Chen Ge urged, aware that their survival hinged on the accuracy of Dr. Zhao's deductions. However, just as they were about to leave the director's office, a piercing metallic scraping sound echoed from the depths of the dark corridor. In the shadows, a figure, dragging an axe, advanced step by step, likely drawn by the noise of the door being kicked in. Dr. Zhao immediately assessed that this entity posed no greater threat than a combat level of 5. Remaining here would only complicate matters. You go ahead, I'll handle this, Chen Ge said calmly as he regarded the approaching figure. Dr. Zhao hastily ascended the stairs toward the rooftop, but when Chen Ge finally discerned the figure, he gasped in horror. It was none other than Fatty. His eyes were entirely black, swaying unsteadily, and he was wielding the fire axe, clearly in a disturbed state. Fatty, do you remember me? Tianyi vispirit. The axe scraped against the floor, and it was evident that Fatty had completely lost his senses as he advanced menacingly. Chen Ge couldn't help but surmise that Fatty likely did not remember him. Just then, Fatty swung the fire axe toward Chen Ge. Without hesitation, Chen Ge delivered a powerful punch to Fatty's face, causing him to collapse to the ground without so much as a cry. Despite the apparent control exerted over him, it was evident that the creature manipulating Fatty had underestimated him. He was pathetically weak. Chen Ge wondered if there would ever be a way to restore him. If it weren't for the dire circumstances, he would have never wanted to abandon a friend who had stood by him through thick and thin. Chen Ge recalled a tale from his childhood about a woman in the countryside who had suffered from hysteria, people would strike her face with the soles of their shoes, claiming it would ward off evil spirits. He wondered if there was any truth to it. But now, he had no choice but to treat a dead horse as if it were alive, yanking off Fatty's shoe. The stench was nothing short of a biochemical weapon. Chen Ge believed that the temperature of the rotting corpse in the first-floor lobby was not as foul as the odor emanating from those feet. "Fatty, if you don't get up, I swear I'll smack you," Chen Ge shouted, brandishing a pair of odorous shoes. Noticing that the chubby boy remained unresponsive, Chen Ge had no choice but to raise his hand, ready to deliver a slap. Suddenly, two bizarre entities emerged from the boy's eyes. Upon closer inspection, they were two black eyeballs. Chapter 43. Fingers. Why were two black eyeballs protruding from the chubby boy's eyes? What in the world was the principle behind this? At this moment, the underlying principle mattered little to Chen Ge as he began to piece together the events that had transpired. Recalling the earlier incident in the second-floor corridor involving the eyeballs, he surmised that these black orbs must have been dwelling in the morgue from the outset. Moreover, these creatures seemed to possess a connection, able to sense one another, which explained how the head could accurately assert that it was eavesdropping. Once he departed, these black eyeballs had directly attacked the chubby boy, seizing control of his nervous system, rendering him crazed. In essence, if he could smash these eyeballs, the control would be lifted, wouldn't it? Chen Ge picked up the fire axe that had fallen to the ground, preparing to strike at the two eyeballs. Though they could not speak, they sensed danger and swiftly retreated into the chubby boy's body. Chen Ge's axe came down with force, but he instinctively pulled back at the last moment. "This is rather peculiar," he mused. To prevent the chubby boy from going berserk and harming anyone, Chen Ge scavenged a multitude of bandages from a nearby hospital room and wrapped him like a mummy. This should render him harmless. Reflecting calmly, he realized that all the inexplicable occurrences within this hospital seemed linked to human tissue. Initially, there was the ominous black intestine that had concealed itself within a corpse. Lu Wanru, having lost her entire family in one day, succumbed to despair and hanged herself in the basement. The black intestine seized the opportunity to control her corpse, creating a terrifying atmosphere. Though Chen Ge considered himself quite brave, he nearly succumbed to fear. Then came the head, followed by the headless torso, and now a pair of human eyeballs had appeared. If one were to piece these elements together, didn't they resemble a dismembered corpse? What force was orchestrating these entities? If the scientific principles of Earth still held true, the brain must be the one controlling these limbs. Could it be that the mastermind, this elusive figure, had been silently observing everything from the shadows? What was his aim? To continually create corpses? Chen Ge, not particularly adept in psychology, recognized that even the greatest psychologists would struggle to comprehend the thoughts of a corpse. He could only speculate based on the scant evidence at his disposal. If only the chubby boy were conscious, he excelled in such matters. Chen Ge reached out to check the boy's breath, confirming he was still alive, merely unconscious. If he could extract those black eyeballs, perhaps the boy could revert to his rational self. The one capable of accomplishing this was undoubtedly that surgeon, Dr. Zhao. Chen Ge resolved to carry the chubby boy to the 6th floor. However, at the stairwell between the 4th and 5th floors, a familiar figure obstructed his path. "Hey, you're here too." Chen Ge greeted the corpse of Lu Wanru with unexpected warmth. He felt no fear towards this figure, who seemed less formidable than the chubby boy, especially since he had already discerned the creature's true nature. It was merely a black intestine, rendering him fearless. "If you dare approach, do you believe I could demonstrate a tutorial on how to make 9-turn intestines right here?" Dressed in white, Lu Wanru suddenly turned and sprinted down the corridor on the 5th floor. Chen Ge was taken aback, feeling as though he had encountered a ghost. It seemed this creature retained memory, recognizing that it could not defeat him and opting to flee. Yet, before he could relish his triumph for even a moment, Lu Wanru returned, accompanied by a host of headless corpses. What the hell? So it wasn't fleeing, it was gathering reinforcements. Outnumbered, Chen Ge had no choice but to make a dash for the 6th floor. The corridor on the 5th floor was now crowded with these headless corpses. And, given the late hour, it was as if they were poised to star in a horror film without the need for makeup. With dead bodies above, his only option was to flee downwards. Chen Ge ran to the 3rd floor, but curiously, the corpses simply stood silently at the 4th floor stairwell, facing him, neither advancing nor retreating, a truly eerie situation. Just as he was trying to make sense of it all, The chubby boy suddenly began to cough violently, mumbling, "Did I fall asleep? Ouch. It feels like I was punched while sleeping." Upon hearing the boy's words, Chen Ge was elated to realize he had regained consciousness. "You're finally awake. Think of a way to resolve the situation at hand," Chen Ge urged immediately. The chubby boy, still oblivious to the events, listened as Chen Ge succinctly recounted the occurrences. The boy's expression grew increasingly grave. "By the way, are you all right now? If you're fine, hurry up and get off me. You're heavy," Tian Yi remarqued. The chubby boy touched his eyes, struggling to believe that he still harbored a pair of black eyeballs within him. "If what you say is correct, I think I understand what happened," he replied calmly. "You should check the first floor. We probably can't escape now, as those corpses will surely block the entrance." Chen Ge dashed downstairs, and, indeed, the first floor lobby was teeming with headless corpses. Not only that, but the head was also present on the first floor. It would not be difficult for Chen Ge to escape on his own, as he could swiftly swim out using the shark cloak. However, this course of action bore two significant drawbacks. First, Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy would surely be left behind to await their demise, and whether they could endure until dawn was uncertain. Second, he had no idea what awaited him outside. Perhaps even more terrifying beings lurked beyond. I shall now present my interpretation. The origin of all these events appears to be a dismembered corpse, whose flesh can control other corpses. Heads, headless bodies, and Luanru were all subjected to such control. The chubby boy removed the bandages from his body, taking the torch. To validate my hypothesis, it would be best to capture a headless corpse and dissect it to see if there are any flesh pieces inside. Chen Ge eyed the chubby boy warily. "How come you weren't controlled?" "Perhaps it's because I'm still alive," the boy replied. Chen Ge fashioned the bandages into a lasso, waiting for the head to roll away before ensnaring a headless corpse and dragging it from the first floor to the second. With the torch in the boy's hand, Chen Ge muttered an apology, then brought down the axe. After only a few strikes, a mass of black matter abruptly emerged from within the headless corpse. Illuminated by the torchlight, it became evident that it was a pitch-black finger. "Huh, I guessed correctly," the chubby boy smirked. Chapter 44. Raging flames. These corpses did not rise of their own accord. Something must be controlling them from shadows. It now appeared that the entity governing these corpses was the flesh residing within them, suggesting the existence of a monster capable of using parts of its body to manipulate the corpses of other beings. The initial appearance of the black finger, followed by the grotesque human head and the pair of black orbs within the chubby boy's body, along with the fingers before them, all stemmed from a singular monstrosity. "Burn it," exclaimed the chubby boy, doubting that these creatures were impervious to fire. Without hesitation, Chen Ge brandished a torch to incinerate the sinister black finger, only to be met with the finger writhing away from the encroaching heat. Concurrently, other headless corpses began to shuffle towards Chen Ge. Although these entities appeared terrifying, their combat prowess was feeble. In a one-on-one confrontation, even the chubby boy could easily outmatch them. Seizing the moment while Chen Ge and the chubby boy were distracted, the black finger burrowed back into the corpse, commanding it to rise slowly. Chen Ge resembled an ancient general, wielding an extraordinary fire axe, striking fiercely. Despite the monsters controlling the corpses, these were merely lifeless husks, which hewed to a pulp under his relentless assault. However, these corpses, being already deceased, felt no pain and were undeterred by death. Regardless of Chen Ge's onslaught, they advanced relentlessly, forcing him and the chubby boy to retreat. "What now?" Tian Yi faltered. The chubby boy's expression darkened, a headache beginning to throb as he rubbed his temples. "The brain. It must be the brain controlling these bizarre cadavers," he declared. "I am aware of that, but the pressing issue is how to locate this brain. And stop standing there like a fool. Come and assist me." Tian Yi reiterated. The sheer number of corpses, numbering in the hundreds, rendered it impossible for one person to fend them all off. Suddenly, the chubby boy remarked, "Did you not mention a human head ball? Could the brain be nestled within it?" Tian Yi pursed. That entity possessed immense strength and seemed to exhibit a degree of intelligence. Indeed, the monster's brain was likely ensconced within a plethora of heads. "That thing is not to be trifled with. You have no idea how brutally that bastard pursued me before," Chen Ge muttered. "Are you scared?" questioned the chubby boy. "Nonsense. I, Chen Ge, fear neither heaven nor earth." Chen Ge spat into his palm and gripped the fire axe tightly. with dawn merely half an hour away. Their survival hinged on stalling for that duration. If you lack the courage, I shall go alone. I still have 2 eyeballs in my head. Who knows what dangers this creature poses? The chubby boy declared, brandishing a kitchen knife. Curiously, while other black masses adeptly controlled the cadavers, his own black orbs could not command him, perhaps due to his status as a living being. The chubby boy speculated thus. Chen Ge scoffed, with your limited skills. I advise against seeking death. Go to the 6th floor and find Dr. Zhao. I will handle the rest. Do not be reckless. It is better if we watch each other's backs. The chubby boy's face contorted into a fierce grin as he regarded the corpses. Chen Ge recognized the intent behind that expression. Let the purifying flames cleanse all. Within the hospital, while other supplies may be scarce, medical alcohol was abundant, and only the corpses were unafraid of death. The lurking monster, unwilling to reveal itself, suggested it might not be as terrifying as presumed. Notably, when he set the black finger ablaze, it had fled, indicating a fear of fire. Chen Ge, with ample alcohol from earlier, poured it onto the ground, igniting it. Instantly, the lobby and staircase erupted into a sea of flames. Moreover, human bodies contain considerable fat, rendering them easily ignitable. Those caught off guard among the headless corpses were soon engulfed in flames, and the lobby filled with the aroma of roasting flesh. As the flames spread, the first headless corpse ceased moving, and a wriggling black mass emerged from its mouth. Neither of them were trained in anatomy. Thus they could not ascertain the origin of this meat. It plopped onto the ground and began to crawl away from the fire. Increasingly, corpses began expelling similar masses, which swiftly coalesced into a singular mass that rolled rapidly into the depths of the hospital. With their support gone, the burning corpses collapsed one by one. What is this? A shift in the tide of battle, the chubby boy remarked, his face pale. This fire is exhilarating. But have you considered how we shall escape? If it merely burned alcohol, it will extinguish soon, but with hundreds of corpses added, who knows how long it will burn. The lobby had transformed into an inferno. Yet fortunately, the floor and load-bearing columns were fireproof and would not ignite immediately. We cannot concern ourselves with that now. We must act. Chen Ge assented. Once we eliminate the monster's brain, your 2 eyeballs should emerge on their own. He grasped the axe and commenced his search for the human headball. This entity, vast in size, could not conceal itself within the diminutive confines of the hospital. Indeed, it likely had no intention of hiding. At the corridor's end, the human head ball glared malevolently at the inferno, composed of hundreds of heads, each pair of eyes brimming with hatred and loathing, yearning to rend the arsonist to pieces. Soon enough, all eyes fixated on Chen Ge. Do not look at me with such accusatory gazes. It was his idea to set the fire. Chen Ge pointed at the chubby boy. Do not deflect blame. You were the one who ignited the flames. The chubby boy retorted. The headball reared back, and in an instant, the conglomeration of heads surged towards the two with tremendous force. Not good, run, cried Chen Ge and the chubby boy as they turned to flee. This entity possessed boundless strength. Confronting it directly would yield dire consequences. Chapter 45. Counterattack. The hospital's lobby and 2nd floor were interconnected, and the headball rolled up the narrow staircase. Having witnessed this creature's might, Chen Ge and the chubby boy knew they could not confront it head-on. Without exchanging a word, they fled. Damn it, it seems like all we've done these past few days is run. Chen Ge erupted in frustration. Whether it was a flesh-eating monster or the human headball, their only recourse was flight. Had they known, they should have first visited the police station to procure firearms, to bolster their strength and achieve greatness. Whoosh! The head ball hurtled towards them like a cannonball, smashing into the wall with a resounding crash, creating a large hole in the hospital's exterior. Thankfully, the building was constructed of reinforced concrete, preventing it from collapsing entirely. How do we combat this? The chubby boy's face turned ashen. In the face of overwhelming power, any minor tactics were futile, while the chubby boy excelled at analyzing situations. His adaptability in the heat of battle was lacking. Suddenly, a cold smile crept across Chen Ge's face. I know how to kill it. Really? The chubby boy expressed disbelief. Chen Ge reached into his clothing and retrieved the shark cloak. Brother, you cannot possibly intend to wear that and make a swift escape, can you? The chubby boy lamented, nearly in tears. He could not swim and had no use for the shark cloak. It is not for me, it is for that. Chen Ge pointed at the headball. The chubby boy hesitated for a moment, but quickly grasped Chen Ge's intention. "Lead it to the first floor," Chen Ge commanded. The two swiftly turned and leapt from the second-floor corridor to the first. Chen Ge's robust form landed firmly, while the chubby boy nearly lost his balance, collapsing to the ground with a pained groan. "Damn, had I known the apocalypse was coming, I would have exercised more," he cried, clutching his backside. At that moment, the head ball had already spotted them, crashing through the second-floor railing and plummeting to the ground below. The first floor was strewn with charred corpses, emitting a foul odor. But that was not their concern now. Gripping the shark, cloak tightly, Chen Ge fixed his gaze on the head ball. With unexpected vigor, the head ball charged again, crushing the burnt bodies beneath it. Like a Spanish matador, Chen Ge swiftly evaded, and the head ball collided with the wall behind them. "Now's the time." Chen Ge leaped forward, draping the shark cloak over the head ball. The surface of the cloak melded seamlessly with the skin of the head ball, and in an instant, the ground beneath it transformed into a pool of water, sinking it into the earth. Seizing the moment, Chen Ge yanked the shark cloak away, and the liquid beneath the head ball solidified, trapping half its body in the ground, rendering it immobile. No amount of thrashing could free it. "Awesome," the chubby boy exclaimed, astonished by this unexpected turn of events. Chen Ge finally felt a sense of relief. Now, they could focus on the matter at hand, knowing that the brain controlling these creatures must lie at the very center of the head ball. Gritting his teeth against the nausea, Chen Ge yanked a head from the ball, and as predicted, it immediately lost its vitality, becoming an ordinary head. The chubby boy rushed over to assist, and together, they tossed the heads aside. This was a scene unimaginable in ordinary times, yet they had grown accustomed to it. Dead things were far safer than the living. At last, they reached the very core of the head ball, revealing a black skull. This skull was roughly the size of a basketball, devoid of eyes, skin, muscle, and even bones, appearing exceedingly bizarre. Chen Ge took a deep breath. This was undoubtedly the culprit. He raised the fire axe and struck down upon the black skull. To his surprise, despite its terrifying appearance, it was remarkably fragile, and the axe dented the crown of the skull with ease. Don't rely solely on physical attacks. Use elemental attacks as well. Burn it with fire, the chubby boy suggested, brandishing a torch. "Hurry, get those two things out of my head, or I shall roast you for a drink." After enduring so many dangers, the chubby boy had grown increasingly audacious. Though the black head had suffered a shattered crown, it still exhibited some semblance of vitality, its lips moving rhythmically. Suddenly, the chubby boy furrowed his brow and gently lifted the shattered crown with a kitchen knife. "Wait, something's off. This skull is empty. Where's the brain?" he shouted. The skull's purpose was to protect the fragile brain, yet it was conspicuously absent. In other words, the crisis was far from over. Both Chen Ge and the chubby boy felt a chill run down their spines. At that moment, they noticed the black skull was smiling. "Where on earth is the brain hidden?" Chen Ge raised the axe, intent on smashing the grotesque object before him. The chubby boy replied coldly, "The brain must be concealed in the safest place, the morgue. Dr. Zhao had mentioned that the morgue is the safest location." "But wait, Doctor. Zhao has been staying in the morgue every day. If there were a black brain hidden there, it would have been discovered long ago, and Dr. Zhao would not have survived this long." Suddenly, the chubby boy had a flash of insight, and Chen Ge arrived at the same conclusion. The rooftop. Logically speaking, creatures that shun sunlight would avoid the sunniest places. The rooftop was bathed in sunlight, and these black corpses would certainly not venture there. Yet, this being was doing the opposite. No wonder we were blocked by so many corpses on the way upstairs. It was to prevent us from approaching the brain. Chen Ge realized with dawning horror, Dr. Zhao is still on the rooftop. We must hurry. Chen Ge dashed toward the rooftop, while the chubby boy took a couple of steps, then abruptly turned and ignited a torch, setting the black skull ablaze. As a good youth, how could I not deliver a finishing blow? The chubby boy sneered. The flesh on the black skull withered rapidly as it caught fire, resembling that of a human. Meanwhile, Chen Ge had already reached the fourth floor. At the stairway between the fourth and fifth floors, countless headless corpses obstructed their path. Armed with a fire axe and a torch, they fought their way through the bloody barrier. Among the corpses was Lu Wanru. Without a second thought, Chen Ge smashed her head to bits, brain matter spilling everywhere. "Sorry, sister, but I'm in a hurry." Chapter 46, Vegetable Dog Doctor. Zhao awaited them on the rooftop of the sixth floor, and the sky began to glow with a gentle light, signaling that in another 20 minutes or so, the first rays of sunlight would illuminate the earth. At that point, the knight's peril would finally come to an end. In truth, he was not overly concerned with his own life or death, having gained clarity on many matters. Bang! With a resounding crash, the chubby boy and Chen Ge burst through the rooftop door, followed closely by a horde of corpses. Together, they locked the door, finally allowing themselves a moment of respite. "Dr. Zhao, you're still alive?" Chen Ge exclaimed, astonished. Dr. Zhao's expression stiffened. "Is that how you speak? Do you have no manners? From a physiological standpoint, I should still be alive. Is the chubby boy unharmed?" He inquired. "Well, it's not exactly that he's fine. There are two entities in his brain. Can you find a way to extract them?" Chen Ge asked. Dr. Zhao frowned slightly. "I'm not particularly skilled in cranial surgery, but if push comes to shove, I can manage. Hand me the axe. I'll help you open up the skull." The chubby boy, on the verge of tears, exclaimed at this point, "Can you two stop joking? We need to find a brain." Dr. Zhao was puzzled by the chubby boy's words. "What brain?" The rooftop offered a panoramic view, devoid of any hiding spots. If there were, Chen Ge glanced at the water tank on the roof, and without hesitation, he swung the axe, cleaving it open. No one condemned him for the act of vandalism. The urgency of the situation overshadowed such concerns. Chen Ge and the chubby boy worked together to pry open the tank's door, peering inside, their expressions shifting in unison. They had guessed correctly. Within the tank, a black brain floated silently in the water. Although Chen Ge is not a physician, he can immediately discern that this is certainly not a human brain, for a human brain would not possess such an abundance of peculiar tendrils. This brain is pitch black, resembling the outline of a human brain, yet adorned with numerous exceedingly fine tentacles, reminiscent of a jellyfish in water. "Destroy it," the stout boy exclaimed through gritted teeth. Initially, they had been peacefully slumbering through the night, but now, due to this creature, they found themselves utterly drained. Their hearts yearned for vengeance, wishing to finally chop it into mincemeat for dumplings. Chen Ge brandished a fire axe, poised to strike, when suddenly the door burst open. A mass of bizarre black flesh coalesced into a colossal blob, barreling towards them. "Be careful," the stout boy shouted. In comparison to humans, the brain is the most vital organ, and modern medicine deems brain death as the standard for declaring human demise. There have even been discussions surrounding the concept of a brain in a vat. When the brain is in peril, the other bodily tissues will go to great lengths to protect it. That mass of black flesh embodies the other bodily tissues of this creature. Soon, the black masses began to disintegrate and reassemble, ultimately transforming into a towering black giant. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, this giant was entirely cloaked in darkness, its bones, muscles, and hair all black, emanating an indescribable, bizarre odor. Additionally, there was the half-crushed skull. Chen Ge observed that this entity healed at an astonishing pace. Despite being shattered by the fire axe and scorched by the stout boy, it appeared as if it had returned to its pristine state. The giant reached out, retrieving the brain from the water tank and placing it back into its own head, thus manifesting a living being before their very eyes. In comparison to the initial psychological shock, this direct threat was far more terrifying. Do not engage with it. If we can endure until dawn, we will emerge victorious. This creature's bodily tissues can invade human bodies, controlling our movements. By the way, why have those eyes in my body not emerged? Is it blind? The stout boy suddenly realized that the brain lacked eyeballs. At this moment, Dr. Zhao spoke up. In truth, the human brain is entirely unaware of the existence of the eyeballs. The stout boy and Chen Ge stared at Dr. Zhao in horror. "I've read little. You cannot deceive me," Chen Ge exclaimed, astonished that the brain could be oblivious to the presence of the eyes. It is indeed true. Human eyeballs deceive the brain through various means, causing it to be unaware of their existence. However, should the eyes sustain grave injury, they must be removed immediately. Otherwise, once the brain recognizes the presence of the eyeballs, it may trigger a rejection response, potentially causing your eyeballs to explode, Dr. Zhao explained. "Wait, if what you say is accurate, then those 2 eyeballs in my body can never return. Their original purpose was not to return, but to avoid being destroyed when the brain acknowledges their presence. What am I to do?" The stout boy felt a rush of despair. Indeed, this giant was devoid of eyes and thus could not see, flailing its arms blindly. Perhaps having seen too many repulsive things, Chen Ge found this creature oddly endearing. However, since it could not see, the three of them merely needed to remain silent and endure until dawn. Yet, unexpectedly, the black giant reached out and dragged a corpse from the 6th floor. It was Liu Wanru. Though her head had been smashed, her eyes remained intact, and the black giant directly plucked her eyeballs, embedding them in its palm. I told you, these things cannot be explained with common sense. The stout boy was utterly at a loss, realizing they would have to confront it with force. Upon noticing Chen Ge, the black giant let out a shriek and charged forward. In a narrow path, the brave prevail. It was a matter of life and death. There was no longer any possibility of evasion. Step back. I shall face it, Chen Ge declared, brandishing the fire axe as he advanced. Standing at 9 meters tall, Chen Ge was already considered quite imposing among ordinary individuals. Yet this creature towered at a staggering 3 meters. It was simply absurd. However, when the two collided, the ensuing scene nearly left Dr. Zhao and the stout boy wide-eyed. Chen Ge swung the axe directly at the giant's waist, cleaving a substantial gash. The black giant, perhaps in pain, collapsed to its knees. What the hell? So weak? Chen Ge expressed his astonishment. Yet, upon further reflection, if this creature were akin to the Hulk, they would have been crushed like mere rabbits long ago. It must be admitted that the black giant's vitality was remarkably resilient. Even when its body was fragmented into various pieces, the flesh retained its vitality and could reassemble in a short time. However, the cost was that the strength of the black giant was inferior to that of an ordinary adult. Damn it, I shall challenge you one-on-one. Do not flee. Chen Ge screamed, swinging his axe with fervor. As the black flesh amalgamated, Chen Ge had already contemplated how to compose his will. Yet, he never anticipated that this black giant would be so inept, scattered like the stars, yet gathered as a pile of dung. This phrase describes you perfectly, does it not? You have haunted me all night with your ghostly antics. Do you dare to object when I strike you with a few blows? After encountering such an array of monstrous entities, he finally faced one he could defeat. The black giant was equally unprepared for Chen Ge's frenzied onslaught with the axe. With one strike, it sustained a severe wound to its waist, and with another, one of its legs was severed. The stout boy furrowed his brow from a distance, seemingly pondering a dilemma. When they had met with Dr. Zhao the previous day, he had mentioned a creature in the hospital that killed upon sighting a living person. Yet, given the black giant caliber, it was impossible for it to have slain so many in one night. This black giant resembled the necromancers from online novels he had read, specializing in controlling corpses for various tasks, yet utterly incapable of dealing with the living. At most, it merely instilled fear on a psychological level. This indicated that at least 2 distinct types of monsters had lingered in the hospital. The first was a killer, while the second toyed with corpses. Thus, it was evident that they should not linger here. Once this creature was dealt with, they must flee immediately. Chen Ge, being unafraid of anything, would not have ended up imprisoned for killing so many otherwise. Now, with the giant in his grasp, he unleashed all the pin-up fury of the night. Realizing it could not best Chen Ge, the black giant attempted to flee just as the sun began to rise. Do you dare to run? Chen Ge struck down the other leg with a single blow. The black giant collapsed to the ground. With one swift motion, Chen Ge severed the giant's head. Although the giant appeared formidable, its bones were surprisingly brittle. However, it healed at an astonishing rate. In the battle between regenerative capability and hardness, the black giant opted for the former. As the sun rose, panic spread across its face, and it desperately sought to escape, but its head lay beside it. The brain was its Achilles heel. If the brain were to be damaged, no matter how robust its regenerative abilities, it would surely perish. It sought to escape, yet it was met with a swift blow from Chen Ge's axe, cleaving through its form, scattering dark flesh like petals from a celestial maiden. At that moment, the first ray of sunlight graced the rooftop. Upon contact with the sunlight, the blackened remnants instantly melted away, transforming into a pool of dark water, utterly devoid of vitality. The head attempted to roll away from the sunlight, but was met with another strike from Chen Ge's axe, splitting it open and exposing the dark brain to the radiant light. As the sunlight poured down, the body of the black giant began to dissolve. Starting with its flesh and then its bones, the expression on its blackened visage shifting from indifference to despair. It mumbled incantations, the words incomprehensible to the others. The sun was rising. Light illuminated the earth. The brilliant sunlight seemed poised to eradicate all evil. Chen Ge realized he had forgotten how long it had been since he had witnessed a sunrise. As the black head and brain disintegrated completely, the three of them collapsed onto the rooftop, utterly spent. This night had drained them of all strength. Fortunately, they had managed to catch some rest earlier. Yet the fatigue from the latter part of the night weighed heavily upon them. Suddenly, the chubby boy let out a peculiar cry. "The giant is dead. But what will happen to the pair of eyeballs inside me?" he exclaimed. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao exchanged glances. "Why not bask in the sun a bit longer?" Chen Ge suggested. Dr. Zhao, equally intrigued, gently poked the chubby boy's head, seemingly in disbelief that such a large head could contain two eyeballs the size of oranges. "How absurd," Dr. Zhao proposed. "Shall we perform a craniotomy right here?" "Dr. Zhao, how many craniotomies have you conducted in total?" the chubby boy asked, his face a mask of despair. Dr. Zhao raised a finger. "Just one? No, I've never performed any brain surgery. I'm not a neurosurgeon. My expertise lies in general surgery. I can stitch wounds or remove appendixes, and I can handle fevers and colds, but neurosurgery is a bit beyond my expertise. Nonetheless, I can figure it out. Experience is gained through exploration," Dr. Zhao explained as he retrieved his scalpel. The chubby boy nearly burst into tears. "Get away from me. It's just two eyeballs in my brain. What is the big deal? I'd rather die than undergo a craniotomy." As he spoke, the chubby boy suddenly felt something in his palm. Looking down, he saw an eyeball the size of an orange separating from his flesh, appearing in his hand. In the face of this miraculous event, Dr. Zhao found it impossible to explain through modern medicine. The chubby boy hurriedly took the orb to bask in the sunlight, only to discover that the black eyeball was impervious to the rays. Of course, without light, one cannot perceive. Since it has developed eyesight, it means sunlight poses no harm to it, the chubby boy murmured. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, rubbing his eyes vigorously. "Wait, something is off. Why do I have an expanded field of vision?" he exclaimed in terror. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao were baffled. "What do you mean by an expanded field of vision?" "It's like split-screen gaming. My visual perception is linked to this thing." "Oh my goodness." The chubby boy was utterly astonished. The images seen by the black eyeball were transmitted directly to his brain, seamlessly. The black eyeball then bounced around like a rubber ball before returning to his palm, merging back into his body. "Have these two things taken my body for their home?" the chubby boy lamented. "This is a superpower. It cannot be explained. Modern medicine cannot fathom this," Dr. Zhao declared, visibly shaken. "How can an eyeball detach from its body still see and transmit those images back to its original brain? This is truly bizarre." The chubby boy gritted his teeth, gradually realizing he could exert some control over the two black eyeballs with his mind. However, these black orbs possessed a degree of self-awareness. It felt akin to caring for two disobedient pets. This skill would be phenomenal for reconnaissance, Chen Ge remarked. "In any case, it seems to pose no threat to your body. Let's find a place to rest for the night. Dr. Zhao, do you intend to stay here or accompany us?" In the ensuing chapter, The Crash, it becomes evident that in any era, those equipped with specialized skills are invaluable, especially in this apocalyptic world, where the worth of a doctor is magnified, who can claim to be free from colds or injuries. Having a physician in the group provides a sense of security. Lu Wanru ultimately succumbed to despair and took her own life. Otherwise, she could have survived for a few more days given her physical condition. Observing Dr. Zhao, Chen Ge noted that he did not respond immediately, but fell into a contemplative silence. Chen Ge could tell that Dr. Zhao harbored his own secrets. Yet, everyone has their mysteries, and if he chose not to share, Chen Ge would not pry. Meanwhile, the chubby boy was engrossed in play with the two black eyeballs, seemingly unharmed for the time being. As for the underlying principles, forget the principles. After much contemplation, Dr. Zhao finally nodded slowly. "Very well, I will accompany you. Remaining here is a death sentence. It is better to venture out and discover what has transpired. However, please wait a moment. I have a matter to attend to." The three returned to the basement, where their backpacks, laden with supplies gathered during their journey, awaited them. They consumed a modest meal to regain some strength. Earlier, amid the fright, Chen Ge had felt relatively alert, but now that safety was restored, fatigue overwhelmed him. 2 consecutive days without proper rest had taken a toll. and even the sturdiest of bodies could not endure indefinitely. However, sleeping here was out of the question. Who knew what other horrors might emerge? Comparatively, the chubby boy seemed in better spirits, perhaps due to his carefree nature. Dr. Zhao sprinkled alcohol throughout the morgue, igniting it in a final act of closure. His gaze upon the flames was laden with complexity, both reluctance and nostalgia, but ultimately he turned away resolutely. Chen Ge silently observed Dr. Zhao, recognizing that a particular corpse in the cold storage must have held significant value to him. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to spend the first night of the apocalypse in a morgue. Such thoughts were best kept unspoken. It was now approximately 4 in the morning. In the summer, the early dawn was already bright. As the three stepped out of the hospital, the sunlight outside feeling surreal. It had only been 2 days since the outbreak, yet it felt as if years had passed. What I hope for most is to see the army arriving as we leave the city, to eliminate all those scoundrels in the factory. The chubby boy mused aloud. Chen Ge's feelings were more complex. If the army arrived, he, as a murderer, would not escape unscathed. He would certainly be apprehended and, once order was restored, face execution. Dr. Zhao remained silent, clutching a medical kit filled with various medications, hoping they could endure until they found the larger group. Thus, the three embarked on a new journey. The hospital is already quite close to the edge of the city. It would take no more than an hour's walk to escape this wretched place. Unlike the optimistic demeanor of the chubby boy, Chen Ge's mind was haunted by the words spoken to him by the army. Regardless of the path chosen, only despair awaited them in the end. Although the apocalypse had only begun 2 days prior, Chen Ge had already encountered a plethora of despairing scenes. The three of them walked silently for over an hour when the chubby boy suddenly pointed ahead, exclaiming, "We're out. We finally made it." Chen Ge lifted his gaze to behold a vast expanse of green, all cultivated rice paddies. In other words, they had now left the urban confines, presumably distancing themselves from danger. Dr. Zhao suddenly leaned in, listening intently, and whispered to them, "Do you hear that sound?" Chen Ge and the chubby boy, caught in their joy, had not noticed anything unusual. Upon hearing Dr. Zhao's words, they all held their breath and listened carefully. Gradually, the chubby boy's expression became somewhat grim, as did Chen Ge's. Why was it so eerily quiet? The chubby boy asked gravely, "My family's in the countryside, and during the summer planting season, the rice fields should be teeming with frogs. At night, the chorus of croaking fills the air, yet now there's not a single sound." An unprecedented wave of fear washed over them. They had rejoiced too soon. Although they had left the city, danger had not receded. Dr. Zhao pressed a finger to his lips. "Shh, don't speak. That is not what I meant. Listen again." Chen Ge and the chubby boy closed their eyes, trying to discern the sounds surrounding them. Suddenly, a rumbling noise echoed from a distance. The chubby boy's face lit up with joy. "A helicopter? It's a damn helicopter!" In the sky, a small black dot appeared, growing larger, and the rumbling grew closer. They could clearly see it was a helicopter, and not just any helicopter, but an armed one from the military. The chubby boy was on the verge of tears. After enduring so much hardship, they had finally found the main force. Regardless of what threats might lurk, he believed nothing could withstand a 7.62mm bullet. He waved his arms to attract the helicopter's attention. Whether the helicopter noticed them was uncertain, but it soared over their heads with a deafening rush. "It's fine. Seeing the armed helicopter means the military isn't far away." The chubby boy beamed, believing this nightmare was finally coming to an end. But would it truly conclude in such a manner? As the armed helicopter entered the vicinity of Kai Min Shi, all its instruments suddenly malfunctioned, and the engine inexplicably shut down. Before the chubby boy's smile could fade, they witnessed the helicopter crash violently to the ground, followed by a massive explosion. The chubby boy's smile froze in an instant. What is the cruelest thing in this world? It is to offer a glimmer of hope to someone in despair, only to let them tumble from the heights into the abyss. This roller coaster of emotions was too overwhelming. The chubby boy extended his trembling hand, repeatedly pinching himself to stave off unconsciousness. "I can't shake the feeling that the military might not be reliable either," Chen Ge murmured. "Spit, spit, spit. Get that out of your mind, you jinx. We've finally found a way out. How can you utter such pessimistic words? The helicopter came from the east, which means there must be a large force over there. If we keep heading east, we will surely be saved," the chubby boy insisted. This was the best course of action for now. and neither Dr. Zhao nor Chen Ge had any grounds to argue, so they continued eastward. As for what they might encounter along the way, only the heavens knew. "All right, don't be disheartened. Let us go," the chubby boy called out. Chapter 49. A meal before departing, Chen Ge lit 3 cigarettes on the ground. "Team Leader Yang, you were a good man. You shouldn't have met your end here. This cigarette is in your honor. Officer Su, although you were timid, you were also a decent person. What a world this is, where all the good die. This one is for you." And to the pilot from the helicopter, "You probably reported to Yama under those circumstances. Regardless, you serve your country and your people. This cigarette is for you." Finally, Chen Ge glanced at his cigarette case, which held only 4 remaining. "Lele, it's not that Uncle doesn't want to save you. It's just that I'm truly powerless. It's a pity you didn't even get to say your last words. Once I escape this peril, I promise to send you 2 bottles of wa, and to Lu Wanru and your family. Alas, I can only say that this is fate. We owe each other nothing. May you all fare well." Chen Ge muttered a lengthy soliloquy while the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao had already walked quite a distance. "What are you doing back there? Hurry up," the chubby boy shouted. Chen Ge quickened his pace to catch up. However, after 2 days without rest, feeling both famished and fatigued, he felt dizzy and weak. Should they encounter an enemy in this state, he would choose to lie on the ground and await death. As they ventured further, the urban scenery vanished, replaced by lush green farmland lining the road. Yet, not a single farmer was in sight, which plunged Chen Ge's heart into despair. The 3 of them walked from 4 in the morning until noon. Eventually, they could walk no more, their strength utterly depleted. After a brief discussion, they resolved to find a place to rest for the night. Otherwise, they would perish from exhaustion without ever encountering a monster. The chubby boy extended his hand, and 2 black eyeballs obediently emerged. With a wave, the eyeballs hopped off to either side. At that moment, the chubby boy seemed to be playing a game on 3 computer screens simultaneously, witnessing 3 different scenes at once. Truly marvelous. Dr. Zhao had also studied this phenomenon. Yet despite his efforts, he had found nothing suspicious and ultimately gave up. After 2 or 3 minutes, the 2 pitch-black eyeballs bounced back and reintegrated into the chubby boy's body. He pointed south. There's a small village not far in that direction. Let's go take a look. It would be best if there are people, but if not, we'll still need to rest for the night. The trio was at their physical and mental limits and could not afford to delay any longer. Dragging their weary bodies, they arrived at the village, only to find it completely deserted, just as expected. Chen Ge had suspected something was amiss, but at this point he could not concern himself with that, whatever it was. He could not afford to collapse from exhaustion. Moreover, there was no place that could be considered absolutely safe. Chen Ge approached a brick house adjacent to the farmland, gently knocked on the door, and upon confirming it was empty, kicked it open. The interior was remarkably clean, considering the apocalypse had only begun 2 days prior. Chen Ge searched the surroundings for anything useful. "Holy cow, look what I found," he exclaimed to his companions. The chubby boy and Dr. Zhao rushed over to see that there was half a bag of rice in the kitchen. The 3 of them hadn't had a proper meal in 2 days. The thought of steaming white rice made them all salivate. The chubby boy quickly found a rice cooker in the kitchen, but alas, it had no power. The gas canister couldn't be ignited either, leaving him in a state of frantic despair. Chen Ge held a pot and an axe, constructing a makeshift stove with bricks, and then proceeded to chop down a fruit tree in the yard. The tree was laden with unripe apricots, still far from ripeness, imparting a bitter taste. To their surprise, they discovered a pressurized well in the center of the yard. The chubby boy grasped the well handle and pressed down forcefully a few times, causing fresh water to gush forth. With water, rice, and fire, this place felt like paradise. Chen Ge and the chubby boy busied themselves with igniting the fire and washing rice, while Dr. Zhao stood by, feeling somewhat at a loss. He was usually preoccupied with work and rarely cooked for himself, relying instead on takeout. Observing the 2 industriously engaged in their tasks, Dr. Zhao felt a twinge of guilt. "What can I do to assist?" he inquired as he approached. The chubby boy noticed a patch of vegetables in the garden and eagerly plucked a cabbage. "You can wash this. I'll prepare a stir-fry for you in a bit," he cheerfully suggested. Before long, the aroma of steaming rice wafted through the yard. The chubby boy rummaged through the kitchen, finding various cooking utensils and condiments, and prepared a dish of sweet and sour cabbage. By the time they finished, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. The 3 of them, not bothering with niceties, devoured an entire pot of rice, leaving the stir-fried cabbage completely empty. Chen Ge vowed he had never tasted such delightful sweet and sour cabbage before. "Fatty, from now on, you shall be in charge of our logistics, handling all the cooking," he declared after finishing his meal, reclining in the yard, too full to move. He discovered, for the first time, that being satiated could bring such happiness. In these trying times, living day by day was the only goal. A day of joy was a day well spent. He sought nothing more than to have rice paired with cabbage every day, which would be sufficient contentment. In contrast, the compressed biscuits and bread they had brought went untouched. With their hunger quenched, drowsiness enveloped them. "Let's take turns keeping watch. It would be wise to rest well and set out again at dawn," suggested Chen Ge. "All right, I'll take the first watch. You two should go to sleep," the chubby boy replied, looking quite energetic. Chen Ge couldn't help but marvel at the vitality of youth. He recalled his own days of gaming through the night without a care, and now, after just 2 sleepless nights, he felt utterly exhausted. Age was catching up with him. Their living conditions appeared rather pleasant. The master bedroom featured a heated calm, while the living room had a sofa and a wooden bed. Chen Ge could no longer resist, lying down on the sofa and drifting off into slumber within mere seconds. Dr. Zhao's sleep quality was evidently not as good, but after a long and tiring day, he too succumbed to sleep after about half an hour of squinting. The chubby boy, taking a chair, settled by the door to bask in the sun, reflecting on his previously bustling life, suddenly realizing that such leisure was the essence of life. Although his former busy days were not apocalyptic, they bore a striking resemblance to one. Feeling the weight of boredom, he picked up a few iron nails from the ground and began to etch his name into the wall. However, after eating well, soaking up the sun, and feeling the fatigue of 2 long nights, he too inadvertently closed his eyes. In a sudden haze, the chubby boy jolted awake. "Did I just have a nightmare? Being chased by a horde of beautiful women?" he muttered to himself, noting that the sun still hung in the sky, suggesting he had only slept for a brief spell. He slapped his face lightly to rouse himself. Although no immediate danger lurked, he knew vigilance was paramount. One could never predict what threats might arise. He attempted to rise and wash his face at the well, but as he stood, his legs protested with soreness, the muscles in his thighs and calves feeling as if pricked by needles. "Ouch! What is the matter? Is it my lack of exercise catching up to me after all this walking?" he lamented. With no other choice, he began to massage his legs, wobbling to his feet, the sensation akin to the discomfort of sitting too long. A bit of movement revealed that his arm muscles were also achingly sore, prompting him to quietly complain, "Looks like I need to start working out properly." With a slight limp, he made his way to the well to splash some water on his face. Glancing into the reflection in the bucket, he was taken aback by his pallid complexion. His eyes were bloodshot, reminiscent of someone who had gone days without sleep. "I told myself that I shouldn't stay up late as I age. Back in the day, I was known for gaming all night." He chuckled softly, recalling how he had spent countless nights at the internet cafe, losing game after game. His stomach growled audibly, a sharp pang of hunger jolting him. He puzzled over how he could feel hungry so soon after eating. Reluctantly, he rummaged through his backpack for something to eat, but when he opened it, he was taken aback. Previously brimming with food and water, it now contained barely half the supplies. His first thought was that either Chen Ge or Dr. Zhao had raided his stash while he slept. He crept quietly into the room. Chen Ge was still deeply asleep on the sofa, showing no signs of waking. But where was Dr. Zhao? The chubby boy recalled that Dr. Zhao had been in the master bedroom, so he cautiously approached, only to find the room empty. A wave of confusion washed over him. Where could he have gone? Had Dr. Zhao perhaps faced a stomach issue? But that didn't make sense. The restroom was just a short distance away, and he would have seen him if he had gone. A feeling of unease crept in. Could Dr. Zhao have taken off with half of the food? It was not implausible, given that he had joined them later, appearing troubled. However, if he intended to leave with supplies, he could have taken the entire backpack. Why only take half? Moreover, the items missing were his favorites: luncheon meat, compressed biscuits, and sausage bread. Well, there's no point in dwelling on it. Everyone has their own reasons. Perhaps he has his own struggles, he sighed. The incident had already occurred, and further insistence would be futile. As he turned, he inadvertently caught sight of his reflection in a mirror resting on the table in front of the con. The sight startled him. His face was pale, with dark circles under his eyes and bloodshot sclera revealing his exhaustion. He gently touched his cheek, bewildered. What has happened? In just 2 days I look like this? I haven't even indulged myself. He recalled that during his university days, he had pulled 3 consecutive all-nighters without appearing so worn. What could be the cause of this transformation? Ultimately, he could only attribute it to the overwhelming fatigue of recent times. When it was his turn to keep watch, he resolved to sleep soundly. Unfortunately, he was unaware that the entire city and surrounding countryside had lost power. Or else he could have charged his phone and watched some videos. He quietly searched the room for something to alleviate his boredom and eventually discovered half a calendar atop the television. As for why there is only half of the calendar, it is because many elderly individuals in rural areas have a habit of tearing off a page each day while checking the date, ensuring that they do not get confused. It is now June, and the last page of the calendar reads June 19th. The chubby boy paid no attention and casually placed the calendar on the television before returning to bask in the sun at the door. For some unknown reason, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. He reached out to touch the nearby wall, where he had previously carved his name out of boredom. However, as his hand continued downward, he unexpectedly encountered another character. The chubby boy's eyes widened. He distinctly remembered only engraving his name. So why was there an additional character? He immediately looked down and discovered that the extra mark was not a Chinese character, but rather a number, 16. What does 16 mean? The chubby boy thought curiously. Was this number something that had existed before, or had he unconsciously etched it himself? Gently tracing the number 16, he concluded that it had indeed been inscribed recently. The house was built of red bricks, and the freshness of the scratch was easy to discern. Most importantly, the 16 was certainly written in his own handwriting. He had a habit of finishing the number 1 with a slight upward flick. The bottom of the 1 in 16 bore a distinct upward stroke, albeit less noticeable on the brick surface. The chubby boy swallowed hard, bewildered. What on earth was happening? Had he gone mad? Why were there numbers that he had personally carved appearing in this house just a day or 2 prior? A chill ran down his spine. This place was undoubtedly peculiar. Tian Yi, wake up, hurry up, the chubby boy shouted. He continued to look down and was astonished to find several more numbers beneath, 17 and 18. The handwriting was unmistakably his own. Yet, he could not recall when he had etched these characters here. Chen Ge, wake up. Dr. Zhao is missing, and it seems he may be in danger. Wake up quickly, the chubby boy yelled, but Chen Ge remained deep in slumber, unresponsive to his calls. Growing anxious, the chubby boy approached and slapped Chen Ge across the face. For an ordinary person, such a strong stimulus would surely awaken them. However, Chen Ge showed no signs of waking. He continued to sleep soundly. The chubby boy suddenly realized that it was not that Chen Ge could not wake up. He simply could not awaken at all. This was absurd. Am I Tang Sung? Facing the 81 tribulations? The chubby boy could not help but curse. Chapter 51. Rice grain. It is entirely natural for a person to experience panic when confronted with danger. This is an unavoidable physiological response. Those who can regain their composure swiftly after the initial panic are the elite, while those who become completely flustered are the ordinary. Despite the chubby boy's lack of combat prowess, he quickly calmed down upon recognizing the unknown dangers surrounding him. He needed to summarize all the irrational occurrences and analyze the current situation. Calm. With my clever mind, I will surely uncover many inconsistencies. The chubby boy took a deep breath, feeling the soreness in his arms and legs, and immediately identified the first anomaly. Why do I feel this much pain? It is illogical. He pinched his aching calf. During his university days, he had run 1,000 meters, and due to a lack of exercise, he could barely get out of bed the next day, racked with pain. However, muscle soreness from intense exercise typically manifests the day after. The chubby boy glanced at the sun overhead and determined that he could not have slept for more than 20 minutes. Why then were his legs in such agony? Moreover, why was his arm also in pain? He had been running these last 2 days, but the physical exertion on his arms had been minimal, which made no sense. Then there was the missing Dr. Zhao. It was possible that Dr. Zhao had fled with half the food, or he may have encountered some misfortune. After all, in this cursed place, any danger could be understood. Perhaps a giant octopus fell from the sky and devoured Dr. Zhao. Regardless, the chubby boy resolved to carry Chen Ge. However, a height of 7 meters, and with Chen Ge towering at 96 meters and as sturdy as a bear, no matter how hard he tried, He could only manage to drag Chen Ge off the sofa. Carrying him would be beyond his capabilities. "Wake up! Get up! If you don't wake up, I swear I'll make you regret it," the chubby boy shouted, slapping Chen Ge's face twice again. Yet Chen Ge remained in a deep stupor. Such profound slumber might indicate either severe brain trauma, rendering one a vegetable, or that he had been drugged. Could Dr. Zhao be the mastermind behind this? Only he possessed the expertise to handle various medications, but that made no sense. They had saved his life. If he wished to part ways, he could simply say so. There was no need for such drastic measures. Furthermore, the chubby boy recalled the 3 numbers beneath his name: 16, 17, 18. They were consecutive. What do they signify? No matter how he pondered, he could not comprehend. What came after these 3 numbers? 19? 20? Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated the chubby boy's mind, as if he were grasping something elusive. He could affirm that these 3 numbers were undoubtedly inscribed by his own hand. If anyone understood him best in this world, it would certainly be himself. The pressing question was, when he had etched these 3 numbers, did he suffer from somnambulism? Had he unknowingly carved these numbers while asleep? Or was this a more profound theory of temporal displacement? Had his past or future self inscribed these numbers at some point, and now his present self was witnessing them? The chubby boy's sixth sense told him that these 3 numbers were undoubtedly connected to a latent danger. 16. 16. What could possibly relate to 16? Was it an abbreviation in English or pinyin? 16? Solo? Did someone want to challenge him to a solo duel? Surely, he would not write something so trivial. What about 17? What about 18? The chubby boy was utterly perplexed. Following these 3 numbers was 19. He had just seen this number on the calendar in the room. Wait a moment. The chubby boy's expression suddenly turned extremely grim. He dashed into the bedroom, grabbed the calendar from the table, and stared intently at the numbers displayed. June 19th. How could it possibly be June 19th? The chubby boy swallowed hard. He distinctly remembered that the day the apocalypse began was June 14th. He had gone downstairs to get a haircut and ended up trapped in the barber shop, where he encountered Chen Ge, Captain Yang, and Su Wei. On June 15th, they faced a monstrous creature in the morning, a man-eating shark in the afternoon, and a black corpse at night. On June 16th at 4 a.m., the 3 of them, Chen Ge, himself, and Dr. Zhao, set out from the hospital and walked until noon, finally arriving at this village to prepare a meal. He had only slept for 20 minutes, at most 30. Logically, it should now be around 3 p.m. on June 16th. But why did the calendar indicate that today was June 19th? There was a discrepancy of 3 entire days. Stay calm. Perhaps the calendar is incorrect. The chubby boy muttered to himself incessantly. However, he was acutely aware that this was nearly impossible. On June 14th, the day of reckoning had arrived, and, generally, no one would pay heed to a paper calendar. Regardless of whether the villagers had fled or perished, the date on that calendar would remain fixed at June 14th. Yet now, the calendar read June 19th, indicating that someone had tampered with it. It was highly probable that one of the 3 of them was responsible for this alteration. The more the chubby boy pondered, the more fear enveloped him. With Chen Ge in a deep coma and Dr. Zhao missing without a trace, he found himself utterly alone and bereft of support. The first order of business was to ascertain whether it was truly June 16th or June 19th. He inhaled deeply as a vague answer began to take shape in his mind. The inscriptions on the wall indicated the date, seemingly a reminder for himself to discern the passage of time. He realized he needed a point of reference. After all, humanity could not inherently prove the existence of time. It could only judge its passage through the changes in external objects. In this circumstance, even a clock would prove ineffective. The chubby boy forced himself to remain calm, diligently searching for objects that could substantiate the passage of time. Inside the room, the heated Kong, the calendar, and the television provided insufficient evidence. As for Chen Ge, his status as a murderer rendered him devoid of a mobile phone. The chubby boy raised his gaze towards the outside, where sunlight illuminated a cooking pot. After the group had eaten, he had been too lazy to wash it, intending to do so before dinner. Little did he realize that this act of laziness would now serve as a critical tool for him to validate the passage of time. He distinctly remembered that there were still a few grains of rice left in the pot. If only 20 minutes had elapsed, those grains would surely remain plump and unchanged. However, if time had indeed progressed as he suspected, then the remaining rice would have surely discolored or even spoiled. With a surge of anxiety, the chubby boy approached the pot and, steeling himself, lifted the lid. Chapter 52. The Signal. Taking a deep breath, the chubby boy appeared to have made an immense resolution as he swiftly removed the lid. He observed that the remaining rice grains had dehydrated and hardened, taking on a yellowish hue. Although it was summer, cooked rice could not possibly undergo such transformation in a mere 20 minutes. In other words, his previous conjecture might be correct. Time had slipped away from him unbeknownst, possibly having passed several days. Yet, he had no recollection of any such events, and an inexplicable dread crept into his heart. The various monsters he had encountered in the past, while terrifying, were at least visible, allowing him to comprehend their nature. But what had transpired now? Why was this happening? The chubby boy was utterly baffled. Had he merely closed his eyes for a moment, only to lose 3 days? This was utterly absurd. Had Dr. Zhao met with foul play during those 3 days? Why was Chen Ge in a coma? Why did his limbs ache so painfully? Surely, something must have occurred to them. The last 3 days had been silently erased by some unseen force. Could it be that the tales from the old thief Iraqi were based on personal experience? Had the Scarlet King truly manifested? The chubby boy's imagination ran wild. No, the passage of 3 days had not been directly obliterated, for he had inscribed words on the wall, leaving himself a clue. Besides the inscriptions, he might have left other traces. However, Chen Ge, sprawled on the sofa, appeared utterly oblivious and unhelpful. Sitting in a chair, he began to replay all that had transpired. On the afternoon of June 16th, the 3 of them had arrived here, then cooked, dined, and slept. He had merely dozed for a moment. And if the calendar was accurate, it was now the afternoon of June 19th, marking a sudden passage of 3 days. Wait, the calendar? Based on his earlier deductions, someone must have torn off the calendar pages during these 3 days. Otherwise, the date would certainly have remained at the day of reckoning, June 14th. Could have been he who tore the calendar? The chubby boy took cautious steps toward the master bedroom, meticulously inspecting the calendar for any clues on the torn pages. As he contemplated this, a jolt of realization struck him. If the torn pages had been hidden away, it signified that he had encountered danger during those 3 days. But why had he not fled? Suddenly, the chubby boy's stomach growled, indicating that he had not eaten for several days. Perhaps he should first satiate his hunger. He reached for his backpack, only to freeze mid-motion. A chill coursed through him. Now it made sense. He had wondered why the food in his backpack had diminished so significantly. It was not Dr. Zhao who had taken the food, but rather, he himself had consumed it during those 3 days of hunger. The chubby boy's gaze fixated on the backpack, the most convenient place to conceal items and one that he would certainly check. If he had known that at some future point he would lose his memory while needing to leave clues, he would have undoubtedly left those clues in his backpack. Consequently, when he eventually sought food, he would instinctively open the backpack. He promptly emptied the contents of his backpack, and sure enough, in addition to the food, a small piece of paper tumbled out. His heart raced with excitement. Indeed, he had proven himself clever. Alas, he lamented the lack of opportunity, for he could have been a modern-day Sherlock Holmes in Huaxia. The chubby boy carefully unfolded the paper, discovering that it was indeed a page from the calendar. And most crucially, the reverse side bore a symbol. It appeared to resemble the letter Y. What could this possibly mean? His command of English was lacking. Why would such a pivotal clue be recorded in English? This made no sense. The chubby boy could not help but scoff at his own predicament. He could not even decipher the signal he had left for himself. He truly was a marvel. No, he was aware of his own limitations in English. Aside from the 26 letters and a few words learned in school, he had effectively returned everything to his teacher. So what did this Y signify? After much contemplation, the chubby boy suddenly realized that the symbol depicted on the paper was not a Y at all, but rather a peace sign. A peace sign? Run? He turned to survey the courtyard, which appeared devoid of any danger. Just yesterday, he had contemplated staying here for an extended period. However, the June 18th version of himself was now warning him that this place was perilous and that he should flee immediately. This was the covert signal he had agreed upon with Chen Ge. Thumbs up meant safety, a fist represented readiness for battle, and a peace sign indicated imminent danger, necessitating an immediate escape without questions. The person who most trusted the chubby boy was, of course, himself, since his past self had warned him of danger. There surely was peril. Otherwise, his former self would not have drawn a peace sign on paper, and the very essence of this place was already unsettling. The chubby boy intended to escape with Chen Ge, recalling that he had discovered a small handcart in the storeroom while cooking yesterday. The two of them could just manage to flee together. During their time in school, Chen Ge had risked his life to save him, and now the chubby boy would never abandon the unconscious Chen Ge. But as the chubby boy turned to take Chen Ge with him, he was astonished to find that Chen Ge, who had been sleeping on the sofa, had vanished. What on earth was happening? The chubby boy's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this a haunting? How could a living person simply disappear? Tianyi, are you awake? Stop fooling around and let's hurry. We can discuss everything on the way. The chubby boy shouted throughout the room. Originally, it was believed that Chen Ge had simply awakened, yet the chubby boy scoured the surroundings thrice without finding him. This left him utterly perplexed. Where could he possibly be? Such sudden disappearances were beyond reason. Faced with this bizarre situation, even beads of cold sweat began to form on the chubby boy's forehead. He wished fervently that Chen Ge had merely woken up. With Chen Ge's prowess combined with his own intellect, they could confront any strange circumstances together. After all, having cared for both of them for so long, it was time for them to deliver results. Off you go. Pikachu. The chubby boy flicked his hands, sending two black orbs darting from his grasp, leaping in different directions. Instantly, he gained 3 perspectives. Suddenly, through the black orbs, he glimpsed a shadow flitting across the adjacent courtyard. Judging by its form, it appeared to be human. Unconcerned with the details, the chubby boy seized a kitchen knife, slung a bag over his shoulder, and dashed outside. Although he was uncertain of what had transpired with Chen Ge, he was certain it could not bode well. Tianyi, are you there? If so, make a sound. Tianyi, he whispered. At that moment, the 2 orbs bounced back to him. Despite their intimidating appearance, they proved quite useful. The chubby boy stealthily approached the neighboring courtyard. It was eerily silent, devoid of any sound. He called out twice, but received no reply. If Chen Ge had truly awakened, he would have greeted him immediately. The thought of such a lively person vanishing without a trace sent chills down his spine. Unless he had encountered a ghost. This was not mere astonishment. The chubby boy genuinely suspected he had seen a ghost, for in this world, anything was possible. Even witnessing Ultraman battling extraterrestrial beings would not surprise him. The 2 black orbs, moving in tandem, monitored every movement within a 10-meter radius. Suddenly, the rear orb's perspective captured something black darting past at an alarming speed. Startled, the chubby boy turned around, only to see the weeds in the vegetable patch swaying gently. Chen Ge, is that you? I'm scared. Please don't frighten me, he whispered. Though the atmosphere had been strange, it had not yet posed a threat to his safety. However, now something lurked in the shadows, and the sense of impending danger was far more pressing. The forward black orb transmitted a sighting of a figure darting into the cornfield behind the village. But the movement was so swift that he could not discern who it was. Regardless of identity, even a dog by his side would have bolstered his courage. After all, the feeling of being alone compared to having a companion was entirely different. No matter, let us investigate. The chubby boy quickened his pace, fervently hoping that upon parting the corn stalks, he would find Dr. Zhao and Chen Ge roasting corn, handing him a slightly charred ear to enjoy. To bolster his courage, he vigorously shook the corn stalks aside, forcing a path through. The village front was planted with rice, while the rear was filled with towering corn, stretching endlessly before him. His 2 black orbs trailed behind, bouncing like rubber balls. Dr. Zhao, Chen Ge, are you roasting corn? Save one for me, the chubby boy shouted. The rustling of corn leaves somewhat alleviated his fear, yet it remained quite terrifying. Suddenly, a shadow zipped past the black orbs, this time at an alarming proximity. Nearly colliding with them, the black orb leapt into the chubby boy's arms in fright, startling him and causing him to swallow hard. What was that? The chubby boy discerned clearly that the shadow was no human, as it moved in a crawling manner. Indeed, if it were human, the horror would have escalated even further. He could only vaguely see that it was a dark, sizable creature scuttling along the ground, at least the size of a basketball. Whoosh! The sounds of something whizzing by him grew louder, and the chubby boy's face turned pale. There were multiple entities within the cornfield, and they moved in groups. Could all the strange occurrences stem from these creatures? He gripped the kitchen knife tightly, but the flimsy weapon offered little comfort. Just then, A piercing scream echoed from behind him, prompting him to whirl around, only to have a dark mass leap onto his face. What the hell is that? The chubby boy panicked, wildly swatting at the creature on his face, trampling down the cornfield in his frenzy. At that moment, the two orbs could only cheer from the sidelines, providing no practical assistance. The chubby boy felt as though the creature possessed several legs the thickness of chopsticks, and an overwhelming wave of fear, disgust, and panic enveloped him. It's over. Today, I, Wong Warren, shall perish here, he wailed. Just as despair began to settle in, he heard a soft thud, and the creature dancing on his face suddenly went limp, falling onto him. The chubby boy swatted the creature away, still shaken, when a hand reached out to him. Looking up, he was astonished to find Dr. Zhao standing before him. In that instant, the chubby boy felt an overwhelming urge to collapse into Dr. Zhao's arms and weep, for his arrival was impeccably timed. Dr. Zhao held a small surgical knife, using a corn leaf to wipe off the viscous substance from a blade. No worries, it merely appears fearsome. It's not particularly dangerous. If you don't believe me, look, it has frightened you for so long, yet you're unharmed. Dr. Zhao reassured him. Only then did the chubby boy lower his gaze to inspect the creature. Upon closer examination, he gasped in disbelief. Was that a spider? Is that really a spider? The chubby boy asked, astonished. There lay a black spider, the size of a basketball, twitching on the ground. That was far too large. Was this the legendary bird-eating spider? I heard that in Australia, there exists a species that can grow up to 40 centimeters. The chubby boy patted his chest. No, this cannot possibly be a bird-eating spider. It's an unknown variety, Dr. Zhao declared, picking up the knife and swiftly dispatching the large spider. The chubby boy assumed Dr. Zhao was merely finishing it off, but to his surprise, he began searching for something. After a brief moment, Dr. Zhao produced a red, fleshy sack and handed it to the chubby boy. Eat this, Dr. Zhao instructed. The chubby boy grimaced at the thought of consuming it. He squeezed it. It was soft and defied description. You must have lost a portion of your memories, right? Dr. Zhao suddenly remarked. I did too, but I have since regained those memories. If you wish to understand what transpired over the past 3 days, consume it. Swallowing his disgust, the chubby boy downed the red sack. Before long, fragmented memories began to surface in his mind. They were events that transpired on June 16th, and it felt akin to watching a movie, eerily surreal. What on earth is happening? He could not help but ask. Dr. Zhao continued to scrape the spider's carcass with the knife. I am uncertain of this spider's original name, so I dubbed it the worry-free spider. This creature secretes a peculiar venom. Should one be bitten, they will lose a portion of their memories. For 3 consecutive days, we have been repeatedly poisoned by the Wang Yu Zhu, leaving our bodies increasingly frail and our memories fragmented. However, where there is poison, there must be an antidote. Previously, I had slain one of these creatures and discovered a peculiar sac within its body. With a desperate resolve, I consumed it, and to my astonishment, my memory partially returned, remarked Dr. Zhao. At last, the chubby boy began to recollect the events of that fateful night of June 16th. Chapter 54. 16 June 16th, 2 p.m. The 3 of us had just arrived at a quaint village and finished our meal when Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao retired to rest, while the chubby boy took his post on a chair by the door. After inscribing his name on the wall, he soon dozed off. Time slipped by unnoticed until the chubby boy was abruptly awakened by a rustling sound, as if numerous creatures were crawling on the ground. He opened his eyes wide, realizing that dusk had fallen, estimating it to be around 8 o'clock in the evening. To his disbelief, he had slept for such an extended period, and under the hazy moonlight, he wondered if he was still dreaming. Stretching lazily, he prepared to rouse Chen Ge for dinner. Suddenly, in the dim light, he spotted a dark mass moving on the ground. Holding his breath in terror, he reached for the kitchen knife. Although the moonlight provided some illumination, it was inadequate to discern the nature of the creature. Lowering his voice, he called out, Chen Ge, wake up. Are you asleep? Despite his efforts, Chen Ge remained sprawled on the sofa, seemingly oblivious to the chubby boy's urgent pleas. Fearing to divert his gaze from the ominous black object on the ground, he stole a glance at Chen Ge with the corner of his eye, only to be horrified to find that a similar dark mass was resting motionless on Chen Ge's chest. The chubby boy's breath caught in his throat. What on earth was that? It appeared that Chen Ge had succumbed to the creature as well, leaving the chubby boy to place his hopes solely in Dr. Zhao. He understood his own limitations clearly. He was nothing but a bumbling coward. Perhaps if he and Dr. Zhao banded together, they might stand a chance. Yet, just as he turned, a basketball-sized spider lunged at his face, plunging him into a state of unconsciousness. In the cornfield, the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao exchanged glances, realizing that the attack had occurred 3 days prior. Dr. Zhao calmly explained, "The Wang Yuzhu not only erases our memories, but also plunges our bodies into a state of somnambulism, wandering aimlessly until exhaustion leads to death. Nonetheless, there is no need for excessive fear. While these creatures may appear formidable, their actual attack power is rather low. I surmise they are scavengers, surviving by consuming the remains of other animals." "Is that truly the case?" the chubby boy questioned skeptically. Dr. Zhao elaborated, "Generally, in nature, creatures with formidable combat abilities lack venom. Consider the venomous snakes. While they are perilous, their strength pales in comparison to that of non-venomous snakes. Apex predators like lions, tigers, and bears possess no venom, as it is unnecessary for their survival." The chubby boy whispered, "But can we truly rely on our previous knowledge in this chaotic world?" Dr. Zhao fell silent, acknowledging the uncertainty of their existing understanding. "By the way, have you seen Chen Ge? He was just sleeping on the sofa, and now he has vanished," the chubby boy exclaimed in alarm. Dr. Zhao shook his head, genuinely unaware of Chen Ge's whereabouts. "Our best option now is to leave quickly. If we delay, we may find ourselves in grave danger," he advised. "I refuse to leave. If you're going, you go alone," the chubby boy insisted resolutely. Dr. Zhao regarded him with surprise. "I hadn't anticipated you to be so loyal. By the way, did you just call yourself Wang Wuren? What a peculiar name." The chubby boy felt a flush of embarrassment, explaining, "I was born on the Mid-Autumn Festival, and my mother adores 5-nut mooncakes, hence the name Wang Wuren." Dr. Zhao chuckled softly and pointed to the sky. "Don't accuse me of disloyalty. I will accompany you for 3 more hours. After that, around 5 o'clock, if we have not located Chen Ge, I shall depart." The chubby boy nodded, understanding that if they could not find Chen Ge in 3 hours, it would likely indicate his demise. "Very well, 3 hours it is," he affirmed. Nightfall posed a significant threat. If they could not escape before darkness enveloped them, they might never leave. "Now, we must hunt as many of these spiders as possible and retrieve their sacks, for they hold the antidote. We need to be well prepared," Dr. Zhao instructed. "In other words, we were once the prey, but now we have become the hunters. The roles of offense and defense have reversed." Thus, the two began their meticulous search for the Wang Yuzhu. The chubby boy realized he had lost 2 days of memory and required at least 2 sacks to fully restore his recollection. Strangely, he felt a notable alleviation of his bodily aches, likely a side effect of the venom. Dr. Zhao wielded a scalpel, narrating his own experiences as they walked. He had awakened that morning around 9, already bereft of 3 days' memories, with only a vague recollection of having slept in a hospital morgue before waking in this unfamiliar village. Unlike the chubby boy's fanciful notions, Dr. Zhao immediately suspected a malfunction in his mind. Due to the memory loss, he could not recall who the chubby boy or Chen Ge were, prompting him to flee without hesitation. However, the Wang Yuzhu were determined not to let their meal escape, and Dr. Zhao faced several attacks along his journey. Initially alarmed, he soon realized that these creatures merely sought to frighten him. As long as he avoided their bites, he was safe. Eventually, he began to retaliate, and after slaying one Wang Yuzhu, he dissected it, obtaining a red sack. Embracing a desperate hope, he consumed the sack, and to his surprise, his memories returned. Now, the two must find Chen Ge and flee. Could it be that Chen Ge wandered off in a somnambulant state? The chubby boy inquired quietly. No, that is unlikely. If he had been sleepwalking, he would not have vanished so swiftly. Could it be that he succumbed to his exhaustion and was taken as prey? Dr. Zhao's expression grew grave. A spider of that size possesses considerable strength, and there is more than one. It will not be difficult for them to drag a person away. We should return. Perhaps we can find some evidence of his passing, Dr. Zhao suggested. The pair hurried back to their previous lodging, where Dr. Zhao meticulously scanned the surroundings for signs of struggle, but found nothing. Chapter 55. The Laird Chen Ge's disappearance was indeed troubling. According to the chubby boy, Chen Ge had simply been sleeping on the sofa. And after a brief glance at his bag and the calendar, he had vanished in an instant. Let us not panic. We can use the process of elimination, Dr. Zhao remarked. Firstly, it is evident that Chen Ge did not awaken on his own. Had he done so, he would certainly have greeted you. Secondly, Chen Ge has undoubtedly not left this courtyard. Observe the ground. There are no extraneous footprints or drag marks. In other words, he must still be within this room. Thirdly, if he remains in this room, where could he possibly be? At this point, Dr. Zhao paused, casting a glance at the chubby boy. You were saying quite well. Why have you stopped? The chubby boy inquired. I've said all I can. This is where my reasoning leads me. Do you expect me to be Sherlock Holmes? My profession is that of a physician, not a private investigator. This room is merely so large that one can see the entirety of it at a glance. Where could he possibly hide? Unless we're dealing with something supernatural, Dr. Zhao replied. Indeed, this room is quite limited in size. Where could he conceal himself? The chubby boy suddenly had an epiphany, his expression growing increasingly grave. There is still one place we have not searched. Where? The vegetable cellar. What? Dr. Zhao momentarily failed to grasp the meaning behind those words. Not to criticize you, but it is apparent you were raised in the city. Many rural areas dig a vegetable cellar. It remains warm in winter and cool in summer, making it ideal for storing vegetables. Some farmers dig their cellars outside, while others construct them within their homes. The chubby boy and Dr. Zhao exchanged glances, simultaneously turning their attention to the kitchen. In truth, they had already noticed a wooden door on the floor at the farthest end of the kitchen, but at the time, it had gone unnoticed. If those spiders had concealed Chen Ge in the vegetable cellar, it would explain everything. Why did Chen Ge vanish without a trace? Why do those spiders appear and disappear without a sound? The underground vegetable cellar might very well be their lair. The chubby boy, brandishing a kitchen knife, took a deep breath and said, Dr. Zhao, if you are afraid, you may wait here. I shall return shortly. Do not speak as if someone fears for their life. If I were afraid, I would not have come back, Dr. Zhao replied nonchalantly. Both men dared not make a sound as they approached the edge of the vegetable cellar, steeling themselves before lifting the wooden door. Generally speaking, vegetable cellars within rooms are not dug too deep, typically no more than a meter for convenience in retrieving vegetables. However, upon opening the wooden door, they were greeted by an unfathomably deep pit, forming a 30-degree angle with the ground, just large enough for a person to crouch and descend. It was now almost certain that this hole was the lair of those spiders, and Chen Ge had surely been dragged below. Yet, the narrowness of the passage exceeded their expectations. One person could navigate it with relative ease, but should two enter together, retreating in the face of danger would be impossible. Thus, it was decided that the chubby boy would enter alone. Moreover, the tunnel was exceedingly low, with a diameter of about a meter. One could only crawl inside for any length of time. Ultimately, they found a length of nylon rope in the storage room, tying one end around the chubby boy's waist while Dr. Zhao stood outside to pull on the rope. They established a signal. Should the chubby boy tug 3 times, Dr. Zhao would pull with all his might. Dr. Zhao, my life is in your hands. They say a physician has the heart of a parent. Do not abandon me. The chubby boy said, his face a mask of despair. Once you descend, I shall drop the rope and flee. Dr. Zhao shot him a glare. Taking a deep breath, the chubby boy bent down and crawled into the abyss, muttering prayers under his breath. As it was midday, light streamed in from above, and, combined with the torch, the initial illumination was ample. However, as he crawled further in, the light began to wane, leaving only the flickering glow of the torch. After all they had faced, the chubby boy's courage had been fortified, especially after the recent events at the hospital. He believed he could handle whatever challenges lay ahead. Yet, he was unprepared for the lengthy tunnel that awaited him. After crawling several meters, he noticed the soil beneath his hands growing increasingly damp. Perhaps due to a lack of oxygen, he found it difficult to breathe. Why do I feel a bit short of breath? He muttered. The sensation was not merely one of oxygen deprivation. He began to hear faint scuttling noises around him. The chubby boy, clutching the torch in one hand and the knife in the other, continued to inch forward. Suddenly, he felt the ground beneath him squish, and upon inspection, he discovered it was mud. Having noted the presence of a well in the yard, he had already surmised that the groundwater here must be abundant. Continuing downward could lead him into an underground river. However, if it were nothing but mud, moving forward would be impossible. if he were to become trapped in a mire. Suffocating would be a far worse fate than being devoured by spiders. The chubby boy lifted the torch to illuminate his surroundings, only to find that the tunnel had reached a dead end. A few meters ahead, there was no further path, but the space before him widened, allowing him to stand upright. Unable to resist, he stretched his limbs. After crawling for so long, his legs had gone numb. Just as he took a step forward, he stumbled and fell, landing face first in the mud. Wiping the muck from his face, he turned to see that it was none other than Chen Ge who had tricked him. Chen Ge's face was ghostly pale, likely due to the toxic substance he had ingested over the past 3 days, but his chest still rose and fell, indicating he was alive. "It is all right. As long as you are alive, there is a doctor outside. Dr. Zhao is extremely skilled. He will surely save you," the chubby boy babbled on. He then tied the rope around Chen Ge's waist and tugged it 3 times with all his strength. Above, Dr. Zhao received the signal and began to pull with all his might, preparing to hoist Chen Ge up. The chubby boy finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chen Ge was alive, there was hope. Just then, a rustling sound echoed above him, and with curiosity, the chubby boy raised the torch to see that the 5-meter-wide opening was teeming with spiders of all sizes. The smaller ones were roughly the size of a human fist, while the larger ones were 2 sizes bigger than a basketball. The chubby boy's smile froze upon encountering these arachnids. "Pardon me, esteemed guests. I hope I have not disturbed your slumber. Please, continue your rest. I shall take my leave." Chapter 56, Beasts. The chubby boy politely greeted the spiders, cautiously retreating step by step. Having lived for over 20 years, he was confident in many aspects of himself, except for his combat prowess. He admitted to being nothing more than a complete weakling. The spiders above fixated their gaze upon him, although he felt a chill run down his spine. He was not overwhelmingly afraid, as these creatures were visible. Despite their formidable nature, they could still be killed, placing the danger within a controllable realm. The chubby boy stepped backward, inching away, for if his instincts were correct, those spiders would soon pursue him. As it turned out, he was right. Just as he exited the cave, the spiders lunged at him with ferocity. Instantly, he raised the torch. While the spiders were indeed terrifying, they were still animals. As long as they remained animals, they possessed an inherent aversion to fire. Upon seeing the flames, the spiders hesitated at the cave's entrance, none daring to advance. Thus, the chubby boy continued to back away toward the opening, even though he was aware that the venomous spiders possessed limited offensive capabilities. He feared that a single bite could inject venom into his body, ultimately leading to his demise at their fangs. The effort of climbing was already exhausting, and now retreating only doubled the strain on his strength. Yet, the little chubby boy dared not waste a single second. As he stepped back, the spiders advanced slightly. Were these creatures truly at fault for merely seeking sustenance? Exhausted and trembling, he finally felt the warmth of sunlight streaming in. This moment was pivotal. Life or death hung in the balance. Taking a deep breath, he hastened his retreat, only to suddenly feel a hand grasping his leg, yanking him forcefully from the hole. Turning back, he saw it was Dr. Zhao who had rescued him. "Hurry, close the door. There are spiders everywhere," he shouted. Almost simultaneously, the spiders erupted from the pit like a fountain. Despite knowing the spiders were not particularly dangerous, their presence still evoked discomfort. Gritting his teeth, Dr. Zhao slammed the door shut, though several large spiders managed to surge forth. Grabbing a fire axe from the ground, he swung it with all his might. But being merely a doctor with no professional training, he quickly exhausted himself. The little chubby boy was in a similar predicament. They were neither skilled in combat nor equipped for such a confrontation. Encircled by 7 or 8 large spiders, their fate seemingly sealed. The venom of these spiders was peculiar. A single bite could lead to the loss of varying degrees of memory. Dr. Zhao recounted losing about a day's worth of memories, while the little chubby boy remained oblivious to this fact. Meanwhile, Chen Ge lay unconscious on the ground, still in slumber. "Dr. Zhao, what should we do in this situation?" the little chubby boy asked, drenched in sweat. With determination, Dr. Zhao replied, "If we can kill just one of them, the others will surely flee. All creatures fear death, and these spiders are no exception. The issue is, our weapons are too short. Do we have anything longer?" The little chubby boy had previously fashioned a rudimentary spear, but it was left in his bedroom, and now, surrounded by spiders, escape was impossible. As they deliberated a strategy, the spiders charged forward. A basketball-sized spider lunged directly at the little chubby boy's face. This time, he observed clearly that the spiders had exceptionally thin fangs, akin to sewing needles. And aside from their venomous bite, they possessed no other means of attack. Gripping the spider firmly to prevent it from biting him, he steeled himself and, in a bold move, bit down on its leg. With a crunch, he severed the spider's foreleg, white fluid spraying forth. Uncertain of its toxicity, he spat in disgust, retching slightly. However, the substance bore no foul odor, reminiscent instead of coconut milk. Not only Dr. Zhao, but all the Wang Yu spiders were taken aback by the little chubby boy's ferocity, retreating in shock. "We are already quite beastly. You surpass even beasts," Dr. Zhao muttered, his lips twitching. "I shall never dine with you again." Indeed, in moments of extreme anger, individuals often engage in the most absurd actions. Seizing the opportunity while the Wang Yu spiders were stunned, Dr. Zhao swung the fire axe with great force, killing one. The remaining spiders, reluctant to abandon their meal, circled around before ultimately retreating. Dr. Zhao retrieved a scalpel, dissecting the deceased Wang Yu spider to extract a red flesh sac, hastily administering it to Chen Ge. However, Chen Ge remained in a deep slumber, unaware of how much longer he would sleep. "We cannot remain here. We must leave immediately. I spotted a unicycle in the warehouse. Let's push Chen Ge away at once," Dr. Zhao instructed. They gathered food and weapons, quickly departing. As darkness fell, their ability to navigate would be severely compromised. Pushing the unicycle onto the road flanked by cornfields, the two advanced cautiously. After scarcely 10 minutes, the little chubby boy abruptly halted, for he spotted a rabbit squatting in the middle of the road. Was this not the very rabbit they had encountered before heading to the hospital? Its demeanor was eerily unchanged, fixated on the two with its crimson eyes sending chills down their spines. The little chubby boy, still perplexed by the rabbit's enigmatic nature, stammered, "What is happening?" Dr. Zhao, tense and vigilant after their harrowing experiences, scrutinized the creature. "I don't know," the little chubby boy admitted, "but this rabbit does not seem ordinary." Suddenly, the cornfields on either side began to rustle, and a massive Wang Yu spider burst forth, sinking its fangs into the rabbit. Startled, the little chubby boy instinctively raised his kitchen knife. "Is that all?" Dr. Zhao wondered, initially fearing the rabbit posed a threat, but it appeared otherwise. "This rabbit can be resurrected. Even if it appears dead now, it will surely find a way to survive." The little chubby boy swallowed hard, anxiously scanning their surroundings. "Resurrected? Is that even possible?" Dr. Zhao stared in disbelief at the rabbit being carried away. In peaceful times, such a discovery would surely merit a Nobel Prize. "Dr. Zhao, don't you find it a bit noisy around here?" the little chubby boy asked, glancing nervously at the cornfields. Unbeknownst to them, the corn stalks surrounding them began to rustle ominously. One by one, Wang Yu spiders emerged from the fields, fixating their gaze upon the little chubby boy, Dr. Zhao, and the sleeping Chen Ge. Chapter 57, God of War. The sight of the colossal spiders drained the color from the little chubby boy's face. These creatures were intent on a relentless pursuit, unwilling to relent until they secured their prey. "Dr. Zhao, shall we fight with all our might?" the little chubby boy quavered. Dr. Zhao observed the encroaching spiders, a flicker of resignation crossing his eyes. "Perhaps this adventure should conclude here. We have experienced enough excitement. Old Zhao, do not abandon hope. I still wish to live," the little chubby boy implored. Dr. Zhao gazed grimly at the ever-increasing swarm of spiders. "Do you truly believe we can survive? While their individual attacks are indeed weak, armed with weapons, even an ordinary adult could fell one. Yet the sheer number of them is overwhelming." The road, bathed in the hues of sunset, was teeming with spiders, numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands. A single bite could lead to memory loss and impair mobility, rendering escape impossible. "Chubby boy, I am grateful to have met you and old Chun before the end. I never expected, amid the apocalypse, to find two dear friends." Dr. Zhao reached into his pocket, grasping a slingshot, and then drew forth a scalpel, preparing for a final stand. Though life may be mundane, a glorious death would render it worthwhile. Suddenly, as if receiving a signal, the spiders surged toward them like a tide. The little chubby boy's face turned pale, wildly brandishing his makeshift spear. However, such feeble attempts could not fend off the swarm. Among them, The largest spiders, nearly the size of basins, leapt at their faces. The chubby fellow was engulfed in despair. He never imagined that after weathering so many storms, he would ultimately meet his demise at the hands of a few spiders. Just as Dr. Zhao and the chubby man were about to surrender completely, a fire axe swung from behind them, smashing two large spiders mid-air into a mass of gooey substance. Astonishingly, the chubby man turned stiffly to see Chen Ge, gripping the fire axe in one hand and clutching his head with the other, unsteadily rising from the unicycle. His head throbbed. It felt as though he had consumed counterfeit liquor. How long have I slept? How did you two attract so many spiders? Chen Ge yawned, his bones cracking audibly. Tian Yi, you finally woke up. That was no mere nap. You've been asleep for 3 days. You scared me to death. I thought you wouldn't wake up. The chubby man exclaimed, his words tumbling out in excitement. Chen Ge paused, glancing at the sun overhead. He recalled that he had fallen asleep around 2 o'clock, and it was now at most 5 or 6. Could the chubby man be confused? How could he have slept for 3 days? But in light of the current predicament, there was no time for such thoughts. They needed to find a way to escape. Old Chen, these spiders lack significant offensive power, but they are venomous. Be careful not to get bitten. Dr. Zhao advised. Chen Ge held a healthy respect for such enigmatic creatures, yet he was unfazed by a tangible threat. Forget the unicycle. Stay close and gather supplies, he commanded, shouldering the fire axe and charging forward. He swung the axe in a wide arc, obliterating the nearest spiders into a mushy pulp. He crushed the smaller spiders underfoot while dispatching the larger ones with his axe. The most formidable aspect of the worry spider lay in its venom. In terms of strength and speed, they were rather average. Following Dr. Zhao's guidance, Chen Ge wrapped his collar around his neck and wielded the fire axe as if he were a heavily armored warrior storming into a kindergarten. In no time, he carved a bloody path through the swarm. After a while, the chubby man shouted from behind, Chen Ge, you're amazing. Moments later, Dr. Zhao followed suit, exclaiming, Old Chen, you're incredible. These spiders, being living creatures, instinctively retreated upon realizing that Chen Ge was a formidable foe, backing away like a receding tide. These creatures were bullies who feared the strong. If I had known earlier, I would have confronted them head-on. The chubby man shouted with exhilaration, feeling a thrill that surpassed the experience of battle. Chen Ge, from now on, I will bow to no one but you in this world. Indeed, Old Chen, we will follow you from now on. Dr. Zhao echoed. Do you two dare to lend a hand? Just standing there shouting incredible. Chen Ge replied, his patience wearing thin. As he stood firm, the worry spiders parted before him, as if he were infused with the blood of a mythical creature. These spiders, having arrived swiftly, retreated even faster, quickly vanishing back into the cornfields. The chubby man and Dr. Zhao, having narrowly escaped, breathed sighs of relief. Only Chen Ge maintained a stern expression. You too, leave now. Something big is coming. What? The chubby man was puzzled, but soon he spotted the cornfield ahead, where the stalks had been divided into 2 lines, indicating that a colossal creature was approaching. Realizing that he would be clumsy in confrontation, the chubby man gritted his teeth and flung 2 eyeballs away. Moments later, the 2 black orbs returned, bouncing back to him. My goodness, that spider is bigger than a car. Is that really a spider? The chubby man gasped in disbelief, having never encountered something so absurd. In an instant, the hidden creature in the cornfield emerged before the trio. It was a gigantic spider, approximately the height of a small sedan, with its 8 legs fully extended, measuring 4 to 5 meters long. Unlike the ordinary spiders, this colossal arachnid boasted razor-sharp mandibles. A single bite could sever limbs or even claim a life. Additionally, each of its 8 legs ended in sharp tips, akin to spears, leaving one to wonder about its immense strength. Chen Ge, can you handle this? The chubby man whispered. If you two are here hindering me, I certainly cannot. Find a safe spot. By the way, do you have any sharp weapons on you? Tian Yi inquired. The chubby man tossed his spear to Chen Ge, who caught it deftly and then threw the fire axe to the chubby man. Underwater combat faced considerable resistance, primarily using harpoons and spear guns for piercing. The fire axe was not particularly sharp and would prove ineffective underwater. But where could one find water on this flat road? With a swift motion, Chen Ge donned his shark cloak, which adhered to his skin as if it possessed a life of its own, growing increasingly attuned to him. Instantly, The road beneath him transformed into a watery expanse. Chen Ge plunged into the depths. The giant spider lunged forward but missed, standing bewildered in place, utterly confused. What was this situation? It too was baffled. Suddenly, Chen Ge executed a swift leap from the water, thrusting the spear directly into one of its eyes. Before the giant spider could react, Chen Ge dove back into the depths. Chapter 58. Equipment, folks, who understands? Just out for a meal, and I encounter this behemoth. The giant spider frantically spun in circles on the ground, prodding the earth with its legs, unable to comprehend why a human could swim underground. This is illogical. It defies all scientific reasoning. At this moment, Chen Ge had silently maneuvered to directly beneath the giant spider. The upper half of the spider's body was encased in a hard shell, conservatively estimated to be half an inch thick. Whether his knife could penetrate it remained uncertain. Yet, as long as it was a living creature, it surely had vulnerabilities. Chen Ge opted for a surprise attack on its underbelly. While the giant spider continued to search for Chen Ge's whereabouts, it suddenly felt an excruciating pain as a foot-long blade plunged deep into its abdomen. In agony, the giant spider roared furiously. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ge burrowed underground, swimming 5 or 6 meters away before surfacing to catch his breath. He noticed white eggs spilling from the spider's damaged abdomen, and realization dawned upon him. This was a female spider, pregnant and in desperate need of sustenance to nurture her eggs. No wonder it relentlessly pursued him upon seeing a human. Those fallen white spider eggs twitched, still alive. Seizing the moment, Chen Ge prepared to strike at the wound once more. However, just as he surfaced from the water, he inadvertently came face to face with the giant spider. When submerged, humans often misjudge distance and direction. There was an experiment where individuals attempted to swim from one hole in the ice to another during winter. They could see clearly from above the surface, yet once in the water, they quickly became disoriented. Upon attempting to resurface, they found the ice overhead. Fortunately, they had a rope tied around their waist, allowing them to retrace their steps and escape with their lives. Now, Chen Ge made the same mistake. He had assumed he would emerge directly beneath the giant spider, but instead collided head-on with it. The giant spider roared in fury, its sharp legs lunging toward him. Chen Ge instinctively raised his makeshift spear to block. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the kitchen knife was unexpectedly pierced by a spider leg, creating a hole the size of a pinky finger, with the spider's limb barely 3 inches from Chen Ge's chest. What profound mastery must this creature possess? Chen Ge discarded the makeshift spear in his grasp, swiftly diving into the water, retrieving a steel kitchen knife. However, the knife proved too short. He needed a more suitable weapon. Wait a moment, dear spider. I sense your leg would serve splendidly as a weapon. Might I borrow one? The tip of the giant spider's leg was exceedingly hard, capable of penetrating stone. If he could fashion a weapon from it, it would be remarkable. This time, Chen Ge had learned his lesson, circling the giant spider, surfacing for breath every few meters. Although the giant spider was brimming with strength, it could not catch even a glimpse of Chen Ge, growing increasingly agitated as it thrashed about. Just as the spider's patience was about to wear thin, Chen Ge emerged from the water once more, delivering a swift strike to the joint of the spider's front leg. Despite the leg's toughness, joints must remain flexible, otherwise, it would be rendered immobile. With a flash of the blade, one leg was severed at the joint, and Chen Ge seized the fallen limb, diving underground. The giant spider, nearly frantic, pounded the ground with its limbs, yet no matter how hard it tried, it could not penetrate the pavement. Chen Ge examined his newly acquired weapon with care. The severed spider leg was not overly thick, with an elliptical cross-section of approximately 2 centimeters in diameter and a length of about 1 meter. Straight and perfectly suited for grasping, resembling a sword, its tip extraordinarily sharp, capable of easily piercing metal. Its material remained a mystery. In a realm where the extraordinary was commonplace, this was but another peculiar item. If this leg were placed in ancient times, it would surely be regarded as a divine artifact. Chen Ge waved it underwater, immensely satisfied. He tore a piece from his pant leg to fashion a wrist guard, placing the kitchen knife in his bag, reserving it solely for culinary purposes henceforth. The giant spider, resembling a mad creature, had a gaping hole in its abdomen from which white spider eggs tumbled out, appearing quite repulsive. After scraping the ground for a while, The giant spider, depleted of energy, felt the weight of its losses. Not only had it failed to obtain snacks, but it had also sustained injuries and lost a multitude of offspring. Disheartened, it resolved to retreat to its lair. Suddenly, Chen Ge burst forth from below, gripping the spider leg, and delivered a decisive thrust from beneath, piercing the spider's head. The tactile sensation was remarkably smooth. Chen Ge was enamored with this exceptional weapon. Though the giant spider's head was impaled, its body continued to wriggle. But soon it became utterly still. To ensure the creature was truly deceased and not merely feigning death, Chen Ge used the spider sword to obliterate the spider's head before finally exhaling in relief and resurfacing, stowing away his shark cloak. He beckoned Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy to return. The chubby boy and Dr. Zhao gazed at the giant spider's corpse, utterly at a loss for words. All their thoughts coalesced into a single expression: impressive. After resting briefly and replenishing his strength, Chen Ge employed a fire axe to detach the remaining 7 legs of the giant spider, which, after a bit of refining, transformed into exceptionally manageable weapons. The chubby boy and Dr. Zhao each wielded a spider sword, their silhouettes glimmering darkly under the setting sun, possessing a faint translucency akin to jade. Dear spider, though you have perished, we shall forever remember your selflessness. You bestowed upon us equipment, even in death. Chen Ge wrapped the remaining 5 spider legs in cloth, pondering their future utility. Dr. Zhao, equipped with his medical kit, took a surgical knife to dissect the spider carcass. Before long, he discovered the venom sacs responsible for the arachnid's toxic secretion and extracted some venom with a syringe. Dr. Zhao, what do you intend to do with these? The chubby boy inquired. They may prove useful in the future. Have you never seen apocalyptic films? The most terrifying threats in such scenarios are not the myriad of monsters, but humanity itself. The human heart can be more malevolent than any beast, Dr. Zhao replied solemnly. Shortly thereafter, he found the red flesh sacs used for antidotes and preserved them with utmost care. At this moment, the sun was merely a sliver on the horizon. Darkness loomed, and they harbored a growing dread of the night. None could predict what lurked in the shadows, waiting for them. Though the Wang Yu spider was formidable, it could be dealt with through physical means. The thought of encountering something akin to the fleshly monstrosity again was chilling. Let us depart. Dr. Zhao collected several vials of Wang Yu venom and followed Chen Ge and the chubby boy, setting off on a new journey. Additionally, allow me to recommend a comic, Ren Lei Jin Hua Luan, with a thrilling and bizarre plot, utterly captivating. Read it in 2 days. Chapter 59. Speculation Night is not kind to humanity. Human eyes are incapable of seeing in the dark, which is why both Chen Ge and Captain Yang were reluctant to travel during the night at the barber shop. Yet now they had no choice. Although the giant spider had been slain, who knew how many more lurked within the cornfields beside them? A single bite could prove disastrous. Perhaps heaven took pity on them, as a large moon hung in the sky while the 3 of them traversed under the stars, silent and resolute, making their way east along the road. 3 days prior, they had witnessed an armed helicopter flying from the east. Although it had crashed, it was evident that there were military forces in that direction. If they could find the military, true safety might be attainable. After an hour of walking, they could no longer see the cornfields, with wild grass and barren land flanking them, occasionally interrupted by eerie sounds from the underbrush, sending shivers down their spines. The chubby boy was astonished to discover that the 2 black orbs within him could see in the dark. He allowed these orbs to rest atop his head, surveying the surroundings like scouts. Ahead lay a village. Should we enter? The chubby boy suddenly proposed. Chen Ge glanced in the direction indicated by the chubby boy, but without night vision, all he saw was darkness. Let us take a look, Chen Ge replied, having already heard from Dr. Zhao about the events that transpired. In truth, there were no places in this world that could be deemed entirely safe. One could not survive without sleeping or resting. They could only explore cautiously, taking one step at a time. The trio fell silent, quickening their pace until they arrived at the village after 7 or 8 minutes. To call it a village was somewhat inaccurate. It was more accurately a small town, considerably larger than the previous village. The town boasted roads forming a crossroad, with a bustling market and even a 2-story building, though now, under the sparse moonlight, the entire town lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any movement. It appeared that, like in the city, the inhabitants had vanished. Chen Ge pointed to a nearby, small Western-style building and said, "Let us go up." The door to the building was unlocked and opened with a gentle push. Dr. Zhao lit a torch, and the three of them cautiously entered. The first floor housed a shop, resembling a small supermarket, with plenty of bottled water and sealed food, but the floor was in disarray, suggesting a recent looting had taken place, leaving little of value behind. The second floor, typically a living area, was where Chen Ge ascended with the torch, calling out, "Is anyone here? We are not harmful. We merely wish to spend the night." The pitch-black second floor remained silent as Chen Ge, one hand gripping the spider sword and the other holding the torch, continued his ascent. The second floor was in disarray. It was unclear what had transpired. Yet there was not a soul in sight, nor any signs of human remains. The plump fellow posed a perplexing question. With the city and the villages, where have the hundreds of thousands from the town vanished? If they are dead, there should be corpses, shouldn't there? The only bodies they had encountered were those of patients in the hospital. Beyond that, no remains of the city's inhabitants were to be found. Chen Ge could not fathom that those creatures would collect the dead. If these individuals had been consumed, why were there no remnants? The previous pressures had weighed heavily on Chen Ge, compelling him to suppress such thoughts, but now, with the plump fellow articulating them, he found it impossible to ignore. Suddenly, Dr. Zhao interjected, "What if this is not the apocalypse but an alien invasion? The monsters we see could be extraterrestrial beings, and the missing people may have been abducted for experiments." Under normal circumstances, the plump fellow would have made a jest, but now he fell silent. Such an extraordinary scenario might indeed suggest an alien incursion. The prospect of extraterrestrials seemed plausible. One could even believe a character like Patrick Star, accompanied by SpongeBob, had come to wreak havoc, for in this world, nothing seemed impossible anymore. Chen Ge brandished a torch to search the second floor, confirming it was devoid of threats. And only then did he relax slightly. "Let's find a place to rest. I hope to sleep soundly tonight," he declared. In truth, none of the three felt weary. After being bitten by the Wuyo spider, they had been in a stupor for several days. Nevertheless, even if their spirits could endure, their physical strength was waning. The plump fellow plopped onto the bed with a heavy sigh. Chen Ge settled by the window, gazing at the moon outside, and felt in his pocket, discovering 2 remaining cigarettes, which he casually offered to Dr. Zhao. "Keep it. I do not smoke," Dr. Zhao replied. The two sat on the windowsill, observing a world that had become unrecognizable. The room was enveloped in silence, with no one speaking, each lost in their thoughts. Time passed, and Dr. Zhao suddenly asked, "I heard from the plump fellow that you've killed someone? Why?" Chen Ge fixed his gaze on the moon, then smiled suddenly, saying, "No reason." "What about you? Have you ever seen a normal person sleeping in a morgue? What was your reason?" Dr. Zhao did not respond, but reached out for the cigarette. "Didn't you just say you don't smoke?" Chen Ge asked in surprise. "Can I learn now?" Dr. Zhao chuckled. Though reluctant, Chen Ge handed over the cigarette, depleting their supplies entirely. Dr. Zhao lit it, took a puff, and immediately broke into a fit of coughs, clearly inexperienced with smoking. "I wonder how much longer we can survive. I truly feel our lives are granted by the heavens." Dr. Zhao reflected, gazing at the moon. "Indeed, if it weren't for this apocalypse, I would have been executed by now. I don't know whether to resent or be grateful for this end of the world. Perhaps we are already dead, residing in hell." Chen Ge inhaled deeply and exhaled a smoke ring. Dr. Zhao shook his head, saying, "If this is hell, then the heavens are exceedingly merciful. Compared to this apocalypse, I feel our former reality was the true hell." "Y concur," Tian Yi replied. Suddenly, a crow cawed outside. Chen Ge leaned out the window but saw no crow. Dr. Zhao, with a contemplative expression, asked, "Chen Ge, do you know what a virtual universe is?" "What? I have a high school education. Please explain," Chen Ge responded. "Do you think this world we are experiencing might be a fabrication?" Dr. Zhao said gravely. "Fabrication? You played games before, haven't you? What if our current world is akin to a game, a world designed for us?" Dr. Zhao mused fancifully. Chapter 60. The Crow. Dr. Zhao's musings stemmed from a well-known hypothesis: the brain in a vat. All human sensations are processed by the brain. Thus, could the world perceived by humanity be nothing more than a fabrication, merely a virtual construct of the mind? Chen Ge recalled that the plump fellow had once posited a similar theory, but it had been left unspoken thereafter. Does it matter what is real or fake? My intellect is limited and my education scant. I only know that now is now, and I am who I am, Chen Ge declared. You are quite pragmatic, Doctor. Zhao chuckled, realizing that much of human suffering arises from overthinking. If you're not tired, why don't you keep watch here? I'll take a short rest. Chen Ge stretched and squeezed onto the bed with the plump fellow. Dr. Zhao took another puff of his cigarette, reached into his pocket, and gently grasped the slingshot concealed within. Remarkably, the night passed without incident, allowing them all a restful sleep. The next morning, around 6, the plump fellow lazily rose and stretched, exclaiming, "That was refreshing. I wish I could sleep soundly every day." It turned out that human desires were quite simple. Just then, Dr. Zhao ascended from the first floor, carrying a bounty of unopened food. "Come and eat, Chen. Look what I found." Dr. Zhao waved his hand, tossing an item that Chen Ge caught, his eyes lighting up as he recognized it was an unopened pack of Huazi cigarettes. This discovery felt more vital than salvation itself. The three settled down to eat. Dr. Zhao inquired, "How long do you think it will take for us to find the military?" Chen Ge shook his head, while the plump fellow replied, "Generally, an armed helicopter has a flight range of 500 kilometers, meaning the military cannot be more than 500 kilometers away." "Hold on. Do you understand what 500 kilometers means?" Dr. Zhao retorted. "On foot, we might cover a few dozen kilometers in a day. That means it could take us at least half a month to reach the military. Given the challenges we face, do you think we can survive for half a month?" The plump fellow was left speechless. They had only survived for 7 days since the apocalypse began, having faced countless life and death situations during that time. The thought of half a month and 500 kilometers was utterly despairing. "I saw a vehicle downstairs, but without the keys. Can you start it?" Dr. Zhao suddenly announced, sharing some uplifting news. The plump fellow asked when the apocalypse struck, all communication devices failed, and every vehicle in the city shut down. "Are you sure you can get it running?" "The armed helicopters may have flown over, but I suspect only a specific local magnetic field affected the mechanical equipment. Once we leave that range, it should be fine." Just as Dr. Zhao finished speaking, a crow cawed outside. "What an ominous start to the day," the plump fellow commented, peering outside, yet finding no crow in sight. "Stop looking and come back. Be careful not to be snatched away by a crow larger than a calf." Chen Ge joked. Although the plump fellow knew Chen Ge was jesting, he reluctantly withdrew his head. In these times, one would not be surprised if a crow the size of a water buffalo flew by. "All right, I'll go down and give it a try. If I can get the car started, that would be splendid. You two gather supplies and see what might be useful," Chen Ge suggested. The plump fellow and Dr. Zhao scoured the first floor, collecting anything that could be of use, filling 2 large bags to the brim. Just then, the sound of an engine starting echoed from outside. The plump fellow was instantly filled with exuberance. Upon rushing outside, Chen Ge was greeted by the sight of a beaming figure seated at the driver's seat, waving at them. Remarkable. He managed to start the car without the keys. "Chen Ge, how did you accomplish that?" exclaimed the chubby one. Chen Ge, feeling a tad embarrassed, confessed, "In times of financial strain, I resorted to stealing a car." Dr. Zhao and the chubby fellow loaded their previously gathered items into the vehicle. Despite it being daytime, the small town remained eerily silent, oblivious to the events that had transpired. They were driving a Wuling, renowned for its durability and often humorously referred to as a vehicle that grows stronger in adversity. This particular model appeared to be at least a decade old. Its exterior paint stripped away, and the engine's roar surpassed that of a classmate snoring. Nevertheless, it could still reach a speed of 180 kilometers h. How splendid it is to possess technology. The chubby one, sitting in the car with shattered windows, extended his hand to embrace the summer breeze. "Don't celebrate too soon. The fuel tank is nearly empty. If we can't find a place to refuel, we'll be back on Route 11 in a mere 2 hours, Chen Ge cautioned. 2 hours is sufficient. We could cover over 100 kilometers in that time. This is certainly better than walking." The chubby one reclined comfortably against the seat. Chen Ge, bemused, noted the chubby one's unwavering optimism. "Have you not considered why only cars in the open markets won't start? It's undoubtedly because only the open market was attacked. Other areas remain intact. Perhaps we won't even need to locate the military. We may soon encounter people who will undoubtedly regard us as heroes and welcome us with roasted lamb legs," he said, salivating at the thought. "Let's hope so," Chen Ge replied with a wry smile. "It's not that simple. echoed the words of the army in his ears. No matter how they traversed this apocalyptic road, it ultimately led to a dead end. Just as the chubby one was reveling in joy, the caw of a crow pierced the air above them. The expressions of the three men shifted simultaneously. Could this crow have followed them from the town? They had driven several kilometers. How could it still be trailing them? Be cautious. None of the creatures we've encountered on this journey have been normal, the chubby one whispered. Old Zhao, I saw you have a slingshot. May I borrow it? No. Dr. Zhao flatly refused. The chubby one coughed in disbelief, responding, if it comes to that, I refuse to believe a crow can outrun a wuling. The car was a wreck. The chubby one sat inside, utterly disillusioned. What kind of world was this? Did the wuling only grant a trial card? Chen Ge lifted the hood, revealing the engine spewing black smoke. I knew there was a reason this car was left behind. He couldn't help but mutter. Upon starting it, he had sensed something amiss with the engine, but he never anticipated it would fail so swiftly. Fortunately, a village lay not far ahead. Perhaps they could find a replacement. We've gathered too many items. The three of us can't possibly carry them all, suggested the chubby one. Let's head to the village first to see if we can find some mode of transportation, then return for our belongings. Agreed. It would be a shame to lose all these treasures. Chen Ge nodded in concurrence. Just as the three departed from the wuling, the caw of the crow echoed once more overhead. Chapter 61. Returning home upon hearing the crow's call. All three men looked up simultaneously to see a solitary black crow circling high above. The distance was too great to discern its precise form. Chen Ge picked up a stone, aiming to bring down the crow, but it was far too high. Let it be. Let's explore the village, urged the chubby one. Armed with their weapons, they cautiously approached the village. Although it was daytime, daylight did not guarantee safety. Unlike the previous town, this village appeared dilapidated, seemingly abandoned for a considerable time. At the entrance stood a large, dead locust tree, its withered leaves cascading in the summer breeze, creating an atmosphere of desolation. The surrounding farmland was overgrown with weeds, indicating a long period of neglect. It appeared that even before the apocalypse, the village had been deserted. With urbanization on the rise, such forsaken villages were becoming increasingly common. Often, only a solitary guardian remained, and at times, even that individual was nowhere to be found. The youth had all migrated to the cities for work, while the elderly succumbed to the ravages of time and conflict. In just a few years, once thriving villages had fallen into ruin. Chen Ge gazed thoughtfully at the locust tree at the village entrance. Why does this place feel so familiar? He murmured. However, Dr. Zhao and the chubby one moved ahead too swiftly to hear him. You two slow down, hurry, and reincarnate, Chen Ge exclaimed, slightly annoyed. As he advanced a few steps, an uncanny sense of familiarity washed over him, as though he had been here before. Chubby old Zhao, wait up, where did you go? Chen Ge called out, intending to beckon the two ahead. Yet, upon looking up, he realized they had vanished without a trace. Panic surged within him as he shouted, Chubby, old Zhao, where have you two gone? Stop playing around and come out. Logically, they should not have strayed far from each other, and with Chen Ge's loud voice, it should have reached their ears, prompting a response. However, the village was utterly silent, devoid of any sound. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his spider sword tightly. Damn it, not again. This journey has been more arduous than Tang Seng's pilgrimage. He faced 81 trials over a journey of countless miles, while we have traversed less than 100, enduring how many trials? Chubby, old Zhao, this is not a time for games. Come out quickly. Chen Ge's voice softened gradually. However, the deeper he ventured into the village, the more familiar it felt. Finally, upon reaching the western edge of the village, he passed by a small courtyard adorned with a jujube tree laden with crisp dates. The yard was filled with an array of vegetables, contrasting sharply with the desolation of other courtyards. Ding! Chen Ge stood transfixed before the quaint courtyard, his spider sword slipping from his grasp. I knew this place felt familiar. This is my home, he stammered, his lips trembling. Chen Ge found it difficult to breathe, his shaking hands gently pushing the door open. His father had passed away early, and his mother had raised him and his brother alone. The village lacked a middle school, so when Chen Ge was 12, his mother took him and his younger brother to the city for schooling, at which time his brother was merely 6 years old. To ensure they could focus on their studies, their mother borrowed money from relatives and reluctantly moved to the city, working tirelessly despite her limited education. Chen Ge took deep breaths. With a mere nudge of his fingers, he could push the door open. Yet, for him, that door felt heavier than 1,000 pounds. Summoning immense courage, he gritted his teeth, gently knocked, and cautiously entered. Observing the flourishing vegetables, he speculated that someone might still reside here. His heart was tumultuous, uncertain whether entering was a wise decision. Perhaps old Zhao and the chubby one were inside. I will just take a peek. Chen Ge muttered, slapping his own face for encouragement. One careful step at a time, he ventured further in, his emotions a tumultuous storm. At last, he arrived at the door of a small, mud-and-straw house, gently pushing the door open. The furnishings in the room remained unchanged since his childhood. The dimly lit ceiling and the red brick floor. Upon entering, a left turn led to the small room he shared with his younger brother. He could still recall those sweltering summer nights when sleep eluded him, as he and his brother perched on the windowsill, counting the stars. Proceeding further, one would find the kitchen, where their mother always prepared meals tailored to their tastes. Suddenly, Chen Ge heard the clattering of a spatula against the iron wok. Taking a deep breath, he gripped his spider sword tightly. With someone residing here, caution was imperative. He gently parted the door curtain and peered inside. In that fleeting moment, Chen Ge felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Before him stood a frail figure, busily engaged in the kitchen, clad in an apron stained with grease. Hair graying and slightly hunched. Upon noticing him, the elderly person turned to face Chen Ge. In that instant, words failed to capture his emotions. Turbulent waves? Overwhelming tides? None could adequately express even a fraction of what he felt. "Mom." Chen Ge trembled as he called out, tears streaming down his face. He could scarcely believe the reality before him. He stepped closer, arms wide open, embracing the aged figure, weeping uncontrollably. The elder reciprocated the embrace with warmth, asking, "What is wrong? Why are you crying so much? Did someone bully you outside? It's all right now. You're home. Everything is all right." Chen Ge sobbed incessantly, unable to contain his feelings. He had faced numerous dangers on his journey, yet had never encountered such a situation. "Stop crying, wash your hands, and let's eat. Your brother will be back soon. What will he think when he sees you like this? You're a grown man now." His mother gently consoled him. After a while, he managed to regain his composure and softly inquired, "You said Xiao Chu has returned?" "Yes, look, just as I mentioned, he is back." His mother gestured to the young man entering through the door. This young man, in his mid-20s, was markedly different from Chen Ge, gentle in demeanor, wearing glasses, and smiling as he approached Chen Ge. "Brother, when did you come back? You didn't even say a word. Let us eat." The young man casually placed his bag on the comm. Chen Ge rushed toward his brother, filled with excitement, and embraced him tightly. "It's all right. It's all right now. How wonderful. Everything is fine." Chen Ge held his brother with one arm and his mother with the other. "Brother, what is wrong? Why are you crying so much today? You used to remain unfazed even after enduring pain." The young man teased. Chen Ge took a deep breath, his nose running freely from tears, and after a moment, he replied, "I had a dream. I dreamt that both you and Mom had passed away. But it's all fine now. Everything is all right. How wonderful." Chapter 62. Chen Ge. My name is Chen Ge. I am a murderer. My father passed away early in my childhood, leaving our family in poverty, and I was often ridiculed by my classmates during school. I never argued with them. Anyone who dared to mock me would find themselves on the receiving end of my fists. My punches were strong, and I towered over my peers, none of whom could match me in a fight. In those times, parents dismissed children's brawls as mere play. However, as time passed, I made more enemies, and eventually, one of my classmates, with whom I had a particularly poor relationship, enlisted 3 local thugs to corner me in an alley, demanding that I kneel and apologize. I was 11 years old at the time. That fight was undoubtedly the most exhilarating battle of my life. 1 against 4. I broke the bones of 2 thugs and caused one to suffer a concussion. By the time the adults intervened, I was relentlessly kicking my classmate's head, causing blood to flow from his orifices. From that moment on, I, Chen Ge, became notorious. No one in the surrounding villages was unaware of my reputation. However, following that incident, my mother took me door to door to apologize and compensate, which cost us a considerable amount of money. From that day, I learned that causing harm to others came with a price. Soon, I turned 12 and reached the age for middle school. In an effort to temper my temperament, my mother enrolled me in a city school, But at that time, I had no inclination to study. The teachers, aware of my past, often mocked me and even conspired with my classmates to isolate me. Yet, I was completely indifferent to their actions, believing that education was futile and that it was better to associate with a gang. It was under this mindset that I met my first big brother, Du Tian, who was somewhat well-known locally, surrounded by dozens of followers, exuding an impressive aura. Despite being only a teenager, I was the most formidable among his subordinates. He taught me to wield dual red flower clubs, though I had no idea what that meant. It simply sounded impressive. Back then, I spent my days skipping classes, engaging in fights, and bonding with these ruffians. Looking back now, I realize how foolish I was. Regardless, I didn't study at all, and after graduating from junior high, my mother spent 3,000 yuan to enroll me in the local worst high school because no reputable institution would accept me. At that time, I had no idea how long it would take my mother to save that 3,000 yuan. Until that point, my dream had been to carve out a niche for myself in society, collecting protection fees and living a carefree life. However, that dream was swiftly shattered when the crackdown on organized crime commenced. My big brother was thrown into prison for life, and I was left feeling cold with dread, fearing I would spend the rest of my life behind bars. Fortunately, due to my young age and the lack of severe wrongdoing on my part, I was merely reprimanded, detained for a few days, and then released. Yet after that incident, the prospect of continuing my education was dashed. I was expelled from school and became a bona fide unemployed drifter. Not wanting to worry my mother, and in need of sustenance, I began taking odd jobs. It was from that moment on that I realized that to be significant in society, one needed connections and money, not merely fists. Lacking background, education, and experience, compounded by my criminal record, I found it nearly impossible to secure even a job as a waiter, facing rejection at every turn. Whenever I sought a decent job, the first question was always about my educational qualifications. My high school diploma was met with disdain. A high school diploma? Our minimum requirement starts at a college degree. Perhaps you should look elsewhere. It was then that I understood my mother's relentless urging for me to study. I could only grasp her intentions after enduring countless hardships in society. Yet it was too late. To survive, I worked as a security guard, in kitchens, and even in illegal coal mines. The foreman, recognizing my cleverness, secretly taught me how to use explosives, which was my best chance of earning 5,000 a month. However, the mine was shut down for illegal operations, and the boss was jailed, leaving me without even a paycheck. Thus, I struggled through society, gradually tempering my temperament. When my boss scolded me, I met it with a smile, and when colleagues teased me, I pretended not to hear, for the sake of survival. I refused to feel shame. After several years of hardship, my life had finally stabilized to some extent. Just when I thought my life would continue in this manner, a tremendous piece of news arrived from home. My younger brother had been accepted into a prestigious university. My brother, Chen Ge, was unlike me. He had always been honest, enjoyed tranquility, and excelled in his studies. Ultimately, he lived up to expectations, gaining admission to a renowned university with outstanding results. We had always shared a strong bond as brothers, and now that he was entering university, he had achieved success, sparing him the embarrassment of having to admit to a lack of education like his brother. I have been working diligently, leading a more frugal life. And every month, I save a little more to send to my younger brother. Chen Ge, that lad, has truly made me proud. Not only does he work hard while studying, but he also manages to secure a scholarship each year. He often advises me not to deprive myself, to indulge in better food, and to buy a few nice clothes, assuring me that he is not short of money. Time has flown by, and 4 years have passed. My brother has graduated from university. While many students claim that graduation leads to unemployment, Chen Ge was fortunate enough to have a company approach him immediately upon graduation to sign a contract. However, upon reflecting, I realize that the pressure he feels is immense. This pressure does not stem from our mother or from me, but rather from within himself. Our mother is kind-hearted. As long as her son is healthy and alive, she is content. I too share this sentiment. Even though I send money to my brother each month, I do not expect repayment. As his elder brother, it is only natural for me to support his education. Yet, Chen Ge perceives it differently. He is the sole university graduate in our family, and the knowledge that his brother sends him money monthly adds a burden to his heart. He yearns not only to receive his brother's support, but also to ensure that both I and our mother live comfortably, even at the expense of his own comfort and well-being. His classmates advised him that the company that approached him was of mediocre scale and offered unsatisfactory benefits, suggesting he should observe for a while longer. Nevertheless, Chen Ge was eager to prove himself and to provide for us, displaying an admirable yet earnest nature. Thus, he joined this perplexing company with a monthly salary of 4,000 yuan. At this juncture, the situation could hardly be deemed tragic. However, as I have stated, the essence of life is this. Whenever you believe that circumstances are improving, life will mercilessly deliver a slap to remind you of reality. 3 months later, I received the devastating news from the local police that my brother had died. Chapter 63. A common man. The news reached me around 5 in the afternoon. My mother and I had purchased midnight train tickets and arrived at the Public Security Bureau in Chunchu City around 2 in the morning. The police led us to identify the body. I saw my brother, his body covered in injuries, while my mother wept over his lifeless form, consumed by despair. The officer on duty informed us that my brother had been involved in a conflict in his rented apartment and was brutally beaten by 2 individuals. By the time the police arrived, he had already succumbed. I found this hard to believe. My brother had a gentle disposition and would never initiate a confrontation. Just as I was about to inquire further, my mother suddenly clutched her chest and collapsed. The seasoned officer recognized the signs of a myocardial infarction and promptly called for an ambulance. Yet, before she could reach the hospital, she had passed away from overwhelming grief. When I saw the doctor wheeling my mother's body out of the emergency room, I felt no sorrow, only a profound sense of confusion. How could this happen? We had endured the toughest times. I had turned my life around. How could fate be so cruel? With the assistance of the local police, we arranged for the burial of my mother. Yet my quest for the truth behind my brother's death was far from over. No matter how persistently I inquired, the police adamantly insisted that it was merely a case of mistaken identity in a bar fight, and they were preparing to close the case. Upon examining my brother's body closely, I noted at least 2 distinct types of injuries, indicating that he had been assaulted simultaneously by at least 2 assailants. Since the police could not aid me, I resolved to seek answers through my own means. The unfortunate reality was that I had lost everything. The silver lining was that with nothing left to lose, I had only my fists remaining. To uncover the truth about what happened to my brother, I needed to confront those close to him. My brother had shared a rental with a classmate named Lu Hao, who had moved out of their apartment following the incident. I quickly located Lu Hao, who was hiding in a basement. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Came Lu Hao's voice from the basement. Knock, knock, knock. I remained silent, continuing to rap on the door. Lu Hao opened the door, just a crack, peering at me with a look of confusion. Who are you? I introduced myself. I am Chen Ge, Chen Ge's elder brother. Before I could finish, Lu Hao attempted to slam the door shut. Realizing something was amiss, I kicked the door open, seizing Lu Hao by the hair and pressing his head against the wall. Brother, Chen Ge's death has nothing to do with me. I truly know nothing. Lu Hao cried out. What transpired the night my brother died? I went out to a bar with others. I really don't know anything. He shouted, help, help. Stop yelling. This is a well-soundproof basement, and no one can hear you outside. Your brother was alone down here in solitude, so you might as well join him. I brandished the axe I had prepared beforehand. Brother, I swear Chen Ge's death has nothing to do with me. Then whose death is it related to? It's Boss Chen. It was Boss Chen who did it. Please let me go. I have elderly family members to support. Lu Hao exclaimed. Who is Boss Chen? Speak, and I shall spare you. Lu Hao then divulged everything he knew in a frantic rush. Boss Chen was the owner of the company where my brother worked. As Lu Hao recounted the events, I gradually pieced together the circumstances surrounding my brother's demise. The company my brother worked for was far from legitimate. There were local regulations stipulating that companies hiring fresh graduates would receive certain subsidies, and Boss Chen had set his sights on this opportunity. He had signed a 1-year contract with Chen Ge. However, during the 3 months Chen Ge worked there, he had not received a single salary. If students wished to resign, Boss Chen would threaten them with the contract they signed, demanding exorbitant penalties for early termination. The deceived students were inexperienced, unaware of the depths of such exploitation, and most hailed from modest backgrounds, too fearful to resist. In a fit of anger, Chen Ge, along with dozens of other duped students, confronted Boss Chen in his office. Realizing the students were causing a stir, Boss Chen pretended to agree to pay their salaries, But that very night, two thugs found and brutally assaulted Chen Ge. By the time help arrived, he had already passed away. After hearing this, I inquired, "How do you know those two thugs were Boss Chen's men?" "The thugs were the security guards at the company. We recognized them from our daily comings and goings," Lu Hao replied quietly. "Then why didn't you report this to the police?" Lu Hao nervously responded, "After the incident, Boss Chen gave me 50,000 yuan and warned me that if I dared to speak about it, I would meet the same fate. Moreover, I heard he has extensive connections. What about the guards who killed him? Have they fled?" I asked. "No, I heard the guards are relatives of his. He has already arranged for them to be exonerated," Lu Hao explained. I fell silent for a long time, finally picking up a cigarette. I may not be well educated or particularly clever, but I recall a phrase from my school days. Murder must be avenged, and debts must be repaid. It is the natural order of things. I possess no other talents, only the ability to fight. You have brought ruin upon my family. I shall bring ruin upon yours. It is as simple as that. I approached their security room wielding an axe, where the two guards responsible for a death were still engrossed in a video game. I walked over and rapped on the glass. "Who the hell are you?" "It's the middle of the night," one guard shouted. In response, I smashed the glass with a single punch and seized him by the throat, dragging him through the window. The guards were momentarily stunned, and I wasted no time. With a swift swing, I severed his head. "Oh my God, a murder!" The remaining guard screamed in terror. He lunged for the phone on the desk to call the police, but I jumped through the window and smashed the phone to smithereens with my axe. "Hero, I can pay you, just don't kill me." I took a deep drag from my cigarette and asked, "Was it you who killed my brother?" "Here are my words." The guard's face drained of color. I had no choice. "I know I was wrong. Please let me go. I heard you're related to Boss Chen. Where does he live?" All right, I'll tell you everything. He was a mastermind behind this." The guard trembled uncontrollably as he scribbled down Boss Chen's address. "You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" No. Even if I had 10 lives, I wouldn't dare." He exclaimed, "No need for that. Go keep my brother company." Chapter 64. Annihilation. Having dealt with the two accomplices, I made my way to Boss Chen's residence. It was a standalone villa, quite convenient for my purposes. Scaling walls and entering through windows is second nature to me, and I slipped inside unnoticed. Through the window, I observed the family gathered for dinner. I had seen Boss Chen's photograph on the guard's phone. The man sitting in the center was indeed Boss Chen. Alongside him were 4 others, an elderly couple. Their hair completely white, presumably his parents, a middle-aged woman, likely his wife, sat beside him, and another man of similar age, bearing a resemblance to Boss Chen. His younger brother. The family was engaged in jovial conversation, toasting each other. "Brother, I heard you've gotten into quite a mess lately." Boss Chen's brother inquired. "It's nothing. Just a poor student who dared to challenge me. Do you know he brought up labor laws in my office? After running a business for so many years, I know whether labor laws hold any weight." Boss Chen, slightly inebriated, boasted, "I've investigated his family. Apart from an elderly mother, he has a brother doing odd jobs. No background, no connections. What can he possibly do against me? If he has the guts, let him sue me. Several court heads in our city have shared drinks with me." It's all water under the bridge now. Boss Chen's father solemnly advised, "Little Chen, such matters should be avoided in the future. Harmony brings prosperity." However, Boss Chen's mother scoffed, "Let's not dwell on unpleasant topics. A poor student dared to surround our son's office. He must think he can rebel. He should know his own worth. Son, next time you encounter such insolence, this is how it should be dealt with. It's not merely about money. If we lose, they might think we're in the wrong." Listening to their conversation reminded me of a saying from my school days. Those who are not of one family do not enter the same door. Since they were indeed family, they should be united. I shattered the window with my axe, prompting a terrified scream from Boss Chen's mother. "What happened? What's going on?" But soon, she saw a towering figure, a man nearly 6'6", advancing towards them with an axe, exuding an air of menace. The room fell silent. Boss Chen's mother quickly regained her composure and shouted, "Who are you? Do you know where you are? Get out of here. The brother of the student your son just killed, the one with no skills, working odd jobs," I introduced myself calmly. Boss Chen's mother paled, retreating 2 steps as she eyed my axe. Boss Chen's expression soured, yet he forced a smile. "You must be Chen Ge's elder brother. I am sincerely concerned about your brother's situation." I had no idea it would escalate, but before he could finish, I stepped forward and severed his left hand with one swing. Boss Chen screamed in agony, followed by the terrified cries of his wife and mother. Sweat beads rolled down Boss Chen's forehead as he pleaded no. Don't do it. If you want money, I'll give you anything. Yes, yes. Just put the weapon down. His brother urged frantically. I remained silent and swung the axe towards his forehead, instantly splattering his brain across the dining table. Murder! Help! Someone help! Boss Chen's mother screamed. I may not possess great skills, but ensuring the demise of this family was sufficient. I understand your grievances. Boss Chen's father hastily interjected. Our family has connections in the city. Whatever you desire, we can provide, as long as it is within reason. Violence cannot resolve issues in a society governed by law. Hadn't he just claimed that labor laws were useless to him? Why now invoke the rule of law? I advanced menacingly. Run in 3 directions. Boss Chen's father shouted. Realizing the futility of their situation, I had come to eradicate them. Yet, he overestimated himself. At over 70 years old, he barely managed to flee a few steps before I caught up, smashing his skull with my axe. I then moved forward, grasped Boss Chen's mother, and ended her life with another swift strike. Next, I seized Boss Chen's wife by her hair, throwing her to the ground and swiftly concluding the battle. Boss Chen, still clutching his wound, stumbled away. I knew that losing an arm disrupted his balance, rendering him unable to flee swiftly. I quickly closed the distance and grasped his throat, pulling him back. Brother, don't kill me. I realize my mistakes. I should have harmed your brother. Please let me go. I'll pay you anything. Boss Chen wept, kneeling and begging. I know I'm a scoundrel. Spare me, and I promise to change. I swung the axe down upon his head, splattering his brains across the floor. I had no desire for further conversation. After the carnage, a sense of emptiness washed over me. Suddenly, a voice from the second floor broke the silence. Why are you making such a racket? I can't even play my game. However, upon witnessing the horror below, the boy's breath caught in his throat. I looked up and locked eyes with him. The boy's face drained of color, and he turned to flee upstairs. In that moment, a thought crossed my mind. Killing 100 is still just one death. I hurried to the second floor, where the boy was attempting to hide beneath the bed. I grasped his leg and dragged him out. The boy, fear etched across his face, pleaded, Uncle, don't kill me. I don't know about the matters between adults. I want to report you. I want to look at your face. Please don't kill me. I observed the boy, perhaps only 16 or 17, and inquired, How old are you? 17, he replied. What are you doing? Going to school. Good. Keep studying. It will benefit you. Don't end up like me. Who didn't even graduate high school? By the way, what relation do you have with Boss Chen? The boy trembled uncontrollably. Yes, my dad. I see. Your father killed my brother and harmed my mother. I am here to annihilate your family. Do you have any last words? I raised my axe. Please, don't kill me. With that, I brought the axe down, and the boy lay lifeless on the ground. I took a deep breath and said, Mother, brother, do not worry. I shall soon join you, and I will not allow you to be alone. After committing the act, I ignited the villa in flames. And as the fire raged, my heart turned to ashes. Sitting on the nearby steps, I lit a cigarette, knowing this would likely be my final indulgence. Then, I retrieved my old mobile phone and dialed 110. Hello, is this the police? I have committed murder. Chapter 65. Dr. Zhao was in a state of panic. He had lost contact with his 2 companions. Just moments ago, they were together, yet now, in the blink of an eye, they had vanished. Old Chen, Fatty, stop playing around and come out, he shouted, but the village was eerily silent, enveloped in an unsettling atmosphere. After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Zhao resolved to retrace his steps, reasoning that once his companions realized they were lost, they would return to find him. However, upon turning back, he was greeted by a thick, white fog, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. He swallowed hard, an ominous premonition settling heavily upon him. How could such dense fog appear on a clear day? Typically, heavy fog only descends in the early morning or during particularly humid, overcast days. Taking 2 steps back, he shouted, Old Chen, Fatty, this is strange. Where are you? Old Chen, Fatty. The white mist surged towards him, prompting him to flee. Yet in that instant, he realized the village had vanished, replaced by a towering building that seemed unsettlingly familiar. What is happening? Is there a building here? This certainly does not resemble a structure that could exist in a small village, Dr. Zhao muttered to himself. The edifice rose over 20 stories high, Such architecture was entirely incongruous with rural surroundings. The encroaching fog left him no choice but to hasten his entrance into the building. Upon entering, the fog was barred from following him, and he cautiously peered inside. It was a residential building with a corridor leading upwards. Suddenly, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Had he been here before? In a moment of realization, he slapped his forehead. Is this not my home? How did I return here? I was supposed to be with old Chen and Fatty in a rundown village, just as they disappeared. Dr. Zhao's fingers trembled slightly. If there was one place he least desired to be, it was undoubtedly his home. He climbed the stairs to the 4th floor, with a door design mirrored that of his own abode. Taking a deep breath, he produced the key from his pocket. With a determined resolve, he inserted the key and turned it gently. The door creaked open. Dr. Zhao could scarcely believe he had returned home. The familiar sofa, the well-known living room, the recognizable kitchen, and the cherished bedroom welcomed him. He picked up the television remote and switched it on. A sports match was still airing. Slumping into the sofa, he pondered the surreal nature of his situation. Was this all merely a dream? In a sudden impulse, he slapped himself across the face. The sharp sting confirmed it was real, not a figment of imagination. This is not a dream. I have truly returned home. But where is Fatty? Where is old Chen? Surely, all I have experienced cannot be just a dream. Dr. Zhao found himself grappling with the distinction between reality and dreams. At that moment, the sound of a door unlocking reached his ears. Instinctively, he searched for a weapon, only to discover he was unarmed. All his instruments were gone. The spider sword was missing, as was the scalpel. Tension surged within him as he stood, desperately seeking something to wield defensively. Eventually, he found a plate on the table. Just then, the door swung open, revealing not a terrifying monster, but a woman of similar age to Dr. Zhao. Upon seeing him dazedly clutching the plate, she casually remarked, "What's wrong? Why are you in a daze? Come help me bring the things inside." Dr. Zhao silently extended his hand, then suddenly struck himself again. Am I truly dreaming? No, it cannot be. Even if a demon walked in, I could accept that, but why must it be her? What's wrong with you? Are you losing your mind? Why are you hitting yourself? Is work stressing you out? The woman approached, concerned, examining his reddened face. Dr. Zhao embraced her, burying his head in her shoulder, weeping uncontrollably. She gently stroked his head, asking, "What's the matter? Have you faced injustice at work? Or encountered an insufferable patient? It's all right. It's all in the past." Through his tears, Dr. Zhao glanced back, searching for something. Where is Xiao Hua? Is Xiao Hua here? Son? Isn't he at school? Oh dear, it's nearly 6 o'clock. He should be home soon. I must hurry and prepare dinner. The woman gently disentangled herself and began washing vegetables. Everything felt so normal until a knock at the door interrupted the moment. Dad, are you home? I'm back. A youthful voice echoed from the hallway. Dr. Zhao trembled as he opened the door, fervently praying for good fortune. Fortunately, a sunny boy stepped inside. Mom, what's for lunch today? The boy inquired. I haven't cooked yet. Come watch TV with your dad. Have you finished your homework? Observing this utterly ordinary scene, Dr. Zhao smiled. Let me cook today. After all these years of marriage, I've never prepared a meal for you two. He took the washed vegetables from his wife's hands. If only this were all truly real. My name is Zhao Yang, and I am a physician. My life has been rather simple, devoid of national grievances or personal vendettas. I grew up in a privileged household, the sole son of my parents, who treated me exceptionally well. Throughout elementary, middle, and high school, my academic performance was commendable, ultimately earning me admission to a prestigious medical university. After graduation, I became a doctor at a hospital. That same year, I met my wife, Su Lanlan. We were the same age and married after a year of courtship. Our married life was filled with affection, leading me to believe that my future would perpetually remain blissful. 1 year after our wedding, we welcomed a delightful son, whom we named Zhao Lele, nicknamed Kai-Xian. Though my work kept me busy, and I occasionally encountered challenging patients, I generally approached my duties with patience, striving to assist them as best as I could. Life was warm and hectic until my son turned 12. That year, my son began middle school, excelling academically and earning the affection of both teachers and peers. Yet, every school seems to harbor its share of so-called bullies, those who dye their hair, wear outlandish attire, and swagger about, believing themselves above reproach. One day, after school, my son Zhao Lele stayed a bit later due to his duties. only to be surrounded by 3 ruffians who demanded money with knives drawn. My son, being timid, complied, handing over all the cash he had. However, the amount was meager, and the thugs were dissatisfied. They dragged him to the restroom and began to beat him mercilessly. Even the most resilient can be provoked, and Lele, driven to desperation, began to fight back. One of the thugs brandished a folding knife, plunging it into Lele's abdomen. Chapter 66. The Slaply Chun, Zhao, Chunfeng, Sun Wahai. I shall never forget the names of these 3 wretches. Upon seeing blood, the trio panicked. Had they sought medical assistance immediately, perhaps Lele could have been saved. Instead, they fled at the sight of injury. Until 20 minutes later, a dormitory teacher discovered the gravely injured and unconscious Lele while using the restroom. He immediately called the police and requested an ambulance, and Lele was taken to the very hospital where I worked. That night, I was the on-call surgeon. When I saw my son being carried in, covered in blood, my mind went blank. I promptly prepared for surgery to save him. However, due to excessive blood loss, internal injuries, and the loss of the optimal rescue window, ultimately, Lele's life was tragically frozen at the age of 12. The moment the electrocardiogram turned into a flat line, I felt as though the entire world had collapsed. I'm a doctor. I have saved countless lives. Yet in the end, I could not save my own son. Was I perhaps cursed in a past life? I longed to weep, yet I found myself unable to cry. Before long, my wife arrived at the hospital, and upon seeing Lele's lifeless body, she fainted on the spot. We eventually reported the incident to the police, who swiftly apprehended 3 delinquents. However, what followed was even more absurd. All 3 were minors, and thus bore no criminal responsibility. Moreover, it was rumored that Li Chen's father held a leadership position in a certain department. After 2 rounds of trials, the 3 were convicted of negligent homicide, and, thanks to their age and various connections, they would only spend a few years in a juvenile detention center before being released. I exhausted all my connections and sought help from everyone I could, but to no avail. I could only watch helplessly as these fiends roamed free. I could only watch as they laughed at me from the juvenile facility. I was utterly powerless. I was merely a doctor. I could not even find anyone to exact vengeance upon. 3 months after the verdict, my wife, unable to bear the trauma, hanged herself at home. Gazing at her lifeless body, I was plunged into a state of utter bewilderment. I have treated so many illnesses and saved so many lives. Even if I'm not a good person, I do not deserve this. In that moment, I felt completely despondent about this world. I placed the bodies of my wife and child in the morgue of the hospital where I worked, preparing to join them in death. But unexpectedly, that afternoon, a deafening sound echoed from the sky, paralyzing the entire city. In that moment, I sought death, huddled in the morgue, indifferent to everything around me. Soon, darkness fell. Suddenly, a patient in the hospital let out a heart-wrenching scream, claiming that something was screaming inside his head, urgently requesting that the doctors open his skull. Initially, the doctors thought the patient was insane and hurried to restrain him. Yet, within minutes, the patient died. The doctors were astonished. This patient had merely undergone an appendectomy and was supposed to be discharged in 7 days. Why had he suddenly died? He had been recovering well. How could this happen? The family would be furious if they found out. At that time, people were entirely unaware that the apocalypse had already begun. It was strange. Logically, there should have been no issue. One curious doctor went to examine the corpse, but as he uttered those words, he suddenly froze and began to clutch his head in madness. Something is screaming in my head. Quickly, pry open my skull. Now, everyone was terrified, and no one dared to approach this doctor. They all retreated in fear. The distressed doctor continued to clutch his head, repeatedly banging it against the marble floor. And within less than half a minute, he suddenly gasped his last breath. The entire hospital was engulfed in a wave of terror. I must leave. I must escape this place. This cursed location must harbor a contagious disease. A patient yelled, but in the next instant, that patient also clutched his head and began to scream. The symptoms mirrored those of the previous appendicitis patient and the mad doctor. Panic ensued. Everyone believed this place was afflicted with a virulent contagion, and both doctors and patients screamed in terror. Yet, death did not cease. One by one they fell, each claiming that something was inside their heads. Even an elderly doctor, before dying, shouted, "There are ghosts! There are ghosts!" before succumbing to madness. Death became the prevailing theme, one after another, until dawn broke and everyone, doctors, patients, and even the patients' families, had perished. I survived solely because I remained in the morgue with the bodies of my deceased wife and child. Observing the reactions of those who had succumbed, I deduced that whatever was killing people attacked the living. After daybreak, I left the morgue and discovered the ground strewn with corpses. At that moment, I felt little fear, even a tinge of sadness. I realized that the world was on the brink of true annihilation, and no one could survive. I quietly awaited my fate in the morgue until dusk, ultimately succumbing to hunger. Indeed, eating is quite essential. The pangs of hunger are unbearable. Even in death, one should strive to be a well-fed ghost. However, I had not ventured far when I saw two men pushing a blood-soaked pregnant woman toward me. Upon seeing her, I could not suppress my compassion. If you wish to save her, then take me instead. The ensuing events are known to all. Time now returns to the present. Dr. Zhao gazes at his gentle and virtuous wife, at his adorable and lively son, and suddenly smiles. Is this not what I have lived for? A warm family life. Now, has not all of this come to fruition? Dr. Zhao looks out the window. The thick fog has yet to dissipate, and he has already begun to vaguely discern the current situation. Surely, he is in a dream. To be more precise, is a lucid dream. This building, his wife and child before him, are mere figments of his imagination. Should he depart, the illusion will shatter instantaneously. But why would I leave? I am a man who sought death. To see my wife and child again fills me with contentment. This journey has been arduous. I am sorry, Lao Chun. I am sorry, Pongzi. I cannot continue. Let me remain here, Dr. Zhao said to the misty expanse outside, just as he prepared to fully surrender to the dream. A colossal hand emerged from the thick fog, larger than the entire building. With a single swipe, it dispersed the white mist. Lao Zhao, wake up. Stop daydreaming. Was that voice, Pongzi? Slap. Finally, a massive hand struck Dr. Zhao's face. He trembled from the impact, and like a dreamer, suddenly jolted awake from a high fall. The illusion before him shattered. When he opened his eyes, radiant sunlight bathed his face. Chapter 67. Enlightenment. Little Pongzi is now in a state of urgency. There were clearly 3 of them when they entered the village, so why is he now alone? Lao Zhao, Brother Chun, where have you two gone? Little Pongzi tightly grips his spider sword, fearful that something might suddenly leap out and bite him. However, after walking only a short distance, little Pongzi realizes that the path beneath him has vanished. Initially, there had been a stone-paved path when he entered the village, and to avoid getting lost, he had followed the route. Yet, as he walked, the path inexplicably disappeared. This disappearance did not refer to the stones that had formed the path, but rather the ground beneath him, the sky above, and the surrounding village had all vanished, transforming into a blank void. Xiao Pongzi found himself suspended in a realm entirely unknown, surrounded by an expanse of blinding white, devoid of any visible beginning or end. What on earth is this place? What is happening? Lao Zhao, Tian Yi, where have you 2 scoundrels gone? Hurry and show yourselves, Xiao Pongzi shouted. Yet, within this bizarre space, there was no up or down, no left or right, no front or back. Everything was an absolute void. There were no imagined demons or spirits, just an eerie silence. Initially, Xiao Pongzi felt a twinge of panic, but upon realizing he was not in danger, he gradually regained his composure. He reached out to touch, discovering that he could swim through this utterly empty space, moving freely in all directions. This could not be reality. This must be my dream. Xiao Pongzi quickly assessed the situation, concluding that he was experiencing a lucid dream, where one remains aware of dreaming but cannot awaken. Sometimes, one's brain may still be slumbering while the body has already awakened, leading to such dreamscapes. Am I asleep? When did I fall asleep? Could it be that I'm still on the bus? Xiao Pongzi raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. He felt the sting, yet remained unawakened. After pondering for a few moments, Xiao Pongzi recognized that he had undoubtedly fallen into a trap. Along this journey, many dangers lurked in the shadows. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge a direct attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden one. These monsters could launch ambushes. How can I awaken from this? Why am I experiencing such a completely void dream? Xiao Pongzi gazed up at the endless white sky when suddenly, the distinct cawing of crows reached his ears. Caw, caw, caw. Xiao Pongzi experienced a moment of clarity. So it is you, The harbinger of doom. I knew you wouldn't stay up late. You've been following us all along. Upon hearing the crows, Xiao Pengzi instantly realized what was happening. The crows must possess some special ability to draw people into dreams. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Pengzi couldn't help but laugh, understanding why his dream was one of emptiness. My name is Wang Warren. Yes, the same Wang Warren associated with 5 Colonel Mooncakes. You can also call me Xiao Pengzi. Throughout this game of escape, I encountered many individuals, but the ones that left the deepest impression on me were Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao. It was evident that they had stories to tell. However, unlike them, I lack such tales. I am merely an ordinary person. I was born into a very typical family, with both parents working as laborers, earning meager wages to support the household. As a child, my father would often remind me to study, insisting that reading would benefit my future. At the time, I was merely 8 years old and curious. Does studying truly lead to a better future? Isn't everyone in the same? That is death. Nevertheless, to please my parents, I endeavored to read as much as possible. Perhaps my memory was slightly sharper than average, as I consistently excelled academically, becoming an honor student in elementary school and gaining admission to a prestigious high school upon graduating from middle school. However, I faced a dilemma when it came time to choose between humanities and sciences in high school. I favored the humanities. I loved history, geography, and listening to stories. But my parents insisted that the humanities offered fewer job prospects and forced me to switch to the sciences. Fine, I would study sciences. Although I had little interest in physics, biology, or chemistry, I managed to scrape by and gain admission to a second-tier university, leading a mundane college life. I often pondered whether all my experiences held any real significance. Given that all endings are the same, why bother with the process? This question plagued my adolescence. Upon graduating from university and entering the job market, I discovered that the value of my degree was rapidly diminishing by the time I graduated. A second-tier degree had become worthless. Ultimately, I could only find work as a teaching assistant at a tutoring center, earning just over 2,000 yuan a month. My parents advised me that jobs were scarce and that securing a civil service position would ensure a lifetime of financial security. Thus, I began the aimless pursuit of civil service examinations, and to my surprise, I succeeded. I became a civil servant in my locality. To be honest, I was initially somewhat excited, but as I delved deeper into my work, that excitement morphed into confusion. I realized that this was not the life I desired. First and foremost, while civil servants enjoy excellent benefits, ensuring a worry-free life as long as they do not err, there lies a fatal flaw. There is no freedom nor dignity. Upon entering this realm, the words of superiors become law. What is wrong is deemed right, and what is right remains right. The regulations are mere chains binding us. The junior staff. My family holds no power or influence. I am likely to remain a mere clerk for my entire life, perhaps receiving a slight promotion as I near retirement, merely out of pity for this old, plump fellow, to a minor position awaiting retirement. In that year of securing my position, I appeared to flourish in front of relatives and friends, yet I felt profound inner turmoil. That winter, while carrying takeout dumplings home, I suddenly came to a realization. I understood what the meaning of life truly is. The essence of life lies in the passing of this limited time. Whether one is an emperor, a wealthy capitalist, a celebrated star, or an ordinary office worker, the fundamental nature of all existence is simply the passage of time. Ultimately, everything leads to nothingness. The greatest significance of life is the absence of meaning. If one were to question the value of life, it is merely the ability to govern one's own existence. To hell with superiors. To hell with appearances. From this day forth, I am myself. No one will dictate my life any longer. At the moment I close my eyes and depart from this world, as long as I deem my life worthwhile. Even if the remaining 8 billion people claim I have squandered my life, I shall still consider it valuable. When I close my eyes, if I believe I have lived in vain, then even if those 8 billion declare me a hero, my life has indeed been wasted. I wish to freely govern my own life. This is who I am. Wang Warren. Chapter 68. Dreaming Crows the following day. I submitted my resignation letter to my superior at work, declaring that I would no longer serve from this day forth. Farewell. My parents began to persuade me, as did my brother and sister-in-law. arguing that jobs are difficult to find and that securing a civil service position is no easy feat. How can you resign so casually? I replied, I am willing. Throughout my schooling, I was told that grades matter. In the workplace, I was told that salary is paramount. Yet upon opening my phone, health experts insist that health is most important. However, in my view, none of these hold any real significance. The most insignificant things in this world are those. The conclusion of life is already predetermined. Money, familial bonds, love, friendship, these will all fade into nothingness. Of course, mainstream experts today reject such notions, labeling them nihilistic and detrimental to mental and physical growth. To which I respond, the best way to maintain health is to avoid working altogether. If it weren't for financial constraints, who would willingly endure being summoned and scolded for a few coins? The routine of working at 999 seldom fosters a cheerful disposition. Devoid of such joy, how can one speak of physical well-being? Furthermore, is nihilism inherently erroneous? It is merely that the vast majority are reluctant to accept the notion that their tireless efforts throughout life may ultimately culminate in nothingness. This realization may be exceedingly painful for some successful individuals. In this regard, I identify firmly as a materialist. I do not subscribe to the belief in an afterlife. Death signifies the end. If the existence of an afterlife necessitates reliving this painful life, it would indeed be the epitome of hell. From the moment I comprehended this, I found myself less fearful of death. The journey from life to death is a natural progression. I refer to it as accepting the natural order of things. Concurrently, my perspective on life has undergone significant transformation. I once considered myself rather warm-hearted, yet since that epiphany, I have neither committed acts of kindness nor wrongdoing. I allow the events surrounding me to unfold organically, observing quietly. Naturally, I resigned from my job, yet I must still find a means to sustain myself. After considerable contemplation, I opted to write novels. While the financial returns are modest, they suffice to ensure my basic needs are met. However, before I could complete my novel, the apocalypse arrived. During this cataclysm, I forged bonds with several kindred spirits, embarking together on this journey of escape. I have come to perceive this end-of-the-world scenario as a grand survival game, living each day as it comes. Although survival is crucial, if I were to confront death one day, I believe I could face it with composure. As for this utterly void dreamscape, it reflects my innermost thoughts. Simultaneously, I have discovered a means of exiting this dream. The chubby boy opened his eyes, the gentle sunlight cascading upon his face. Indeed, it was successful. He realized they had not entered the village, but had instead fallen asleep under the great locust tree at the village's edge. It seemed that the moment we arrived at the village's entrance, we collectively succumbed to slumber. The chubby boy stretched lazily. In truth, escaping the dream is remarkably simple. One merely needs to relinquish their obsessions. The chubby boy harbored no attachments, thus he emerged effortlessly. Dr. Zhao's fixation lay with his wife and child. Chen Ge's attachment was to his mother and younger brother. They may have recognized their deep entrapment within the dream, yet could not bear to part from their loved ones. Willingly embracing their slumber, the chubby boy looked up and indeed saw a bizarre crow perched upon a branch of the locust tree. This peculiar creature possessed 6 wings, each adorned with eye-like patterns. Moreover, the chubby boy noted that the crow lacked a beak, instead producing a cacophony of cawing sounds through the incessant fluttering of its wings. Perhaps this 6-winged crow did not anticipate that someone could escape the dream, staring intently at the chubby boy, who returned the gaze with equal intensity. Quietly, the chubby boy reached into Dr. Zhao's embrace, recalling the presence of a slingshot. Sure enough, he found it. He picked up a stone from the ground. Though his combat prowess was not formidable, he had relished using a slingshot as a child. He wondered if his skill had diminished over the years. With a sharp crack, a stone the size of a thumb flew forth with precision, striking the 6-winged crow squarely on the head, silencing its irritating cawing instantly. Stunned by the impact, the crow flailed its 6 wings chaotically. The chubby boy seized the spider sword from the ground and rushed forward, delivering a decisive thrust that pierced the crow's heart. After a few convulsions, the creature lay still, presumably deceased. To ensure it was indeed lifeless and not feigning death, the chubby boy grabbed a nearby fire axe and smashed the crow's head, subsequently tearing off its 6 wings. The crow remained unresponsive throughout, leading the chubby boy to conclude its demise. Illusions are merely illusions. Their close combat capabilities leave much to be desired. The chubby boy clapped his hands in triumph. Yet, while the six-winged crow had perished, how might he awaken the two individuals? Could there be an antidote within the crow's form, akin to the Wang Yu spider? The chubby boy rummaged through the crow's body with the spider sword, but lacking medical knowledge, he found nothing resembling a remedy. What on earth is happening? Is external stimulation the only solution? Approaching Dr. Zhao, who lay in peaceful slumber, a blissful smile gracing his face, the chubby boy hesitated, feeling a pang of reluctance. Old Zhao, my dear brother, this is for your own good. Please do not hold it against me. With that, the chubby boy swung his arm in a wide arc and delivered a sharp slap to Dr. Zhao's face. Perhaps the force was excessive for Dr. Zhao let out a soft grunt. Simultaneously, within Dr. Zhao's dream, a colossal hand shattered the mists, seizing his entire dreamscape with overwhelming force. Wife, child, though this dream was beautiful, Dr. Zhao understood deep down that it was but a dream, impossible to transform into reality. Lacking the courage to shatter the dream himself, he could only rely on external forces. Groggily, Dr. Zhao opened his eyes, feeling as though he had slept for an eternity, only to be met with a stinging pain on his face. Ouch! You glutton! How hard did you hit me? Doctor! Zhao cradled his face in both hands, curling up in agony. Old Zhao, you nearly scared me to death. You have finally awakened. The chubby boy exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing Dr. Zhao regain consciousness. Dr. Zhao lamented, could you not have just pinched my philtrum instead? You glutton. All right. Enough complaining. Quickly, let us check on Chen Ge. Do you think a slap will awaken him too? The chubby boy inquired. Chapter 69. Huang Yo Chen Ge gazed quietly at the shattered sky, akin to glass fragmented into countless shards. The moment he laid eyes on his mother, he had already discerned that this was but a dream. The dead cannot be resurrected. Yet, he lacked the courage to depart from this beautiful illusion. It must have been the chubby boy or Dr. Zhao who dealt with the creature that lured us into this dream, Chen Ge mused. Thus, it follows that this mirage cannot endure for much longer. Regardless of how enchanting the dream may be, one must ultimately confront reality. Observing his mother seated on the Kong, diligently sewing clothes for him, Chen Ge found himself at a loss for words. Without raising her head, his mother inquired, Chun, are you about to leave? Chen Ge's heart ached, and he forced a stiff smile. Mother, no need to say anything. I already know, she replied, lifting her gaze to him with a joyful smile. There are others waiting for you outside, right? Go on. As long as you can live happily, I will be content. Chen Ge's eyes glistened with tears. Enough of the tears. You are a grown man, yet you still act like a child. His mother gently wiped away his tears with her rough hands. Go on. Chen Ge knelt and performed 3 deep bows, feeling that throughout his life, he had never wronged heaven or earth, nor owed anyone anything, save for his dear mother. In his youth, he caused her worry through his mischief, and now, having grown, he lacked the means to provide her with a better life. Brother, take good care of mother. I am leaving. Chen Chu nodded vigorously as Chen Ge strode purposefully outside, too fearful to glance back, lest he find himself eternally trapped. With eyes shut, he sprinted blindly, losing all sense of time until he suddenly felt weightless. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself leaning against the great locust tree at the village entrance, where a plump boy was preparing to strike him. Quick as a flash, Chen Ge seized the boy's wrist. What are you doing, fatty? Are you trying to take advantage of me? The boy, astonished, gazed at his own hand. Could it be that I have mastered the legendary ability of striking through mountains? Chen Ge laughed and scolded him playfully. Gazing at the sun overhead, Chen Ge felt a surge of emotion. Despite it all being a dream, waking from it left him profoundly touched. By the way, how did you both manage to escape? He inquired with genuine curiosity. I, the fat master, am immune to all forms of mental harm, the plump boy declared proudly. Dr. Zhao offered a bittersweet smile, admitting that without the boy's timely slap, he might never have emerged. However, the past was past. Unable to change it, they might as well forget. Old Zhao, here. This is for you. The boy handed over a slingshot, and Dr. Zhao's expression turned somber as he regarded it. One of the few remnants of his son, carefully kept by his side. Let be. Bury it and bid farewell to the past. Dr. Zhao dug a small hole beneath the locust tree and laid the slingshot to rest. In the end, all three gazed at the dismembered body of the six-winged crow. Who would have thought? We were nearly done in by that beast. Dr. Zhao shuddered at the thought. The six-winged crow was an oddity. Voiceless yet producing sound through its wings, its eerie call capable of luring one into dreams. The plump boy picked up a wing, waving it in hopes of crafting a mythical artifact, but no matter how he exerted himself, the wing remained silent. This thing is better off burned, Dr. Zhao remarked. The trio gathered some leaves and roasted the six-winged crow. The plump boy expressed a desire to taste it, but both Dr. Zhao and Chen Ge kept their distance. You need not fear it so much, the boy exclaimed. By the way, can we actually enter this village? Just moments ago, they had been forcibly dragged into a dream by the six-winged crow, and none knew what awaited them within the village. Fatty, how far can those black eyes of yours see? Perhaps you should use them to take a look? Chen Ge suggested. Good idea. The plump boy summoned the two black eyes, which bounced eagerly into the village. Settling beneath the great locust tree, he scrutinized the village's entirety. Nothing special, just an ordinary village, he murmured. See if there's anything that can serve as a means of transport. Tian Yi Yuriet. Their reason for coming to this village was that their vehicle had broken down, and with it contained many supplies they were loath to abandon. I really don't see anything that can replace a wooling, the plump boy lamented. Since the push for urbanization, rural areas had suffered severe population loss, with young people leaving for work and unwilling to return to farming. With hardly anyone left, the prospect of finding any mode of transport seemed bleak. Anything will do. Even a bicycle would be acceptable, Chen Ge stated. Ah, a vehicle. You look like a bicycle, the plump boy quipped. Despite their banter, after a brief search of the village, they found little of use, mostly farming tools like hoes and shovels, which they had no need for with their ample weaponry. Just as the plump boy was about to retract the eyes, he suddenly exclaimed, Wait, there is something alive in the village. Hearing this, both Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao tensed. In these times, anything living could pose a threat. What is it? Tian Yi Vispiriet. The plump boy, uncertain, replied, It seems to be a yellow cow grazing. A cow? Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao exchanged glances. Dr. Zhao, somewhat excited, remarked, I've never seen a living cow in my life. However, Chen Ge doused his enthusiasm with caution. How do you know if this yellow cow is normal or mutated? We've encountered far too many bizarre creatures on our journey. The atmosphere is thick with trepidation. Yet, without a means of transport, the thought of traversing hundreds of miles burdened with equipment was daunting. Fatty, look closely. Is there something wrong with that cow? Chen Ge pressed. The plump boy, still uncertain, responded, Wait, I'll take a closer look. He brought the two black eyes nearer, and soon the yellow cow noticed the dark orb staring at it. Nevertheless, the cow continued munching grass, seemingly undisturbed, as if nothing mattered more than grazing. It doesn't appear aggressive, the plump boy noted. Shall we observe up close? Chapter 70. The corpse tree. Eventually, Chen Ge, the plump boy, and Dr. Zhao resolved to enter the village. Chen Ge led the way, with the others flanking him, forming a triangular formation so that if any one of them encountered danger, the others would be quick to react. The village was not large. It took less than 15 minutes to traverse from one end to the other. Soon, they spotted the yellow cow grazing. In stark contrast to the apocalyptic surroundings, the cow appeared utterly relaxed, chewing on the tender grass beside it, as if the end of the world bore no relevance to its existence. Who would suspect anything amiss? Chen Ge queried. Fatty, what do you think? There shouldn't be any issues, right? I think we should send someone to test it, the plump boy said with grave seriousness. Who will go? Chen Ge turned to his two companions. I'm a doctor. Why do you all look at me like that? It's only when you're injured that I can be of use, Dr. Zhao replied earnestly. Don't look at me. I'm a writer. I'm utterly useless for anything but words, the plump boy insisted with a straight face. Chen Ge sighed. Well, since you both say that, what can I say? All right, let me investigate, Chen Ge declared as he cautiously approached with his spider sword. Although the cow noticed him, it paid him no mind, merely casting a glance before returning to its grazing. Chen Ge gently tapped the cow's horn with the spider sword. The cow shook its head, unfazed, and continued eating. It seems to be quite the glutton. Chen Ge scratched his head. Brother, how about you stop eating and come with us? We'll feed you grass every day. Initially, just a casual remark, Chen Ge was startled when the yellow cow suddenly turned to look at him, seemingly understanding. Chen Ge stepped back in alarm, eyeing the cow warily. The cow's large eyes appeared innocent as it resumed grazing. The two remained locked in a stalemate for some time, with the cow behaving as if nothing were amiss. Chen Ge, feeling tense, reached out to pat the cow's head, only to discover it bore a nose ring. Evidently, it was domesticated. Whose cow is this? I'll count to 3. If no one claims it, then it's mine. Chen Ge called out to the village. I'm counting. 1, 2, 3. All right, the cow is mine. He reached out to grasp the nose ring. The gentle yellow cow obediently followed Chen Ge. This creature was indeed a treasure, far more reliable than a wuling in such an environment. Lao Zhao, perhaps you should acquire some knowledge about veterinary medicine. What if Lao Huang falls ill in the future? Chen Ge remarked half-jokingly. However, Dr. Zhao nodded earnestly. Knowledge is never a burden. Yet, it seemed impractical to have the yellow cow pull the wuling. It was uncertain if they could find a bullock cart or a horse cart. Chen Ge recalled having seen a horse cart only in his childhood. During his elementary school days, the school was quite distant from home, making the walk exhausting. Parents would hire a horse cart for transportation, driven by a jovial gentleman in his 60s who greeted them with a smile every day. Each child cost a mere yuan for a round trip. After school, the old man would arrive to pick them up, counting the children one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Enough people. Let us go. The little chubby boy had already scanned the vicinity, and thankfully, no apparent danger was present. There's a warehouse with a locked door. I wonder what's inside. He gently pushed the door, but it wouldn't budge. The warehouse was locked from within. Chen Ge waved for the boy to return and decided to investigate himself. Upon attempting to open the door, he rolled his eyes and mused, is it possible that this door is meant to be pulled rather than pushed? With a gentle tug, the door swung open. At that very moment, a corpse tumbled forth, colliding with Chen Ge's face, their faces almost touching. The corpse bore a ghastly expression, as if it had endured immense suffering in life. Chen Ge felt a chill run down his spine and hastily pushed the body away. Fortunately, it was merely a lifeless corpse, devoid of any chance of transformation into a grotesque creature. Chen Ge's expression grew grave. Why is there a dead body here? Could there be some unknown danger lurking in this small village? The good news was that inside the warehouse lay a wooden horse cart, complete with reins and a whip. However, Chen Ge dared not enter, instead cautiously retreating with his weapon drawn. The little chubby boy tossed in his own eyes to survey the interior. Nothing transpired. But why was there a corpse here? Dr. Zhao donned gloves from his medical kit to examine the body. There are no visible external injuries. It's unclear how this individual met their demise, Dr. Zhao stated solemnly. He was not a forensic expert and could only make a rudimentary assessment based on the corpse's exterior. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that this corpse resembles the ones I saw in the hospital. There are no evident injuries, but the deaths were horrific. Dr. Zhao continued, his tone heavy with concern. Chen Ge recalled their encounter with the black corpse in the hospital. However, Dr. Zhao had asserted that the hospital's inhabitants were not killed by the black corpse, but by a creature that specifically targeted the living, annihilating everyone in the hospital overnight, leaving no trace. Could that monster have followed them? Having battled numerous creatures, Chen Ge and his companions had gathered ample experience. Those visible monsters were not particularly formidable. Except for the indestructible meat Tai Sui, all other creatures possessed their own weaknesses. The truly terrifying ones were those that remained unseen. For Chen Ge, the greatest peril was not the meat Tai Sui or the man-eating shark, but the Wang Yuzhu. Had it not been for the little chubby boy and Dr. Zhao discovering the antidote for the Wang Yuzhu's poison, Chen Ge would have been completely unaware of his fate, potentially becoming a meal for the Wang Yuzhu in his sleep. This place is no longer safe. Let's take the horse cart and leave immediately, Chen Ge whispered. The trio hurriedly harnessed the reins onto the yellow cow, and with a gentle flick of the whip, the cow obediently moved forward. Moments later, they departed from the village, having navigated the ordeal without incident. Chen Ge remained vigilant, yet the surroundings were serene and picturesque, betraying no signs of lurking danger. Suddenly, the little chubby boy exclaimed, "Look, up in the tree." Chen Ge immediately glanced upwards, and in the next moment, his blood ran cold. The large locust tree at the village entrance was densely adorned with human corpses. It seemed that nearly everyone from the village was hanging there. They had not seen such a gruesome sight upon entering. Chen Ge's expression turned serious. We didn't see them because they weren't there before, the little chubby boy remarked. This is truly a ghostly sight in broad daylight. Chapter 71. Rainfall. The tree full of corpses swayed like wind chimes, oddly captivating. Who will go closer to investigate what is happening? The little chubby boy looked at Chen Ge. Chen Ge twisted his neck to peer ahead. Not a chance. Shouldn't we be running away quickly? Why must we go and see? Are you addicted to this? Chen Ge glared at the little chubby boy. If you want to go, you can go first. We'll cheer you on from here. Then let us hurry along. The little chubby boy replied with a hint of disappointment, and the three of them led the yellow cow, carefully circumventing the large locust tree. Dr. Zhao appeared serious, stating, from a feng shui perspective, locust trees are known as ghost trees. There's a saying, do not plant locusts in the front, nor willows in the back. These trees are inherently sinister. The little chubby boy asked quietly, Dr. Zhao, with your high level of education, do you still believe in such superstitions? Dr. Zhao scoffed. Which esteemed individual doesn't have a high degree? Who isn't smarter than you or me? Do you think they believe in it? I once witnessed a wealthy businessman driving a Rolls-Royce who humbly worked in a Buddhist temple, cleaning and washing dishes with utmost sincerity. If you ask me, it's better to investigate his background. He is either a rogue or a thief. If one is guiltless, why seek blessings from the Buddha? Impressive. The little chubby boy cautiously skirted around the large locust tree. As they neared the road, he couldn't help but glance back. Suddenly, those corpses turned their heads in unison, their hollow eye sockets fixating on the little chubby boy. He shuddered in fear, whispering, they can't see me. They can't see me. Yet, the corpses made no tangible attack, merely staring intently at the trio's retreating figures. Once back at the Wuling, the three worked in unison, transferring supplies to the bullock cart. The yellow cow seemed utterly oblivious to the danger, contentedly grazing as if the apocalypse had no bearing on it. Swiftly, they loaded the supplies onto the cart and set off, eager to distance themselves from that eerie place. In this apocalyptic world, finding a safe haven felt akin to discovering paradise. The speed of the bullock cart was not noteworthy, as no one could outrun it. The yellow cow ambled leisurely, occasionally pausing to nibble on grass, embodying a carefree spirit. The three companions were unhurried, allowing the cow to meander as long as it maintained its course. Before long, the small village faded from view, and having encountered no dangers, their anxieties began to ease. The little chubby boy retrieved the map he had brought from the bookstore. Scrutinizing it closely, this should be the last village. At least 100 miles ahead, there are no signs of human habitation. Isn't that preferable? Look at the horrors we've faced. They all emerged from populated areas. I'd rather sleep among the corpses now. Chen Ge mused. The ominous dark hole in the sky still loomed overhead, with no sign of closure in sight. The three friends chatted amiably while taking in the scenery, occasionally getting down to stretch their legs. If it weren't for the apocalypse, this would be a spontaneous journey worth savoring. However, their brief respite was cut short as rain began to fall from the sky. The rain fell gently, a soft patter, yet astonishingly, it was blue, reminiscent of the rain that had poured down on the day of the apocalypse. Do you think this rainwater could be toxic? The chubby boy expressed his concerns. Doctor. Zhao reached out to catch a drop of rainwater, bringing it close to his nose for a cautious sniff. It bore no peculiar odor, resembling pure water. Without professional instruments, it was difficult to conduct an analysis. However, I can collect a sample. It may prove useful in the future. Doctor. Zhao retrieved a test tube from his medical kit and preserved a small amount of the blue rainwater. The chubby boy noted that Dr. Zhao seemed to possess a habit of collecting things. He had previously gathered the venom and antidote of the worry-free spider, and now he was collecting rainwater as well. Perhaps to Dr. Zhao, this was akin to a collector gathering items from the tales of Shui Hu 108. It would be prudent for us to find shelter from the rain. Although we cannot ascertain whether this rainwater is harmful, we also cannot confirm its safety. Furthermore, exposure to the rain may lead to a loss of body heat, and we would not want to risk catching a cold. Dr. Zhao offered his professional advice. Chen Ge and the chubby boy had nothing further to say, but as they surveyed the desolate wilderness, they realized there was not a single tree in sight to take refuge beneath. The ox cart was open-topped, consisting of a thick wooden plank atop two wheels. With no other options, the three of them had no choice but to crouch beneath the cart, barely escaping the blue rain. The yellow ox, however, seemed indifferent to the rain, contentedly munching on the small flowers by the roadside. This creature was either eating or on the way to eat. By the time the rain ceased, darkness had nearly enveloped the sky. The yellow ox lay nestled in a pile of grass, unperturbed by any calls, alternating between eating and sleeping at its leisure. The three of them found themselves living with less clarity than the ox. "Old Huang, your sleeping position is all wrong. Get up and try again." The chubby boy, envious, considered pulling the yellow ox up, but it paid him no mind, as its workday had concluded, and it refused to work overtime. The three of them shared a meal and prepared a rest. "I believe we should have one person keep watch," the chubby boy suggested. "I think one person is insufficient. We should have at least two. Remember the incident with the worry-free spider?" The chubby boy kept watch alone, and look what happened. Chen Ge responded. Indeed, the margin for error when one person kept watch was far too slim. If something went awry, it could spell disaster. Thus, let's have two people on watch while one rests. We will take turns sleeping. Though it may be less sleep, it is certainly better than risking our lives. Moreover, now that we have the ox cart, we can afford to catch up on sleep during the day if necessary. In extraordinary times, we must employ extraordinary measures, Doctor Zhao stated. Soon, the three of them settled on a schedule for their rest. It was now 7 o'clock. From 7 to 11, Chen Ge would sleep while the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao kept watch. From 11 to 3, the chubby boy would sleep while Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao remained vigilant. After 3, Dr. Zhao would sleep while the chubby boy and Chen Ge kept watch. Each person would average 4 hours of sleep. Admittedly, this was rather scant, but circumstances left them no choice. "Then I shall not be polite. Please wake me when my turn comes," Chen Ge remarked. Before long, the sounds of Chen Ge's snoring echoed from the cart. Dr. Zhao possessed a mechanical watch on his wrist, which they had been using to keep track of time. In moments like these, mechanical devices proved far more reliable than electronic ones. The chubby boy and Dr. Zhao dared not speak, fearing they might disturb Chen Ge's rest. Thus, they sat in silence, which was quite taxing. By 10 o'clock, the chubby boy's eyelids began to betray him, and he struggled to maintain his alertness. He longed for the days when he could sleep soundly until he naturally woke. He stiffly stretched, only to suddenly notice a faint light in the distance. It appeared as if someone was lighting a lamp. Instantly, the chubby boy became cautious. "Something's amiss. Chen Ge, old Zhao." He turned around, his scalp prickling with alarm. For the two individuals who had once occupied the ox cart were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 72. The coffin. Chen Ge had not been sleeping soundly. Thoughts plagued his mind, and just when he finally drifted off, a myriad of dreams assaulted him, yet he could not recall the details upon waking. "What time is it? Why haven't he, the chubby boy, and old Zhao, called me?" Chen Ge awakened to an enveloping darkness, with not a flicker of light in sight. He gazed upward at the sky. There was no moon, not even a single star to be seen. Why is it so dark? He attempted to rise, to switch places with the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao, but as he lifted his head, he struck something solid just a few inches above. "What the hell?" Chen Ge exclaimed, startled, and instinctively reached out to strike at the object. Soon, his hand encountered a hard surface. Gradually regaining his composure, he discerned that a wooden plank obstructed his path. "Did I accidentally fall asleep beneath the cart?" Chen Ge mused curiously, preparing to roll out from under it. However, as he turned halfway, his head struck another wooden plank. Realization dawned on him. Something was amiss. He was not beneath the cart. It seemed he had been enclosed within a box. He swiftly extended his hands to explore his surroundings, discovering thick planks above, to the sides, and directly overhead. When he attempted to kick beneath him, he again encountered a wooden surface. What the hell is going on? Chen Ge, despite his usual bravery, broke into a cold sweat. The enclosed space felt square, and the sensation was reminiscent of being inside a coffin. Could the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao be playing a prank on me? "Chubby, old Zhao, are you two in there? Stop messing around and let me out," Chen Ge shouted, but silence reigned outside, an oppressive stillness. He tried to lift the coffin lid, yet it remained immovable, no matter how much strength he exerted. Panic gradually set in. It was evident he had fallen victim to another trap. "Stay calm. Panicking will not help. I must find a way to notify the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao to pull me out of this coffin." He kicked the lid again, to no avail. Chen Ge was relieved that he did not suffer from claustrophobia. Otherwise, the mere environment could be life-threatening. In this absolute darkness, with all sides sealed, he was trapped without a means of escape. Oxygen was depleting rapidly, and if he did not act, he would suffocate within an hour. Most individuals faced with such a predicament would have succumbed to despair. Yet, Chen Ge remained remarkably composed. Although he was uncertain of the events unfolding outside, it was likely that the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao were in danger. First, he needed to assess the situation. This was a coffin. He needed to determine whether it was buried underground or merely discarded in an open space. If it was left in the open, his chances of escape would significantly increase. However, if it were buried, his fate would likely be sealed. He recalled a film he had seen long ago, where the protagonist was entombed in a coffin buried underground and managed to escape by punching through the coffin lid. Unfortunately, that was merely fiction. A challenge had been issued by skeptics. An individual buried underground, even if capable of breaking through the coffin lid, would be swiftly buried beneath the earth as it cascaded down. It was impossible to dig through a meter of soil with bare hands. For Chen Ge, breaking through the coffin lid was not an insurmountable challenge. The true difficulty lay in his lack of the necessary technique. Moreover, the power of such techniques was far less formidable than portrayed in videos. A single punch might break 3 or 4 bricks, but that was purely a product of editing. To put succinctly, a sniper rifle could only shatter 3 bricks in one shot. Chen Ge had no faith that a man's fist could surpass the force of a sniper rifle. Remain calm. It is unrealistic to break through the wooden board with bare hands. Chen Ge meticulously searched his body for any items, and fortunately, he found a lighter. However, he refrained from igniting it, as the air within the coffin was limited. While lighting the lighter would provide illumination, it would also hasten the depletion of oxygen. Continuing his search, he discovered a pack of cigarettes, which he deemed utterly useless. He bitterly remarked that he should have carried a knife next time. As he continued to feel around, he encountered a long object beside him, one end of which was remarkably sharp. Chen Ge immediately realized it was the spider sword. A surge of joy filled him, as wielding this weapon significantly increased his chances of escape. First, he needed to ascertain whether he was indeed buried underground. Gripping the spider sword with both hands, he aimed it towards his head. However, the sword was too long to be positioned upright. Moreover, if he were truly buried, piercing the board above him would risk being immediately buried by the earth. He decided to create a small hole instead, anticipating that even if he were underground, only a minimal amount of soil would flow in. The tip of the spider sword was exceptionally sharp, easily piercing metal, let alone wood. Like a hot knife through butter, the spider sword effortlessly created a hole in the coffin lid. As Chen Ge reached out, he immediately felt damp soil. A sense of dread washed over him, confirming that he was indeed buried. Following the small hole made by the spider sword, he felt something peculiar. It was neither stone, nor earth, nor roots, but rather a human finger. Chen Ge's heart raced, and he instinctively withdrew his hand. What on earth was that? He cursed. The oppressive atmosphere had already instilled fear, and now there was something lurking outside the coffin, making it impossible not to feel terrified. Calm down. It could be nothing but a corpse. He pondered many possibilities, yet when he attempted to articulate his thoughts, his mind went blank. With no way to retreat, he would soon suffocate. It might be more merciful to let a monster end him. Struggling, he turned over, positioning himself so that he could see the board he had pierced and the situation outside. Stay calm. Since ancient times, who has escaped death, whether early or late? Death is death. What is there to fear? Chen Ge continually encouraged himself. Now, he lay prone in the coffin, one hand clutching the spider sword and the other grasping the lighter. Igniting the lighter would undoubtedly accelerate the consumption of oxygen in the coffin, yet failing to do so left him oblivious to his circumstances. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the lighter from his pocket and heard a click as a small flame flickered to life. Finally, he could discern his surroundings. Indeed, he was inside a coffin. He directed the flame towards the hole he had made, eager to glimpse the outside world. However, the moment the flame illuminated the hole, he was met with a pupil-less eye staring intently at him from the other side. Chapter 73. Escape What the Hell? In the dead of night, trapped in a coffin, with no way out above or below. After laboriously creating a small hole, there was an eye glaring at him from behind it. A chill coursed through him. When the world was happening, Chen Ge quickly extinguished the lighter, plunging the space back into utter darkness. If it had been the old him, witnessing such a scene would have likely elicited a scream. However, after facing numerous harrowing experiences, he could not claim to have become braver. Instead, he felt increasingly numb. Holding his breath, he gripped the spider sword and forcefully jabbed it again at the small hole in the coffin lid. No matter what lurked outside, if it had flesh and blood, he would pierce it. His encounters with danger had taught him that many monsters were not as terrifying as one might imagine. Often, people frighten themselves. Just like in a pitch-black space, one tends to conjure up fears of what might be lurking in the darkness. Therefore, Chen Ge began to formulate a strategy. If he encountered a monster, he would strike first and only allow himself to feel fear afterward. The spider sword, sharp beyond measure, penetrated the coffin lid, with 2/3 embedded in the earth outside. However, Chen Ge soon sensed something was amiss. The sensation of the sword entering flesh was entirely different from that of sinking into soil. He was certain that his last thrust had not struck anything human. Slowly, he withdrew the spider sword, feeling the soil clinging to it, then brought it to his nose. A foul stench assaulted him. He wrinkled his nose involuntarily. Normally, dirt carries no distinct odor, but the soil on the spider sword reeked of decay. A sense of foreboding settled in him. He recalled a time during his childhood in the countryside when a rat had died in the heating hole, and the stench was one he could never forget. The putrid smell from this soil resurrected those memories. Chen Ge had lost the initial panic. If he could not escape, regardless of what monsters lay outside, death awaited him, and it would be better to face it head-on. Yet his space for movement was severely restricted. If only he could break free. Chen Ge began to explore the cramped confines of the coffin with his hands and feet, searching for anything else. Suddenly, his left foot kicked against something soft beside the coffin, resembling fabric. Gritting his teeth, he ignited the lighter, straining to look up, and was thrilled to discover that the object he had touched was a backpack. Inside were some food and fresh water, but most importantly, the shark cloak was also there. If he could retrieve the shark cloak, he would undoubtedly escape this hellish place. Chen Ge glimpsed the dawn of hope, and his mindset shifted dramatically. However, the coffin space was so constricted that he could neither bend nor rise, and his arms could not reach the backpack. After contemplating for a moment, he kicked off his shoes, exposing his bare feet, and used his big toe to unzip the backpack, inserting his foot inside. The shark cloak seemed to possess a will of its own. Chen Ge was baffled as to why a piece of skin would have its own thoughts. It was advantageous that he and the cloak had developed a synergy. The moment his foot made contact with the shark cloak, it wrapped around him, and in an instant, Chen Ge felt the remainder of the coffin's wooden boards transform into liquid, propelling him downward. At last, he had escaped the accursed coffin. The first thing Chen Ge did upon breaking free was to surface, eager to ascertain what had transpired above, particularly regarding the fatty and Dr. Zhao. However, upon lifting his head, he was met with the horrifying sight of a decaying corpse just a few paces away. Moreover, as he scanned his surroundings, panic gripped him as he discovered more bodies every few meters, some fresh, others rotting, with some having already turned to bones. Where in the world was he? Chen Ge wasted no time and swiftly emerged to the surface. After enduring such arduous trials, he finally reached the ground, gazing at the twinkling stars above, overwhelmed with exhilaration. He had genuinely escaped from the jaws of death. Without the shark cloak, he would have been buried alive. What had happened to Fatty and Old Zhao during their watch? Can two individuals truly fail to contain me alone? Moreover, where exactly is this place? Chen Ge carefully stowed the shark cloak back into his backpack, treasuring it, for it could indeed be a lifesaver in critical moments. He was determined to ascertain his current location with utmost urgency. Yet as he surveyed his surroundings, he was met with an expanse of impenetrable darkness, save for the faint twinkling of stars above. Those who have grown up in urban environments may find it difficult to comprehend the utter blackness of rural or wilderness areas devoid of moonlight. The expression unable to see one's hand in front of one's face is not an exaggeration. Even if something were to hover directly before him, Chen Ge would remain oblivious. Thus he had no choice but to retrieve his lighter once more. This type of lighter, which had cost merely 1 yuan before the apocalypse, was economical, yet its quality was questionable. Now, the lighter contained less than half of its liquefied gas, and each flicker felt like a stab to his heart. As he ignited the lighter, a glimmer of light emerged, but soon his expression darkened further upon the sight of a gravestone before him. An image of an elderly man was affixed to the stone. No wonder the soil brought back by the spider sword carried such a profound stench of decay. It turned out he was in a cemetery. How had he inexplicably found himself in such a place? Chen Ge murmured softly, addressing the spirits, "Dear brothers and sisters, have I perhaps offended you in some way? Given the gravity of our situation, I beg you to spare my two companions and me." He mused that his unexpected slumber in a coffin was likely tied to this graveyard. However, an eerie silence enveloped him. It was summer, and ordinarily, the wilderness would be alive with the sounds of insects. Yet now not a whisper could be heard, amplifying the strangeness of the scene. "Dear spirits, if you release us, I promise to honor you with incense and offerings when we reach safety. But should you choose not to, I swear I will ensure your demise once more. In the end, we would all be ghosts, and I, having taken many lives, would transform into a vengeful spirit myself. Consider this wisely," Chen Ge proclaimed, embodying a blend of firmness and gentleness. Yet still, there was no response. Concern for the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao gnawed at him, intensifying his anxiety. Where could these two have gone? As Chen Ge furrowed his brow in worry, a distant bellow of cattle suddenly echoed through the darkness. His heart leaped with joy. In this desolate expanse, the sound could only belong to a yellow cow. He cautiously followed the sound. He wondered about the well-being of the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao. In the dark, Chen Ge felt his way forward, yet the minuscule light from his lighter was insufficient against the nearly boundless blackness. Previously, he had crafted several torches, but had left them on the cart. Just as he was losing his sense of direction, another distant moo resonated, prompting him to follow the sound more determinedly. After traversing approximately 50 meters, the flickering light of the lighter revealed a yellow cow lying ahead. A wave of relief washed over him as he reached out to stroke the cow's head, saying, "Old Huang, you have truly earned your keep today. From now on, I shall provide you with tender grass daily." The cow merely responded with a soft moo, likely an acknowledgement. After reassuring the cow, he cautiously approached the cart. Since he had unknowingly slipped into a coffin after dozing off on the cart, it meant that the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao, who were supposed to be keeping watch, may have encountered misfortune. Chen Ge steeled himself, yet upon glancing at the cart, he was taken aback. In the dim light, he saw the chubby boy sitting with his back turned, utterly motionless, resembling a statue. "Fatty, are you asleep? Where's old Zhao?" Chen Ge called out softly. The chubby boy remained silent, unresponsive, sitting in stillness. Under the cloak of darkness, and with the wind howling, having just emerged from a coffin, the scene felt undeniably eerie. "Fatty, are you still alive?" Chen Ge cautiously stepped forward, halting less than a meter from him. The chubby boy showed no reaction. Mustering his courage, Chen Ge gently pushed the chubby boy's back. The thought of him collapsing unexpectedly sent a chill down his spine, a common trope in horror films. However, to his astonishment, the chubby boy merely leaned slightly forward before returning to an upright position like a weeble. Although the chubby boy emitted no sound, Chen Ge could conclude that he was at least still alive, as the dead do not possess the capacity for such movement. With a determined heart, he approached the chubby boy, illuminating him with a lighter. The sudden light startled the chubby boy, who abruptly lifted his gaze to fixate on Chen Ge. What he saw sent a shiver down his spine. The chubby boy's eyes had morphed into a pitch-black void, devoid of any white, the pupils nearly bulging from their sockets. His expression grotesquely contorted. Yet, juxtaposed with this ghastly visage was the chilling emptiness in his gaze, cold and devoid of any human emotion. Chen Ge gripped the spider sword tightly, tension coursing through him. The chubby boy's state bore an unsettling resemblance to tales of possession. They had encountered numerous bizarre phenomena along their journey, so even the sight of a ghost might not incite panic. He needed to think quickly. How do characters in films typically deal with such malevolent entities? Black dog blood? Prepubescent urine? Yellow paper talismans? None of these remedies were at hand. As Chen Ge wrestled with his anxious thoughts, the chubby boy suddenly rose, his dark pupils oozing a strange black liquid. Simultaneously, the chubby boy's lips began to move faintly, as if uttering something. Chen Ge, summoning his courage, leaned in closer, carefully restraining the chubby boy's head to prevent a sudden bite. The chubby boy muttered incessantly, "Save them! Save them! Save them! Old Zhao, old Chun, cemetery! 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 Cemetery!" Abruptly, his murmurs ceased, replaced by a sharp, chilling scream. They all deserve to die. They all deserve to die. Ha ha! They all deserve to die. Initially, Chen Ge struggled to comprehend the significance of the chubby boy's prior words. But soon realization dawned upon him. He was not the only one buried alive. Dr. Zhao had also been entombed. Damn, old Zhao. The chubby boy's plight left Chen Ge in a quandary. He felt a deeper bond with the chubby boy. Undeniably, yet Dr. Zhao had also saved his life along the way. The decision was excruciatingly difficult. Without warning, the chubby boy seized Chen Ge's hand, his expression contorted with anguish, pleading, Chen Ge, hurry and save old Zhao. I can hold on here. Fatty, what on earth is happening to you? Chen Ge inquired urgently as he noticed a flicker of awareness returning to the chubby boy. Quick, there's no time. The chubby boy urged with great difficulty. Chen Ge understood that time was of the essence. Hesitation could lead to both of them being lost forever. Although he was uncertain of what affliction had befallen the chubby boy, it was clear that Dr. Zhao was buried alive. If he could locate Dr. Zhao and rescue him, there might still be hope. Clenching his jaw, Chen Ge resolved, Fatty, I'm sorry. With a decisive spirit, he quickly searched the cart for a torch. To avoid becoming disoriented in the darkness, he planted one torch next to the cart while wielding another for illumination. What astonished Chen Ge the most was the unexpected presence of a shovel on the ox cart. This must have been casually taken by the chubby boy while passing through the previous village, likely without him even realizing it. Hang in there, Fatty. I will dig out Dr. Zhao and return to save you immediately. Fearing that the chubby boy might vanish, Chen Ge hastily bound his feet to the horn of the yellow ox with a rope. He then brandished a torch and sprinted back to the graveyard he had just visited. However, upon illuminating the area with his torch, he discovered that the graveyard was quite expansive, containing at least 50 to 60 tombstones. If he were to excavate each one individually, he would not finish before dawn. Chen Ge placed the shovel on the ground and, donning his shark cloak, descended into the earth. Although digging one by one would be slow, inspecting each tomb would only take 2 to 3 minutes at most. Fortune favored Chen Ge, for on his third inspection, he found Dr. Zhao encased within a coffin. At that moment, Dr. Zhao was on the brink of a mental breakdown, frantically clawing at the coffin. Chen Ge realized that if he remained trapped within the coffin, his own fate would not be much better, and he could not fathom whether Dr. Zhao would bear psychological scars from this ordeal. Swiftly, Chen Ge swam over, effortlessly passing through the coffin, and seized Zhao's desperately struggling hand. In the pitch-black coffin, Dr. Zhao, unable to see, was gripped by terror when suddenly seized by a pair of hands. Ah! Chen Ge slapped Zhao's face, saying, Old Zhao, stop screaming. It's me, Chen Ge. Dr. Zhao paused for a moment, and in the next instant, overwhelmed with emotion, he cried out, Old Chen, don't be afraid. I will dig you out right now. Relax. Stay calm, it's all right. After calming Dr. Zhao, Chen Ge immediately resurfaced, shovel in hand, and began to dig. Moments later, Dr. Zhao was welcomed back into the light. The first thing he did upon emerging was to embrace Chen Ge, sobbing uncontrollably. You scared me to death. Chapter 75, Twin Souls? In the dead of night, a grown man weeping fervently at a grave is indeed a chilling sight. Chen Ge raised his hand, about to give Dr. Zhao a wake-up slap. But Zhao immediately jumped up, exclaiming, No need, I can handle it. He then slapped his own face twice to regain composure from the emotional turmoil. Without further ado, Chen Ge grabbed his gear and prepared to rush back. There's no time to waste. We must hurry back to save Fatty. Dr. Zhao wiped the tears from his face with his filthy sleeve, asking, what happened to Fatty? Was he buried too? Fatty wasn't buried. He is possessed. Something is wrong. Chen Ge replied anxiously. Old Zhao, do you have any exorcism techniques? I'm a doctor, not a Taoist priest. I can save lives, but not drive away ghosts, Dr. Zhao responded. Chen Ge didn't waste time arguing. He quickly ran back with the shovel and backpack. In truth, the graveyard was not far from their temporary camp, a straight line of no more than 50 meters. However, due to the day's relentless rain, they had not noticed the grave mound in the distance. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. An adult can run 50 meters in less than 10 seconds. Even with the muddy ground, Chen Ge rolled and scrambled, ultimately returning to the ox cart at the fastest speed possible. Fatty, I'm back. Where are you? Chen Ge floated. But the chubby boy had vanished without a trace. Behind him, Dr. Zhao panted heavily. What exactly happened? Can you clarify? Chen Ge was drenched in cold sweat. I was about to ask you the same. Weren't you supposed to be on watch? How did you end up in a coffin? Dr. Zhao gasped. I have no idea. I was keeping watch with Fatty, but around 10 o'clock, I could barely hold on and must have dozed off. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in the coffin. I thought you two were playing a prank on me, but I never imagined I was truly buried alive. Chen Ge took a deep breath. After spending these days together, he had come to understand Dr. Zhao's character. An educated man with professional skills. He was an ordinary individual whose mental fortitude was not particularly strong. Compared to the previous incident with the six-winged crow, both Chen Ge and the chubby boy possessed the ability to escape their dreams, while Dr. Zhao had remained trapped in his. If it weren't for the chubby boy, he would not have awakened at all. Remaining calm amidst panic was futile. Chen Ge pondered deeply, searching for any details that might hold significance. Taking 2 deep breaths, he forced himself to remain composed. Normally, one's sleep is not so deep. For instance, while sleeping at night, any noise or dream could potentially wake a person suddenly. Although Chen Ge had been asleep, his vigilance was high as he guarded his backpack and weapons. If something could drag him 50 meters to the graveyard, excavate a coffin, and seal him inside without him waking, there were only 2 possibilities. First, he had been drugged. Such substances are prevalent on the black market. Individuals consuming them often feel no sensation, as if they were dead. Chen Ge recalled a news story about a foreign woman who, after taking sleeping pills, awoke to find half her face devoured by a dog. However, the food they had for dinner was vacuum sealed, so drugging was unlikely. Moreover, it was practically impossible for gas to be the culprit. The 3 of them were in close proximity, and if one inhaled toxic fumes, the others could not escape unscathed. The current situation, however, indicated that the chubby boy was possessed by something akin to a spirit, while Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao had been buried alive without any awareness. Had it not been for Chen Ge's random decision to take his backpack, which contained a shark cloak, they would have faced total annihilation that night. The only other possibility remained. They had both truly died during the transport. Dead individuals possess no awareness. It was only after being buried that they inexplicably regained life. Chen Ge turned to Dr. Zhao, asking, "What time is it now?" With a torch in his left hand, Dr. Zhao checked the watch on his right wrist and replied, "It's exactly midnight. Could it be that we have truly encountered something sinister?" Dr. Zhao mused. Having lost his wife and child, he had once contemplated suicide. Yet human nature dictates that as long as one can live, no one wishes to perish. Now, in what seemed like the end of the world, the struggles of daily life had helped him forget past sorrows, and his original character began to re-emerge. I fell asleep just as the sun set, around 7 o'clock. Now it's midnight, which means we unknowingly experienced a life-and-death scenario in these 4 hours. Fatty was controlled by something, while the 2 of us were buried underground. What transpired during those 4 hours? Chen Ge was drenched in cold sweat. Suddenly, Dr. Zhao illuminated the ground with the torch. "Old Chen, look at the ground. Are these footprints?" Dr. Zhao inquired. Chen Ge immediately crouched down to examine closely. Indeed, there were 2 rows of footprints. One set belonged to a person, and the other to an ox. It seemed the chubby boy had dragged the ox somewhere unknown. The light from the torch illuminated only a limited area, and beyond lay an abyss of darkness, concealing whatever lurked within. As Dr. Zhao gathered their weapons, he grabbed 2 more torches, stating, "Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot abandon Fatty." "All right, let's go take a look." Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao each held a torch and wielded a spider sword, ready to confront any adversary that did not exceed the bounds of reason. Thus, the 2 ventured deeper into the darkness, following the footprints left behind. It would be disingenuous to claim they were unafraid. Under the moonless sky, with the wind howling, the graveyard loomed with restless spirits. The pair pressed onward, uncertain of what they might encounter. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, a sudden bovine bellow echoed from the darkness ahead. Chen Ge's heart raced as he realized he had found the fatty. Fearing that the fatty might have wandered off, he had tied him to the cow's horn, never anticipating that this glutton would have brought the cow along as well. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ge called out, "Fatty, are you up ahead? I have rescued Dr. Zhao." From the darkness came a muffled, mournful sound, akin to someone with their mouth gagged, desperately seeking help. Chen Ge husliga prua torking hand. However, upon seeing the figure bound before him, his scalp tingled in horror. The person tied up was none other than Dr. Zhao himself. Hadn't he just unearthed him from the grave? Wasn't he standing right behind Chen Ge moments ago? Chapter 76. Truth and Deception. A chill wind swept through, and Chen Ge was drenched in cold sweat. Why was Dr. Zhao bound here? Hadn't he been following closely behind? Who had he truly excavated from the grave? Was that the real Dr. Zhao? Chen Ge forced himself to quell his spiraling thoughts. As the restrained Dr. Zhao caught sight of Chen Ge, he began to writhe desperately, whimpering for assistance. Chen Ge immediately turned, his back now slick with perspiration. The previous Dr. Zhao stood silently behind him, his face obscured by shadow, rendering his true appearance indiscernible. What on earth is happening, old Zhao? Chen Ge inquired nervously. With two identical figures before him, whom should he trust? Suddenly, the Dr. Zhao holding the torch appeared equally terrified, his lips turning blue as he stepped back, as if witnessing something profoundly horrifying. Old Zhao, Chen Ge exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Don't come any closer, Dr. Zhao shouted abruptly, directing his spider sword towards the bound figure. Why does he look exactly like you? Chen Ge was taken aback. He looks just like you. Isn't that you? Chen Ge scrutinized the scene. From his perspective, the one bound on the ground was indeed Dr. Zhao. Yet the Dr. Zhao behind him insisted that the bound individual was him. Stop, old Zhao. We seem to be trapped in an illusion. Let us calm down. I have a question for you. Do you remember where we first met? Chen Ge asked. Dr. Zhao, his mind taut from the ordeal of emerging from the coffin only to face such a predicament, responded, we first met on the street outside the hospital, where you and Fatty were pushing Lu Wanru, who was on the brink of collapse. I need to ask you something. When you and Fatty first came to the hospital, what did you bring me to eat? Dr. Zhao queried without hesitation. It was a compressed biscuit, Chen Ge promptly replied. After verifying their accounts, they turned their gazes towards the bound figure. Chen Ge perceived him as Dr. Zhao, while Dr. Zhao viewed him as Chen Ge. Is it possible that neither of you is truly who you claim to be? Chen Ge mused, using his spider sword to prod the gagged individual. I'll ask you a question, and you respond. What are you, old Chen? Are you mad? Hurry and free me. What is behind you? It's a ghost. Quickly. The bound Dr. Zhao screamed in madness. You've been deceived. You are blind to the truth. All right, I will pose a question. Whoever answers correctly is the real Dr. Zhao. What is the full name of the painkiller? Chen Ge asked, uncertain whether this creature could access his memories. He needed to inquire about something that only he would know. Ibuprofen sustained-release capsules, morphine sustained-release tablets, anti-anxiety painkillers such as diazepam, as well as central analgesics. Chen Ge's expression shifted to one of profound terror, for it was the bound Dr. Zhao who spoke those names of medications he had never even heard of. Meanwhile, the Dr. Zhao holding the torch remained silent, coldly observing the one on the ground. Chen Ge took a cautious step back. Dr. Zhao, can you tell me what dobutamine is used to treat? He asked the Dr. Zhao with the torch. The latter remained mute, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Though you are a surgeon, surely you wouldn't be unaware of common cardiac medications? Chen Ge challenged. He knew of such medications because his mother had suffered from heart disease, and he had been the one to purchase the medication each time, memorizing only that one. Dr. Zhao, expressionless, suddenly lunged forward with a spider sword. Chen Ge had anticipated this move, dodging swiftly and delivering a powerful kick to Dr. Zhao's thigh. To his astonishment, his kick sent Dr. Zhao's leg flying. Yet rather than collapsing, Dr. Zhao grinned with a malevolent smile. You will all die. The tone of his voice echoed that of the entity that had possessed the fatty earlier. Simultaneously, the flesh of the counterfeit Dr. Zhao began to melt away, resembling a mask crafted from blended meat. Moments later, the counterfeit Dr. Zhao's face had completely disintegrated, leaving only a pair of ghastly white eyeballs fixed on Chen Ge. A jolt of recognition coursed through Chen Ge. He was familiar with those eyes. When he was trapped in the coffin, he had poked a small hole in the coffin lid, and those same pale eyes had stared back at him. Furthermore, recalling the fatty's words, he realized that at that moment, the fatty had already been possessed, and his words may not have been genuine. Who are you? Where's the fatty? Chen Ge inquired coldly. The counterfeit Dr. Zhao grinned maniacally. I've hidden him away. If you want him back alive, one life for another. One of you must willingly die. As he spoke, pieces of flesh fell from his face with a sickening slapping sound. This was Chen Ge's first encounter with a creature capable of coherent conversation, prompting him to exercise greater caution. What do you desire? He asked. At this point, the counterfeit Dr. Zhao had transformed into a decaying corpse, extending a finger towards him, a life. Chen Ge drove the spider sword into the ground. Grasping the fire axe strapped to his back and swung it with all his might. I bought a watch last year. The axe cleaved through the corpse, reducing it to a gruesome mess. Chen Ge then set the remains ablaze with his torch, but he understood that this was merely the beginning. The fatty was still missing, and he doubted that a single swing of the axe would suffice to eliminate a creature intent on his demise. Old Zhao, do you remember what transpired? Chen Ge inquired. Dr. Zhao, shaken yet not as mentally shattered as the counterfeit, replied, the fatty has gone mad. The fatty has gone mad? Chen Ge pressed for more details. Dr. Zhao took a moment to gather his thoughts and began recounting the events of the past 4 hours. At 7 o'clock, Chen Ge had settled down to sleep. Until before 9 o'clock, nothing particularly unusual had transpired. Sitting idly was quite exhausting, and around 9 in the evening, the chubby boy, unable to withstand the fatigue, dozed off first. Dr. Zhao, without much thought, merely reached out to nudge him awake. However, to his utter astonishment, when the chubby boy opened his eyes, his pupils were entirely black, devoid of any white. Dr. Zhao was nearly frightened to death, but before he could utter a sound, the chubby boy knocked him to the ground, silencing him completely. Then, he watched helplessly as the chubby boy retrieved a syringe of anesthetic from his medical kit and injected it into the neck of the sleeping Chen Ge. According to Dr. Zhao, the anesthetic he carried was specially designed for the operating room. Typically, a person injected with it would fall asleep after counting down from 5. Moreover, as Chen Ge was deep in slumber, he was completely unaware of the drug being administered to him, and within mere seconds, he fell into a profound coma. Dr. Zhao could only watch in horror as the chubby boy dragged Chen Ge towards a distant graveyard. Not long after, the chubby boy returned empty-handed, leading Dr. Zhao to believe that Chen Ge had perished. However, soon the chubby boy began negotiating terms with him. Dr. Zhao then realized that the chubby boy was likely possessed by some entity, for he was no longer himself. Your friend is now buried in a coffin. If no one rescues him, he will suffocate within 2 to 3 hours. Do you wish for him to live? Inquired the entity controlling the chubby boy. This was Dr. Zhao's first encounter with an intelligent monster, and his anxiety was palpable. I am a fair individual. If you die, both of them can live. If you choose to survive alone, then all 3 of you shall perish. Excuse me for interrupting. Chen Ge suddenly interjected. Are you saying he is negotiating with you? Trying to persuade you to willingly take your own life? In this dire situation, we have lost all ability to resist. I am buried alive, you're captured, and the chubby boy is possessed. The once indomitable alliance is crumbling. Why does he urge you to commit suicide? Wouldn't it be simpler to just kill us outright? I too find it perplexing. Why not eliminate us directly? It makes no sense, Dr. Zhao replied, shaken. The possessed chubby boy tossed a kitchen knife to Dr. Zhao, urging him to take his own life. In a state of deep conflict, Dr. Zhao pondered and positioned the knife against his neck. Suddenly, the chubby boy lunged forward, snatching the knife away and throwing it far off, exclaiming loudly, "Do not believe him. He dares not kill us." Yet, the chubby boy remained lucid for only a brief moment before being overtaken once more. Wait, are you suggesting that the chubby boy is not entirely controlled? That he still possesses the ability to struggle? Chen Ge recalled the backpack and the spider sword in the coffin. Initially curious about why his gear was buried alongside him, he now realized that it was likely the chubby boy's desperate attempt to leave him a means of survival. It was evident that the chubby boy was under some form of control, but had not been completely subdued. He could briefly escape that grasp to express his thoughts and intentions. Thus, the spider sword and backpack were deliberately placed there by the chubby boy to secure Chen Ge's chance at survival. You truly are remarkable, Chen Ge exclaimed, striking his palm with his fist. The chubby boy seemed to possess knowledge about the situation. When Dr. Zhao was contemplating suicide, the chubby boy had asserted that the entity did not dare to kill them. Dare rather than cannot, Dr. Zhao suddenly remarked. I have a penchant for horror films, and I recall the Western demon lore. A sacrifice must willingly offer their soul to enhance the demon's power. Could it be that this entity has been coercing us into suicide, following the same rationale as the Western demons? In other words, only through our deaths can it obtain some form of benefit. This entity moves without a trace and undoubtedly has the capability to eliminate us all. However, should we die, it would gain nothing. Thus, it is likely to threaten us with the chubby boy's life. Regardless, the paramount concern now was to locate the chubby boy. Just as they were devoid of leads, a distant moo echoed through the stillness of the night. Moo. The sound of the cow was particularly jarring amidst the silence. Chen Ge grasped his torch and armed himself, advancing toward the source of the noise. After walking approximately 100 meters, Chen Ge spotted a yellow cow munching on the grass, thoroughly enjoying its meal. Beside it stood the chubby boy, his eyes filled with malice and hatred. A stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Now that the cards are laid bare, let us dispense with the theatrics. State your demands, and if we have it, we shall provide, Chen Ge declared. The possessed chubby boy wore a grotesque smile, his lips stretching wide enough to reveal a set of menacingly white teeth. I want you all dead. Stop toying with me, Chen Ge sneered. If you truly wished for our demise, we would have perished long ago. We would have made it this far. Do not presume that everyone in this world is a fool. Our survival in this apocalyptic realm attests to our intelligence. Our deaths would bring you no advantage, would they? Dr. Zhao interjected. If I surmise correctly, you lack a physical form, and your power lies in possession, capable of inhabiting both the living and the dead. Your pallor suggests we have struck a chord. The possessed chubby boy brandished a kitchen knife, pressing it against his own neck. One of you must die. The remaining two may leave. Otherwise, all three of us shall perish. With venomous eyes, the chubby boy fixed his gaze upon Chen Ge. Old Zhao, would you sacrifice yourself for another? Chen Ge suddenly inquired with a smile. Of course not. If you wish to kill the chubby boy, then do so. We shall merely observe. Dr. Zhao spoke boldly. Indeed, if you have the capability, kill us all at once. Let it all end here, Chen Ge added, tossing a fire axe toward the chubby boy. When one relinquishes the fear of life and death, particularly when unencumbered by ties to others, they become unassailable. The chubby boy's face contorted in a grimace, yet ultimately, he could not bring himself to act. Both Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao felt a chill of anxiety, realizing they were gambling with their lives, but it appeared their wager was well-founded. Only through their suicide could the monster gain any advantage. As the monster's expression twisted in rage and helplessness, the darkness in its pupils suddenly waned. The chubby boy fought once more for control over his body. Before he could speak, he raised the knife and struck it against his own leg, emitting a piercing scream. Yet this cry was a cacophony of two voices. Damn it! How dare you possess me? You wish to play games with me? If you have the guts, let us die together. I fear not death. Do you? The chubby boy's expression was one of fury. But soon after, his pupils turned black once more. Have you lost your mind? Do you not wish to live? Life and death are merely trivial matters. If one cannot perceive the cycle of life and death, what is the point of playing in this apocalypse? Old Chen, kill me, and this entity will vanish. Act now, the chubby boy bellowed. Chapter 78. Let us confront it. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao observed the chubby boy, who was engaging in self-dialogue and self-harm, as if they were watching a solitary comedic performance. The two individuals had generally grasped the situation. Indeed, the monster had possessed the chubby boy. However, if the chubby boy were to sustain harm, the monster would endure the same affliction. Should the chubby boy perish, the monster would meet the same fate. The chubby boy raised a knife to continue slicing into his own thigh, yet his left hand firmly grasped the boy's wrist, preventing him from self-harm. Are you afraid now? Do you realize the gravity of your fear? It is too late. Today you are doomed. Lao Zhao, I am aware that your medical kit contains a potent poison that can bring about a painless death. Grant me a dose. Dying without pain is indeed a blessing. Do not hesitate. Do not act like a coward. The chubby boy was engaged in a fierce struggle for control of his body. Yet it appeared he was gradually losing ground. A flicker of compassion crossed Dr. Zhao's face, but he still retrieved a syringe filled with a transparent liquid from the medical kit. I am sorry, chubby. We could not save you, Dr. Zhao said, glancing at Chen Ge beside him. Help me restrain him. Chen Ge promptly held the chubby boy down. His strength was not significant, and Chen Ge could easily subdue him alone. You are insane. You are insane. You would even kill your own. The monster spat, but Dr. Zhao's syringe had already penetrated the chubby boy's flesh. You beasts! I shall no longer play with you. The monster roared, and the chubby boy's body convulsed as though electrocuted, his gaze gradually returning to normal. It hurts. Stop stabbing me. It hurts. The chubby boy attempted to struggle, but Dr. Zhao, with a wicked grin, injected all the contents of the syringe into him. I am back. It is truly me. He is gone, the chubby boy exclaimed, seeing the chubby boy had genuinely returned. Chen Ge felt an immense relief, nearly collapsing, and turned to Dr. Zhao, asking, what exactly did you inject him with? Dr. Zhao replied with a smile, just glucose. I never anticipated the monster would fear death so much that it would flee with a mere scare. The chubby boy was on the verge of tears. I have diabetes. You injected me with glucose. Wouldn't saline solution suffice? Chronic conditions do not lead to easy death. Just exercise more. By the way, Chubby, what precisely happened? Dr. Zhao inquired. The chubby boy began to recount his ordeal. Originally, at 7 o'clock, he and Dr. Zhao were keeping watch, but by 9, the chubby boy could no longer hold out and began to doze off. It was at that moment that the monster seized the opportunity to invade. The conditions for its possession were specific. It could only take hold when a person was unconscious, either in a coma or asleep. Moreover, this entity was not a physical being, but a true spirit. I refer to it as TISI Ling. The chubby boy stated, this TISI Ling may appear frightening, yet in reality, it is quite pitiful. Although it is a spirit, it retains the sensations of a living person. It can feel hunger, thirst, and pain. However, as a spirit, it cannot consume food. Even if it possesses another's body, the ingested sustenance does not enter its own stomach. Dr. Zhao suddenly shuddered. So it cannot eat, cannot drink, cannot sleep, yet cannot die, eternally suffering here. This is akin to living hell. Starving yet unable to eat, parched lips cracking yet unable to drink, tormented with exhaustion yet incapable of sleep. This monster's existence is indeed tragic. The only means of liberation lies in someone willingly replacing it as a TISI Ling, allowing it to escape this state. It can invade our memories, yet when it possesses me, I can also see its memories. Exchanging memories is something I often do during alliance battles, the chubby boy sneered. It did not act on a whim. Do you recall the corpses we encountered hanging from trees in the village? That was the work of the TISI Ling. It has been fixated on us since then. Chen Ge analyzed the words of the chubby boy and Dr. Zhao. At 7, he fell asleep. The chubby boy was easily possessed during his slumber while Dr. Zhao was also asleep. However, around 10, the chubby boy suddenly awakened to find the ox cart empty. Shortly thereafter, Chen Ge emerged from the grave, and the chubby boy fell back into a state of possession. The malevolent spirit informed Chen Ge that Dr. Zhao had been buried alive, but the body Chen Ge unearthed was, in fact, under the control of the TISI Ling. So what shall we do now? Run? Chen Ge inquired. Run? Not a chance. Let's confront it, the chubby boy declared through gritted teeth. It can only possess a human body, whether alive or dead. If it is a corpse, it can control many at once, but if it is a living person, it can control only one at a time. It is undoubtedly hiding in that graveyard. We shall search. We must unearth it, even if we must dig 3 feet down. I shall not rest until my hatred is sated. Lao Zhao, could you assist me with my wounds first? Dr. Zhao skillfully tended to the chubby boy's injuries. Fortunately, they were not deep, causing pain but not hindering movement. Dr. Zhao suddenly asked, Chubby, do you enjoy drinking? Drinking? Does rice wine count? The chubby boy did not understand why Dr. Zhao asked this. Suddenly, Dr. Zhao sprayed alcohol onto the chubby boy's wounds. Damn it, Lao Zhao, you ambushed me. It hurts. This unscrupulous doctor was undoubtedly seeking revenge for the slap he received earlier in the day. Subsequently, Dr. Zhao wrapped the chubby boy's leg wounds with white gauze. You should lie still on the ox cart, Chen Ge advised. Do you all not watch horror films? Are you not aware of the death by isolation rule? I would rather die than go alone. I shall stay together with you, the chubby boy insisted. The 3 of them, armed with weapons and a shovel, made their way to the graveyard. Gazing at the dozens of graves before them, Dr. Zhao murmured, how long will it take to dig each one? Chen Ge retrieved the shark cloak, conceiving a clever idea. Once donned, The shark cloak allowed him to swim through the soil while carrying various weapons and tools. However, it could not accommodate living beings. But were corpses considered living or dead? Chen Ge had never tested this. I shall go down and see if I can pull a corpse up from below. Chen Ge dove into the earth while Dr. Zhao and the chubby boy awaited in the cold wind. Moments later, Shen Germani amarja, dredging a sabarelli da kaya corpsa upward. Although he had encountered many bodies along the way, the stench was overpowering. Damn it, were it not for this bastard, I would be sleeping soundly right now. The chubby boy swung a fire axe, smashing the corpse's head, which shattered like a rotten watermelon. Dr. Zhao felt a twinge of nausea. You truly have the stomach for this. Next. Chapter 79. Captured alive, one must never force a person into a corner. Generally, only two outcomes arise. Either they break down or you become their meal. Many profound truths are discovered in moments of despair, such as, a person has only one life, and so do you, and so do I. Thus, the TISI Ling found itself in a dire predicament, having finally encountered three equally savage substitutes. The chubby boy wielded the axe, shattering the heads of the corpses until the fourth body suddenly stood up. Without hesitation, the chubby boy swung his axe. The TISI Ling, parasitizing the corpse, began to flee desperately, while the chubby boy, dragging his injured leg, pursued with fervor. It was proven that as long as one is unafraid of death, even ghosts would fear you. Despite the chubby boy's wounded thigh, the TISI Ling did not run swiftly. The skeleton could not possibly outrun Bolt. The chubby boy struck the TISI Ling on the back with his axe. Stop! Stop! We can reason together. The substitute spirit shouted, asserting that it was not truly immortal. If it were to be killed while possessing another, it would indeed perish. What nonsense! The chubby boy exclaimed, swinging an axe at the skeleton. Aren't you supposed to be formidable? Didn't you say you would make us all die? Why not prove it again? The substitute spirit cried out, Stop! You cannot kill me. I can possess any person or corpse at will. Just leave. I won't harm you. Let us coexist peacefully. What a load of rubbish. The chubby boy struck the substitute spirit's shoulder with his axe. If it weren't for this cowardice exposed by its own flaws, would it have acted so meekly? If even one person were to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others, the remaining two would undoubtedly suffer. Now it seeks mercy? It is too late. If one does not eradicate the root, the spring breeze will bring forth new growth. Despite the substitute spirit's current insistence on reasoning, its innate power is formidable. Who can guarantee that they will never sleep? As long as one sleeps, there lies an opportunity for exploitation. One cannot simply leave such a threat unmonitored for a lifetime. At this moment, Chen Ge had dragged out all the corpses. One by one was too slow, thus he set fire to all the bodies at once. Now I understand why the state advocated cremation back then. If they were all turned to ashes, there would be far fewer troubles, Chen Ge muttered. The chubby boy limped back, his expression grim as he surveyed the numerous corpses. Logically, the substitute spirit should have risen upon seeing itself ablaze. Why had none of the corpses stood up? Chen Ge, have you pulled all the bodies up? The chubby boy inquired. Not a single one is left. They are all here, Chen Ge replied. Then that's strange. There are no corpses here now. The substitute spirit can't be parasitically attached to someone, can it? No one among us has been possessed. The chubby boy asked. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao nodded in agreement. Then it is indeed peculiar. Where could the substitute spirit have gone? Can it traverse between any corpses in the world? If that were the case, it would be nearly impossible to eliminate it. It wouldn't have needed to beg for mercy earlier or reason with us. Wait, suppose the range of its possession is limited. How did it manage to follow us? The village we encountered with the yellow cow was at least 10 miles away. Could it truly have run that far? The chubby boy pondered, stroking his chin. No, if its powers extended that far, it would have ambushed us back in the village, waiting for us to fall asleep before causing trouble. According to the Guinness World Records, the human limit for staying awake is approximately 14 days, potentially leading to irreversible effects on the brain. This implies that when we left the village, it had already controlled a corpse and stealthily followed us. There is still one more corpse. There is another body in this desolate expanse. The chubby boy commanded sharply. This body was brought from the previous village, not from a grave. Yet, in the current pitch darkness of the vast wasteland, where could one possibly search for this body? It is difficult to find even in broad daylight, let alone now when visibility is virtually non-existent. The chubby boy expressed his thoughts to Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao, seeking their opinions. I have a plan. Chen Ge raised his hand and said, set this wasteland ablaze. No matter where it hides, it will be of no consequence. The chubby boy and Dr. Zhao twitched their lips in disbelief at his decisiveness. Chen Ge possessed remarkable judgment, consistently making the correct decisions in the shortest time possible. The three of them wore expressions akin to malevolent spirits. Setting fire to the mountains will lead to dire consequences. Dr. Zhao jested, to which Chen Ge nonchalantly responded, our country's laws dictate that when multiple offenses are present, the most severe punishment is chosen. I fear nothing. The chubby boy lowered his voice. It just rained heavily today. The blades of grass are all beaded with water. Can we ignite it? Of course not, but it may not realize that, Chen Ge whispered. The chubby boy raised an eyebrow. Are we trying to startle the snake in the grass? A clever strategy. Set fire to the mountain. Chubby boy ignited. The three stood in a triangular formation, facing three directions. Chen Ge bent down, pretending to light a fire, when suddenly, Dr. Zhao shouted, found it! Left front. Chen Ge and the chubby boy turned simultaneously, spotting a figure limping away from the wasteland. Chase! How could someone with such poor psychological resilience attempt to act like a ghost? The distance between them was over 10 meters, but as Chen Ge sprinted, he resembled a ferocious tiger, quickly having the gap. Upon realizing Chen Ge's speed, the shadow ahead resorted to using both hands and feet to flee. Chen Ge raised his spider sword, using it as a spear, and hurled it toward the fleeing shadow. The spider sword was exceedingly sharp, and with Chen Ge's strength, it sliced through the air, pinning the shadow to the ground, which emitted a chilling cry. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Ge recognized he had found the true target. Do not kill me. Please spare me. The substitute spirit cried out in terror. Chen Ge, the chubby boy, and Dr. Zhao encircled it. The chubby boy suddenly said, Chen Ge, I have a question for it. After encountering numerous monsters along the way, they finally found one that could speak. And the chubby boy was now curious about the origins of this apocalypse. Answer honestly. Where did you come from? Were you originally on Earth? Or did you come from elsewhere? The chubby boy asked. I do not know. I just felt as if I had been caught in the rain. And then I woke up, the substitute spirit replied. The three felt a chill run down their spines. Was the rain it spoke of the infamous blue rain? Could it be that the true culprit behind everything was not the black hole hanging in the sky, but rather that blue rain? Were you a human on Earth when you were alive? Tell me the truth, and I may spare you, the chubby boy demanded. I cannot recall. I just know that when I woke up, it was like this, the substitute spirit pleaded. The chubby boy furrowed his brow tightly. Not remembering? To escape this apocalypse. It was crucial to understand the origins of these monsters. It was evident that these beings did not originate from Earth. Many defy the principles of science. What is science? Science is the understanding of the laws governing the operation of this world, derived from long-term observations of nature. While not always absolute, the known world operates according to objective laws. Yet, look at the monsters that have emerged since the apocalypse. Bat monsters, flesh worms, man-eating sharks, black corpses. None resemble native Earth creatures. Now that they had finally captured a speaking entity, they had gleaned no useful information. The chubby boy felt a surge of frustration. Chen Ge suddenly addressed the substitute spirit. I have a question for you. Answer me honestly. If you claim to remember nothing, how do you know to seek a substitute? The substitute spirit appeared equally perplexed. It feels like instinct. I am not sure, just something I wanted to try. The ability to possess other corpses also seems like instinct. The substitute spirit dared not utter a single lie. Dr. Zhao quietly remarked, biological instinct? Indeed, the vast majority of living beings possess their own instincts. Much like how human infants instinctively seek nourishment upon birth. If you have become a ghost, where does your biological instinct come from? Do you think this is a fantasy novel where divine beasts possess inherited memories? I truly do not know. The substitute spirit felt utterly wronged. The chubby boy exchanged glances with Chen Ge. Since no information had been extracted, it was of no use to keep it alive. However, this apocalypse seemed to be more absurd than they had ever imagined. Chen Ge struck the head of the substitute spirit with his axe, shattering it into fragments. The substitute spirit let out a scream before vanishing completely. The three of them, having vanquished the creature, were nearly exhausted. They had narrowly escaped death that night. Dr. Zhao retrieved the collected Lanyu from his medical kit, his expression grave. Do you think if I inject this into my bloodstream, I might become a superhero? Doctor, Zhao inquired. Whether you can become a superhero is beyond my knowledge, but if you turn into a monster, I will be forced to sever your head with my axe. Chen Ge could not help but retort. You truly have a bold heart. It is now almost certain that the emergence of monsters is related to Lanyu. Yet you still wish to inject this substance into your veins? Have you watched too many movies, believing that a mere spider bite could transform you into Spider-Man? The reality is, a spider bite would send you straight to the hospital. Dr. Zhao chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging that he was merely jesting. However, when it had rained earlier, they were all soaked, and they had not observed any mutations in their bodies. At that moment, the morning sun crested the horizon, and the plump boy gazed at the sunrise with deep reflection. Another day of life. Yet soon, the expressions on the faces of the three turned peculiar. Their eyes fixated ahead. Do you think you might be dreaming? The plump boy suddenly asked. I truly wish this were a dream. Chen Ge replied with difficulty. Doctor, Zhao gazed at the Lanyu specimen in his hand, feeling a weight in his heart. Had I not witnessed this with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Before them, an expansive forest had inexplicably appeared overnight. Just before sleeping, they had clearly seen the path ahead, which was barren land, and the asphalt road beneath their feet wound far into the distance. Yet now, after just one night, the barren land had transformed into a forest, with trees so thick that 10 men could encircle the trunk, reaching heights of several dozen meters. The trees in this jungle were of a single variety, yet none had seen them before. The trunks were a blood-red hue, and the leaves a deep blue, creating an unsettling sight. Dr. Zhao suddenly remarked, I suspect the Lanyu that fell yesterday can alter the genes of certain organisms. Most of the monsters we have encountered may have lived on Earth, but their genes have been modified, transforming them into the creatures we now perceive as monsters. A chill ran down Chen Ge and the plump boy's spines. They had both been drenched in the rain yesterday, raising the question of whether they too might undergo mutations upon contact with Lanyu. Do not panic. I surmise this is conditional, Dr. Zhao said, inhaling deeply. He approached a large tree with his spider sword and gently probed the blood-red trunk. The sensation was peculiar, not akin to piercing wood, but rather resembling thrusting a sword into rubber. Do you recall? The entire region was drenched in rain yesterday. If contact with Lanyu induces mutations, this grassland beneath our feet should have transformed into a forest as well. Yet look, only the grassland ahead has morphed into a forest. There must be a reason for this, Dr. Zhao explained. The plump boy murmured, I believe these considerations are irrelevant. We must determine whether we can proceed forward. As the ancient military adage states, do not enter the forest. I have an unsettling feeling about this forest. And you feel that? Even a fool can see it, Chen Ge mocked. These trees may very well be monsters. Let's see if we can circumvent it, Dr. Zhao suggested. The forest appeared ominous at a glance. What if it were a grove of carnivorous trees? It would be best to avoid entering. The three of them turned left to assess the size of the forest, but after half an hour of walking, the forest seemed an endless blue sea, with no visible end in sight. Coincidentally, they encountered a grazing yellow cow along the way. The old cow leisurely lowered its head to munch on grass, utterly unperturbed. In contrast to the trio's anxious demeanor, I truly envy that cow. If I had a next life, could I be reborn as a cow? The plump boy mused. If you envy it, I can assure you that I can arrange for your reincarnation. However, whether King Yama allows you to become a cow is another matter altogether. Chen Ge remarked, scanning the surrounding environment for an escape route. If all else fails, we should consider turning back, the plump boy suggested. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao remained silent. Turning back. Who knows what we might encounter on that path? We have not had a moment's respite. As they continued walking, they encountered yet another of those peculiar forests ahead. Red trees and blue leaves, an unsettling sight, indeed. Something is wrong, the plump boy suddenly stated. We seem to be trapped. Have you not noticed that these trees grow in circles? They are confining us in the center. The only ground beneath our feet remains unaffected, while the rest is overrun with these trees. The trio wandered in different directions for an hour, confirming the plump boy's observations. The forest formed a circular grove, with only the land beneath them devoid of mutations, while the hills were entirely filled with these eerie red trees. They had become ensnared by the foliage. Chapter 81. Green fruit. The scene before them was exceedingly bizarre. Overnight, the barren land had transformed into a forest. Not only that, but Chen Ge observed that the trees were growing at an observable pace. Soon, they would obscure the sun, allowing only a few rays of light to filter through the leaves, dappling the ground. Furthermore, the barren land beneath their feet was rapidly becoming a forest. Dr. Zhao witnessed a common blade of grass beside him shift to a blood-red hue, transforming into a sapling in under a minute, then growing at an alarming rate. At this pace, within an hour, the grass could become a towering tree. Plant growth is typically slow, especially for tall trees. As the ancients said, it takes 10 years to grow wood, 100 years to nurture a person. A tree requires at least a decade to mature. The plump boy suddenly proclaimed. This situation is likely connected to the substitute spirit we encountered earlier. Do you recall the patterns we observed along the way? Generally, a region harbors only one type of monster. Previously, these trees did not grow in our vicinity, likely due to the presence of the substitute spirit. However, now that we have dealt with that rascal, the trees are no longer restrained, hence their rampant growth. Before long, the ground beneath us will also transform into a forest. It is no longer a matter of whether we wish to enter. It is a question of whether we can escape. The forest resembled a great maw, slowly closing. We may still have a chance, Dr. Zhao stated. Do not forget, when we slept last night, this forest had yet to arise. If we move swiftly, we might find an opportunity to escape. The three of them immediately began to gather their belongings, leading the cow back to the original road, where the once orderly asphalt had been uprooted by the encroaching vegetation, leaving only a faint trace visible. They could only follow this trace forward, believing they would eventually find a way out. The forest loomed before them like the gaping maw of a beast, beckoning them to venture in. The plump boy attempted to ignite the trees with a torch, but the moisture within the red trunks was so abundant that their small flames could not consume them. The trio could only grit their teeth and advance inch by inch. With the road beneath them in ruins, the cow cart jolted violently, causing the injured plump boy to recline on the cart. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao led the cow onward. This transformation was something they had witnessed firsthand. The emergence of this red tree forest also hinted at the origins of the monsters they had previously encountered. Indeed, some monsters may have descended from black holes in the sky, yet many others could very well be the result of evolutionary processes originating from earthly organisms, albeit with genetic mutations due to various factors. Dr. Zhao discovered that the mutations were not limited to trees, but extended to numerous unfamiliar plants. For instance, there was a small flower before them, with a purple stem and blue petals, bearing tiny green fruits. This green-fruited flower was remarkably common, standing merely a foot tall, with a dense carpet of these blossoms blanketing the ground. The stout boy, wielding a spider sword, gingerly prodded one of the green fruits, which was no larger than a fingernail, its surface gleaming and rounded. Suddenly, sensing an intrusion, the green fruit opened its small mouth and bit down on the spider sword. What the heck? This thing is alive, the stout boy exclaimed. Dr. Zhao was equally astonished. Was this a plant or an animal? In the natural world, carnivorous plants exist, with the most renowned being the nepenthes, which can primarily ensnare small insects like mosquitoes and flies. However, the vast expanse of green-fruited flowers was far more aggressive than the nepenthes. The stout boy tugged downward, effortlessly detaching the fruit from its plant. Yet even so, the two rows of tiny teeth clung tightly to the spider sword, refusing to let go until death. Once severed from its host, the green fruit quickly lost its vitality. This reminds me a bit of the giant mouth flower from the Game Plants vs. Zombies. The stout boy observed closely the fruit he had pulled off. This diminutive green fruit lacked eyes or a nose, possessing only a large mouth, and the spot where the spider sword had been bitten exuded a green liquid. Its toxicity unknown. You, stout boy, hand that over to me. I wish to examine it, Dr. Zhao requested cautiously, taking the green fruit with care, fearing it might lash out. He gently prodded it with a scalpel to confirm its inactivity before decisively slicing it open. Upon inspection, Dr. Zhao found that the green fruit bore no organs, merely a large mouth, relying solely on touch for hunting. Everyone be cautious. While this creature may not possess great strength, a bite would certainly be painful. Look how sharp these teeth are. Dr. Zhao lifted the tip of his scalpel to reveal an exceedingly tiny tooth, approximately a millimeter long, slender and sharp enough to pierce human skin effortlessly. Furthermore, he was uncertain of the fruit's toxicity. One could surmise that a bite would not be a pleasant experience. The three of them secured their pant legs, wrapping exposed skin in cloth. It was summer, and having just rained, the air was stifling and humid. Before long, they were drenched in sweat. However, to avoid being bitten by these creatures, they pressed onward with gritted teeth. According to Earth's ecological norms, such a vast forest should host numerous animals. Yet now, they had not heard a single bird call. The immense forest was enveloped in eerie silence, inducing a sense of foreboding. The most plausible explanation was that all creatures entering this forest had been consumed by it. Moreover, a more pressing concern arose. The towering red trees continued to ascend skyward, with the tallest estimated to exceed 100 meters. Their abundant foliage would soon obscure the sun, plunging them back into darkness. The only viable solution was to exit before nightfall. At this moment, they could only navigate forward, guided by the remnants of a dilapidated road. Whether they could escape before dark remained uncertain. Just as exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, the stout boy suddenly exclaimed, "Stop! Don't move! Do you hear that sound?" Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao quickly held their breath, straining to listen. Yet, the forest remained utterly silent, with nothing but a ringing in their ears. At that moment, the yellow cow seemed to grow impatient, opening its mouth to bite into the green-fruited flower. "Old Huang, don't eat everything," Chen Ge shouted in alarm. Yet, the yellow cow savored the flower as if it were a rare delicacy. "No, I hear someone shouting for help," the stout boy suddenly remarked. "Doctor." Zhao's expression turned grave. "I heard it too. Someone is calling for help." Chapter 82. Rescue in an instant. All three held their breath, straining to listen intently. Indeed, Chen Ge detected a faint cry for help, albeit extremely weak and interspersed with other sounds, initially leading him to misinterpret it. How could there be cries for aid in this forest? The stout boy's face turned serious. Aside from the three of them, there should be no one else here. "Doctor," Zhao commented, "this forest is vast. Someone must have wandered accidentally. What should we do? Should we attempt to help?" He asserted his stance, recalling the Hippocratic oath they had memorized during their medical training, emphasizing that a physician must never stand idly by in the face of death. "So what will your choice be?" The stout boy challenged Dr. Zhao. "The oath can occasionally be bent without consequence," Dr. Zhao retorted sharply. It was not surprising that he hesitated, given the present circumstances. Who knew if it was merely the call of some monstrous creature luring them in? "I also believe we should not go. We are in flight, not in a position to render aid. Moreover, even if the source is human, how can we be certain they won't turn on us? In this world, one can trust no one," the stout boy asserted. "With both of you saying this, how can I argue otherwise?" Chen Ge shrugged. The three reached a unanimous decision to pretend they had not heard the cries for help. After all, the environment was far too perilous. Who knew what might transpire in the next moment? The tale of the farmer and the snake plays out even in peaceful times, let alone in this apocalyptic scenario. Saving a life could lead to betrayal, with the rescuer bitten in return. All three had experienced the harshness of society and understood the treachery of human nature. In truth, one could assert that encountering a human in such an environment was more daunting than facing a monster. They all feigned deafness, continuing to lead the cow onward, while the yellow cow, slightly disgruntled, took a few more hearty bites of the green-fruited flower, relishing every moment. The surrounding green-fruited flowers lay in disarray from the assault. "Doctor Zhao, do you think these small fruit could serve as food? Seeing old Huang enjoy them so much makes me a bit tempted," the stout boy inquired. "If you wish to try, feel free. I will be prepared for any medical emergencies. Should any toxicity arise, I will administer immediate aid," Dr. Zhao replied. "Do you still have antidotes in your medical kit? How do you plan on administering aid?" the stout boy asked curiously. "Antidotes? Dream on. I'll concoct a bowl of pure golden essence for you. Pinching your nose to force it down. You'll surely vomit everything in your stomach afterward. A portable gastric lavage, got it?" Dr. Zhao smirked coldly. The stout boy chuckled ruefully, realizing the doctor was indeed quite ruthless. As they ventured further, the cries for help grew increasingly loud. Eventually, the trio felt as though the cries were right beside them. Their jovial banter diminished to whispers. Dr. Zhao murmured, "It seems to be just ahead. Should we take a look?" Chen Ge, weapon in hand, cautiously maneuvered around the various plants at his feet, hiding behind a tree to peer ahead. Ultimately, he spotted a towering giant tree directly in their path. This tree's diameter surpassed 10 meters, and unlike the other red trees, it was entirely black, its branches shimmering with a metallic sheen. Furthermore, the branches appeared to undulate, as if alive. At the very base of the towering tree, countless vines were tightly ensnaring a Land Rover, from which cries for help emerged. Indeed, there were individuals inside pleading for rescue. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao exchanged glances, both hesitating to act, choosing instead to observe the situation. Each vine binding the Land Rover was as thick as an adult's thumb, remarkably sturdy, and the vehicle had already become deformed under the pressure. It would not be long before it was crushed into a heap of scrap metal, sealing the fate of those trapped within. What shall we do? Should we attempt a rescue? Dr. Zhao inquired. Chen Ge slightly shook his head, deeming the risk too great and the unknowns too numerous. To speak candidly, how could they ascertain the identity of the individuals inside? What if they posed a threat? They could very well be deceitful. Let them perish. It's best we take our leave. Just as they were about to depart, the trapped individuals caught sight of them. Help! Don't leave! Save us! As they drew closer, Chen Ge realized that there were not just one, but 3 young individuals inside the Land Rover, all sounding like teenagers, none older than 20. Please help us. You must be fleeing as well, right? We know there is a military base to the east where many have sought refuge. If you rescue us, we will reveal its location, one of the boys shouted. Dr. Zhao suddenly furrowed his brow, finding the voice eerily familiar. He leaned slightly to peer into the vehicle, yet the thick vines obscured his view of the individuals' faces. However, the boy's words piqued Chen Ge's interest. Wasn't he their ultimate goal to locate the military base? Dr. Zhao asked, "Where did you hear this information? Is it reliable?" The boy trapped inside the Land Rover shouted again, "Yes, it is definitely reliable. My uncle is in the military. Previously, they distributed flyers in the city urging citizens to head east. My uncle is an officer, and if you rescue me, he will surely reward you handsomely." Dr. Zhao's frown deepened. He felt he had heard that voice before, but could not place it. "First, tell us the location of the military base, and then we will consider rescuing you," Chen Ge stated. "Absolutely not. You must save us first. Only then will we disclose the military base's location," the boy insisted firmly. "Then you might as well wait here for death," Chen Ge remarked, tugging at Dr. Zhao to leave. As they began to walk away, the 3 youths inside the Land Rover panicked. "Please don't go. We can negotiate," they shouted in unison. A smile crept onto Chen Ge's face. "Are you attempting to play mind games with me? Where exactly is the military base?" After a moment of silence, the 3 boys suddenly felt the vines tighten around the vehicle, constricting it even further. "It's in Dongling City, near Dongling City." One of the boys could not contain himself, exclaiming, "I've revealed the location of the military base. Hurry and rescue us." Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao prepared to extricate the young man, as they had shared crucial information and could not renege on their word. Additionally, Dr. Zhao had recited the Hippocratic Oath on his first day, pledging not to let a life slip away without assistance. Chen Ge quickly deduced that the vines were fearful of fire. Eureka! As he had mentioned, he had conducted meticulous research on automobiles during his earlier years of hardship. One of the skills he had acquired was extracting gasoline from a vehicle's fuel tank. Without hesitation, he siphoned gasoline from the Land Rover and doused the car in it, igniting a blaze immediately. Though these plants had mutated, they still feared flames. Upon sensing the heat, all the vines recoiled, swaying back and forth, unwilling to approach. It became evident that the evolution of intelligence in plants was not an easy feat. The Land Rover was engulfed in flames, leaving the 3 youths inside in a state of panic. Chen Ge smashed the windshield with an axe, urging them to escape the vehicle. Curious, the chubby boy limped over to witness the spectacle, inadvertently catching a glimpse of Dr. Zhao's terrifying expression. Mistaking it for confusion, he quickly asked, "Old Zhao, what's wrong?" Suddenly, Dr. Zhao grinned, a chilling smile that sent shivers down the spine. The chubby boy assumed that Dr. Zhao had succumbed to some malevolent force and was about to intervene when Dr. Zhao ominously chuckled. "Heaven has eyes. Heaven has eyes." The chubby boy discreetly moved behind Chen Ge, gently tugging at his sleeve, whispering, "Old Zhao seems off." Chen Ge turned slightly, noticing Dr. Zhao clutching a scalpel. fixedly staring at the three young men. Each of them harbored their own stories, but they had never shared them with anyone. Chen Ge was oblivious to Dr. Zhao's distress, holding the axe at the ready for any unforeseen circumstances. As the last of the three youths emerged, his pant leg caught fire from the gasoline, igniting in flames. The other two hastily attempted to extinguish the fire, oblivious to Dr. Zhao's sinister demeanor. Once the flames were finally subdued, the injured youth cringed in pain. Clutching his ankle, Dr. Zhao approached him gently, offering, "Let me see. I am a doctor." Hearing this, the injured boy's spirits lifted. As Dr. Zhao examined the burn, he said, "No need to worry. Your name is Li Chen, correct? I am friends with your father. We met not long ago." Li Chen beamed with joy. "Really? How should I address you?" "My surname is Zhao. You may call me Uncle Zhao. I heard from your father that you might have encountered some trouble. How did you end up in this desolate wilderness?" Dr. Zhao inquired while treating Li Chen's injury. "Uncle Zhao, you are friends with my father? You are unaware of his background, I presume? I spent merely half a day in juvenile detention before my father retrieved me," Li Chen boasted with pride. Dr. Zhao glanced at the other two youths. The tall boy to the left was named Chen Ge, rumored to come from an influential family with relatives in the military. The smaller boy on the right was Zhao Chunfeng, a mere street thug and a follower of the other two. "And where is your father? Was he not with you?" Dr. Zhao pressed on. "I cannot say. The situation in the city is perilous, and few have managed to escape. We were fortunate to be outside the city when the apocalypse struck. Otherwise, we would have perished. Upon waking this morning, we found ourselves in this forest. If it weren't for your timely arrival, I truly do not know what we would have done," Li Chen sweetly replied, revealing his upbringing. Chen Ge frowned. Lowering his voice, "Chunfeng, don't you feel like we've seen this person somewhere before?" "Zhao," Chunfeng whispered back, "I can't recall." At that moment, the forest fell eerily silent. Though their voices were low, Dr. Zhao heard them clearly. "Your memory serves you well. We indeed crossed paths before. About a month ago, you killed a student in a school restroom." "I am his father," Dr. Zhao said, his face adorned with a chilling smile. Chen Ge instantly sensed the shift in atmosphere and shouted, "Run!" Zhao Chunfeng reacted with remarkable speed, but just as he intended to flee deeper into the forest, Chen Ge struck him squarely in the face, leaving him dazed and bewildered. The chubby boy attempted to impede Chen Ge, but the latter, being young and vigorous, easily pushed him aside, nearly sending him tumbling into a patch of flowers. Meanwhile, Li Chen discovered that he could no longer move his legs, and his face turned pale with fear. "Uncle, I realize my mistakes. I was momentarily foolish. Please grant me a chance. I will certainly mend my ways." Li Chen stuttered, overwhelmed by the turn of events. Dr. Zhao, once resigned to a lifetime of vengeance, found himself astonished that fate had delivered these three scoundrels right to his doorstep. Just moments ago, while tending to Li Chen's wounds, he had administered anesthesia to his legs. How could he possibly escape? Dr. Zhao's face twisted with madness. "Lele, watch from above as your father avenges you." With that, he brandished his spider sword and thrust it into Li Chen's neck. Li Chen clutched his throat, choking back sobs, unable to utter a single word. Zhao Chunfeng, reeling from Chen Ge's punch, felt as though his head was spinning, his eyes bloodshot and full of pain. Fearing that Zhao Chunfeng might regain his composure and flee, Chen Ge severed his foot with an axe, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from him. Chen Ge, who was leading the charge, turned pale with terror. Dr. Zhao, wielding the spider sword, drove it into Zhao Chunfeng's chest repeatedly, causing him to vomit blood. His heart punctured beyond salvation. After slaying Zhao Chunfeng, Dr. Zhao charged towards the last remaining Chen Ge, but at that moment, Chen Ge saw Chen Ge draw a handgun from his pocket, aiming it at Dr. Zhao. Quick as a flash, Chen Ge tackled Dr. Zhao as a gunshot rang out, the bullet grazing the top of Dr. Zhao's head. At this point, Dr. Zhao was consumed by fury. He would not rest until these three miscreants were dead. It was futile to reason with him. Even if armed with a nuclear weapon, it would be of no consequence. Rising from the ground, he lunged at Chen Ge. In a panic, fired 2 shots, both of which missed their mark. A person unaccustomed to firearms would rely purely on luck to hit a target from 5 meters away, let alone in such a chaotic setting. As Dr. Zhao, drenched in blood, charged forward, Chen Ge's heart raced with dread, prompting him to flee. Dr. Zhao pursued relentlessly, and Chen Ge shouted, "Old Zhao, come back. He can't escape far." But in his frenzied state, Dr. Zhao could not heed Chen Ge's words, plunging into the depths of the forest. By the time Chen Ge caught up, the two had vanished without a trace. Chapter 84. Heiteng. The forest was dense with vegetation and dimly lit. Dr. Zhao had succumbed to madness. He vowed not to rest until he had slain Sun Guohai. When Chen Ge arrived in pursuit, the pair had already disappeared. The chubby boy, quick-witted, tossed a black eyeball, which had superior vision, enabling him to spot the trails of Dr. Zhao and Sun Guohai. They went left. "Let's hurry," he urged anxiously. Chen Ge hesitated to leave the chubby boy behind, knowing he was injured and could barely defend himself. "Don't worry about me. I'm with Lao Huang. I'll be fine. You need to catch up to Dr. Zhao. That rascal has a gun," the chubby boy insisted. Nodding in agreement, Chen Ge sprinted off to the left. However, the situation was more complicated than anticipated. The forest had become an ocean of plants. The ground was blanketed with unfamiliar flora, and Chen Ge could faintly discern the direction of Dr. Zhao and Sun Guohai by the crushed foliage beneath his feet. "Old Zhao, don't act rashly. Come back. That rascal can't get away. We can devise a plan together," Chen Ge shouted, but the jungle remained eerily silent. Alarm bells rang in Chen Ge's mind. Despite Dr. Zhao's intimidating demeanor in a frenzy, he was still a novice in combat. Moreover, the presence of a firearm posed a significant threat. While remaining vigilant of the myriad plants, Chen Ge searched for Dr. Zhao. He stumbled upon a species of black vine with red fruit, resembling strawberries. "I wonder if this is edible," he mused, driven by curiosity. As he prodded it with his spider sword, the black vine slithered up like a venomous snake, causing Chen Ge to drop the sword into the clutches of the ravenous vines. Regrettably, he had lost a valuable piece of equipment. With no other choice, he circled around. Just as Chen Ge was at a loss for which direction to take, a gunshot rang out ahead, invigorating him. He proceeded cautiously, wary of the black vines. Fortunately, these vines were confined to one area. Otherwise, the repercussions would have been dire. After taking a few steps forward, Chen Ge noticed blood on the ground, his heart sinking. Could Dr. Zhao have encountered misfortune? He pressed on, discovering more bloodstains. Just as his apprehension grew, Dr. Zhao appeared, holding a severed head, Sun Guohai's head. "Old Zhao, are you all right?" Chen Ge exclaimed, relieved to see Dr. Zhao alive, though the latter's face bore a bitter smile. "Old Chen, I have finally avenged my son." Dr. Zhao's expression was etched with sorrow. He had slain the very person responsible for his son's death, yet his son would never return. "Old Zhao, you've surprised me. I underestimated your capabilities. To think you could take him down even with a gun in his hand," Chen Ge remarked, astonished. Dr. Zhao tossed a handgun to Chen Ge, who was elated to receive such a valuable item, quickly checking it to find 3 bullets still intact. "You may have misunderstood. This isn't a testament to my prowess, but rather his unfortunate fate. As we ran, he suddenly collapsed, and I took the liberty of severing his head to prevent him from playing dead. However, I soon realized why he had fallen silent. Dr. Zhao's gait was peculiar, unsteady, as if he had sustained a severe injury to his leg." Chen Ge's heart sank. Dr. Zhao rolled up his pant leg, revealing his calf riddled with gaping wounds, akin to chopstick-sized holes, sending shivers down Chen Ge's spine. "This explains everything. I found identical wounds on Sun Guohai's leg. Damn it, at least I could avenge my son before I die. I suppose my life has some worth," Dr. Zhao lamented, collapsing onto the ground. Chen Ge suppressed his terror and gently pressed on Dr. Zhao's calf, feeling something writhing beneath the skin. "Old Zhao, stay calm. Don't give up on treatment now. You're an excellent surgeon. Surely you can find a way to save yourself, right?" Tian Ye hurried anxiously. At that moment, he witnessed a half-inch-long sprout emerging from Dr. Zhao's wound, dark and foreboding, reminiscent of the black vines they had encountered earlier. It became evident that during their frantic chase, neither had heeded the peril posed by the plants beneath their feet, inadvertently allowing the vine seeds to infest their calves, burrowing deeper into their flesh. By the time they realized the danger, it was far too late. Sun Guohai had perished due to this very menace, and Dr. Zhao had delivered the final blow. Chen Ge felt a surge of determination within him. "Endure for a moment, I shall sever those 2 legs. A man can live without them." Dr. Zhao, terrified, grasped Chen Ge's hand tightly. "I implore you, be humane. In such unsanitary conditions, if those legs are severed, the wounds are bound to become infected. I will not survive for long and will suffer immensely. Old Chen, as a friend, grant me a swift end. Chen Ge's heart felt heavy. Was Dr. Zhao destined to leave him forever? Listen to me, return and meet with Pongzi. He could not bear the thought. Dr. Zhao attempted to rise, but discovered he had lost sensation in his legs, resulting in a bitter smile. With resolve, Chen Ge hoisted Dr. Zhao onto his shoulder and strode back, stepping over a black eyeball that Pongzi had cast aside to guide them. It must be said, while these black eyeballs possessed no combat prowess, they excelled in other aspects. Not only could they serve as scouts, but they could also act as navigators. Chen Ge carefully maneuvered around the black vines with Dr. Zhao on his back, returning to the place where the ox cart was stationed. However, upon arrival, Chen Ge was left in shock. The ox cart remained, yet Pongzi was nowhere to be found. Are you two like the Hulu Hua, sending heads one after another? The yellow ox grazed on green fruit flowers, seemingly addicted to them. Old Huang, where is he? Have you seen Pongzi? Chen Ge asked anxiously. Old Huang, of course, did not comprehend Chen Ge's words, merely continuing to munch on grass. Dr. Zhao's expression darkened considerably, veins in his arms and face appearing to pulsate with a shadowy essence, as if the black vines had taken root in his bloodstream. Old Chen, it's not just Pongzi that's missing. Shushu is gone too, Dr. Zhao said with great difficulty. The towering tree that had ensnared the Land Rover had mysteriously vanished, and the two corpses on the ground were nowhere to be found. Chapter 85. Quite impressive, all of this transpired far too abruptly. Dr. Zhao's life hung by a thread. Pongzi had vanished. And Chen Ge understood that the best course of action was to relinquish one, either find a way to save Dr. Zhao or seek out Pongzi. Lacking the ability to clone himself or wield the spells of celestial beings from fantastical tales, he was merely an ordinary man forced to make a choice. Dr. Zhao perceived the turmoil within Chen Ge. Don't concern yourself with me. The day my son died, I too perished alongside him. Life holds no meaning for me anymore. Old Chen, grant me a swift release. The black vines grew at an alarming rate, and Chen Ge could see shadows of blackness creeping through Dr. Zhao's veins. This entity seemed intent on spreading throughout his body in an environment devoid of medical resources. Even the finest hospitals in the world would struggle to extract something that had infiltrated the bloodstream, unless the black vines chose to extricate themselves. But having finally found a suitable habitat, how could they easily abandon it? Take old Huang to find Pongzi. I have avenged my son. I harbor no regrets in this life. Dr. Zhao had lost all hope of survival. Chen Ge fought back tears after enduring so many dangers. He never anticipated succumbing to a single black vine. Gritting his teeth, he drew his gun and aimed it at Dr. Zhao's head. Dr. Zhao closed his eyes, ready to face death. Just as Chen Ge was about to pull the trigger, old Huang ambled over, shaking his head. Chen Ge gently patted old Huang's head. Do you wish to bid farewell to Dr. Zhao as well? After all, they are brothers. Dr. Zhao felt old Huang's tongue softly lick his wound, a pang of emotion swelling within him. Who would choose death when life remained? Yet in his current state, he felt like a burden. Dr. Zhao reached out to stroke old Huang's head, and unexpectedly, old Huang spat a mouthful of saliva onto Dr. Zhao's wound. The stench of the ox's saliva was overwhelming. Dr. Zhao covered his nose, thinking, this old Huang won't even let me die cleanly. Just when Dr. Zhao assumed old Huang was saying goodbye in his peculiar fashion, he suddenly convulsed, racked with excruciating pain that forced a scream from his lips. Tianyi, bewildert. Quickly pressed down on Dr. Zhao. What is wrong? What is happening? Dr. Zhao felt as though his tendons were being ripped from him, pain shooting through his body. Chen Ge observed as the shadowy essence on Dr. Zhao's face rapidly receded, not only on his face, but the darkness throughout his body seemed to converge at the wound on his calf. In mere moments, the black vines hastily began to emerge from the wound, forming a dark mass resembling a tangle of black yarn. The agonizing sensation surged swiftly but dissipated just as quickly, and soon Dr. Zhao regained his composure. Still unaware of what transpired, he saw old Huang open his mouth wide and bite down on the black vines, chewing with fervor. Both Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao were taken aback, questioning what was happening. Old Huang, are you not afraid of getting sick? The black vines burst under the pressure of old Huang's bite, and he devoured them with gusto, looking quite satisfied. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao exchanged terrified glances, finally realizing that this bovine was not quite ordinary. Old Zhao, how are you feeling now? Chen Ge asked, keeping a watchful eye on Dr. Zhao. Dr. Zhao discovered that his previously immobile legs had regained some movement, albeit with considerable pain. Pain was a good sign. Previously, the black vines had controlled his legs, rendering him unable to move. Now, thanks to Old Huang's intervention, the vines had been extracted, and while the aftermath remained uncertain, he would likely survive for the time being. Old Zhao, do you still wish for death? Tian Yi inquired. I believe I can still save myself. Please bring me the medical kit. Dr. Zhao replied with difficulty. In this environment, untreated wounds were prone to infection. Dr. Zhao, who had once resigned himself to death, now felt a renewed will to live as he realized that he would not perish from mere leg injuries. Receiving the medical kit, he immediately began to disinfect and treat his wounds. Chen Ge pondered Old Huang's nature. He should have anticipated that every creature that had survived this long was no ordinary being. However, not all monsters harbored animosity towards humans. After spending nearly 2 days with Old Huang, he had proven to be rather docile. Old Huang, can you understand my words? If you can, please respond. Tian Yi spoke husli. Mu. Old Huang obediently replied. Chen Ge extended his hand to gently stroke Old Huang's head. Old Huang offered no resistance, even nuzzling against Chen Ge's hand. Elated, Chen Ge realized that for the time being, Old Huang was on their side. Suddenly, Old Huang flicked his tail and walked deeper into the forest. Chen Ge and Dr. Zhao were left puzzled by Old Huang's intent and could do nothing but follow. Despite the numerous gaping wounds on his legs, each step felt like needles piercing him, yet he managed to move with effort. Shortly, Chen Ge noticed that Old Huang was heading back toward the area overrun with black vines. Indeed, after less than 2 minutes, they witnessed the region teeming with black vines, which appeared to be in motion. Chen Ge estimated that within 10 minutes, these vines had shifted at least 100 meters. Old Huang strode purposefully ahead, and Chen Ge, fearing for Old Huang's safety, reached out to grasp his tail. However, the subsequent scene took Chen Ge by complete surprise. The black vines reacted to Lao Huang as if they had encountered a natural enemy, frantically retreating from him. When Lao Huang spat a mouthful of saliva, Chen Ge observed that the black vines, upon contact, disintegrated as though they had been doused in sulfuric acid, instantly melting away into a pool of dark liquid. Lao Huang strolled over leisurely, bending down to devour the living black vines. Regardless of their futile struggles, he consumed them with the ease of slurping noodles, swiftly clearing the entire area of black vines. Chen Ge also discovered the spider soared ensnared within the black vines and pulled it back triumphantly. Recovered indeed. Dr. Zhao gently dipped a finger into Lao Huang's saliva and found it effective solely against the black vines. For humans, it was merely ordinary saliva, overwhelmingly foul. Suddenly, Dr. Zhao exclaimed, I have a solution, Chen Ge. Quickly, apply Lao Huang's saliva to your body. It may yield remarkable results. Chen Ge coaxed Lao Huang into producing a bit more saliva, which he smeared on his clothing and hands. In a flash of inspiration, Chen Ge reached out to touch the green fruit flowers on the ground, and they parted dramatically, as if his hand bore some potent herbicide. This substance was even more formidable than the legendary blood of the Qilin from novels. Lao Huang, why did you not mention your prowess sooner? Chen Ge gleefully ruffled Lao Huang's head. Lao Huang zet bunde, mu.